Marshall Peak Chapter 2201 Chapter 2201 Time Ladder. P.S. I want to hear more of your voices and receive more suggestions from you. Now search the WeChat public account Dread and pay attention to it. Marshall Peak more support. The light guides the way forward, and Yankai can't help speeding up. Not much time. He passed through that door. What you can see is a continuous white jade ladder. It is white and flawless. It is not long enough. The end of the field of vision cannot be seen. It is difficult for spiritual mind to see its end. Under this white jade ladder, at Yankai right hand, there is a piece of steel, and a line of big characters is engraved on the steel. Yankai looked down and said, "Stairs of years." He looked blank, frowned, and didn't know what kind of mysterious hidden in this line of white jade stairs. Did not dare to move forward rashly, so as not to encounter any danger. Fortunately, there are no others here, he thought for a moment, and directly called Huaking's Eye out. Huaking's Eye is, after all, the discipline of Star Soul Palace, and has been preparing for Four Seasons Land for a long time, so he should know more about this passing of time temple than him. The brilliance flashed, and the silhouette of Huaking's Eye appeared. She looked around blankly at first, as if not clear on where she is now. "This is the passing of time temple," Yankai said beside him. "Huh?" Huaking's Eye stunned complied, and immediately said happily, "You really found the passing of time temple?" "Well, by coincidence, it owns no idea why did it emerge," Yankai said. "Look at this first." While speaking, Yankai stretched his finger to the white jade stairs and side steel ahead. Huaking's Eye glanced at the steel, and the lovable body was shocked. "Stairs of time? Do you know?" Yankai immediately understood that she should be right about this. I understood the ladder of years, and immediately opened the mouth and said, "Tell me, what's the name in it?" Huaking's Eye took a deep breath, calmed the excitement in my heart, said solemnly, "Years. The ladder is said to contain the passing of time, great emperor's comprehension and control of the power of time. Those who step on this ladder can get the power of time to wash themselves, which is of great benefit to martial artists." She has eyes gleaming, an expression of be eager to have a try. "What if it fails?" Yankai frowned. Huaking's Eye started for it, whistling for a while, and then said, "I don't know. What will be the bad consequences?" Yankai slightly nodded. "It looks like Huaking's Eye. I don't know much about this time ladder, but it is better than known." Seeing Yankai meditating, Huaking's Eye squeezed her red lips and said, "Whether you want to go up or not, I want to go up and try." Yankai glanced at her, said with a slight smile, "Since it's a kind of chance, I can't miss it. I'll call Yuoxi out." While speaking, he stretched out his hand again and called Zhang Yuoxi also came out. Explaining the magic of the time ladder to Zhang Yuoxi, Yankai looked at her and said, "If you don't go up to your own decision, although I don't know the consequences of failure, it shouldn't. The TB is wonderful, but you can rest assured that if that time comes, I will put you in mysterious small boundary." "I want to go up." To Yankai's surprise, Zhang Yuoxi finished listening. After that, instead of hesitation, he expressed his attitude very positively. Huaking's Eye pursed his lips and said, "The small girl is not very old, but she is not very motivated. In this case, let's be together." Yankai nodded, sternly told, "You don't get too far away from me, otherwise something will happen. I may not have time to admit you into mysterious small boundary." Zhang Yuoxi nervously nodded, his face is slightly excited, a little red. Huaking's Eye said with a smile, "Then you have to follow the elder sisters behind." Yankai glanced at her, sneered, and stepped towards the white jade, walked up the stairs. Huaking's Eye and Zhang Yuoxi saw this, and they both had a solemn expression and stepped on side by side. Suddenly, a white energy emerged from the white jade ladder, turned into a cloud and mist, shrouded at the feet of the three people, making the three people feel like walking on the cloud. At the same time, Yankai's body shook. He inexplicably felt a peculiar force pouring into Owen's body within the body, like a catalyst. washing the source strength of own within the body with the power of divine consciousness in the consciousness sea. Source strength and divine consciousness have become strong and solid. This force is unclear, as if the years are passing by, and as the years pass, one's own strength is gradually increasing. Obviously it was just a momentary effort, but the three felt that it took a long time. The wonderful feeling lingers in my heart. Yang Kai glanced around and found that Jiang Yuoxi and Hua Qingzai both looked safe and sound. They were sure that the two people were okay, and only then took another step forward. Intensified feeling hit Yang Kai's spirits shook, open his heart to accept the washing of the power of the years on this ladder, and the power of source strength and divine consciousness became more and more powerful. At the very beginning, Yang Kai still took a leisurely look at the situation of Hua Qingzai and Jiang Yuoxi, lest the two people could not bear the strength of those years and accidents would happen, but as the ladder climbed, Yang Kai was gradually immersed in this seemingly slow but fast-enhancing feeling. For a moment, he was a little unable to extricate himself. This is the power of time? Yang Kai raised his brows slightly, with an expression of admiration. The power of curiosity. It is only a short time, but it makes people feel like they have passed it. It's been a long time, and I've practiced it for a long time. This kind of peculiar power is inferior to Space Force. And when his mind was full of thoughts, he suddenly felt a wave. Unusual power fluctuations came from the front. Yang Kai suddenly shook his mind and raised the head. Looking at it, he saw Jiang Yuoxi step by step at the position on the 7 or 8 steps in front of the owner, walking forward with all his clothes covered. Sweat was wet, showing a beautiful figure. As she stepped on this step, the one-layer energy rings of light suddenly burst out of her petite body, and it spread all around. What a joke! Yang Kai almost burst his eyes. He doesn't know exactly when Jiang Yuoxi came to the front of Own, and he was ahead of so many steps. That's all. The key is that Jiang Yuoxi clearly broke through a small stage just now, reached the cultivation level of Void Return 2 layer. If he hadn't seen this with his own eyes, Yang Kai couldn't believe it was true. After all, Jiang Yuoxi just broke through to the state of Void Return stage a few days ago. How long has it been before, and broke through a small stage, which is simply unimaginable. Although Yang Kai himself has gained a lot on the ladder of the years, it is not as good as Jiang Yuoxi. The small girl is really weird. Yang Kai recalled the day when she was promoted to the Void Return stage. The huge silhouette that emerged from behind, she was at a loss. He really didn't know what her bloodline strength within the body was so famous that she was promoted so fast. Yang Kai opened his mouth and wanted to call Jiang Yuoxi, lest she was too far away from Own, but found that Own couldn't say a word anyway, and even divine consciousness couldn't get out of the body. You would be caught as soon as you let it go. Suppressed back. He looked back again, and saw that Hua Qingzai was sweating, struggling hard, and looked like he was struggling. Sure enough, this time ladder is not a place to test the level of cultivation level. If it is to test the level of cultivation level, it is right that Hua Qingzai is in the forefront. It is impossible to say anything about Jiang Yuoxi, the lowest cultivation level. Yang Kai groaned for a while, and waited for Hua Qingzai in place. In his opinion, Hua Qingzai might not be able to hold on at the earliest. He must take her back to mysterious small boundary at the right time to make. As for Jiang Yuoxi, Yang Kai can follow her afterwards. The facts are indeed as Yang Kai expected. At the time when the ladder of the years was more than half of the time, Hua Qingzai finally could not bear the washing of the power of the years. The benefits that can be gained from stepping on the ladder before suddenly became a torment. The erosion of her power gave her an inexplicable feeling of youth passing away and aging, so panicked that she quickly raised the head and looked towards Yang Kai, wanting to call. At the critical moment, she couldn't utter a word, and she sweated all over her anxiously. Fortunately, Yang Kai has been paying attention to her movements. When he discovered this, he quickly stretched, beckoned and took her directly back into the mysterious small boundary. At this time, Yang Kai raises the head again, and can only see the back of Jiang Yuoxi vaguely. The small girl throws Yang Kai at least dozens of steps away, and it seems I have been immersed in the various benefits that I have gained, and I can't help myself. Seeing this scene, Yankai didn't dare to neglect, and spared no effort to continue climbing, trying to get closer to Jang Yuoxi. Somewhere in the Passing of Time Temple, in the dark and boundless hall, a deep breath and a powerful heartbeat sounded vaguely, an inexplicable coercion permeating this hall. If there is a creature coming here, I am afraid that it will collapse to the ground immediately. The pressure is as heavy as a mountain, and the Emperor Senior stage will also tremble for it. At a certain moment, two long and narrow red lights suddenly lit up in the darkness, accompanied by a heavy exhalation. The two long and narrow lights suddenly widened. They were two like copper eyes the size of a gong. This is a pair of beast pupils full of wild and killing rays of light, golden pupils, red pupils, filled with infinite ruthless aura. Oh, have these small insects finally found the Passing of Time Temple? A muffled voice resounded in this dark hall. At the same time as the sound came out, a dazzling fire burst out of the darkness. The light comes from a peculiar giant beast that is full of flames. This beast is about 3 layers high, resembling a tiger and an ox, like a flame poured out, with a red single horn on its front and double wings on its back. The body criticizes scale armor, majestic and majestic. It seems that the mission of this uncle is about to be completed. How many years? This uncle is finally free. The sound that shook the entire hall came from the abdomen of this strange beast. Standing up, the pupils looked towards all around, as if they could penetrate the void. While watching it, it muttered, "Let this uncle see. What are the advantages of these small insects?" None of the dozens of martial artists in the temple could escape its observation. It did not forget to comment while watching it, "Well, this guy's aptitude is not bad. But he can't enter the eyes of this uncle. This small girl has some famous physique, and the cultivation level is not high. There is an emperor treasure who is next to him, who is the heir of the great emperor, right? Well, although the conditions are reluctant to meet the conditions, but forget it, none of the great emperors. What fun. The novel Martial Peak will have more fresh content on the official WeChat platform, and there will be a 100% lottery gift for everyone. Open WeChat now and click on the plus sign at the top right to add a friend, search the official account Dread and follow. Hurry up. Martial Peak Chapter 2202. Chapter 2202 Winged Tiger. P.S. I want to hear more of your voices and receive more suggestions from you. Now search the WeChat public account Dread and pay attention to it. Martial Peak more support. In Passing of Time Temple, because the chosen route is different, everyone's chances are different. But at this moment, no matter where they are, everyone inexplicably feels a sense of horror, as if in the dark, a pair of aloof and remote eyes are looking at their own. This makes everyone have one's hair stand on end, and they feel cold all over. Fortunately, it feels like comes and goes fast, and disappeared in the blink of an eye, making them think that it is just an illusion of own. In the dark hall, the strange beast is still observing the surroundings and commenting from time to time. Many elite martial artists have been cast aside as rubbish by it. When it casts its gaze on the time ladder, it was a rare surprise. What's the situation with this small insect? 1, 2, 3, 4. 5. A guy from Principal Source 1 layer brought 5 Emperor treasures with him. What's the background? I don't know how many tens of thousands of years I have lived around a strange beast. I have seen violent winds and waves. At this moment, I am also shocked by Yankai's background, because it discovered that Yankai alone brought 5 Emperor treasures! Even the average Emperor Senior stage, there are not so many Emperor treasures. The 5 items it refers to are naturally Nirvana Thunder Bead, Mysterious Boundary Bead, Slave Insect Bracelet, Cuts the Soul Blade and 1 Million Sword. In this Passing of Time Temple, nothing can escape its observation. Could it be that his family are all great emperors? The alien beast secretly guessed. Otherwise such a martial artist, How could there be so many Emperor Treasure? Emperor Treasure, exactly what bad street goods? You must know that a noble existence like Lang Xun has only one Emperor Treasure in his hand. That is the Defense Emperor Treasure given to her by the Bright Moon Great Emperor, in case she encounters any accidents. Forget it. Although aptitude and temperament are both the best choices, this guy looks at it as a trouble. It's better not to have any contact with him. The strange beast babbled. He looked away from Yang Kai and fell to Zhang Yuoxi. Well, this little girl ... How does void return to lair? The twinkling of a pair of beast pupils is suspicious of rays of light. Such a low cultivation level. How can I get here? Why, this uncle just slept, and there are so many weird things. At this point, it suddenly opened its eyes and stared at the direction Zhang Yuoxi was. Cried out in surprise. No, this small girl ... She actually. At this moment, it seemed to have discovered something, and the tone of overweening arrogance that was originally arrogant suddenly became extremely panic. Even the two terrifying beast eyes showed horrified expressions, as if they were terrified of Zhang Yuoxi. On that huge head, cold sweat was dripping down. At this moment, Zhang Yuoxi seemed to have reached the limit, and the end of the ladder will be in the future. Not far away, but she couldn't hold up her step anyway. She raised the head stubbornly and looked up, trying to step out of her own footsteps, but she felt weak, and her legs were as heavy as lead. The power of time flooding the ladder of time suddenly burst out in this brief moment, invading Zhang Yuoxi's body, trying to swallow her. Following her, Yang Kai, who had been chasing more than a dozen steps away, clearly saw a black hair of Zhang Yuoxi, which became as white as frost in a very short time. Yang Kai felt his heart. I was shocked and realized what was wrong, and urged within the body source strength, struggling to step forward, trying to shorten the distance with Zhang Yuoxi. But when the time ladder climbs here, any step is extremely difficult. This short distance of 10 steps is not something that Yang Kai can shorten if he wants to shorten it. He was immediately anxious like an ant on a hot pot. Just as anxious as him, there is the alien beast in the hall. As the guardian of the passing of time temple, Zhang Yuoxi's status and changes are naturally seen by it. It was a burst of joy at first, thinking that Zhang Yuoxi was bound to die, and was secretly happy for a while, but then, it felt a little bad, because once Zhang Yuoxi was forced to a dead end, it was lurking in her within. The bloodline strength of the body is very likely to be awakened. Once the thing is awakened, the major event will be bad for the owner. Thinking of this, the strange beast stood up, stretched out a paw, and leaned toward the void. The space was directly shattered by this blow. The huge paw crossed the barrier of space, grabbing Zhang Yuoxi on the palm, and then immediately retracted. While doing this, it was muttering, hissing, smashing ... I don't know if it is right or wrong to do this. The words fall, it slowly opens. After removing On's paw, Zhang Yuoxi with a blank face was placed in front of On. Zhang Yuoxi obviously hasn't figured out what happened. She just feels that endless time is passing on the owner. In that short moment, she seems to have spent 100 years. Vitality seems to pass and die. The aura pounced on her face. She wanted to go back and call Yang Kai, but she couldn't even turn around. And just when she thought that the owner was bound to die, a giant claw unexpectedly dropped from the sky, pulled her back from the gates of hell, and brought her into the dark hall. She raises the head and saw a huge monster beast burning with flames in front of On, staring at On with a pair of beast eyes. When most people see such huge monsters, they are afraid that they will turn pale with fright, scream repeatedly, turn their heads and run away. Zhang Yuoxi itself is not a bold person, his cultivation level is not high, his knowledge is not wide. Even if he is scared and fainted directly. I don't know why. She raises the head watching this monster beast, but she doesn't have the slightest feeling of fear. On the contrary, there is a feeling that the other party should be afraid of owning. This feeling is baseless and extremely absurd, but it is born from in the bones, which is as natural as breathing, and it is convinced. She pressed her red lips lightly, raising the head and looking up at the huge monster beast. The small silhouette formed a sharp contrast with it. For eyes contact, on the contrary, the monster beast's heart is hairy, cold sweat on his forehead, twinkling eyes. Why do you seem to be afraid of me? Zhang Yuoxi suddenly asked. As soon as she spoke, Monster Beast could not help but took 2 steps to retreat. Staring at her in fear, a muffled voice came from her abdomen, saying with a smile, Yes, why should I be afraid of you? Zhang Yuoxi did not go to the bottom, but waved at it. The Monster Beast actually walked over when he saw this, crawling in front of Zhang Yuoxi. His violent eyes became extremely docile at this moment, and there was a hint of panic and jealousy in the faintness. You saved me? Zhang Yuoxi asked. Monster Beast thought for a while and said, yes. Thank you. Zhang Yuoxi sweetly smiled, reaching out his hand, as if he wanted to touch the Monster Beast but hesitates a moment and said, I won't hurt you. She doesn't know why Owen asks such a question. But there is always a feeling to tell Owen that if you touch the monster beast in front of you, it is very likely to cause some damage to it. Now you, probably not. Monster Beast replied. Zhang Yuoxi put his hand on its forehead and touched it lightly. The scorching flame burned Zhang Yuoxi's bare hands, but magically did not cause her any harm. With her touch, the monster beast made the sound of galulu, like the reaction of a cat when being petted. It's so embarrassing and embarrassing. This uncle was touched by a small girl like this. It's simply extraordinary shame and humiliation. Monster Beast said uncomfortably in his heart, but his body responded honestly. What is your name? Zhang Yuoxi suddenly asked again. Winged Tiger. What a strange name. Zhang Yuoxi slightly smiled, with a confused expression in beautiful eyes, saying, I don't know why, although the first time I hear this name, but I always feel familiar. Do you know the reason? I don't know. Winged Tiger shook his head into a rattle, thinking to you that you would never understand it forever. How can this uncle take the initiative to tell you this kind of thing? If this is the case, isn't the end of this uncle coming? Okay. Okay. Zhang Yuoxi, while speaking, retracted his hand, sincerely said, thank you for saving my life, but can you please send me back again? I suddenly disappeared now, Mr. will be very worried. Mr. Winged Tiger hearing this, suspiciously, is the man following you? Yes, can you see him? Zhang Yuoxi quickly nodded. Winged Tiger proudly said, in this temple, no disturbance can escape the capital. My observation. I saw you in danger just now, so I brought you here. Paused, it shook its head again and said, didn't expect. As strong as you must be protected by others. The volume was deliberately lowered, but its sound was already loud and clear, which Zhang Yuoxi could listen to. Zhang Yuoxi hurriedly waved his hand and said with a sorry face, what are you talking about? Mr. is so powerful. Where am I strong? She just thought Winged Tiger was just talking nonsense. Just make Owen happy. One day, you will be strong. Winged Tiger pointed out. Well, I will work hard. Zhang Yuoxi was full of energy. That's all. Since you and I are destined to meet today, I will give you something. Winged Tiger suddenly thought of something, and said, while speaking, it stretched out its paw. Catch it in void. When I took it back, a pink neon Xiaoyi appeared on the paws. The Xiaoyi was dazzling, and the Emperor charm was flowing on it, looking magnificent. Your strength is still low now. This Phoenix Pink Cloud's dress is given to you. After wearing it, most people will probably not hurt you. Winged Tiger's strength heavens pan, the average person in its mouth. It can probably be understood as a martial artist below the Emperor Senior stage. How did this make it? Zhang Yuoxi liked this treasure, but her good education made her unable to accept this unreasonable gift, and she waved her hand and refused. Wearing it on is that this is your chance. Martial artist practice, chance is also a powerful part. Winged Tiger said in his mouth, but in his heart he was thinking, if you are not afraid of which one is not Longide, the guy provokes you and wakes up your bloodline strength early. How can this uncle take such pains? This uncle has worked hard, and it's not easy to plan ahead. When I get out of here, I should go to Dragon Island to find the old dragons and blackmail them. Anyway, this is not this uncle alone. Those old dragons must be. Don't just ignore it. The novel Marshall Peak will have more fresh content on the official WeChat platform, and there will also be a 100% lottery gift for everyone. Open WeChat now and click on the plus sign at the top right to add friends. Search the official account Dread and follow. Hurry up. Marshall Peak Chapter 2203. Chapter 2203 Coming to Fight. P.S. I want to hear more of your voices and receive more suggestions from you. Now search the WeChat public account Dread and pay attention to it. Marshall Peak more support. At the time ladder, Yang Kai was anxious and tried his best to climb upward. Zhang Ruoxi suddenly disappeared in front of him, leaving him at a loss, not knowing what to do, not knowing what kind of danger this small girl encountered, and whether there was anything unexpected. He secretly blamed himself, and felt that if it were not for his own whim, he wanted Zhang Ruoxi to climb this time ladder together, and he would not have this kind of thing. Just as he was anxious, a splendid light flashed above that suddenly, and one silhouette appeared. Yang Kai, startled, looked up, stunned for it. Zhang Ruoxi actually stood at the top of the ladder of those years, smiling at the owner. That end should turn into white beautiful hair, still pitch black as ink at this moment. Illusion? Yang Kai was a little confused. He clearly saw Zhang Ruoxi disappeared strangely, and clearly saw the power of time eroding her body and making her grow old. But now she appeared in front of the owner gracefully, and she has reached the top position. All this seems so unreal. Yang Kai quickened his pace, and finally reached the top with gasping for breath after 5 minutes. Stepping here, the power of the years lingering on your side instantly disappeared. Looking back, the steps of the years have become ordinary, and it seems that they no longer possess the magical power. What happened just now? Yang Kai took a breath and asked quickly. It's Ruoxi impulsive. Zhang Ruoxi replied in a low voice with a look of guilt. I was only immersed in the joy of gaining power just now, and I forgot Mister's instructions. When I reacted, it's too late. Then why? It was a powerful monster beast who saved me. Zhang Ruoxi replied timidly, while talking and watching his words, lest Yang Kai get angry. A powerful monster beast? Yang Kai expression stunned. There is a monster beast in the Passing of Time Temple? What kind of monster beast? At this moment, Yang Kai was shocked. One jump. Passing of Time Temple has not been out for tens of thousands of years, and this time suddenly appeared strangely. He thought that there were no creatures here, but he didn't want to learn from Zhang Ruoxi that there was a powerful monster beast, and he could still live from the years. Zhang Ruoxi was rescued from the stairs. His strength was obviously extraordinary, which was enough to alert him. I can't tell you. Zhang Ruoxi thought about it for a while, didn't know how to describe it, and suddenly laughed, and said, but it said that the owner is called Winged Tiger. What? Yang Kai's eyes rounded instantly, cold sweat popped out, and he swallowed his saliva. Roughly said, poor. Strange? Yes, it said so. Yes. Zhang Ruoxi nodded, replied. After finishing speaking, he tilted his head and said, Mister, what's wrong with you? Why is your complexion so bad? Is it uncomfortable? I sweat a lot. While talking, she also took out a silk scarf, stood on her toes, and lightly wiped it off for Yang Kai. Hee. Yang Kai's mouth twitched, and he really didn't know what to say. Mister, are you okay? Zhang Ruoxi asked softly. It's okay. It's good. Yang Kai replied subconsciously, then looked at Zhang Ruoxi and said, are you sure it said that One is called Winged Tiger? Yes, that's what it said. What did it do to you? Zhang Ruoxi shook the head blankly, no. While speaking, he said with joy and expression, by the way, it still gives my one something. What? Zhang Ruoxi smiled. Within the body Yuan was shocked, and a cloud of glow suddenly bloomed from the lovable body, dazzling people's eyes. Yang Kai squinted his eyes, his heart trembling. But seeing Zhang Ruoxi's body suddenly appeared a pink close-fitting garment. The rings of light flowed on the garment, magnificent, and the emperor charm flowed on it, and the garment above, distributed with the full power of emperor prestige. Emperor treasure. And it is actually a defense emperor treasure. What the hell is going on? Jiang Yuoxi suddenly disappeared on the ladder of time. After she came back, she told the owner that she had seen a monster beast named Winged Tiger. Not only did monster beast fail to treat her, she also gave her a defensive emperor treasure. Yang Kai is completely at a loss. After Jiang Yuoxi urges the formation of the treasure, the whole person is also dazzling by the brilliance of this emperor treasure. Beautiful and alluring, she is not a square thing. She looking at Yang Kai timidly, he said, "Is this good looking?" Yang Kai forced a smile, and said, "Good looking. This is emperor treasure. How can it be summed up in 2 words?" Yang Kai howled wildly in his heart. Although he had as many as 5 emperor treasures in his hand, none of them were of the defensive type. It can be seen how rare it is to defend the emperor treasure. Winged Tiger said it was called Phoenix Pink Cloud's dress. Jiang Yuoxi explained, "I don't like the pink color, but Mr. said it looks good. What others gave you is also a kind of heart." Yang Kai tried his best to calm the owner. "Next time I see someone else, I must thank him." Yuoxi remembered. Jiang Yuoxi respectfully nodded. "Let's put it away first. Don't urge it to be issued when it's not as a last resort, otherwise it is very likely to cause big trouble." "Yes," Jiang Yuoxi said while spiritual mind moved, converging the rays of light of Feng Xiaxie. Splendid light flashed by, and Baoi disappeared. "By the way, Yuoxi ... did Winged Tiger tell you anything else?" Yang Kai asked cautiously. Jiang Yuoxi hearing this, thought for a while, and said, "It let me tell Mr. that if I have a chance to enter the final position, I must choose the most useless thing." "Choose the most useless thing?" Yang Kai frowned, puzzled. "What do you mean?" Jiang Yuoxi shook the head. "I don't know." I sent it back. After getting along for such a long time, Yang Kai also knows that this small girl has a pure and kind personality. There is something impossible to hide from the owner, and even more impossible to deceive the owner, so he never again asked more, just carefully asked about the situation after she met Winged Tiger, but did not get much information. This matter made Yang Kai how incredible he thought, and in the end he could only think that it was Jiang Yuoxi's chance. Otherwise a martial artist of Void Return to Lair would see Winged Tiger this ominous beast after that. Why not? But I could return safely, and I was given a Phoenix Pink Cloud's dress as an emperor treasure. After that, Yang Kai let Jiang Yuoxi enter mysterious small boundary, and alone sat at the top of the time ladder, calming down a little. For a long time, he grew up. The top of the time ladder is a gate. Yang Kai noticed it before. If you want to leave from here at this moment, you can probably only pass through this gate. He extends the hand, slowly pushing the door open. Dazzling rays of light came from the front. Yang Kai couldn't help but squinted his eyes. Spiritual mind released the investigation after confirming that there is no danger inside. He stepped in. A sense of weightlessness came immediately, as if this foot stepped out, letting oneself come to another space. A creature of aura appeared suddenly, with a vaguely familiar taste and strong hostility. Yang Kai, startled, raised his eyes to look forward, waiting to see the front clearly after the situation, cannot help but startled. The place where I am now seems to be a high stage place. This high stage is round and occupies more than 1,000 feet. High stage all around. The abyss is dark, and whale-like ghosts are hidden below, and howl like the sound of wolves. People have one's hair stand on end, like purgatory. Once falling into it, they will never stand up. When I turned around and looked around, I didn't see the way, let alone a door before. In this high stage above, one person stands with a sword and waits quietly. As soon as Yang Kai appeared, the eyes of a pair of eagles and falcons shot up suddenly and fixed on Yang Kai, full of high fighting intents. 4 eyes contact and 2 people are stunned. Yang Kai grinned and raised his hand to say hello to the man. "Brother Bai, you are here too. It's a coincidence." He found out here in High the person on the stage turned out to be Xiao Bai of Azure Sun Temple. But I don't know why. Muerong Xiao Xiao, who has been with him, is not by his side. While speaking, Yang Kai walked towards that side, while looking at the environment all around, but what made him puzzled was that the high stage seemed to be an independent space. The origin, nowhere to go, as if isolated from this world. Yang Kai is slightly frowned. I don't know what mystery is here. I was thinking, but I heard a buzzing from the front. At the same time, a splendid light flashed by. Yang Kai paused and stopped, and the rays of light immediately slashed in front of his toes, almost hurting him. Yang Kai raises the head looking at Xiao Bei, frowns, saying, "Little brother Bei, what does this mean?" "Come on." Xiao Bei long sword flicked, pointed finger towards Yang Kai. The fierce fighting intent is like boiling water. Yang Kai, corner of mouth twitching, said, "No need. If you want to fight, wait for Four Seasons Land. I will fight with you here." "Forget it." Xiao Bei shook his head slowly. His face was as cold as ice, said solemnly, "It is because of here that I must fight." Yang Kai, hearing this, it seems to be thinking of something. The complexion sank and said, "Little brother Bei means ... You and I can leave here alone." Xiao Bei said, "It looks like you are not too stupid." He shouted, "This is about Dao Altar. Only the winner is qualified to move on." When he spoke, Yang Kai had already noticed that there were three in the sky above the high stage. A large character that is purely transformed from energy is suspended in the air, which is exactly the three large characters of Dao Altar. In an instant, he understood. Xiao Bei is waiting here, probably waiting for his opponent. It's just that Don accidentally met him. Thinking about this, Yang Kai also looked serious. Coldly said, "It looks like ... It really must be a fight." "Not bad." "The winner keeps going, the loser ... What is the result?" Yang Kai asked. Xiao Bei shook his head, "Not clear. It's probably not a death." After speaking, he cold snort and said, "Why, are you scared?" Yang Kai smiled bitterly and shook his head, and said, "No, it's just ... I don't want to kill you. Brother Bei, you and I are lacking hatred and enmity, although you seem to have some opinions on me. But at any rate, they also entered Four Seasons Land together. If I really kill you here, how can I tell Elder Gao and the others?" The novel Martial Peak will have more fresh content on the official WeChat platform, and there will be a 100% lottery gift for everyone. Open WeChat now, click on the plus sign, add friend at the upper right, search for the official account Dread and follow. Hurry up. Martial Peak Chapter 2204. Chapter 2204. My name is Xiao Bei. Only you? Xiao Bei's eyes cast a sneer and sneered, boasting shamelessly. "Little brother Bei." Yang Kai said with earnestness, "Why don't you find a place to sit down and carefully search for any way out of this ghost place?" "No, before you come, I've looked for it carefully. The only battle between you and me." Before Yang Kai could finish speaking, Xiao Bei interrupted him. He coldly said, "To be honest, with your strength, you can defeat Xi." Snatching his spot is really surprising. "You do have the qualifications to enter Four Seasons Land." "Of course, this Xiao is as your Sun Temple disciple, Xi's senior brother, and he can't sit by and watch him be bullied. X's junior brother on that day. This Xiao will pay him back today. But don't worry, the cultivation level is very different between you and me. This Xiao will not use your full strength. It is enough to deal with you 60%. If possible, I won't kill you." The words are over. Xiao Bei has already shaken the long sword, turned into a horror, and floated to the top of Yang Kai's head. The long sword is like water and ice, exuding a decidedly chill, covering his head. Dazzling sword glow, pouring down. Yang Kai grinned and said, "Since this battle is inevitable, if there is any offense, please don't blame Brother Bei." The words are over. Where he is, it has been covered by the sword glow, and the body has been pierced by the sword glow, but there is no fresh blood flowing out strangely, and the smile is still on his face. Xiao Bei expression moved, source strength bursts out, imposing manner is like a rainbow, and the body surface exudes a sharp chill, like a blizzard, a backhand sword, long sword suddenly becomes incomparable gigantic, like a sword of the sky, cut down suddenly. On that side, Yang Kai's silhouette ghost-like appeared, but his eyes shrank, and he had to run away again. Bang! The giant sword cuts down, the spiritual energy is agitated. Xiao Bei stands with the sword, and looks sideways at the void. Wherever his eyes are, Yang Kai's silhouette is revealed. You are indeed a little different, and it is not a fluke to beat Xi. Xiao Bei said solemnly. Yang Kai slightly smiled. Little brother Bei just now was 60% strength. If this is the case, I advise you to use all your strength. Otherwise, don't worry, it was only 30% just now, Xiao Bei said proudly. 30%, Yang Kai murmured, and then slightly nodded, exclaiming, as expected of Azure Sun Temple's elite, you and the principal source stage I met before have a lot. It's different. It's too late to admit defeat. Xiao Bei gave a break, and pointed to the long sword. With a twist of his body, he suddenly wrapped himself in the sword light, turning into a glow. Take Yang Kai directly between the chest and abdomen. This sword is fast, accurate, and ruthless. Law power lingers on it. Under the ice and cold, layers of thin ice have grown on Dao Altar. The environment of the entire high stage seems to change suddenly. In the cold winter of Chengsanqiu, a stern wind whistling faintly came from my ears, making people feel cold. The law of ice cold. Yang Kai loudly shouted, feeling the erosion and influence of law power on him, making all around the space become solidified. He couldn't help but burst out. 5 on his body surface. The colors of the sun burst out, dispelling all kinds of discomfort, and the hand wrist flicked, and 1 million sword appeared leisurely. He waved his long sword, and said in his mouth, 1 million sword move, 1 man to act as a mountain. Sword glow is vertical and horizontal, tens of millions sword chi fight for you. Walk, like a downpour, towards Xiao Bei who is on the opposite side. Emperor treasure again. Among the sword glow, Xiao Bei's cold snort came, but he didn't even mean to avoid it. Instead, he urged the sword light. The imposing manner greeted us like a rainbow. Kai 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 kai. The sword light of shocking, cut off the 1 million sword as much as possible, and deceived Yang Kai with all his energy. Xiao Bei's body shape suddenly appeared, his eyes sharp as a knife, and the amazing aura exuding all over his body. He swung his sword towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai laughed, raising his sword to block it. With a clang, the incomparable imposing manner oscillated. On Dao Altar's space above, countless cracks were cut by the escaping tiny sword chi, and it disappeared in a flash. Xiao Bei's whole person was slightly stagnant, but he quickly got rid of the influence of Emperor treasure. The whole person turned into an afterimage, and his long sword continuously greeted Yang Kai's body. He still has room for Zhao Feng, although Emperor treasure is strong, but with your strength, how much formidable power can you exert? Xi's defeat to you is just that's all. Yang Kai is like a dragon, holding 1 million sword, continuously blocking attacks from all directions. Faintly smiled and said, little brother Bei seems to have a lot of opinions on this sword. 2 people while speaking. There is no rest in the hand movement. The sound of ding ding dong dong keeps coming out, like a piece of music. It is extremely sweet. HMPH. Relying on the power of secret treasure, it can be regarded as a kind of ability. Since you said that then I'll change a sword. Yang Kai said, and the 1 million sword in his hand suddenly disappeared and replaced by another one. Handle the sword of principal source grade middle rank. Xiao Bei frowned, floating out of the battle circle, and said in a condensed voice, change soldiers in battle. What do you mean? It doesn't mean anything. Yang Kai tilted his head. Looks at him. I just don't want to win you, and you say that I relied on the power of Emperor treasure. Look at me. Xiao Bei rushed into the crown, wearing a white-clothed body without wind. His body slowly floated up in the air, coldly said, if you change back now, I will not see it, otherwise it will be too late to regret it. As he said, his long sword pointed towards the sky. Among them, there suddenly appeared a wonderful scenery of a blizzard. The blizzard was not violent at the beginning, but in the blink of an eye it actually rolled out the imposing manner of destroying heavens, exterminating earth, enclosing Xiao Bei's whole person in it. Sen Leng's voice came from the blizzard. Xiao Bei said in his mouth, "This is my 60% strength. If you can't take it, you will die. I advise you to avoid it." The words fell, loudly shouted, "Human sword, spin out." The blizzard suddenly turned into a snowy ice dragon, staring at eyes the size of a gong. With the momentum of as easy as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, pounce on the place where Yang Kai is. Yang Kai finally accepted the frivolous expression, looked at the killing strike with expression gravely, and felt the power contained in it, said solemnly, as expected, "As your Sun Temple sect is the second performer. Little brother Bei deserves his name. 60% of his strength is just like this, if his strength is fully utilized." Although he praised his mouth, he was not idle at all. Along with the humming sound, Yang Kai looked solemn and murmured, 3,000 swordsmanship, Liu Yan Ruo Huo. The sword body became extremely red in an instant. From the long sword above, suddenly a fiery bird silhouette was shot out. This silhouette was actually exactly the same as Liu Yan's body. The sound of a long cry was heard, and the two great moves touched in the air. Boom boom. The ice dragon dissipated, and the fire was annihilated. Xiao Bei was shaken out. Loudly shouts, "How come?" He stared at Yang Kai in shock, and asked in a cold tone, "You and Heavenly Marshal, what is the relationship between Chen Wenhao Senior Chen of Holy Land?" As the elite disciple of Azure Sun Temple, I naturally also know Chen Wenhao. These 3,000 swordsmanships are clearly the swordsmanship Chen Wenhao has realized. At this moment, it was displayed from Yang Kai's hands. Although it is somewhat different from the rumors, it seems that the formidable power is not small. It's okay. Yang Kai took a flower with a long sword in his hand, and said casually, "I just fought him once and saw that he used these 3,000 swordsmanship. I thought it was pretty good, so I just brought it casually, used it." Yang Kai is telling the truth. He was eroded by demon thought that day, and he did fight against Chen Wenhao, not only against Chen Wenhao, but also together after a fight with Gao Xuting and Feng Ming. The three Emperor Senior Stage powerhouses performed the best tricks. Yang Kai naturally still remembers and has a little understanding. However, the 3,000 swordsmanship displayed by him at this moment, and Chen Wenhao's own comprehension, are not the same at all. Yang Kai is just motivating 5 elements indestructible sword chi. The fire sword chi in the book is condensed into the form of Liu Yan. That's all. Is the Emperor Senior Stage powerhouse's ultimate trick so easy to understand? The profound mystery and magic in it can only be clearly understood and displayed by the Emperor Senior Stage. However, it is more than enough to deal with the current situation. Xiao Bei has only heard about 3,000 swordsmanship and has not seen it with his own eyes. How can you tell the truth? Enough! Xiao Bei shouted furiously, looking very angry. There should be a limit to ostentation. You guys full of gibberish. Who will believe you? No matter you and Chen Wenhao Senior Chen, does it matter? Today's ending will not change. His imposing manner climbed abruptly, and he seemed to consciously feel that his 60% strength would not be able to win Yang Kai. He had to use more power. Kai Kai Kai. Dao Tao Thunderlight suddenly walked away. Xiao Bei's body surface, lightning glow flashed wildly. Dao Altar also turned into a lightning bolt in an instant. The sea looks terrifying. Comprehended ice cold law. Can you still use the thunder attribute secret technique? Yang Kai was extremely surprised and amazed. Little brother Bei is really extraordinary. In time, the overlord of Star Boundary may have you one seat. It's useless to shoot flattery. Little Bei. You shouted very happily. Try to receive my move, Earth Sword. Meteor Thunder. As pointed out by his long sword, Ting was furious, and violent thunder fell from the sky, completely submerging the place where Yang Kai was. The thunder force was so sharp and violent that it seemed to be able to completely seal off the space. Yang Kai's heart moved, and she shouted, So that's how it is ... Because the name Brother Bai makes you upset. The voice fell. Yang Kai enveloped by the sea of thunder. There seemed to be a burnt meat smell in the air. Xiao Bei glanced at Twinkling, staring down, frowns saying, "Remember, my name is Xiao Bei. I just think ... Little Brother Bai is called. It makes people feel cordial. Brother Xiao doesn't need to be so angry, right?" Yang Kai's voice came from below, full of anger, as if there was no sign of injury. Xiao Bei's eyes rounded in an instant, dumbstruck looked down. In the Thunder Sea, Yang Kai's whole person seems to have undergone tremendous changes. On the surface of his body, the 5 colors are blooming, and the power of 5 elements is disillusioned, forming a 1-layer strong. The powerful defense resisted the damage of the Thunder Arc. If it was just that, it would be that's all. At this moment, both his hands were covered with 1-layer fine-scale armor, and both hands became the same form as Dragon Claw. On the cheeks, forehead, and all the exposed skin, there are the scales exuding amazing aura. Martial Peak Chapter 2205 Chapter 2205 Way Out. Dragon Breath. Xiao Bei exclaimed. He felt the aura of true dragon from where Yang Kai was located. Although this aura was not strong, it was that day the terrifying coercion of rawness makes people's hearts tremble. Only when he finished speaking, a golden light and brilliant true dragon illusory shadow suddenly appeared behind Yang Kai. The dragon shadow is huge, entrenched behind Yang Chi, slowly opening a pair of eyes. Towards his own he glanced in the direction where he was. Xiao Bei's back was instantly wet with cold sweat, and he couldn't help falling back a few steps. Little Brother Bai is strong, so I have to take it seriously. You ... Be careful, Yang Kai said, and the sword shook. In an instant, the 5 colors shinned, 5 elements indestructible sword chi overflowed all over, and the Thunder Sea Purgatory only dissipated in a single breath, revealing the stalwart silhouette of Yang Kai. The golden dragon illusory shadow roared towards the sky behind him, while the sound of dragon roar resounded through the world. It turned into a flowing light and poured into the sword body, accompanied by Yang Kai's slash, whizzed away. At that moment, time is like countless years flowing through countless space-times, and the power of true dragon is enough to smash the world. Xiao Bei's temples are covered with cold sweat. Under the pressure of the infinite force, I can't help but retreat a few steps. But very quickly, clench the teeth, forcibly stand still. Force source strength, outside the stars strong protection, at the same time, took out a mirror-like defense secret treasure, turned into a light barrier, blocking the front. Bang! Golden light slashed, energy tyrannical overflow, the whole theory of Tao altar buzzed endlessly, as if the world is coming. The turbulent spiritual energy fluctuations have not subsided for a long time. Yang Kai looks like a knife, cold and severe looking forward. More than 10 feet away, Xiao Bei complexion is pale, standing out of thin air. Although the light barrier formed by the mirror secret treasure is still blocking the body, it has cracked countless gaps. The next breath made a bang, split into countless pieces. His eyes trembled violently, and the divine weapon in his hand couldn't stop groaning. Looking at each other in the air, Xiao Bei gritted his teeth and drank. Principal source 1 layer ... How can you achieve this level? Yang Kai indifferently said, the strength is not judged by the level of cultivation level. Brother Bai, could it be that you don't understand? I don't believe it. Xiao Bei roared, and the violent aura suddenly came within. The body broke out, and the source strength in this brief moment that should have been silent and dormant suddenly broke out. He pulled a long sword and said, this is the last trick. If you can take it, you will win. If you can't take it, you will die! Hearing what he said, Yang Kai couldn't help but look at him, knowing that Xiao Bei was going to use Own's extremely tricks, principal source 3-layer level desperate tricks, exactly so easy to pick up. He immediately held his breath, and secretly urged source strength. When Xiao Bei's words fell, his expression was abruptly solemn, with a pious and sacred color on his face. To grasp a swing on the long sword, while the sword body buzzed. His whole person became countless Gwenwa falls from the sky. The amazing coercion came suddenly, and the void vibrated, which gave people a sense of heaven falls and earth rends for no reason. A low groan came slowly, heaven sword, star fragmentation. The words fell, and countless light clusters burst out in the sky, crashing downwards, like countless falling meteors make people unavoidable and hopeless. Yang Kai's eyes burst with divine light, his figure is vertical, he does not retreat, he abandons long sword instead of using it, both hands forming seals, space force haunts him, and space principle suddenly diffuses. Countless dark moon blades flew upwards, facing the rays of light that fell down, accompanied by the sound of Hong Long Long. Black holes burst out in the void, unimaginable destroying heavens exterminating earth-like energy shock swallowed up, and the violent energy fluctuations shocked people's minds, as if Tao Altar would sink. Yang Kai is in the shape of electricity, twinkling through the void, looking for Xiao Bei's silhouette. Suddenly, he narrowed his eyes, urged source strength, and patted a certain position with his palm. At the same time as the sound came out, accompanied by two muffled hums, Yang Kai complexion ashen walked back a few steps, and the void was nowhere else. Xiao Bei also looked palely, showing his figure, aura was weak, and fell down unwillingly. The natural phenomenon in this brief moment suddenly disappeared, leaving only the Xiao Su atmosphere after the war in the air. Xiao Bei fell heavily to the ground, and immediately another cop stood up, but couldn't stop at once. His figure was swaying, and he had to use his long sword to prevent the owner from falling down. His exposed skin is all cracked, and fresh blood flows continuously from within the body. On the chest, there is a clear hand image. Only this palm is the damage Yang Kai caused to him, the other is not Yang Kai's work. Yang Kai stood in the air, looking towards the hand that made the move. At this moment, fresh blood was flowing out, and the whole palm was pierced. The pain was unbearable, and there seemed to be a trace from the wound of law power lingers, hindering the recovery of the injury. He shook off the fresh blood in his hand, urged the power, and resolved the remaining law power, indifferently said, "Little brother Bei, this move Heaven Sword seems to be beyond the scope of your enslavement. Yes, it's necessary to achieve this level." Although Yang Kai doesn't know what kind of secret technique Xiao Bei has learned, the last sword is obviously not something Xiao Bei can use at this moment. He forced it. It will inevitably bring harm to itself. Xiao Bei's state at this moment is the best proof. Ha 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 ha. Although Xiao Bei looked bleak, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. The laughter was indescribably hearty and joyful. There was no regret or unwillingness. He opened the mouth and said, "Of course it is necessary. In the face of a strong enemy, you should do your best. Either you die or I die." "What's wrong with the trifling backlash injury?" Yang Kai slightly nodded, said, "Little brother Bei really has a heart of powerhouse. Admire, admire." Xiao Bei shook his head slowly and said, "Unfortunately, it is still no match for you. Principal source one layer. He was bitterly laughed. His tone was extremely complex, and contained a lot of emotions. Before that, he had never thought that Own would one day be defeated by a principal source one layer opponent. He was Heaven's chosen child, he considers himself very high. This whole world, except for a few people, is not in his eyes. But in today's battle, he realized a lot. Own seems to be someone standing in a waist-deep river, saying that he is someone who has seen the sea. It's ridiculous. Yang Kai. Xiao Bei drank, then threw the long sword out, swayingly said, "Let's do it." He poked his neck in a posture, does not seem to be going to fight back. After all, even the own strongest move was magically resolved by Yang Kai, and he has no more power to fight. "I didn't say I wanted to kill you." Yang Kai grinned. "Keep clamoring that you die and you are the only one." Xiao Bei frowned, said, "If you want to move on, you only have to do it, otherwise you and I may always be trapped here." "Not necessarily." Yang Kai denied his views. It is true that, as he said before, he and Xiao Bei lacking hatred and enmity, There is no need to hurt the killer. And when fighting with Xiao Bei before, the other party did not have murderous intention, only the high fighting intent, that's all. It can be seen that Xiao Bei didn't want him to die. He just wanted to fight Yang Kai. This is exactly the mentality that a martial artist who pursues martial Dao peak should have. While speaking, Yang Kai turned his head and looked around, trying to find an outlet for Dao Altar. But this place is just a high stage hanging lonely in the air. All around it is an endless abyss, dark and deep, wail like ghosts and howl like wolves. There seems to be something wrong. Good things flood it. The exit is below. Yang Kai came to the edge of Dao Altar, looked down, and felt the weird aura coming from below. He couldn't help but feel some scalp feeling numb. This would really be a jump. I don't know what the consequences will be. Yang Kai secretly decided not to jump when it's not as a last resort. Actually, he has another way to get through here. According to Xiao Bei, Dao Altar probably only appears after one person dies before the exit will appear. In this case, he put Xiao Bei into mysterious boundary bead, and it may also make the exit appear. Come out. It's just. In this way, the secret of mysterious boundary bead is exposed. So, he urged Space Force to try if he could teleport away, but at the next moment, he hooked the head. Space Force can be used. Teleportation is not a problem, but it can only teleport on Dao Altar. This seems to be an isolated space, and Yang Kai cannot teleport to the outside world at all. You can't find it. Seeing him all around, Xiao Bei couldn't help but reminded him, I said before, I have searched this place carefully, and there is no exit at all. I've already lost. You don't even have the courage to give the loser a proper ending? Yang Kai turned to look at him, and was about to say something and so on. The whole theory of Dao Altar suddenly buzzed. With a sound, it started to oscillate. Yang Kai's face was cold, and he quickly released spiritual mind to investigate all around. Xiao Bei was also shocked, obviously, not knowing what happened. But soon, a surprising scene happened. I saw three large characters hanging high in the sky, suddenly turned into two rays of light, one big and one small, one of which laced towards Xiao Bei without waiting. He reacted and wrapped him all over, and after a slight shake, he disappeared. Xiao Bei disappeared with him. And another array of light, but it is one after another, in a burst of twisting and transfiguration, turning into a principal light screen bridge, leading diagonally to the top. At the end of the light barrier bridge, there is a closed door leading to the unknown world. Yang Kai couldn't help but froze for a while, frowned and thought for a while, then looked at the light barrier bridge and muttered to himself, this thing must be the way to the exit. Little brother Bei seems to be teleported out, so the key point is to have him surrender. According to the scene just now, it seems that after Xiao Bei surrendered, this theory of Dao Altar changed. Not only did he, the teleportation is gone, and there is a way out. Looking at it this way, where is the opportunity? It is naturally obvious at a glance. Martial Peak Chapter 2206. Chapter 2206 Return to Origin Array in Bafang. In the depths of the Passing of Time Temple, in a certain place, many powerful people gather. This is the deepest part of the temple. Those who are eligible to come here are the powerhouse of the cream of the crop in the South Territory Principal Source Stage. Lan Xun, Xiao Chen, Liu Yuan, Kong Ji, Murong Xiao Xiao, Gong Wenshan, Bian Yuqing, all listed. Among the seven, except Lan Xun is Principal Source 1 layer and Gong Wenshan is Principal Source 2 layer. The others are all at the cultivation level of Principal Source 3 layer. Lan Xun, needless to say, as the pearl in the palm of the bright moon Great Emperor, with a special physique, he can't be considered as a cultivation level. He is definitely qualified to set foot here. The same is true for Gong Wenshan. Although his cultivation level is one layer lower than most of the people present, as a formation grandmaster, his methods are weird and he cannot be judged by his cultivation level. It is not surprising that he can come here. At this moment, except for Xiao Chen, who has been guarding Lan Xun's side and follow closely, the others are searching for their own positions, sitting cross-legged, conserving strength and store up energy, seemingly silently wait for what? Murong Xiao also glances in a certain direction from time to time. Beautiful eyes are full of expressions of worry and waiting. At a certain moment, more than 10 feet away from where everyone was, in a circular gate of light, ripples suddenly appeared, and then, one silhouette slowly emerged from the gate of light. Everyone noticed it, and they all turned their heads to look around. Finally, are they all? Liu Yuan seemed to be waiting and impatient, and couldn't help cold snort. Murong Xiao stood up long, with a smile on his face, walking towards that side, as if to welcome people. Others also showed interest, wanting to see who came. The silhouette slowly settled down, and finally, walked out of the light gate, revealing his true face. Huh? The smile on Murong Xiao's face froze for a moment and looked at the person in astonishment. His expression was extremely complicated, a little disappointed and a little surprised. She didn't expect. The last one to walk out of this light gate turned out to be Yang Kai, not the Xiao Bei she imagined. Others also have different complexions. Kongji's cheeks twitched, and he quickly turned aside his gaze, as if watching Yang Kai more was a tarnish to On's vision. Bian Yuqing burst his lips. Hey, so many people. After Yang Kai walked out of the light gate, he saw the silhouettes of the 7 people in front of him. I can't help but be a little surprised. Why are you staying here? Waiting for you. Bian Yuqing slightly smiled. Sexy bearing and charming temperament authentic. Yang Kai touched his nose and said, don't crack a joke, I don't have such a big face, so trouble everyone here to wait. He thought Bian Yuqing was just joking with On. Who knows? No kidding, we are really waiting for you. Gong Wenshan also stood up this time, looking at Yang Kai stern saying, but say so no, we are not waiting for you, but for the last person to come out of here. Yang Kai frowned, turned his head and looked at all around, finally fixed his eyes on the front, looking thoughtful. It looks like you don't have enough people to crack this restriction. Yes. Gong Wenshan nodded. Who can explain to me, what's the situation now? Yang Kai smiled and looked all around. Gong Wenshan spit on his face and said, I don't want to say such a troublesome thing twice. After finishing talking, he ignored Yang Kai. Murong Xiao squeezed red lips and said, let me do it. Junior brother Yang is here. She waved to Yang Kai. Yang Kai nodded, leaned forward. Murong Xiao immediately explained to him. Listening to her description, Yang Kai knew that at the main entrance of a hall in front of this, a formation called Bafang Return to Origin Array was arranged. This formation is not actually counted. Profound, not very useful, and extremely easy to crack. You only need to gather 8 people and stand in a specific position, and the formation will be self-defeating, without any effort from the martial artist. Of course, if people who are not proficient in formation are here, I am afraid they will not see the profound mystery, but such formation is not a problem in Gong Wenshan's eyes. So, you can only wait here for the arrival of the last person? Yang Kai asked after listening. Yes. Murong Xiao gently nodded, said with a slight smile. Didn't expect junior brother Yang is the last person to come. Yang Kai looked at it. She glanced at her and said in a low voice, don't worry, brother Bai is just a little hurt, and there is no life worry. Murong Xiao hearing this, her eyes lit up and said, Junior brother Yang you seek Xiao senior brother? Yang Kai nodded. Where is he now? Murong Xiao asked nervously. I don't know, maybe it was teleported out, maybe it's still somewhere in this temple. Yang Kai shrugged. Murong Xiao seemed to have thought of something, and covered his mouth and whispered, Junior brother Yang ... Could it be that you want Xiao senior brother? Huh? Yang Kai stunned. Listen to what you mean. Have you been to Dao Altar too? Yes. Murong Xiao replied. I ran into an opponent there. He came here after winning. It seems that everyone's experience is similar. Yang Kai looking thoughtful. If everyone has gone through the time ladder and talks about Dao Altar, then there are only 8 people left at the moment. Then the explanation will make sense. These 2 levels exactly who can pass, and the rest are probably eliminated. Yang Kai, while speaking, turned his head and looked at other people, and suddenly found that some star seals appeared on the backs of these guys. Even Muronk Xiao. It looks like they have a good chance in passing of Time Temple, but they only bought a passing of time fruit when they first arrived at Two Season Mountain. Not at all. Star Seal. Isn't the nonsense done? Just act quickly when you're done. I don't have that many idle time here. Pester and chirp. Luo Yuan urged impatiently. If you don't have to get 8 people to crack the formation, why would Luo Yuan wait here? Already slaughter all sides. Drove out the busy people. Yang Kai glanced at him and didn't say much. He just nodded to Gong Wenshan and said, Elder Brother Gong, I already understand the general situation. What should I do next? Please advise. Gong Wenshan does my part, nodded and said, if this is the case, then everyone will listen to my orders, let you stand wherever you stand, but don't mess around. This all directions return to origin array, although it is easy to crack. If something goes wrong ... Although he didn't finish what he said, no one understood what he meant. Xiao Chen said with a smile. Elder Brother Gong said with a smile, despite the instructions, it concerns everyone. I don't think no one will be ignorant. Inadvertently glanced at Luo Yuan. Very good. Gong Wenshan, hearing this, coldly smiled, and both hands forming seals, suddenly pushed forward. The visible ripples of one layer naked eye spread, and the source strength actually materialized, paved with a seal of heaven and earth not far in front of everyone. Immediately, Gong Wenshan pointed his hand and said, excuse me, this friend will stand up. He was referring to Luo Yuan. Luo Yuan is also fascinating. Without saying a word, he fell into the position specified by Gong Wenshan accurately when he was upright. This lady, please come and leave. He pointed to Bian Yuking again. For no reason makes people a lot older. Bian Yuking pouted, complaining, and fell to the designated place. You are here to redeem. Gong Wenshan pointed to Yang Kai again. Yang Kai nodded, fly to Bian Yuking's side. Next, under the guidance of Gong Wenshan, everyone stood in different positions. In his leisure time, Bian Yuking rushed to Yang Kai and said with a smile, it really didn't expect, you smelly brat can actually come here. What? Look down on me? Yang Kai raised his brows and cold snort said, Protector Bian hasn't seen it before. Really? Bian Yuking was interested. He smiled, and was flattered. I really want to see what you say. There are opportunities. Yang Kai gave her a blank look, and then asked, Senior brother, what about Ku? Isn't it with you? Bian Yuking, hearing this, the expression dimmed. Yang Kai was surprised. It won't be. Bian Yuking sneered. It's not what you think. Ku knows he is not strong enough. Stopped. Oh, that's a pity. Yang Kai sighed. Although the time ladder above has endless dangers, if you can step on it, you can get a lot of benefits. Yang Kai has a deep understanding. Not only him, but the other 7 people who came here. It looks stronger than before, obviously thanks to the time ladder. But what Bian Yuking said, this has confirmed Yang Kai's previous speculation that everyone's opportunities are basically the same, especially the later stage. They all passed the time ladder, and past only Dao Alta can reach this place. 2 people while speaking, everyone has already been in place, only Gong Wenshan. Gong Wenshan stood outside the hexagram seal, carefully checked and confirmed that the positions of the people were correct, and then he floated and fell to the last position. When he was down to earth, he suddenly shouted loudly, don't move, no matter what you feel, no matter what is abnormal, don't use your strength, otherwise take responsibility for the consequences. Seeing that he is so serious, how can everyone not listen to advice? One after another, they held their breath, let themselves enter an ethereal state. Soon there was a buzzing sound. The world's spiritual energy all around seems to be wandering around quickly, triggering some chain reactions. With these movements, the buzzing in the void is getting louder and denser. Finally, accompanied by a strange sound, the sound of something crumbled into everyone's ears. Until this moment, Gong Wenshan, who had been nervous, let out a sigh of relief. He knew that the return to origin formation in all directions was broken. Crack! There was a sound. The door in front of everyone suddenly cracked a gap, and rays of light shot out from it, and then, the door slowly moved to both sides. The gap it also slowly grows larger. When the gap became large enough for one person to pass through, Gong Wenshan suddenly loudly shouted, "Don't move yet." Everyone was shocked. They all had the shape of begin to stir. Paused. But at this moment, Gong Wenshan rushed into the gate like an arrow from a string. Oops, it was counted. Kongji yelled angrily, and hurried to catch up. Marshall Peak Chapter 2207. Chapter 2207. The Five Treasures. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In front of the hall, the silhouette is drowsy, and the remaining 7 people show their methods, rushing forward. As the saying goes, those who get the first chance get a big deal. Gong Wenshan has already rushed in first, and the people behind are distraught. In the blink of an eye, everyone has swarmed into the senior hall, standing in their respective positions, squinting to look forward. In that front, the glow of the sun is brilliant, the spiritual energy is surging, and there seems to be a treasure of life, buried for tens of thousands of years, waiting for the arrival of the new owner. Hong Long Long. Just after everyone came in, the door slowly closed again, making a muffled sound. Everyone was slightly startled, but they quickly reduced their minds and stopped paying attention. Instead, they raised their eyes and swept all around the hall to check the situation. As you can see, at the far right of the main hall, there is a circular light gate. In the light gate, the rings of light are disillusioned. Space Force having ups and downs. Wherever one looks, it makes people feel depressed. And 30 Jang in front of everyone, there is a high stage. High stage above, several things of different shapes are in full bloom. This is, after seeing a few things on the high stage, everyone was shocked and greedy. There are not many things. Only 5. A black lacquered oval shield with dragon and phoenix carved on the surface of the shield. There are constantly complicated and mysterious rune faintly discernible, which is extremely mysterious. 1 drop cherry size, it looks like something like a drop of water. A group of 7 colors light radiating out, a strange existence like a stream of water. A grain that looks like a spirit pill but not a medicine pill. A circular bead the size of a dragon eye, showing a fiery red color. A total of 5 treasures. All of them are placed on the high stage above, and every baby is shrouded by the semicircular light barrier visible by the one layer naked eye, which looks like an invisible bowl buckled on the high stage. Everyone's eyes swept over the 5 treasures one after another, and finally fixed in another semicircular light barrier. Here ... It seems that there was a treasure originally, but I don't know why it is missing up. In other words, this high stage above originally had 6 treasures, but at this moment, only 5 are left. Strangely, I don't know who gave the early bird catches to the other one. The worm is taken away. Gudong. Kongji swallowed, staring at the dark oval shield, and said grimly, could it be that this is a fake Emperor treasure? I actually felt a trace of the power of the Emperor prestige. Everyone is dumbstruck, wondering if this kind of treasure actually appeared in the depths of the Passing of Time Temple. For a moment, everyone looked enthusiastic, staring excitedly at the 5 treasures on the high stage, so excited that it was difficult to hold on to themselves. Although it is itchy, no one dares to change, because everyone is clear in their hearts. There are 8 people here, but there are only 5 treasures, which is not enough. If someone dares to act blindly without thinking, they are very likely to be regarded as hostile targets by others. When the time comes, 2 punches are hard to beat 4 hands, and it is very likely to be directly out. Strong such as Liu Yuan, also suppressed the beginning to stir in my heart. Continuously looking at other people's expression changes. Your Highness Princess, you are experienced and knowledgeable, do you recognize what these all are? Gong Wenshan suddenly looks at Lan Xun asked. Lan Xun's beautiful eyes glowed with brilliance. Hearing this smiled, and said, I recognize a few. Please also enlighten your Highness Princess. Gong Wenshan said sincerely. Lan Xun's head lightly nodded, pointing to the dark oval shield and said, Elder brother Kong is right. This one is probably a fake Emperor treasure. What is the pseudo-Emperor treasure? Yang Kai asked without knowing it. As soon as this statement came out, everyone cast a weird expression at him. They seemed to think that this kind of common sense problem was not even known, and it was a little unimaginable. Bayan Yu King understands that Yang Kai is indeed unknown and inexperienced. After all, it is a martial artist from the low-level star territory, so he kindly explained to him, Emperor treasure is not refined. You should know this kind of thing. Yang Kai slightly nodded. The birth of Emperor treasure requires martial artists years of sacrifice and warm and nourish. Only when the martial artist himself is promoted to the Emperor senior stage, he condenses the secret treasure with imperial will and instills his own right to heavenly law martial. Those insights can lead to the birth of Emperor treasure. Some Emperor senior stages did not succeed as they wished when they sacrificed their own secret treasure. They failed due to various reasons, but the secret treasure's power did not lose. Improve. The secret treasure born under this situation is a pseudo-Emperor treasure. It surpasses the principal source grade secret treasure level, but it does not reach the Emperor treasure level. It is a semi-finished product. Bayan Yu King said softly. The expression is solemn. Good pseudo-Emperor treasure is not worse than the normal Emperor treasure, but some pseudo-Emperor treasures are just a little bit better than principal source grade. So that's how it is. Yang Kai looked clear. Bayan Yu King said again, but this is a defensive secret treasure. Even if it is a fake Emperor treasure, it is absolutely rare. The value is so great that it is far from the principal source grade high rank secret treasure above. If you get this shield, I'm afraid that no one under the Emperor senior stage can break the defense. This is really a good thing. Yang Kai echoed, looking at the shield. It's a lot hotter. Although he has a lot of Emperor treasure in his hand, he does not have a defense type. If he can grab this shield, he can make up for his own shortcomings. When encountering a strong enemy, at least it can resist for a while. His Royal Highness, please continue. Kongji glared at Yang Kai from the side, seeming to blame his ignorance for interfering with Lan Xun's explanation. Lan Xun didn't care, slightly smiled, pointing at something the size of a drop of cherries, like a drop of water, and said, if I read it right, this should be legendary supreme divine water. Hiss. A cold breath sounded. Everyone was shocked. Sure enough, it is supreme divine water. Gong Wenshan expression twinkling. He seemed to have guessed but was not sure, but after listening to Lan Xun's words, he immediately recognized the same. Murong Xiao was surprised. Is that the supreme divine water that allows spirit medicine to grow rapidly with one drop? Yes. Lan Xun smiled and nodded, neither knowing whether to take care of Yang Kai or what. She explained slowly, supreme divine water, as long as one drop, any kind of spirit medicine can grow to a millennium or even 10,000 years in a very short time, and this time, it's just a month. Yang Kai swallowed his saliva and asked, His Royal Highness means, if this thing is dropped on a spirit grass wonderful medicine, then spirit can medicine reach 10,000 years of medicine in a month's time? That's it. Lan Xun nodded and said calmly, although supreme divine water is not among the three great divine waters, its efficacy and effect are sometimes more precious than three great divine waters. I also saw a few drops of supreme divine water when I was young, so I recognize it. If someone else said I saw supreme divine water, I'm afraid everyone will still be skeptical, but if this is said from Lan Xun, it is different. Her status and birth, will not say this kind of lie. She said she has seen it, then she has actually seen it. Yang Kai's heart suddenly heated up. In the medicine garden in his mysterious small boundary, there are that many heavy earth, which only makes spirit medicine grow 100 times faster. In other words, only one spirit medicine can grow in 1 year, to the extent of a century of medicine. But this supreme divine water actually only takes 1 month to make spirit medicine reach 10,000 years of medicine. The gap in this is simply unreasonable. If the gold and silver Wu-color tree absorbs this 1 drop supreme divine water, it is called Kangklan. The different trees in China have more strength of seal for thousands of years. With that many strength of seal, He can lift the belly seal anytime and anywhere, and fight against powerful enemies without worries. At that time, he only needs to use the power of the blue tree to reseal the demon chi and demon thought. Supreme Divine Water is the source of myriad water, and its role is not only that. If it is absorbed by a martial artist called practice water attribute cultivation technique or water attribute physique, the benefits are incalculable, and you can also refine water attribute secret treasure, and the magic is endless. Lan Xun's explanation continued. Gong Wenshan exhaled slowly, holds the fist saying, I have been taught. Many thanks Princess. HMPH, Your Royal Highness Princess kindly explained this to you. You wait, don't say anything about the meeting. Xiao Chen cold snort at the side. Everyone is not like him. Lan Xun points to the treasure that emits 7 colors light, which is like water flowing, and said, I don't need to say more about this thing. Could it be that you don't recognize it? Kongja twitched, and roughly said, this could it be that is Emperor Charm? It is definitely Emperor Charm, no doubt. Gong Wenshan seemed to see it too, said solemnly. Lan Xun slightly smiled and said, yes, this is the Emperor Charm. If you have it, you can integrate it with the secret treasure, which is closely related to you. Over time, it is very possible that an emperor will be born. Come on, treasure. Emperor Charm is the key to the birth of Emperor Treasure. It is condensed from the Emperor Senior Stage Powerhouse and integrated into the secret treasure. If it succeeds, it becomes the Emperor Treasure. If it fails, or secret treasure is damaged or becomes a fake Emperor Treasure. When the General Emperor Senior Stage condenses the Emperor Treasure, it directly pours its own Emperor Charm into the secret treasure. The Emperor Charm contains the essence, chi, and spirit of the Emperor Senior Stage Powerhouse. Very rare. And such a group of Emperor Charm that can be presented outside is not what the ordinary Emperor Senior Stage can condense. It is better than the father of Xiao Chen, and Silver Star Envoy Xiao Yueyang does not have this ability. Only Emperor Senior 3-layer Powerhouse can do this level. And gathering a group of Emperor Charm is also a great loss to the Emperor Senior Stage Powerhouse. At least it will take hundreds of years of hard work to make up for it. Therefore, under normal circumstances, the Emperor Senior 3-layer Powerhouse will not condense the Emperor Charm and place it outside. And this Passing of Time Temple has a copy. There is a fundamental difference between this thing and the Pitch Black Shield. The Pitch Black Shield has already taken shape. It is a pseudo-Emperor Treasure, and there is no possibility of being promoted to Emperor Treasure. But this group of Emperor Charm represents infinite possibilities. But it requires time and effort. It is really bad to say which one is more valuable between the two. If you like the ready-made one, you will naturally choose the Dark Shield. After all, it is a defensive secret treasure, and its value and preciousness need not be said. If you have the ambition to tempering the Emperor Treasure that belongs to own, then you will undoubtedly fall in love with that group of Emperor Charm. Martial Peak Chapter 2208 Chapter 2208, Take 1 first. This is. Lan Xun turned his gaze to the fourth treasure, which looked like a spirit pill, but not a spirit pill. It looked very strange. Lan Xun's eyebrows slightly wrinkled, as if she was a little at a loss, but soon, she got an expression and exclaimed, Emperor Absolute Pill. What? Liu Yuan, who has not spoken all the time, suddenly exclaimed, Emperor Absolute Pill. Are you sure that owner read it right? As soon as this statement came out, Xiao Chen couldn't help cold snort. Pay attention to your words. The one in front of you is your Royal Highness Princess. Liu Yuan turned his head and glanced at him. The eyes of the two people touched each other, and the flames were everywhere. Lan Xun pursed his lips and said, this should be the Emperor Absolute Pill. That's right. If elder brother Luo doesn't believe it, he will break the restriction and take it out. We'll know when you see it. I didn't believe it. Luo Yuan hummed, it's just ... Didn't expect that this treasure will also appear here, that's all. Lan Xun nodded, I also didn't expect. Emperor Absolute Pill. I have never seen it either. I just heard my father talk about it several times, so I didn't recognize it for a while. But The Emperor Absolute Pill is all sealed with the Emperor Senior Stage Powerhouse. If you can get this thing, it's tantamount to having a trump card. Listening to her, Yankai immediately understood what mystery this Emperor Absolute Pill contains and what it contains mysterious. This thing turned out to be a full-strength attack that sealed the existence of an Emperor Senior Stage Powerhouse. The beauty is similar to the Star Emperor token he obtained in his hometown Star Territory. In the Star Emperor token, there is also a divine ability that seals the Starry Sky Great Emperor. Everyone here is a martial artist at the principal source stage level. If you can own this Emperor Absolute Pill, who is your opponent at the same level, even if you encounter the Emperor Senior Stage, it is not without a fight. As Lan Xun said, this thing can indeed be regarded as a trump card, and it is the one that has the final say. Martial artist experience. Who hasn't experienced a few moments of life and death? At this critical moment, Emperor Absolute Pill is undoubtedly the best trump card. Everyone's breathing became rapid again, and their faces were hot. The last thing. Lan Xun frowned again, looking at the size of Dragon Eye, fire red. After a long while, he slowly shook his head and said, "Forgive me for being ignored and inexperienced. I don't recognize it." What impression do you guys have? Even characters like Lan Xun don't recognize the fire red beads. Not to mention other people naturally, they all shook their heads, saying that they had never seen this thing. Lan Xun slightly smiled and said, "No matter what this is, since it is placed here with other things, it is probably extraordinary." Targetless. Among the 5 things placed on the high stage, 1 is a defense against Pseudo-Emperor Treasure, 1 drop Supreme Divine Water, 1 is Emperor Charm, and 1 is Emperor Absolute Pill, which is not priceless, which is not a near-extinct treasure. In terms of value alone, it's really hard to say which is higher and lower. It doesn't make sense that the 5th thing is useless. This fire red bead, at the very least, is the same as other treasures at level 1, but no one knows what it does, that's all. Actually, Lan Xun's beautiful eyes blurred, his gaze fixed on the center of the high stage, where there was an empty light barrier restriction with nothing inside. I care more. Here. What was there originally? What does your Royal Highness words mean? Kongji asked. Lan Xun said, within this restriction, there is still a strong Emperor prestige power. If I guessed right, there should have been an Emperor treasure here. Emperor treasure? Really? No way. Everyone in the room has seen winds and waves, and I was surprised that Emperor treasure was exactly what I could get. And I couldn't help exclaiming, "It can't be wrong." Lan Xun said with a certain tone, and not long ago, this Emperor treasure was still here, but I don't know why it suddenly disappeared, or else the power of the Emperor prestige remains. Impossible, so clear. Someone was here before us? The Gong Wenshan complexion sank. Damn it, who caught the early bird catches the worm. Kongji also scolded angrily. Lan Xun shook his head and said, it shouldn't be this kind of. If someone catches the worm before us, why only take 1 treasure? The rest are also rare treasures. It doesn't make sense to let it go. Even more. How? This restriction has not been damaged. What's the situation then? Kongji was confused. I don't know either. Lan Xun smiled helplessly. While several people were talking, Yankai flashed the Phoenix Pink Cloud's dress involuntarily in his mind, recalling the appearance when Zhang Yuoxi was wearing the Phoenix Pink Cloud's dress before Emperor Prestige, and then feel the remaining aura on the high stage. Yankai immediately coughed and said, whether there was an Emperor treasure here, but now that it is missing, it means that I am not waiting, or just talk about it. How should I distribute the rest? As soon as he said this, the atmosphere that was still a little harmonious suddenly rose with swords drawn and bows bent, and everyone present secretly urged source strength. Without a trace, he opened the distance from other people. His eyes were alert and solemn. There are 5 treasures, but there are 8 people. Obviously this cannot be evenly distributed, and someone will definitely get nothing. They are all heaven's chosen child. They are all powerful people. No one wants to return empty-handed. Everyone, this Xiao has a proposal. I don't know if you would like to listen." Xiao Chen suddenly opened the mouth and said with a smile, "Kongji doesn't know what moth he is going to give out, but since he has spoken, it is not easy to hinder him, so he can only follow the words and say, 'Brother Xiao has any good ideas? Let's listen.'" Others are also looking at him. When Xiao Chen saw this, he smiled heartily, and said, "In this South Territory, I respect my Star Soul Palace, and I am a talented person. His Royal Highness Princess has not hesitated to give you advice and share a lot of information for you. Benevolence, righteousness and selflessness, could it be that? Don't you say it?" When he said this, everyone suddenly had a not so good feeling. Sure enough, Xiao Chen continued, "This Xiao feels that with the status of his Royal Highness Princess, what do you think?" Everyone immediately gave Xiao Chen to scolded a bloody head. It's just that in front of Lang Xun, it's not easy to have, that's all. All of them are gloomy face, and they don't answer. Originally, things were simply not enough points, and now this guy even suggested that Lang Xun take one away first. This is simply a like behavior and is shameless. Instead of saying this kind of words by other people, I am afraid that I will be drowned by the spit star. But when Xiao Chen pulls Lang Xun out, no one dares to impudent. Lang Xun's status is placed there. Who dares to have any opinion on her? Do you want to mix in South Territory in the future? As strong as Liu Yuan, he is also full of gloom at the moment, without saying a word. Don't look back when he faces Wu Chang, but he also knows that some people in this world can't defend at all, and Lang Xun is one of them. What? Do you think this Xiao's proposal is inappropriate? Xiao Chen pulled the tiger skin as a banner. Seeing everyone did not say anything, Cold Snort said, "You look down on my Star Soul Palace." The big hat is buttoned down, and Kongji immediately looks at Xiao Chen with a look that "I have tainted your old lady." He has already greeted his ancestor 18 generations in his stomach. This Murong Xiao kind-hearted, seeing the atmosphere so embarrassing, after saying a word, he didn't know how to alleviate the atmosphere. His face flushed in anxiousness. The others were silent and made no statement. Yang Kai observes words and looks and sees Lang Xun and Dai eyebrows slightly wrinkled, which seems to be a little unpleasant, knowing that this is by no means she has negotiated with Xiao Chen. But the latter is arbitrary, secretly nodded. His impression of Lang Xun is still good. If Lang Xun really wants to take advantage of the Great Emperor and Star Soul Palace's prestige to forcibly acquire treasure, I am afraid that everyone does not know anything about it. But then, Lang Xun, I'm afraid that the image of the company will plummet. Furthermore, these things on high stage are of course extremely precious. With Lang Xun's identity, they may not really be in sight. The Dark Shield is nothing but tasteless to her, because she herself has a defense emperor treasure from the Great Emperor. Supreme Divine Water is useless for her. There are many spirit grass wonderful medicines in Star Soul Palace. There are countless kinds of medicine ages. Why do you need Supreme Divine Water to ripen? As for Emperor Charm, she is only principal source one layer now, and it is useless to use it. And that Emperor Absolute Pill, if she really wants to, she just has to act like a baby with the Bright Moon Great Emperor. The Great Emperor will definitely refine a few for her. Anyway, the Great Emperor has profound skills and is not afraid of the exhaustion of his skills for hundreds of years. In the dignified atmosphere, Lang Xun suddenly pursed his lips and said, "Since you have no objections, then I and Xiao Chen big brother will take one first." Gong Wenshan, hearing this, raised his brows, as if he heard a faint voice, looked at Lang Xun stunnedly, but soon, that stunned became relieved, slightly smiled. After a frown, Kongji also understood the meaning of Lang Xun's words, smiled and nodded. His Royal Highness wants to take one first. Kongmu naturally has no opinion. "I have no objection," Bian Yu King said immediately. Everyone present is human spirits. Although Lang Xun's meaning is similar to Xiao Chen's, the intentions of the two are completely different. "Why can't I hear them? Where are you?" Lang Xun turned to look at Liu Yuan and the others. His Royal Highness is self-confident. Liu can't believe others, but Princess can still believe it. Lan Xun nodded gently. Many thanks elder brother Luo for giving this thin noodle. Luo Yuan has expressed his views, and the remaining Yang Kai and Murong Xiao have any comments. When everyone nodded and agreed, Xiao Chen was anxious and said with red eyes, His Royal Highness Princess. The smile on Lan Xun's face closed. Coldly looking at him, he said, Xiao Chen big brother, since everyone has no opinion, I will trouble you to take a trip, it will belong to us. At this point, her beautiful eyes are flowing, looked towards high stage, casually pointed and said, Pseudo-Emperor treasure, get it back. 5 treasures, the value of which is really not good. Because everyone's needs are different, these 5 things have different functions. For Lan Xun, among the 5 things, the least valuable is the shield Pseudo-Emperor treasure, because this thing is completely useless to her. Even the fire red bead that I don't know is a wonderful item, which has a little effect on her. But she still chose the Pseudo-Emperor treasure. Martial Peak Chapter 2209 Chapter 2209 Robbing. Lan Xun's choice undoubtedly released a different kind of signal. Although she does not want to overpower others, she does not want to be empty-handed. Back, regardless of whether those things are useful or not for her, she has got here with the ability of own. And she should have a trophy belonging to her, and she and Xiao Chen are absolutely qualified to snatch at least one with the strength of her and Xiao Chen. But she didn't want to really have any conflict with other people, fighting for a little useless thing, so she chose a random meaning. In this way, there is an explanation for the owner and others. Your Highness Princess, Xiao Chen shouted in a low voice, as if he wanted to persuade something. Lan Xun's face was indifferent, calmly said, Xiao Chen big brother, do you want me to take it? When she met her gaze, Xiao Chen's heart sank, realizing that if phone is hopelessly muddled again, I am afraid that Lan Xun will really be upset. Immediately clenched the teeth, squeezed out a smile, and said, His Royal Highness Princess waits a moment, I will come when I go. He is while speaking, and he has jumped into the high stage. Some people play forwards and work hard to test whether there is any danger on the high stage. The others are naturally stared wide-eyed to observe. Fortunately, there are really no traps and dangers on high stage except for the restriction that covers different treasures. Xiao Chen stood in front of the Pseudo-Emperor treasure shield. Although there was a trace of unwillingness on his face, he could still only take out his own long sword, urge source strength, and buckle towards the high stage. Cut off the upper semicircular restriction. His attack, even if he didn't use his full strength, he used at least half of his power, and he shot with anger. The formidable power is naturally not ordinary. But see, the rays of light flashed on the long sword, and the ground fell fiercely on the light barrier above. But the light barrier is actually extremely strong, but it was slightly dented by the huge force and slash, and it bounced back directly, unscathed. Oh, seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. While feeling the strength of this restriction, they were also calculating in their hearts how much power would be needed to break the restriction and snatch the treasure. While Xiao Chen was unable to do anything with his sword, it seemed that he could not hold his face. When the long sword was collected and shaken, he slowly chanted, Myin, the fragrance of the snow, come. Sword out. Plum blossoms. A very powerful killing strike was put on display at this moment, and it was actually poetic and magnificent. A misty scent drifted, lingering on the noses of everyone, and the plum blossoms suddenly turned into countless dazzling lights, and violent strikes were on the light barrier above. Severe vibrations spread, light barrier above, rays of light flashed wildly. Although the color continues to dim, there is still no sign of cracking. Xiao Chen complexion is angry, and the long sword turns again, and another trick suddenly appears. Slanting Moon Imperial Grinding Mirror Chang Tan. Another pleasing sword technique. When it came out, the violent power continued to strikes the light barrier continuously. Kaka. The light barrier above finally cracked. Xiao Chen saw this situation, fiercely to urge source strength. A sword stabs forward. There was a loud crash bang, and the restriction was completely broken. Xiao Chen grabbed the fake emperor treasure shield in his hand, leapt and fell to Lang Xun coolly, saying, "Your Royal Highness, things are in hand." Lang Xun was slightly nodded, not at all to look at the pseudo-emperor treasure shield, but smiled at the others and said, "That Lang Xun is here. Farewell, everyone. Good luck." After that, she turned and walked towards the light gate that stood on the right side of the hall. Even though Xiao Chen was full of unwillingness, he had to follow Lang Xun behind him. Before leaving, he glared fiercely at the others, as if saying that you are lucky this time. In a short while, the two people of Star Soul Palace disappeared in the light gate together, and disappeared. His Royal Highness is still very good. After a while of silence, Kongji suddenly opened the mouth and said, "Yes." Gong Wenshan echoed nodded, "Is the daughter of the great emperor, her heart is very comparable." So Gong is blushed with shame. "You really should be blushed with shame." Kongji looked at him with a grimace. At this moment, there was a burst of giggles. Bian Yuking beautiful eyes looked at all around and said, "His Royal Highness and the entourage are gone, but the rest of them, the rest? Seems to be not enough." High stage above, there were 5 treasures. But now the fake emperor treasure shield has been taken away, only 4 pieces are left, but people still there are 6. "I want to take one first," Luo Yuan suddenly said solemnly. Gong Wenshan cast his gaze over, and said, "Why?" Kongji also said, "If you want to win the treasure, naturally it is by virtue of strength. His Royal Highness Princess takes away one. I don't have any opinion on the piece, but if you want to take one first, I have a big opinion." The 8 Square sect from Luo Yuan is only a medium sect in the entire South Territory. Kongji was born in the 7 Bright Chamber of Commerce, and the backer is different. How can Kongji be afraid of him here? Luo Yuan smiled proudly, his eyes swept across the crowd coldly, and said, "Whoever doesn't accept it, you can come and try." A trace of gloomy appeared on Kongji's face. The color of an cold, slowly nodded and said, "This friend's attitude makes Kong a bit unhappy. Kong wants to learn from his friend's brilliant skills. I don't know." Asshole. What are you doing?" Kongji hadn't finished speaking. Suddenly the complexion greatly changed. I couldn't help but screamed. The next moment, everyone is angry. Because of the time when a few people were chatting, Yang Kai had already shaken his figure and went straight to the high stage above, reaching out and patted one of the restriction light barriers. "So courageous. How dare you do this?" Luo Yuan shouted loudly, also rushing out with force with his feet. When other people saw this, there was no hesitation, and they all used their skills to chase them out, lest they slow down others. But when Lang Xun asked Xiao Chen to take the pseudo-emperor treasure shield, everyone had already figured out what kind of treasure should be robbed. After all, the remaining 4 treasures have nothing common with each other. People's preferences are also different. So this time the 6 people rushed to the high stage above, and the selected targets were also completely different. Yang Kai's goal is the fire red bead that even Lang Xun can't recognize and does not know the purpose. He chose this not because of recognition, but because of what Zhang Ruoxi said before. She told Yang Kai and Winged Tiger said that if there is a chance to enter the last place, she must choose the most useless thing. Among the remaining 4 treasures, whether it is Emperor Charm, Emperor Absolute Pill or Supreme Divine Water, they are all useful treasures, but the fire red beads, because no one recognizes them, so it looks most useless. Winged Tiger is a holy spirit, and he also gave Zhang Ruoxi a phoenix pink cloud dress. There is no reason to say this to cheat him. So Yang Kai's goal is this fire red bead from beginning to end. And his choice, deliberately or unintentionally, avoids other people. Anyone is interested in this bead, although I think it is absolutely out of the ordinary, but before knowing the specific effect, he rushed to grab this thing. I am afraid that some of the gains outweigh the losses. What if it is useless? So the remaining 5 people are targeting the other 3 treasures above. Among them, Liu Yuan and Kongji focusing on the Emperor Absolute Pill. Two people's thinking is very simple. The Emperor Absolute Pill seals the full strength attack of the Emperor Senior Stage Powerhouse and is the strongest trump card. With it, you have the capital to save your life. As long as you live, there is hope for everything. Bian Yuqing and Gong Wenshan chose the Emperor Charm. This thing is the source of the Emperor Treasure, and its value is so great that it is incalculable. Murong Xiaoxiao wanted to snatch the Emperor Absolute Pill, but when he saw that Liu Yuan's goal was the same as his own, he could not help but clenched the teeth, and immediately changed his direction and rushed to the supreme divine water that no one paid attention to. Crack the restriction directly by hand. Xiao Bei once told her that when she is alone, she should never have any conflict with Liu Yuan, because this person is very dangerous, and Xiao Bei cannot be sure of winning him. Murong Xiaoxiao is very obedient and will not go against Xiao Bei's instructions. The 6 people were immediately divided into several areas, except for Yang Kai and Murong Xiaoxiao who were cracking the restriction on their own. The remaining 4 were fighting in pairs. Among them, the battle between Kongji and Liu Yuan is particularly fierce. Neither of the 2 people is willing to back down. While using their own means to break the restriction, they are also constantly dismantling and engaging in the high stage above. Yui and Miasma, spiritual energy sprint away. As for Bian Yuqing and Gong Wenshan 2 people, it should be said that Gong Wenshan deserves to be everyone in formation. After he landed on the high stage, he directly took out a formation plate, then the formation plate turned into ripples and spread out, turned into smoke, directly wrapping the place where he was, and even Bian Yuqing fell into it. No one can see the scene, but falling into the opponent's formation plate, Yang Kai estimates that Bian Yuqing is probably powerless, and can only silently regret her in the heart. The scene where Xiao Chen cracked the restriction is vivid. Everyone knows that this restriction light barrier is tenacious and can be cracked at will. At this moment, it is natural to spare no effort. Yang Kai directly used the dragon transformation secret technique to stimulate the 5 elements indestructible sword Qi, and the dragon claw, and fiercely smashed towards the restriction light barrier. Without interference, he tried 5 times before breaking the restriction. When the light barrier broke, Yang Kai took out the fire-red beads and threw them into the space ring. He turned his head and saw that Liu Yuan and Kongji, 2 people neither giving way to the other, handed each other, were competing against the restriction of the Emperor Absolute Pill, source strength. The other of 2 people am not idle, using different methods to crack the restriction. The rays of light in the restriction fade at the speed that the naked eye can see, as if it is about to break open. Beside the 2 people, Bian Yuqing and Gong Wenshan disappeared in smoke, and even no sound was heard. On the outermost side, Murong Xiaoxiao anxiously urged On's secret treasure Yutanhuan, continuously strikes the light barrier restriction of supreme divine water. Although she has tried her best, but if she wants to crack it, she still needs a few breaths at least. Seeing this, Yang Kai shook his figure and came directly to Murong Xiaoxiao. Junior brother Yang. Murong Xiaoxiao pressed his red lips lightly, and shouted with a complicated expression. Yang Kai didn't answer. Dragon Claw was wrapped with 5 elements indestructible sword Qi, and with Murong Xiaoxiao's feather ring, fiercely shot towards the light barrier. With the power of 2 people, the restriction broke. Yang Kai has quick eyes and quick hands. He directly took out a jade bottle, installed the 1-drop supreme divine water, and threw it to Murong Xiaoxiao, loudly shouts, saying, "Go!" Martial Peak Chapter 2210 Chapter 2210 Freedom. Yang Kai is not someone who is not satisfied. At this moment, he has grabbed a treasure and helped Murong Xiaoxiao get supreme divine water. Naturally, it is better to go first. Murong Xiaoxiao, hearing this, and no objection, immediately held the jade bottle in the palm, took the feather ring, followed Yang Kai behind, 2 people one after the other, and went straight there in the light door, disappeared. At the same time when the 2 people left, high stage above, Accompanied by Luo Yuan's stern shout, the surging source strength Li Ben rushed away, under the great change of Kongji complexion, criticized out in surprise, "You!" When the words fell, his mouth was bleeding, and he flew out. When he landed, his face was shocked. He didn't expect at all. The strength of Luo Yuan was as powerful as his realm. The cultivation level of the same principal source 3-layer, at the last moment of the source strength competition, he was able to directly hit his own. Kongji is also Heaven's chosen child, and the number one person who is the rising star of 7 Bright Chamber of Commerce. Compared with Luo Yuan, two people are superior to each other. HMPH. Overestimate one's capabilities. After Luo Yuan vibrated Kongji, he didn't mean to chase down the killer. Instead, he slapped the restriction light barrier with a palm and smashed it to pieces, and easily collected it. Go away, the Emperor Absolute pill that sealed the Emperor Senior Stage Powerhouse full strength attack. After that, he cast his gaze on the smoke-filled place, loudly shout out, and rushed fiercely. But at this moment, the billowing smoke sprang to the sides of its own accord, and when Luo Yuan rushed to it, the dense fog burst like an illusory bubble and disappeared. Only Bian Yuqing was there, looking around blankly, gnashing teeth. One silhouette ghost-like flashed past, rushed to the light gate, and quickly got in, disappeared. Emperor Charm. Despite speculation, Luo Yuan gave Bian Yuqing a deep voice. Bian Yuqing said with an aggrieved look, "I don't know. I am trapped in the smoke, I can't see anything." Waste. Luo Yuan cursed, chasing the silhouette and disappearing into the gate of light. As expected, the silhouette should be Gong Wenshan. Undoubtedly, he must have taken Emperor Charm and ran away. What am I going to do? Bian Yuqing was aggrieved. In the blink of an eye, only Kongji with a pale face and bleeding mouth and Bian Yuqing, two people with a lost face, were left in this hall. The latter looked at the former, pursed his lips, and said, "This little brother." Kongji glanced at her and smiled miserably. "Don't shout like this, intimacy. I didn't get anything. It's useless to be tempted on me." Bian Yuqing pouted angrily, "A bunch of beasts are angry with my old lady." In a rare treasure competition, apart from Lang Xun and Xiao Chen who left the field at the beginning, she and Kongji, two people, were the only ones who got nothing. The rest of the people divided the other treasures equally, which naturally allowed Bian Yuqing was very upset. In terms of cultivation level, she is not the lowest among all people. In terms of strength, she does not think that Own will be the bottom, but the end result is that Own returns empty-handed. Faced with such an opportunity, she naturally cannot accept it. Somewhere outside the Passing of Time Temple, rays of light flashed by, and Yang Kai and Murong Xiao, two people, appeared at the same time. Yang Kai immediately released Spiritual Mind, inspected all around, and confirmed that there was no danger. Then it was relaxed. Other people not at all showed signs of being in the vicinity, and I don't know if they were teleported to other places. But the light gate is indeed the passage to leave the Passing of Time Temple. No doubt. After waiting for a while, no one else was seen. Yang Kai immediately understood that unless they pass through the light gate at the same time, they should appear in different positions. He turned his head and glanced at Murong Xiao. The latter was looking at him gratefully. Only Yang Kai helped her get Supreme Divine Water at the last moment and didn't take the opportunity to snatch it. It was enough to make Murong Xiao grateful. It's done. At that time, Yang Kai can take the opportunity to start, and he definitely has the opportunity to occupy Supreme Divine Water. Murong Xiao opened his mouth, and when he was about to say something and so on, mutation suddenly emerged. In the sky, there was a thunderous buzzing sound. The sound was so loud that it spread all over the fields, and the martial artists within 100 miles of it were all clearly heard. At the same time as the sound came out, the Passing of Time Temple floating in the sky actually emitted dazzling divine light, which made people unable to open their eyes. The astonishing coercion spread from there, pervading the four poles. Hong long long. The noise continued. Junior brother Yang. Murong Xiao complexion shouted solemnly. Yang Kai did not answer, but squinted his eyes to observe the past. After a long time, he sighed, "This temple seems to be hidden again. I don't know what kind of thing is needed next time. Opportunity, let alone the year and month to wait." As he said, after the dazzling rays of light dissipated, the passing of time temple in the sky ceased to exist, just like it appeared strangely, and it fell silent in the void again. In the place where the temple was originally located, there was a black spot standing there. "This is..." Yang Kai stared intently and couldn't help but narrow his eyes. But in the sky, a strange beast appeared out of nowhere. The beast was full of flames. It was so tall, like a tiger and a cow, like a flame poured out, with a red unicorn on its front and twins on its back. Wings, body and scales, majestic. It sprays a flame like aura from its nostrils, melting the void. Wherever its four legs step on, the flame burns. And space distortion. Winged tiger! Yang Kai exclaimed in shock. Murong Xiao did not stop, her small hands covering her red lips, and her beautiful eyes trembled violently. Born from Azure Sun Temple and elite disciple in sect, she naturally heard the name Winged Tiger. These two simple words represent the wickedness, the endless killing, and the eternal despair. Even in the ancient times, the Holy Spirit Winged Tiger is also a notorious and fierce beast. Countless people have died in its flames. Few powerhouses can produce resistance in front of it. At this moment, it just stands quietly in the void, but the brutal and fierce aura is like a deadly poison chi, making the creatures within 100 miles unable to breathe and trembling. Within 100 miles, every martial artist who feels this ferocious coercion will sink his body, like a 10,000 high mountain pressing on his shoulder above, giving birth to death in his heart for no reason. The feeling of coming roar. The roar of Winged Tiger roar towards the sky. The sound contains extremely complex emotions, like joy, seemingly excited but also sentimentally at a loss. Immediately, it squinted, looking around, flame-burning pupils fixed on the void somewhere, stretched out a claw, pierced the void, and got in and disappeared. Outside Four Seasons Land, the nameless mountain valley. The spiritual energy is no longer here, and it is extremely depressed. Only in the middle of the sky, a huge oval light gate still exists. The many martial artists who originally gathered here also flooded into Four Seasons Land a few days ago. At this time, only a few Emperor Senior Stage led the team. Powerhouses: Silver Star Envoy Xiao Yuanyang of Star Soul Palace, Gao Xuting of Azure Sun Temple, Chen Wenhao of Heavenly Martial Holy Land, Feng Ming of Plain Palace, Seven Bright Chamber of Commerce Zheng Yuan, Violet Source Chamber of Commerce Lu Kai. These powerhouses stay here, on the one hand to observe the changes in the entrance of Four Seasons Land, so as to avoid irreparable accidents. On the other hand, they are also waiting for their elite disciple to return. Since those principal source stage powerhouses entered Four Seasons Land, these Emperor Senior Stages have searched for their own locations, meditated and rested. For them this kind of powerhouse, waiting for 33 days is not a big deal. Maybe it's just to comprehend the mystery of cultivation technique, or maybe it's just a little sacrifice of Emperor treasure. 3 days passed, so no one felt boring at all. Suddenly, Xiao Yuanyang opened his eyes seemingly, and a pair of eyes showed a dazed color. Soon, this dazedness turned into shock and horror. The next moment, all the Emperor Senior Stages have grown up, stared wide-eyed, looking in the same direction. There, void suddenly cracked a gap. As soon as the gap appeared, it collapsed directly into a big gap. From that gap, a terrifying coercion that made everyone present trembling in fear came up and down. Just under the public gaze, a fire red, an alien beast that burns like a flame slowly walks out of it. Ha ha ha. This uncle, finally free. As soon as the strange beast you appeared, he suddenly spoke human's words and laughed wildly, just like a prisoner who had been held for countless years and escaped. Holy Spirit. Winged Tiger. After observing the strange beast for a while, Xiao Yuanyang couldn't help but cried out in exclamation. and suddenly moved with source strength. The other Emperor Senior stages also sank the complexion, and without any explanation, they all moved closer to Xiao Yueyang. Emperor Senior stage powerhouse knows the terrifying part of Winged Tiger better than anyone. They didn't expect that in this unknown mountain valley, a holy spirit suddenly appeared, and it was Winged Tiger, known for its fierceness. 7 Bright Chamber of Commerce Vice President Zheng Yuan's calves are all swayed, look pale. Oh! Winged Tiger swept down a pair of beast pupils, prolonging the voice in a low, muffled voice. Authentic, I saw so many delicious meals as soon as I came out. When it spoke, a string of crystal clear and near-transparent saliva was left at the corner of its mouth, which seemed to be hungry for a long time. Gudong. The sound of swallowed saliva sounded, not from Winged Tiger, but from the Emperor Senior stage gathered in one place. Almost everyone was shocked by what Winged Tiger said. In the words of the Holy Spirit, exactly overestimate one's capabilities. Any mature Holy Spirit will not be weaker than a great Emperor. If it really wants to use the Emperor Senior stage present as food, I'm afraid that few can escape this tribulation. At the critical moment, Xiao Yueyang took the lead and came back to his senses. He quickly cupped one fist in the other hand, shouted in a deep voice, Star Soul Palace Silver Star Envoy Xiao Yueyang, greetings Winged Tiger my lord. I don't know my lord. Why is it here? Star Soul Palace? Winged Tiger hearing this, a trace of disdain flashed in the eyes of the beast. What is it? It was not even heard of South Territory Overlord Sect. Xiao Yueyang couldn't help but sink in his heart and realized that it's not good. This may just be a holy spirit that has been sleeping for countless years, so he has not even heard of Star Soul Palace. Let him take Bright Moon, the name of the great emperor, to deter the opponent's plan will not work. Martial Peak Chapter 2211 Chapter 2211 The Domain of Winter. It is an honor for you to be the belly of this uncle. Which of you will come first? Winged Tiger looked fiercely and asked in a deep voice. No one dares to answer. Every Emperor Senior stage's complexion pale, body trembles slightly, and deep in one's heart is extremely depressed. If you don't speak, Winged Tiger said sarcastically, if you don't speak, then this uncle can choose one at random. You can't escape from the left and right. It's just the difference between morning and evening, don't be afraid. Master Xiao. Violet Source Chamber of Commerce Vice President Lu Kai couldn't help loudly shouting, and looked at Xiao Yueyang eagerly, seeming to pin his hopes on him. When Xiao Yueyang's complexion sank, he realized that it would be too late if he didn't make a move anymore. He could only take out something golden light like a mirror. As soon as it appeared, it suddenly burst into pieces. While this mirror-like thing bursts into pieces, a gentle but as deep as the ocean pressure dropping from the sky, in the bursting space, a stalwart silhouette slowly emerges come out. Everyone turned their heads and looked at the complexion. They all looked at the silhouette with respect and worship, but I saw this man with a golden crown, tall like a mountain, and aura deep and unmeasurable. When he appeared, his figure was illusory and ethereal, and he was obviously not a physical entity. But at the next moment, two substantive gazes penetrated the void and directly fixed on Winged Tiger. It's as strong as Winged Tiger, and aura can't help but grabbing. Cold Snort said, Great Emperor Soul descend? From this illusory shadow, it feels that only the Great Emperor Samura naturally understand what the silhouette is in front of them. This is clearly a ray of divine soul of Bright Moon Great Emperor, the overlord of this world. Just like the two most dazzling rays of light in the dark, when Winged Tiger focused all of its attention on the Great Emperor, the Great Emperor was also paying close attention to each other. This king actually doesn't know. There is Winged Tiger between heaven and earth. Bright Moon suddenly said. Humph. Winged Tiger did not show any weakness, coldly said, when this uncle is at ease, you don't know if you were born or not. What kind of garlic is in front of this uncle? He didn't put Bright Moon in his eyes at all, and said with disdain, why, thinking that trifling soul descent is coming, I'm afraid of this uncle. This a man and a beast, a collision of words. Suddenly, it was like the ups and downs of real energy. The collision of the void collapsed, the sky was overwhelming, and the tiny space crack went downstream. For a moment, the sky was dark. The flying sand running stone, and the nameless mountain valley almost collapsed and separated. Xiao Yueyang and the others dare not say a word. Everyone stood there with solemn expressions, secretly urging source strength to resist the terrifying coercion from all directions. Master Winged Tiger said and laughed. Bright Moon, as a powerhouse with a number of grasps among the world, doesn't mind Winged Tiger's arrogant attitude. Instead, he faintly smiled and said, Bright Moon, I just want to congratulate my lord for being free and getting out of trouble. Winged Tiger's eyes sank and shouted, What do you know? Bright Moon said, Young at that time, I once heard that the Lord of Years had a playmate, and it was the Holy Spirit Winged Tiger. Unfortunately, after the Lord of Years passed away, this playmate was also missing for tens of thousands of years. I wonder if the adults still remember the happy time of the years. Winged Tiger seemed to have been awakened by Bright Moon's words of silence for countless years. The arrogant and violent aura gradually disappeared, and a pair of burning beast eyes was full of memories. The expression, Bright Moon stood there quietly, and didn't mean to disturb it. Xiao Yueyang and the others didn't even dare to move. For a long time, Bright Moon said, I wonder if Lord Winged Tiger is willing to come to my Star Soul Palace to tell me, this king has a relic of the old age, or it can be transferred to an adult. HMPH, it's useless to please me. Winged Tiger shook his head and hummed, and then said, This uncle is hungry. Bright Moon said with a smile, I will prepare it for adults, right? It's almost the same. Winged Tiger loudly said, Since you have invited this uncle so sincerely, then this uncle will give you a thin face, so why not go there? Bright Moon is waiting for the good news from the adults. This is where my Star Soul Palace is. Bright Moon said, reaching out and pointing forward. From the fingertips, a cloud of white light flew slowly. Exit and come to the front of Winged Tiger. Winged Tiger swallowed in one mouthful, and the stove in place meditated for a moment, then turned a direction and turned into a flame disappeared. After Winged Tiger left, Xiao Yueyang and the others breathed out suddenly. The breeze came, and there was a sticky cold behind. Bright Moon turned around and glanced at the crowd without saying anything. After a shock, he turned into countless white lights and dissipated in this world. Send the Lord. All the Emperor Senior Stage bowed and said. After a long while, the 6 Emperor Senior Stages slowly got up and looked at each other in blank dismay. They all saw the fear in each other's eyes. They are all powerhouses in this world. But since I was promoted to the Emperor Senior Stage, there has never been a day like today, so close to death. Thanks to Master Xiao. Otherwise this matter today, Zheng Yuan said with lingering fear. Yes, if it weren't for Master Xiao, I'm afraid I would really be buried here today. Lu Kai also nodded echoed. Xiao Yueyang corner of mouth twitching, said with a bitter smile, it was the great emperor who saved us. Not this Xiao's work. But Winged Tiger is now here, and this South Territory is probably going to suffer again and again. Now, when everyone heard him say this, their hearts sank. Winged Tiger is an ominous beast. It represents disasters and wars. Its present world will definitely set off some unpredictable and extremely vicious frenzy. Everyone secretly decided that after returning to Sect, they must take this report the matter to Sect Master and take precautions early. In Four Seasons Land, Yang Kai walks alone, crosses Two Season Mountain, and heads for the domain of winter. Not long ago, when he and Murong Xiao were waiting in Two Season Mountain, the latter contacted Xiao Bei not far away through Sect's communication compass. After meeting each other, Xiao Bei naturally did not what kind of face to Yang Kai. After all, on Dao Altar at that time, even though Yang Kai defeated Xiao Bei just and honorable, it can be regarded as a way for Xiao Bei to continue to explore and gain opportunities. If this weren't the case, Xiao Bei would have to occupy at least one spot in the palace that robbed those treasures at the end, and there might be something incredible. Yang Kai knew that Xiao Bei had a pimple in his heart, so he didn't stay long. After only talking to 2 people, he went to the domain of winter alone. Halfway, he took out the fire-red bead to observe, but he didn't know what the bead was for, whether he used spiritual mind to probe or urged source strength to pour it into it. The beads did not respond. In desperation, Yang Kai can only collect it into the space ring temporarily. At this moment, Two Season Mountain is peaceful. I don't know if it was because of the appearance of Passing of Time Temple not long ago or because of the appearance of Winged Tiger, so Yang Kai did not even come across a monster beast when he came along. 2 days later, he successfully surpassed Two Season Mountain. A completely different world is already ahead. In the eyes are white, wrapped in silver and white. Heavy snow is flying, and the snow on the ground is more than 10 feet thick. As soon as I stepped into this place, the ubiquitous cold enveloped my body, pouring into the body along the pores, chilling the blood, and congealing divine soul. Yang Kai braves the wind and snow, exploring in this white world. In Four Seasons Land, the natural environment of each domain is completely different. In the domain of summer, the sun is scorching and the temperature is extremely high. But in the domain of winter, it is completely different from the domain of summer. The opposite of the world. The environment where tribulation fruit grows is very cold, and this kind of environment in the domain of winter is indeed and easy to give birth to such spirit fruit. Yang Kai holds a glimmer of hope, but he doesn't feel that such exploration is so difficult. He walked all the way, wading through the mountains and rivers in the domain of winter. Although there were occasional gains, they were all uncommon spiritual flowers. That's all, not at all. See tribulation fruit, traces. The ubiquitous ice cold made him within the body source strength flow at least 20% faster than usual. In desperation, he can only call out Liu Yan to go with On. Liu Yan is the body of the fire attribute item spirit. He has swallowed all kinds of fires from heaven and earth. Naturally, he is not afraid of the trifling cold. Not only that, she stayed beside Yang Chi, but also made Yang Kai feel uncomfortable. How cold is it? Liu Yan has also been close to Yang Kai's side very intimately, always using his own heat to dissipate the cold around Yang Kai. Unlike other domains, this winter domain seems to be seldom traced. Even if a martial artist was teleported to this place when they first came in, I am afraid they will find a way to leave this ghost place in the shortest time. Unless you have to come to the domain of winter with a special purpose like Yang Kai, I am afraid that no one will stay in this environment for a long time. So Yang Kai stayed here for several days, but he didn't even see half of his silhouette. It seemed that he was the only one in this whole winter domain. 3 days later, somewhere in the domain of winter, Yang Kai looked around with a dazed expression. He has been completely lost in this silver world within the realm, and at this moment, even the direction is not clear. For this kind of powerhouse, this kind of situation is basically impossible, but the environment in the domain of winter is too bad and special. Even Yang Kai can't walk freely here, and remember down the road. When he looked back, he saw that the footprints he had just left were already covered by snow. What's wrong? Liu Yan asked with concern. Well, I seem to be lost, Yang Kai answered calmly. Liu Yan pursed his lips. There is still such a thing. It's okay. At worst, if you fly in one direction, you will always leave here. Here? Yang Kai couldn't help sighing. But such a nameless search, I am afraid it will be difficult to gain anything. Unfortunately I can't help you, Liu Yan replied sadly. Yang Kai grinned. Stay by my side is the greatest help. Liu Yan corner of the mouth raise, a smile. The next moment, he was surprised. Yang Kai noticed that there was a difference and hurriedly looked towards her. Liu Yan stood there, with beautiful eyes staring in a certain direction, her expression constantly changing. After a long time, she said, Master, I seem to have discovered something very interesting. What is it? Yang Kai asked. Wait for me, I will come. While speaking, Liu Yan turned into a fire, lacing forward, and after a while, he fell into a snowy peak ahead. Disappeared. Marshall Peak Chapter 2212 Chapter 2212 Small Snowflake. In the wind and snow, Yang Kai stood in place and waited 3 hours before Liu Yan returned from the icy peak. Seeing her mysterious look, Yang Kai couldn't help being aroused and asked, "What did you go there for?" Liu Yan did not answer, instead rushed to the side and said, "Come out, don't be afraid." The place she looked at was empty. Yang Kai was stunned for it. But he also knew that Liu Yan shouldn't play tricks on the owner, so he watched it carefully, holding his breath. Unfortunately, there is still nothing. Liu Yan helplessly said, "Master, wait a minute, it seems to be a little timid. I will talk to it." After saying that, Liu Yan squatted down. Beautiful eyes staring under the snow, spiritual mind surges, as if communicating with someone or something. There was no response for a long time. Liu Yan was a little annoyed at once, and his expression sank. Coldly said, "If you don't come out again, I will melt you." The flat snow area suddenly bulged out, as if something was emerging from below. Yang Kai couldn't help but stared his eyes wide to observe, secretly surprised. Not much time. When the avalanche flew out, something suddenly shot out from under the snow, turning into a flowing light, flying in midair without stopping. Although it is fast, Yang Kai still sees clearly. This is actually a palm-sized snowflake. It's just that this piece of snowflake is completely different from ordinary snowflakes. It seems to have a certain spirituality, like own thinking. Not only that, but there are flame-like lines on its body surface. Keep burning. Make all around the air twisted. What is this? Yang Kai's eyes were about to bulge out and asked in surprise. Liu Yan said, "I also said not clear, but it should be something similar to my body." She hooked her finger at the snowflake and danced while speaking. The snowflakes settled down immediately and fell in front of her, but in any case did not dare to get too close. Yang Kai looked at this piece of snowflake with interest, and suddenly found that there was a trace of facial features in the center of it. Although not very clear, it is indeed without a doubt naturally born wondrous item. Yang Kai loudly shouts, "This snowflake is probably a special environment in the domain of winter. It is a kind of wondrous item created over the years. In this world, no one knows what kind of existence it is." It is. Liu Yan nodded. But it is also a kind of ice flame. If it weren't, I couldn't feel its existence. Listen to her. Yang Kai understood immediately. Liu Yan itself is the item spirit transformed shape, which devours all kinds of strange fires. The essence of this piece of snowflake is probably a kind of strange fire, so there is an inexplicable relationship between Liu Yan and it. Induction. It's just one cold one warm, which is mutually exclusive. So this small snowflake doesn't dare to approach Liu Yan at all, and is extremely afraid of her. "You brought it here. What did you want to do?" Yang Kai asked strangely. According to the truth, Liu Yan can completely swallow this ice flame. Although the other party's attribute is cold, spiritual wisdom has been born, which has a great effect on Liu Yan's growth. But she meant not at all to swallow, but she deliberately brought it to Yang Kai, which means that Liu Yan not at all must use it to enhance the strength of own. It's very familiar with this place. Let it help us find things. Liu Yan slightly smiled. Good idea. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Liu Yan frowns, saying, but it's very limited in mind, it's very difficult to communicate, and I don't know if it can work. It's better than me. It's better to look aimlessly. Yang Kai grinned, as if for the effect. Just try it. While speaking, he looked at the snowflake softly, opened the mouth and said, there is something good here, take me to find it. Small snowflake remained indifferent, floating quietly in midair. Yang Kai looked at Liu Yan with embarrassment and said, does it understand? Liu Yan said with a smile, it has never seen a living person. How can I understand human words? I can only rely on spiritual mind to communicate with it. Speaking like this, suddenly the spiritual mind surged and passed it towards small snowflake. At this moment, the other party clearly understood something. After shaking slightly in midair, he suddenly shot in one direction. Yang Kai and Liu Yan looked at each other and immediately followed. After a short while, under the guidance of Small Snowflake, Yang Kai and Liu Yan came to a mountain valley together. In a certain snowy area above, Small Snowflake stopped, continuously surrounding one place. Rotate in circles. There should be something good here, Liu Yan said. Just look at it. Yang Kai was already speaking while speaking, and the snow in that location flew out during the activation of source strength. 5 minutes later, a huge deep pit appeared on the spot, and Yang Kai buried his head in search below. After a while, he jumped out with joy, with a spirit grass-like ice sculpture Uzo in his hand. Not bad, not bad. Yang Kai smiled and looked at Small Snowflake approvingly. It's really useful, much better than blindly searching for it. If I understood it. Yang Kai is praised. Small Snowflake danced around Yang Kai a few times quickly, and then fell on his shoulders, and the fuzzy facial features showed a happy expression. Seeing this situation, Yang Kai immediately understood that the other person's thinking should be very simple. After all, he was born in this winter domain and has never touched the creatures nearby. Its spiritual world is like a blank piece of paper. It is so pure and flawless, otherwise, a casual compliment will make it so happy. Do it well, or I will melt you. Liu Yan sang the black face timely. The pretty face was very cold. The murderous intention was obviously to release outside. Scared Small Snowflake shiver coldly, and hid. Yang Kai clung to his shoulders behind his back, exposing a corner, and looked at Liu Yan timidly. Yang Kai couldn't help but glared at Liu Yan, who spit out his fragrant tongue at him, and everything was silent as his eyes met. After a while, Yang Kai rolled his eyes and said, "Let it take me to find the most precious thing here. If there is any treasure along the way, don't let it go." Liu Yan nodded. Release the spiritual mind, and convey the meaning of Yang Kai's. Small Snowflake got the order and rushed out immediately, leading the way. With this kind of born wondrous item to lead the way, Yang Kai did save a lot of things. He didn't need to deliberately search for anything. In this snowy field, any heavenly material earthly treasure could not escape Small. In the detection of Snowflake, as long as it dances a few times in a certain place, Yang Kai knows that there must be something good under the snow. Along the way, Yang Kai's space ring has a lot of ice attributes, spirit grass weeds, and they are all of principal source grade, and even emperor grades spirit grass. The special environment of Winterland has created good growth conditions. Many spirit grass wonderful medicines have been undiscovered since the day they were born. Until now they were collected by Yang Kai under the guidance of Small Snowflake. No matter what kind of spirit grass wonderful medicine, the medicine is at least 10,000 years old. Yang Kai has gained a lot. With the contact along the way, Small Snowflake seems to have gradually become familiar with Yang Kai. It is no longer as timid as it was at the beginning. It is just like a newborn child. This kind of the creatures are full of strong curiosity, flying around him from time to time, observing Yang Kai from a special angle. But because Liu Yan always plays a black-faced character along the way, and threatens her from time to time, Small Snowflake is naturally in awe of her. Liu Yan haunts it, and it is within 10 jang. Did not dare to approach. As a result, Yang Kai and Liu Yan had to be separated. Although I have gained a lot, Yang Kai is a little disappointed that he does not at all get tribulation fruit. He has started several things that are more rare than tribulation fruit, but the things he wants most are still missing. He also knows that this kind of thing is in a hurry, so he can only feel at home wherever one is. A few days later, Yang Kai suddenly stopped and stared at the scene ahead in surprise. Not far in front of him, a shimmering lake actually appeared. This lake covers an area of a lot, about dozens of acres of land, surrounded by mountains, and the scenery is extremely beautiful. What surprised him was that there was no sign of freezing in this kind of lake. Big snowflakes fell from the sky and melted as soon as you touched the surface of the lake. as if the lake had some magical power that would never freeze due to the cold. The surface of the water is so clear that Yankai even saw some strange fish swimming underwater. But judging from the fangs of these fishes, they are obviously not easy to provoke. At this place, Small Snowflake no longer moves forward, and keeps dancing around Yankai. From it within the body, it conveys a strange emotion. After being in contact for so long, Yankai has also learned to use its behavior to try to figure out its thoughts, so when it sees it like this, Yankai asks looking thoughtfully, "You want to say that the precious thing is at the bottom of the lake?" As soon as this statement came out, Small Snowflake immediately floated up and down, just like nodded. Yankai is sure, nodded, "I'll go and see." "Master, be careful," Liu Yan warned repeatedly with concern. Yankai nodded. His stature was vertical, he leapt forward, and when he came to the top of the lake, he watched it left and right, and then dived straight down and rushed into the lake. If he is this kind of martial artist, he does not have to worry about his clothes being wet by the lake. Just urge source strength to form a protection on the body surface and he can move freely underwater. The power of the principal source stage spreads out, and the fish all around are scattered as birds and beasts. Although the fish at the bottom of the lake looks terrifying, but in fact, they are not at all, and naturally they dare not approach it. Small Snowflake not at all followed. So Yankai doesn't know where the so-called most valuable thing is, but it should be right to go to the center. So he investigates all around the environment, while swimming towards the center of the lake. On the shore, Liu Yan watched quietly. Beautiful eyes kept gazing in the direction of Yankai, and only waited for a little situation to immediately go to support. While Small Snowflake was 10 minutes away from her. Suspended at the position of a few meters, the vague facial features showed a worried expression, and danced a few times in an uneasy manner from time to time. Marshall Peak Chapter 2213 Chapter 2213 Another bead. The lake is cold, but it is still within the tolerable range. Yankai goes deep all the way, but there is no surprise. For Zuan, only own heartbeat sound. At a leisurely pace, Yankai seemed to feel something, staring in a certain direction. There was a crash-bang sound of water over there. As far as I can see, Yankai has even seen an unimaginable scene. In the center of the lake, there is a female who is bathing in the lake. The black hair is supple, the eyebrows are picturesque, the face is delicate, the fragrant shoulder is exposed. The heat on the body surface and the cold lake water, a thin mist of one layer collided between the contacts, making her look extremely unreal, as if she was enveloped in one layer. The lake surface is shining, and the clear lake water reflects the female's body parts immersed in the water, which makes people blood boiling of excitement and imagination endless. At this moment, this female is holding a soft and smooth one slightly, with the other hand picking up clear water from in front of her, and slowly wiping her own white and flawless skin, seemingly unaware of the arrival of Yankai. But when Yankai cast his gaze away, the other party apparently felt it too, and quickly turned his head and looked over. That pair of beautiful eyes, brilliant like stars, exudes a different kind of rays of light, which makes people look away, as if to sink into it. For eyes contact, Yankai's expression was blank, but it was the female, pursed her lips, and smiled like an attracting spirit-seizing soul. One layer naked eye, the unobservable rings of light diffused out from over there, enveloping Yankai. Yankai's expression looks even more sluggish. The female grinned. That smile suddenly became incredibly hideous, and immediately opened her mouth. The original little cherry mouth was in this grin. Underneath, it turned into a hideous giant mouth, and suddenly bit at Yankai. Even at a distance of more than 10 feet, this hideous mouth swallowed the entire Yankai, and even the lake where Yankai was located. As soon as the mouth is closed, the scene of the female's place is distorted and changed. There is no beauty in the bathing scene. Instead, it is a strange beast with a strange body, chewing continuously. What's going on? This strange beast is really indescribable. The hole is a spherical shape with a diameter of about 3 fajang. The body surface is pitch black. On that body surface, there are more than a dozen pairs of eyes densely covered, 7 or 8. The tentacle-like tentacles danced continuously. On the shore, Liu Yan, who has been paying close attention to the movements of Yang Kai, can't help but face sank when she sees this scene, but she doesn't show much worry, because she can feel that Yang Kai is fine. On the contrary, small Snowflake was taken aback, flying at high speed in place, as if he wanted to rescue Yang Chi, but he didn't dare. Monster Beast who is proficient in Divine Soul attack is rare. Yang Kai's voice ghost-like came from somewhere in the void. The next moment, his figure appeared, standing on top of the round alien beast. It looked unscathed. When the female bathing scene appeared in the field of vision, Yang Kai felt wrong. This kind of ghost place, which sect's female discipline will take a bath at ease. The principal source stage martial artists who entered Four Seasons Land did not have this leisure. At first, he thought that the female-like existence was caused by Monster Beast, but after being attacked, he suddenly realized that it was a kind of divine soul shock. Beauty bathed and so on. It was just tone the illusion that's all that's born after being attacked. It's just that this illusion is too real, and even Yang Kai has not been able to immediately break it. Understanding this point, it is natural to deal with it. When the real deadly attack arrives, a teleport can escape. As soon as Yang Kai's voice fell, the monster that was chewing ceaselessly stopped suddenly. The dozen or so pairs of eyes on the ball-like body looked towards Yang Kai, and immediately it opened its mouth, spit out the lake water in his mouth, and a mouth-like existence was split in front of Fang's body, with densely covered fangs, and a howling sound came from that mouth. The sound converges into waves, naked eyes are visible, all directions spread, and the calm lake surface ripples for a moment. On Yang Kai's body surface, source strength emerged, resisting the inexplicable attack of the wave, and popped out Principal Light Halo. Principal Source 2 layer level. Yang Kai spiritual mind scanned it and clearly understood the level and strength of this monster beast. And the strange beast, seeing that the sound attack of Own was actually ineffective, seemed to be furious. The dozen or so pairs of eyes suddenly shrank, and the invisible power rushed out. Yang Kai raised his brows and shouted, "The power of divine soul comparable to principal source stage peak." He has a solemn expression. The consciousness sea rolls. The ferocious divine consciousness the force came out, and also turned into an invisible impact to greet the front. Bang! A loud noise rang out. Yang Kai's figure shook. He couldn't help falling back a few steps, and there was a severe pain in his mind. And the strange beast was also unable to heal. The round body was violently convulsed and trembled, the tentacles danced endlessly, and there was a tragic wailing in the mouth. The collision between divine consciousness is the most dangerous and unpredictable. This strange beast relies on its own proficiency in divine soul attack. Without Yang Kai in his eyes, Yang Kai can't show the enemy's weakness. He has a world of supreme treasure mild soul lotus, and he is not afraid to use the power of divine soul to fight against each other. In this confrontation, neither a man nor a beast can take advantage. But Yang Kai had mild soul lotus to resolve the damage of divine consciousness, so it only took a while to settle down. On the contrary, it was that strange beast, still unable to hold on to itself, shaking endlessly, as if the collision just now caused it great damage. When Yang Kai saw this scene, how could he be negligent? With 1,000,000 sword in his hand, the power of Emperor Prestige permeated. He turned into a rainbow, and he cut his sword forward. Kai 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 kai. A long sword, rolling up thousands of sword light, like a rainstorm, shoots towards the strange beast. Fresh blood instantly dyed the lake's surface. Under the pain of the alien beast, it howled miserably. Those dozen or so pairs of eyes showed a terrifying expression, and 7 or 8 tentacles were flying all over the sky, intercepting the omnipresent sword glow. Unexpectedly, Yang Kai failed to kill him with this blow. In Yang Kai, Think about it, this monster has only the strength of Principal Source 2 layer, but it can have the power of divine consciousness comparable to Principal Source stage peak. There are long and short, and the power of divine consciousness is so strong. Flesh body is certainly not much stronger, but the chubby body has extremely strong elasticity. The sword glow hit, and many sword chi flew out obliquely along the glorious surface, causing only minor damage to it. On the contrary, those 7 or 8 tentacles that danced were not so lucky. They were cut into countless pieces and scattered on the water. This time, the strange beast looked even more ugly and completely turned into a ball full of eyes. It seems that the strange beast is aware of the crisis. He didn't mean to fight Yang Kai life and death, but sank his body directly into the bottom of the lake and dived down quickly. HMPH. Yang Kai gave a cold snort, and he also boldness of execution stems from superb skill. Rushed directly into the lake and chased it down the road. The lake is extremely clear and fresh blood flows out along the road. Yang Kai does not worry about chasing after it. The lake is as deep as Tenjiang. The more it goes down, the darker the light, but Yang Kai's power and eyesight are not worried about not being seen at all. 5 minutes later, he followed the traces to somewhere at the bottom of the lake. Looking forward, his brows were raised. I saw the strange beast quietly staying somewhere at the bottom of the lake, and at a position about 3 feet away from the bottom of the lake, there was an altar-like existence, the altar above, and something was placed. That is a bead about the size of dragon eye, emitting green rays of light. The moment Yang Kai saw this bead, his heart moved, because this bead is indistinguishable from the treasures he grabbed in Passing of Time Temple, except for the different colors. Even the size is like carved out of a mold. It shouldn't be. Yang Kai suddenly had a vague guess in his mind, but he couldn't confirm it. At this moment, the strange beast is standing there quietly. Among the green beads, there is an enveloping green light that envelops the strange beast. Under the protection of the green, originally the wound cut by Yang Kai has completely healed at this moment and no more fresh blood flows. Of course, the tentacles must not be able to grow for the time being. No matter how powerful the life force of this alien beast is, the magic of regeneration of severed limbs is definitely not possible. This should be the most precious thing in Winter Realm, right? Yang Kai looked at the green beads and thought to himself, small snowflake brought him here, and in this lake. Besides the alien beast, there is only this bead placed on the altar. It cannot be said that the alien beast is the domain of Winter, the most precious thing. Except for the green beads, there is no second explanation. The arrival of Yang Kai seems to have alarmed the strange beasts that are healing. It doesn't need to turn its head. A dozen pairs of eyes on its body have already discovered Yang Kai's traces. The next moment, it opens its fangs and its mouth grows constantly, full of threats, but unfortunately it has lost its tentacles. It simply cannot perform any decent killing strike. It can only condense the power of Divine Soul once again, blasting towards Yang Kai through those dozens of eyes. Courting death. Yang Kai complexion sank, and between the opening and closing of his left eye, Life's exterminator demon eye was already revealed. Among the golden pupils, a budding lotus took shape. Under the rotation, it disappeared from Yang Kai's eyes. At the next moment, the strange beast will be in place as if it has caught the body fixation method. In its field of vision, the budding lotus occupies everything, and the lotus blooms, with its divine soul power as its source. Its divine soul power, although it is not bad, but in a frontal collision with Yang Kai's before, he was already injured. At this moment, he was hit by the Life Lotus secret technique, which is powerless. After a short while, accompanied by a puff-puff light sound, the dozen or so pairs of eyes on the alien beast's body burst open, as if the infinite pressure inside squeezed them out. Yang Kai holds 1 million sword, the body and the sword become one, turning into a flowing light, and disappearing in place. When he reappeared, he had already come behind the alien beast. In the round body of the alien beast, a huge hole appeared, and the internal organs were exposed. Yang Kai slapped his backhand, Space Force went up and down, and muttered in a low voice, exile. A deep black hole appeared, like a beast's open mouth, and the body was swallowed up, and after the black hole disappeared, only Yang Kai was left on the spot. He opened his palm above, holding a dark red color core. Marshall Peak Chapter 2214 Chapter 2214 Staying back and waiting for the rabbit. This is the core of a principal source 2-layer monster beast, and it is a monster beast proficient in the power of divine soul. Used to refine the spirit that enhances divine soul pill is definitely the best raw material. Yang Kai collected it into the space ring, and then strolled to the front of the altar. The altar is above, without any traces of restriction and formation, and the green beads are placed on it. Yang Kai confirmed it for a long time, and then reached out and picked it up, and it went smoothly unexpectedly. He released spiritual mind perception. He could not feel any power fluctuations from this speed. Source strength poured into it, and there was no reaction at all. Everything is the same as another fire red bead. He doesn't know how the alien beast drives out the energy in the green bead for own healing. Immediately afterwards, he took out the fire red bead again, and compared the two compartments, and found that the two beads were exactly the same size as the owner had observed, but the colors were different. After observing for a long time, he slowly shook his head. He couldn't infer the specific purpose of these two beads at all, so he had no choice but to put them away. And when he put the green bead into the space ring, the mutation sprang up. Although the lake was originally not at all signs of freezing, it was a cracking sound from all directions at this moment. It seemed that ubiquitous cold came from everywhere, and the lake started to condense. Ice. Yang Kai complexion slightly changed, and quickly jumped up. When he was completely out of the water, when he was looking over from a high altitude, he saw that the whole lake was frozen, and the previous sparkling scenery was lost. It seems that the existence of the green bead ... This lake avoids the fate of freezing. Yang Kai secretly speculated that he did not know that the background was hidden in the green bead. What kind of magical power can actually stop the intrusion of the severe cold? After thinking for a while, Yang Kai turned and flew towards the shore. After he returned again, Liu Yan just slightly nodded at him. Not at all. But Small Snowflake looked very happy, and kept dancing around Yang Kai. Go ahead, Yang Kai said to Small Snowflake. The other party seemed to understand Yang Kai's meaning, and turned around and walked towards Xiangf. In the next few days, Yang Kai has been tossing around in the domain of winter. With the leadership and search of Small Snowflake, any heavenly material earthly treasure in the vicinity can't escape its prying eyes. So naturally it all enters Yang Kai's space ring. Yang Kai's thinking is very simple. Since Hongjian Great Emperor specified that Qin Kai Ouyang should come to Four Seasons Land to search for tribulation fruit, it will certainly not be targeted. In other words, in Four Seasons Land, there is definitely this kind of spirit fruit, but Owen has not found that all for the time being. But as long as you are patient, there will always be a time to find. And he now has the help of Small Snowflake, which naturally has the advantage of being blessed by heaven. He secretly made up his mind, if he didn't find tribulation fruit, he would never leave the domain of winter, otherwise he would leave Four Seasons Land, and he couldn't explain to Qin Kai Ouyang. To his disappointment, he has obtained a lot of various spirit grass wonderful medicines, but there is no trace of tribulation fruit. Monster Beast has also killed a lot. But besides obtaining some cores, it is actually not even a star seal was obtained. Time is passing by. Yang Kai can't help but secretly anxious. On this day, in an ice sheet, Yang Kai was standing under an ice layer, looking ugly at a crystal clear and near transparent in front of him, like an ice crystal-like fruit tree. This fruit tree is about 1% tall, and the leaves are like ice cubes, exuding a forcing chill. Fruit tree above, there is nothing. But at the location of a certain tree branch, there is a clear trace of picking. I miscalculated. I was caught by the early bird the worm. Yang Kai looked annoyed. This fruit tree is indeed the fruit tree of tribulation fruit. Under the leadership of Small Snowflake, sweeping the carpet like this, spent 10 days of work, Yankai finally found a plant fruit tree of tribulation fruit. But the tribulation fruit that should have existed above was taken away. Judging from the trail of picking, just a few days ago, there should be spirit fruit on the fruit tree. Master, you have done your best. Don't blame yourself. Liu Yan said that Yankai's face was not very good. So he quickly said, comforted, I just want to know ... who actually took the spirit fruit? Yankai frowned. Although tribulation fruit is precious and rare, it is not widely used. Even if it is taken away, it is not really useful. If it is possible to know who took spirit fruit, Yankai can exchange it with the corresponding treasure. As long as the other party is not a hard-to-talk person, he should be happy to make this transaction. At worst, Yankai just give the other party something more. But the current situation is that Yankai has no idea who this tribulation fruit got. It is impossible for him to implement this method. Is there such a fruit tree in this winter domain? Yankai turned his head and looked at Small Snowflake expectantly. Small Snowflake's fuzzy facial features emerged, and he slowly shook his head. Yankai's last hope is shattered. He was lightly sighed and pondered. After 4 seasons land is opened, the martial artist who enters it can stay inside 33 heavens. When the deadline comes, they must rush to a specific location and leave 4 seasons land, otherwise the time limit will expire. Will be trapped in it. Counting days, it's probably been almost 20 days since he entered here, and he spent more than half of the time in the domain of winter. From here, it will take a few days to set out and rush to the exit location, so there is not much time left for him. Even more, how? He has almost traveled throughout the entire Winter Realm. Most of the spirit grass wonderful medicine in the Winter Realm has been in his bag. Now tribulation fruit is the early bird catches the worm. Staying here will not help. It's better to rush to the exit first, wait for the return of the major sect's disciplines, find a chance to inquire about the whereabouts of tribulation fruit. There may be a chance. Thinking of this, Yankai suddenly made a decision. He turned to Small Snowflake and said, send us away from here. Is the master leaving? Liu Yan's beautiful eyes flashed and asked, N. Yankai nodded. Liu Yan naturally has no objection, but Small Snowflake, who seems a little unwilling. The lonely spirit body has experienced too much fun during this period of time. Now it is about to be separated. Naturally a little reluctant. Yankai grinned and used a provocative angry saying, if you want, you can go with me. Hearing this, Small Snowflake wrinkles tightly. The facial features that were together unfolded leisurely, seeming to show an expression of joy, but soon, it turned its head again, and it seemed to be lackluster. Liu Yan whispered, it can't leave the domain of winter. It is different from me. This land is where it was born, and its root is here. If you leave here, it won't take long. It will perish. How could this be? Yankai stunned. Liu Yan said, it leaves here. It is equivalent to leaving my own container. The rootless wood, the water without a source, will not survive long. Unless what? Yankai asked. Unless mysterious small boundary has a similar environment, it can continue to survive. Liu Yan replied. Yankai hearing this immediately understood that Owner's abduction plan was aborted. He originally thought that Owner had a mysterious small boundary and could put Small Snowflake there, but it was because Owner thought too much. Naive. Thinking of this, Yankai stretched out his hand, lifted Small Snowflake up, and placed it on the shoulder of Owner, saying with a slight smile, don't be so spiritless. If I have a chance, I will come back to see you. That's right. Maybe when I come next time, I'll be able to find a way to take you along. In spite of that, Yankai also knows that this kind of thing is basically impossible. 4 Seasons Land didn't know how many years it would take to open again. Even when the time comes open, he might not be able to re-enter. After all, when the time comes, maybe he has already become the emperor. But Small Snowflake doesn't think too much. It's just a wondrous item that's born between heaven and earth. All, with a simple mind, got rid of the feeling of loss in a few words and became happy. Yang Kai is very guilty. It took 4 days to set out from the ice field before Yang Kai saw Two Season Mountain. All the way, although there are gains, but not much. At this point, small snowflakes stopped moving. Yang Kai and Liu Yan bid farewell to them, and they are sad. Not to mention it. Over the Two Season Mountain, Yang Kai went straight to the direction of the exit. Before entering Four Seasons Land, the elder of each sect had told the discipline under their respective doors, and must rush to the exit before the deadline. The location of the exit is also clear the center of Four Seasons Land. So Yang Kai doesn't worry about going in the wrong direction at all. 3 days later, Yang Kai came to a plain above smoothly. At a very far distance, he found the exit of Four Seasons Land. The exit is the same as the entrance of the unnamed mountain valley. It is a principal light door of oval, standing quietly in the air. Martial artists who enter Four Seasons Land can leave Four Seasons Land at any time through this principal light door. But now that the time limit has not come, obviously no martial artist will leave early. And the situation is as Yang Kai expected. When he arrived here, there was no one here. Counting days, the time limit is about 56 days. Yang Kai does not intend to explore other places in Four Seasons Land. He intends to stay here all the time, lest anyone quit early and take Tribulation Fruit away without knowing it. While waiting, he was also thinking about what he should exchange with others if he really found out about the whereabouts of Tribulation Fruit. There are countless valuable items in his hand, but many of them are inseparable, such as 5 Emperor treasures. This thing must not be exchanged for something. Principal Source Pill. He still has a few pellets. They were not used after the last refining, but this thing is only useful for the Void King stage peak martial artist. It may not be necessary for the Principal Source stage level martial artist. Look at it. There are a lot of gains in Four Seasons Land. Maybe you can take it out, but others may not see it. After much deliberation, he hit his idea on the one-drop Undying Source liquid, secretly feeling that this thing is definitely a bargaining chip that everyone can't refuse. Martial Peak Chapter 2215. Chapter 2215. Extremely Wonderful Treasure Lotus. Soul Cleansing Divine Water, Undying Source Liquid, Life Growth Wine Cream, tied for 3 great divine waters. Among them, the birth of Soul Cleansing Divine Water is quite chance and coincidence. Powerhouse falls are needed, and the power of Divine Soul is not dispersed. In the Land of Falls, the creation of nature is possible to produce Soul Cleansing Divine Water. Although rare, but not extinct. The remaining 2, without exception, are extremely hard to find treasures. Life Growth Wine Cream is also that's all. Perhaps in a hidden corner of Star Boundary, there is this thing, but no one knows that's all. But Undying Source Liquid. But there is no place to look for, because Undying Source Liquid is a derivative of Eternal Tree. Its life essence of Eternal Tree. 1-drop Undying Source Liquid, which is enough to be flesh and bones, alive and dead, and has extraordinary effects against the sky. In this world, the only Eternal Tree was planted by Yang Kai in On's small medicine garden. Naturally, there is no way for others to get Undying Source Liquid. The 1-drop in his hand is still left over when he got Eternal Tree at the beginning of the year, and he has not been willing to use it. Use this kind of treasure to exchange for a Tribulation Fruit. I think no one will refuse. The only thing to worry about is whether the emergence of Undying Source Liquid will cause any other trouble. But for Tribulation Fruit, he can't control that many anymore. When the time comes, if someone asks, he can pretend to be confused. I am afraid that no one would have thought that the supreme treasure of the Eternal Tree would be in his hands. Be careful. Yang Kai sat cross-legged and waited quietly. There are about 56 days at time. The martial artists who entered Four Seasons Land were not at all anxious to leave this place. At this moment, they are probably still looking for opportunities that belong to the owner everywhere. So the vicinity of this entrance is extremely quiet. Time passed by. 1 day later, on the plain where the entrance was, there was still only Yang Kai, and no one else was seen. At a certain moment, Yang Kai suddenly frowned and opened his eyes and looked in one direction. At that moment, he actually felt a strange energy fluctuation, which disappeared in a flash. However, when he looked in the direction from which the energy fluctuations were transmitted, he was unaware, which inevitably made him a little suspicious, wondering if phone had an illusion. Just as he was pondering, at a very far distance, suddenly the visible rings of light of one layer naked eye appeared. Rings of light are like substance, spreading towards all directions like ripples. Yang Kai stood up suddenly, squinting his eyes. In front of him, about 100 miles away from him, the top of a high mountain above, the rings of light are not continuous from Dangerland. Initially, they are just rings of light with a single color, but with the passage of time, the colors of the rings of light gradually become colorful in 5 colors. Not only that, the world's spiritual energy over the seems to be surging in rapids. The mountains above, in the sky, 5 colors and clouds are surging, making the whole sky look weird. Natural phenomenon. Yang Kai loudly shouts, "Rare treasure is born," although he doesn't know what happened there, but judging from the current situation, there is definitely a rare treasure born, and it is an extraordinary rare treasure. Otherwise, at the beginning of the birth, it is impossible to cause such an obvious natural phenomenon. Why at this time? Yang Kai wrinkled frowned, his face extremely gloomy. Now it is only 4 or 5 days since the exit of Four Seasons Land is closed. Unsurprisingly, the major sect's disciplines have probably started to rush back to the loop. The place where this natural phenomenon is located is only 100 miles away from the exit. In other words, this natural phenomenon born of rare treasure is very likely to attract many people, and the more people are attracted to the time, the more people are attracted. When the time comes, it is bound to cause some scramble, maybe blood flowing into a river. By then, his plan to exchange undying source liquid with others for tribulation fruit will definitely be disrupted. So when he saw that world natural phenomenon, Yang Kai's first thought was not excitement, but annoyance. He felt that this time was really bad for the owner. But even though he is slanderous in his heart, the world natural phenomenon is already so obvious, he naturally wants to go and see it. Thinking of this, Yang Kai directly took out the flying canoe, stepped on it, urged source strength, turned it into flowing light and shot it over there. The speed of the wooden boat is very fast, and the land of 100 miles can be reached in less than 10 breaths of effort. As the distance approaches, Yang Kai smells a strange fragrance from between heaven and earth. The fragrance enters the nose, refreshed, as pleasant as enlightenment. Is it a strange medicine? Yang Kai made a silent judgment in his heart, and this is a strain that can help martial artist practice. Odd medicine, because with the fragrance entering the nose, Yang Kai actually faintly felt the bottleneck of the own principal source one layer loosen. It didn't take long for him to be promoted to principal source stage. Although these days have been fighting constantly, he has also worked hard and practiced, and even got a chance on the ladder of years, but he still has some distance to promote principal source 2 layer. But now, this distance has been smoothed a lot, which shows how powerful this miraculous medicine is. He couldn't help but move. Now on this plane, probably only the owner arrived early. If there is no trace of others, he might be able to monopolize this strange medicine. This is really the shadow of Euxin's willows. After all, Yang Kai rushed to the entrance near the entrance ahead of time. He intended to find out the whereabouts of tribulation fruit. Between his mind and his mind turns around quickly, Yang Kai has already come to the top of the mountain. After falling into the light, standing on the wooden boat above, quietly watching forward. Somewhere on the top of the mountain, among the strange stones, a flower in bud stands quietly. This should be a lotus flower. The unbloomed petals are white and spotless, and the dazzling aura flows endlessly on it, and the charming fragrance diffuses out of it, which looks like it is not real, blurry and enchanting. Not only that, this flower bone above has some complicated mysterious rune, faintly discernible, like a rice grain, which seems to contain a great mysterious. If you can understand it, you can get infinite benefits. Yang Kai's heart trembled, loudly shouting in his mouth, This is. While speaking, he flipped his hand and took out a jade slip from his space ring. Come, close your eyes, immerse yourself in your mind, and investigate the content of jade slip. The jade slip is the legacy of Gongsun Mu. The things recorded above. Yang Kai have long remembered that the melons are so ripe and the backsides flowed, but the things in front of him still make Yang Kai a little uncertain. Only through the jade slip, only by comparing the content, can the owner's observation be confirmed. After a short while, Yang Kai found the answer that owner wanted in the jade slip. He opened his eyes, and the excited and fanatical rays of light flashed through his eyes, staring at the budding. Huagajuo shouted in a low voice, "Extremely wonderful treasure lotus." There is a note in the Gongsun Mu jade slip, "Extremely wonderful treasure lotus, born in accordance with the luck of heaven and earth, and born in the moon essence. On the day of blooming, the imperial intent is pervading all four poles. Those who win treasure lotus will have a significantly higher chance of achieving emperor. If you can refine pill success, the effect will be even better. In other words, this thing is the thing that can promote martial artist to the Emperor Senior stage. Emperor Senior stage is already the peak realm of star boundary martial artist. Except for a few spirit pill wonderful medicines, which are almost extinct, nothing can help martial artists improve their chances of promotion. And extremely wonderful treasure lotus is one of them. Moreover, it is completely different from the general spirit grass wonderful medicine. It fundamentally improves the martial artist's perception of heavenly law martial Tao, and it has a side effect on the martial artist's condensed imperialism. Unmatched efficacy of spirit medicine. This kind of spirit medicine is of great value. If powerhouses like Xie Sheng, Wu Chang and the others get extremely wonderful treasure lotus, they will be promoted to the Emperor Senior stage within 5 years. And there is absolutely no possibility of failure. Emperor Senior stage is the mainstay of every sect and the absolute backbone of strength. The birth of every Emperor Senior stage is enough to significantly enhance the strength of a sect. If you think about it this way, the value of this extremely wonderful treasure lotus cannot be measured at all. Yang Kai's heart suddenly heated up, but soon his face became gloomy again extremely, because the extremely wonderful treasure lotus in front of me has not fully bloomed yet. It cannot be collected at all. If you rush to collect it at this moment, its medicine efficacy will be greatly depleted. Even if it is completely bloomed, it must be taken or refined into pill success within a very short time, otherwise its medicine efficacy will also pass away quickly and cleanly. In the matter of this world, there must be gains and losses. Extremely wonderful treasure lotus has such a powerful effect. Naturally, there are reasons why it is rare. It is precisely because it will wither within 3 hours after the flower blooms, and the spiritual energy will wither, and it has achieved its reputation as a legendary existence. In this way, even if there is an extremely wonderful treasure lotus somewhere in this star boundary, if no one finds it within 3 hours, it will wither and become mud and cease to exist. You have to find a way to conceal this world natural phenomenon. Look at this posture. It will probably not bloom for a while. If this continues, it will only cause more and more people attracted. When the time comes, it is difficult to handle. Yang Kai muttered to himself, but once raised the head looks at the obvious natural phenomenon in the sky, he felt helpless. If he is proficient in formation, he may be able to do this with the help of formation, but his understanding of formation is still at the level of brute force cracking, which is not enough to provide assistance here. Collecting mysterious small boundary is equally impossible. The extremely wonderful treasure lotus cannot be picked before it blooms, let alone moved, otherwise it will wither directly. As an alchemy expert, such a reckless waste of natural resources behavior is certainly not allowed by Yang Kai. For a moment, he scratched his head and ears anxiously. And just when he was anxious, suddenly a splitting the air sound came over, and then, several silhouettes came quickly from different directions, and stood still not far from him. There were 3 men and 1 woman. The female came with another man, and the other 2 people were all alone. As soon as the 4 of them showed up, they simultaneously fixed their gazes on the extremely wonderful treasure lotus above. and they all showed expressions of surprise and shock. Only the female dressed like a young woman glanced at Yang Kai casually, but after discovering that he was a principal source 1 layer, she didn't pay much attention. Martial Peak Chapter 2216 Chapter 2216 Golden Cicada Shelling. These 4 people were obviously also in the vicinity activities and were attracted by the natural phenomenon born of extremely wonderful treasure lotus. One of them has a burly figure, an expression of no anger and prestige, and impressively has a cultivation level of principal source 3 layer. The other is a short-haired young man with thief eyes. He seems to be playing some sly plan at any time. The cultivation level is not high, although only principal source 2 layer, and the remaining man and woman seem to be companions. The female is petite and exquisite. The man is suave, and the 2 people are intimacy. At first glance, they are the same sect, senior brother-sister, and the relationship is excellent. The cultivation level of these 2 people is also principal source 2 layer. At this moment, all 4 of them were surprised and divine light, staring at the extremely wonderful treasure lotus. Their greedy expressions kept flowing in their eyes. Seeing this situation, Yang Kai couldn't help but sigh. Although he was mentally prepared for a long time, he knew that the natural phenomenon caused by the birth of extremely wonderful treasure lotus would definitely attract many martial artists, but he didn't expect someone to come over so soon. Furthermore, there are only 4. It seems that there are still a small number of martial artists active on this plane, otherwise they wouldn't be able to rush to this place so quickly. Senior brother ... What spirit medicine is this? Observing for a moment, the young woman dressed up softly asked the man next to her, because she didn't recognize the spirit medicine species in front of her. I only know that this is an incredible thing. Then his senior brother, hearing this, shook his head slowly, and said, I don't know. While speaking, he licked his dry lips and began to stir his expression, but his eyes were erratic. He was extremely afraid of the tall and sturdy man. After all, the opponent's cultivation level is the highest here. If you want to snatch spirit medicine, the opponent is the greatest enemy. Cheng Tai brother, do you recognize what spirit medicine is? At this moment, the flat-headed youth suddenly asked the tall and sturdy man. It seems that the 2 people have known each other a long time ago. I don't know. The man called Cheng Tai replied in a low, muffled voice, glanced at the flat-headed young man obliquely, and said, Brother Bao can't recognize it? P. Bao Peng smiled and said, how can Bao recognize something that even Cheng Tai doesn't recognize? You look at me too highly. Humph. Cheng Tai cold snort, turned to look at the man and woman, and asked in a loud voice, Flowing Shadow Sword Sects 2. Do you recognize it? Then senior brother, hearing this, frowned, shaking her head slowly. Young woman also so. Cheng Tai turned his gaze to Yang Kai and yelled, that kid, you seem to be the first to come here. What is spirit medicine? Let's listen. I don't know. Yang Kai looked bewildered and whispered, I was just attracted by this natural phenomenon. It's really a bunch of waste. Cheng Tai didn't wait for Yang Kai to finish speaking. He couldn't help but cursed. Even spirit medicine didn't recognize it, but even ran over. He said, scolded everyone. The senior brother of Flowing Shadow Sword Sect and the young woman, hearing this, were both owned and looked rather unpleasant, while Bao Peng seemed to know Cheng Tai's temper and didn't care about it. At this time, Cheng Tai said again, no matter what spirit medicine is, Cheng wants it. If you want to survive, just get out of the way, otherwise don't blame Cheng for being unrelenting. Bao Peng, hearing this, raised his brows, and faint smiled authentically. Brother Cheng, is this okay? Do you have an opinion? Cheng Tai's face turned sharply. The straight-headed young man looked at him and cold snort said, if you have an opinion, just say it boldly, take responsibility for the consequences. The latter quickly raised his hand, retreated for a few steps, and continued to say, Brother Cheng Tai misunderstood now. If you want this thing, how dare Bauma have any opinion? It's just the 2 of Flowing Shadow Sword Sect. I'm afraid I won't easily agree to it, right? After all, spirit medicine is born with spirit medicine, and those who are destined live in it. Listening to him, the senior brother nodded sternly and said, "Yes, world spiritual objects. Those who are predestined live there. Friends want it. It depends on whether you have this ability." Although Cheng Tai is the powerhouse of Principal Source 3 layer, he and the junior sister Yvonne have 2 people. So I am not afraid of the other party very much. Even more how? This wondrous item is right in front of him, and he will not give in easily to anything he says. You too. Are you going to try Cheng's ability? Cheng Tai, hearing this, grinned. The smile was full of hideous smell. Hey said, I heard the flow of flowing shadow sword sect shadow sword arts appear and disappear unpredictably, and I don't know whether it is true or false. Today, we just have this opportunity, so let Cheng learn 2 great tricks. While speaking, source strength surges at Cheng Tai's body surface. The already burly body suddenly swelled in a circle, and a sensational coercion suddenly spread out. He continued with what he said just now, 2. Don't let Cheng down. Up to this point, he stepped on the place with both feet and the void was stepped out. A crack came, and the whole person was like a meteorite falling from the sky. With terrifying vigor, it attacked the 2 people of Flowing Shadow Sword sect. He actually started directly. Be careful. His senior brother shouted in a low voice, and between the rotation of his body, layers of phantoms were left in place, and he had flew more than 10 feet away from the young woman. Seng seng. 2 light sounds, bringing up 2 cold lights. The long sword is unsheathed, and murderous intention emerges. His senior brother and the young woman, 2 people, hold a sword in one hand and pinch the tactics in one hand, posing strange shapes, and the biting sword she suddenly goes to all directions. There should be a limit to look down on people. His senior brother shouted angrily, and the other party suddenly rushed to the owner in a few words. This made his senior brother angry. His murderous intention filled his eyes, and he rushed to the young. The woman said, Junior sister, don't show mercy. Don't worry, junior sister will let him feel the formidable power of the inferior sword arts. The young woman gave a low laugh, and the long sword suddenly danced. Debut Principal Light Hua, slashing towards Cheng Tai. At the same time, his senior brother is also showing what he has learned, and teaming up with own junior sister, 2 people to kill him. Cheng Tai is also Principal Source 3 layer powerhouse at any rate, and it is also unruffled in the face of danger, with both hands open and closed, rolling up the energy frenzy. It is actually 1 against 2, without losing the wind. In an instant, the 3 of them fought and formed a team. They fought in the high mountain above. Sword chi sprinted, energy riots, and a flying sand-running stone in the battlefield was very lively. And the instigator of all this, Bao Peng, is silently standing in place and watching, without any intention to intervene in it. From time to time, he still shows a looking thoughtful look, as if he is watching the battle. Gain something. Hey! Suddenly, Yang Kai sighed, turned his head to look at a position, and said, this spirit medicine doesn't seem to be mature yet. Collect it rashly. Not so good, in case it is destroyed. It's medicinal and so on. The place he looked at was empty. The 3 people who were fighting hard hearing this were all shocked. They stopped one after another, and each of them withdrew from the battle circle, looking at Yang Kai suspiciously, and Cheng Tai glanced tightly at Bao Peng, who was standing not far away. I've said everything. Can't rush to collect ... My friend, don't you understand human words? Yang Kai was loudly shouted again, and punched at a certain position. When the energy is rushing away, the empty place, 1 silhouette ghost-like appeared, showing a shocked expression. The place where he is only 10 jang away from the extremely wonderful treasure lotus. And watching him sneak close to spirit medicine's posture, he seems to want to steal this spirit medicine while others are not paying attention. Bao Peng. After seeing this person's face, Cheng Tai couldn't help shouting furiously. At this moment, another Bao Peng who had been standing in place watching the battle suddenly turned into a flowing light and disappeared. This is actually an extremely realistic afterimage. The real Bao Peng has no idea what secret technique to use. His stealth has gone elsewhere. Bao Peng was beaten out by Yang Kai. He couldn't help but rushed into the crown. He stared at Yang Kai fiercely and said, boycotting death. In his opinion, if there is no interference from Yang Kai, he would have taken spirit medicine and escaped at this moment, but because of Yang Kai's existence, his plan would fall short. Under the annoyance, he naturally became angry. Sorry. Yang Kai scratched his head helplessly. If possible, I don't want to expose you, but your behavior is really unbearable. It's too bad, he spurned. Being heard from mothers has a special meaning, but what Yang Kai really refers to is that doing so will ruin the extremely wonderful treasure lotus. Extremely wonderful treasure lotus is still too early to mature. How can Yang Kai allow it to be picked rashly? He pretended to be stupid before, but he just wanted to delay time, that's all. But now it seems that this plan does not work. Yes, Cheng Tai loudly shouted, I haven't seen you in a few years, Bao Peng. You are still so despicable. Even though Cheng has been careful and careful, he doesn't want to be your way. Although he was fighting with the two people of Flowing Shadow Sword sect before, he actually didn't do his best at all. Instead, he put a part of his mind on Bao Peng, but he saw that he has been stood in place, so I can fight with peace of mind. I never thought that Bao Peng of Stove in place is just a phantom. The two people of Flowing Shadow Sword sect, their complexion is a bit unsightly at the moment, but they are more curious. Because of the few people present, no one found Bao Peng's hands or feet, but they were caught by Yang Kai has seen it through. If it weren't for the clear feeling that Yang Kai's cultivation level is only Principal Source 1 layer, everyone would think that this is also an illusion. Brother Cheng, calm down. Bao Peng also cast a pleased look at Cheng Tai at this time, saying with a smile, isn't I found out without a hand? That's your bad luck. Cheng Tai cold snort said, if you are lucky enough, wouldn't you run away with spirit medicine now? Exactly the problem of luck. Bao Peng stared deeply at Yang Kai, coldly said, the unspread secret of my 5 aggregate sects that Bao just displayed is my 5 aggregate unspread secret. Golden Cicada is unspread, which is a level higher. There is absolutely no weak spot in the powerhouse. It has always been an excellent secret technique for life-saving escape. It turned out to be Golden Cicada shelling. Cheng Tai let out a low cry, apparently also heard the name of this secret technique's complex size, said, didn't expect Qin Sect Master is willing to teach you this secret technique. This is not important. Bao Peng is still straight. The land looks at Yang Kai, coldly said, Bao is just curious, how can you see my whereabouts with trifling Principal Source 1 layer garbage? Marshall Peak Chapter 2217 Chapter 2217 Wash Wang Link Sage. Since entering Four Seasons Land, Yang Kai has been called rubbish by others more than once. It's no wonder that he wears its very ordinary, and there are no signs unique to Big Sect. The cultivation level is only the low level of Principal Source 1 layer. These elite disciples from major sects and families naturally look down on him. Principal Source 1 layer, in this Four Seasons Land, this is the bottom of the existence. Unless you are born like Lang Xun, no one will take you seriously. Bao Peng naturally does not see Yang Kai in his eyes. Faced with his question, Yang Kai tilted his head for a moment and said, am I lucky? Good. It's not a question of luck, you guys sure. It's courting death. Bao Peng grinned grinningly. His expression was so unkind. His good deeds were disturbed by Yang Kai. At this moment, he was naturally annoyed. He wanted to break Yang Kai's body into pieces and relieve his hatred. Your business. Own to deal with it. This spirit medicine. Cheng will take it away first. At this moment, Cheng Tai suddenly shouted, with his feet a little bit towards the extremely wonderful treasure lotus rushed away. The two people hears that sound of Flowing Shadow Sword sect were startled. It was too late when they wanted to stop, and they had to grit their teeth to catch up. And Bao Peng obviously didn't mean to continue to entangle with Yang Kai at this moment. He also shook his figure and rushed towards the extremely wonderful treasure lotus. Everyone just wants to grab this spirit medicine as soon as possible. A principal light flashed past, and Yang Kai's figure suddenly appeared strangely in front of the extremely wonderful treasure lotus. blocking the road of the four people. He looked helplessly at the crowd and said, "Everyone, this spirit medicine is not mature yet, and it is not the best time to pick it. If you move it rashly at this moment, you might ruin this wondrous item. Why don't you sit down and have a good chat, wait for spirit medicine to mature?" HMPH, what kind of nonsense you are talking about? Quickly let go. Cheng Tai remained unmoved, shouted in a deep voice, "Please cooperate with everyone." Yang Kai looked at him sincerely. "If I can't say." Between a few words, Cheng Tai has rushed to Yang Kai not far away, swinging his fists wrapped in a violent aura. Towards Yang Kai he smashed it over and looked at the posture. He didn't keep his hands in the slightest, only preparing to kill Yang Kai with one blow. He sneered, "Ignorant things, don't blame anyone if you die, there's really no way." Yang Kai said in a low voice, followed by at the exit of these words, the originally peaceful face suddenly became hideous, and an evil smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He looked terrible, and he said sharply, "If you don't listen, please make sure you can listen. Understand?" At this point, the splendid light flashed on his palm, and the Emperor treasure appeared leisurely. Emperor prestige permeated. Yang Kai swept with one sword, slashed forward, and chanted in his mouth, "One sword is a million, one man to act as a mountain." Kai 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 Kai. The sword chi is overflowing, spreading across the wild, centered on the place where Yang Kai is located. The invincible sword chi is lissing outward in a terrifying fan shape, and the sensational coercion suddenly descends. The dead aura pounced on her face. What? Cheng Tai complexion greatly changed. Previous moment he still had a disdainful expression on his face, but the next moment he stared like a ghost in the day, staring straight ahead. Emperor prestige ... This is the Emperor prestige ... This is the Emperor treasure. Bao Peng also screamed out of silence, hurriedly pinched his hand, and once again displayed the unspread secret of the 5 aggregates. Golden cicada shelling. A realistic afterimage appeared on the spot, but I avoided it at the crucial moment. The surnamed senior brother-sister of Flowing Shadow Sword sect also couldn't believe the eyes of own. When the Emperor Treasure 1 million sword appeared, the principal source grade long sword secret treasure held by 2 people, then he screamed uncontrollably, clanking constantly, seeming to convey a kind of aura of fear and horror. After Bao Peng's words were uttered, the faces of the 2 people suddenly turned pale. However, the 2 people were born with the same sect and lived together for so many years. Heart consonance. In an instant, he pinched the tactics with one hand, held the long sword with the other hand, and shook his sword halo. After a little bit of resistance, he flew to the side desperately, avoiding the terrifying blow dangerously. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sword chi is vertical and horizontal, and the energy surges. After the brilliance flashed, Ben rushed to the extreme. Wonderful treasure lotus 4 points in 3 positions. Everyone looked pale, with a lingering expression on his face. Bao Peng has no traces of injury, but the shocked expression on his face shows his deep in one's heart shock. The 2 people of Flowing Shadow Sword sect are fine, except that the hand holding the sword is shaking slightly. And Cheng Tai was not so lucky. He was the first to bear the brunt. Even if he fought desperately at the crisis, he still failed to completely resolve the terrifying blow of Emperor Treasure. At this moment, there were 7 or 8 wounds on his body. Bleeding, gurgling, looks extremely miserable. Now, we can have a good talk? Yang Kai held a sword flower in his hand and looked at the 4 people in front of him with a grin. Cheng Tai and the others are all sunken, staring at him with fear. I thought it was a rubbish existence, but suddenly I took out an Emperor treasure that was coveted by the world, and even displayed a terrifying sword technique, which severely damaged the people with the highest cultivation level in this place. Not seeing it with my own eyes, I'm afraid no one will believe it. Your Excellency. Who is it? Cheng Tai tried to endure pain in his body, looking at Yang Kai, and asked Shen He. At this point, where does he not know that Yang Kai is a guy with a very background? Otherwise, how can trifling principal source 1 layer have Emperor treasure? Together with this thought, he couldn't help being extremely jealous. Not to mention whether the owner is still capable of defeating Yang Kai. Even if he wins the opponent, I am afraid that he will have to worry about revenge from the other behind forces. He is from Kunlun, is not a big sect. That's all about Flying Saint Palace. How can it provoke two powerful forces? My friend, it was just a misunderstanding. I hope my friends don't be too careless. Bao Peng suddenly showed a pleasing expression and said with a smile, since it is a misunderstanding, there is no need to explain. Yang Kai glanced at him leisurely and said with a faint smile, Bao Peng, such as the amnesty, holds the fist, saying, many thanks, my friend. Bauma has important things, so don't bother, let's say goodbye. He actually turned around and left the place directly. The speed was wonderfully quick. Looking at his back, Yang Kai showed a thoughtful expression, and secretly felt that if this person died too early, he must be a major event in the future. It can be seen from this person's decisiveness alone that he has an instinctive judgment of the situation. He felt that if he stayed, he wouldn't get any benefit, but might incur danger, so he left immediately. Compared with Bao Peng, the two people of Cheng Tai and Flowing Shadow Sword sect seem a little indecisive, because after seeing Yang Kai's method, these three people still have no intention to leave. They seem to hold a trace of inexplicable hope in their hearts, hoping that own luck that goes against heaven's will can get extremely wonderful treasure lotus. Cheng Tai that's all. He suffered a severe injury and was extremely jealous of the indispensable forces behind Yang Chi, showing a posture of wanting to go but reluctant to go. And the senior brother of Flowing Shadow Sword sect is greedy. It's just that his eyes stayed in more places at the moment, but it was the 1 million sword in Yang Kai's hands. After all, compared to the extremely wonderful treasure lotus that does not know its purpose, this 1 million sword is a genuine emperor treasure, and even a sword-shaped emperor treasure. Flowing Shadow Sword sect is originally sect known for its sword, hanger and disciple and more practiced sword technique. If you can start this 1 million sword, your own strength will be greatly improved. This made him inevitably have a lot of thoughts in his mind. How many ... won't you leave? Yang Kai faint smiled at them. Cheng Tai pursed his dry lips. The stove in place did not move, but he did not show hostility either. He just silently urged source strength to restrain his own injury from worsening. On the contrary, after hearing this, the senior brother suddenly turned his head and glanced at the young woman, and the two people's eyes meeting, everything was silent. Leisurely, an extremely strong imposing manner diffuses out from two people within the body, blending with each other, making the imposing manner of the principal source two-layer cultivation level of two people abruptly improved a big chunk. Black hair, automatic without wind, robe, hunting noise, high fighting intent, flooding this world. His senior brother stretched out a hand, and the young woman put soft and smooth in the hands of his senior brother like a heart consonance. At the moment when the bodies of the two people meet, the already powerful imposing manner climbs to a new high, and a ring of light visible in naked eye rises into the sky, like a heaven-supporting pillar. At this moment, the two people seem to be completely united, no longer distinguishing each other. Wash Wang Ling Sai Cheng Tai saw this scene, suddenly shouting loudly, his face suddenly solemn. After listening to his words, Yang Kai immediately understood that this Wash Wang Ling Sai technique should be a secret technique, cultivation technique similar to dual cultivation of Flowing Shadow Sword sect. After casting it, it will look like what you see right now. One scene is the same, which can connect the auras of a man and a woman, so that the strength can be greatly improved in a short time. After performing this secret technique, the temperament of his senior brother's entire person has undergone a great change, and it seems that he has become extremely confident and arrogant. He held a sword in his hand, slowly drew a circle in front of Own, looked at Yang Kai coldly, and said, "Hand over the Emperor treasure in your hand and go around you without death." When he spoke, the young woman made the same action. The point where the two people's swords flowed, brought the one-layer naked eye visible sword halo. After the words were over, the two semicircles suddenly merged into one place, condensing into a circular sword mark. The sword seal clanked, and it seemed to contain great power. "Are you sure you want to do this?" Yang Kai remained unmoved, just stove in place, staring at the two people peacefully, with clear eyes. "Nonsense," his senior brother coldly shouted impatiently. "What if I don't want it?" "Then you can die," his senior brother coldly shouted, long sword a little more leisurely forward, and his movements were freehand. But when this sword was clicked, it caused the world's spiritual energy to be violent. The circular sword hummed and shot forward suddenly. In the middle of the journey, the sword seal divided into two, 20% is 4, 40% is 8. In an instant, this kind of circular sword print is everywhere. Shrouded a vast world, people for no reason give birth to an inevitable illusion. Marshall Peak Chapter 2218 Chapter 2218 Wash Wang Ling Saj. Thanks to Union Master Kwang Sheng Xiao's Dream Me Butterfly Reward. Thanks to Union Masters Wang Sheng Xiao's Dream Me Butterfly A100 Pia Ahong Reward. I only saw it after the update was released in the morning. Thanks for this chapter in the evening. Thank you! Exclamation mark. Since entering Four Seasons Land, Yang Kai has been called rubbish by others more than once. It's no wonder that he is wearing its very ordinary, and there are no signs unique to Big Sect. The cultivation level is only the low level of Principal Source 1 layer. These elite disciples from major sects and families naturally look down on him. Principal Source 1 layer, in this Four Seasons Land, this is the bottom of the existence. Unless you are born like Lang Xun, no one will take you seriously. Bao Peng naturally does not see Yang Kai in his eyes. Faced with his question, Yang Kai tilted his head for a moment and said, "Am I lucky? Good? It's not a question of luck, you guys sure. It's courting death." Bao Peng grinned grinningly. His expression was so unkind. His good deeds were disturbed by Yang Kai. At this moment, he was naturally annoyed. He wanted to break Yang Kai's body into pieces and relieve his hatred. "Your business. Own to deal with it. This spirit medicine. Cheng will take it away first." At this moment, Cheng Tai suddenly shouted, with his feet a little bit towards the extremely wonderful treasure lotus rushed away. The two people hears that sound of flowing shadow sword sect were startled. It was too late when they wanted to stop, and they had to grit their teeth to catch up. And Bao Peng obviously didn't mean to continue to entangle with Yang Kai at this moment. He also shook his figure and rushed towards the extremely wonderful treasure lotus. Everyone just wants to grab this spirit medicine as soon as possible. A principal light flashed past, and Yang Kai's figure suddenly appeared strangely in front of the extremely wonderful treasure lotus, blocking the road of the four people. He looked helplessly at the crowd and said, "Everyone, this spirit medicine is not mature yet, and it is not the best time to pick it. If you move it rashly at this moment, you might ruin this wondrous item. Why don't you sit down and have a good chat, wait for spirit medicine to mature?" HMPH, what kind of nonsense you are talking about? Quickly let go. Cheng Tai remain unmoved, shouted in a deep voice, "Please cooperate with everyone." Yang Kai looked at him sincerely. "If I can't say." Between a few words, Cheng Tai has rushed to Yang Kai not far away, swinging his fists wrapped in a violent aura, towards Yang Kai. He smashed it over and looked at the posture. He didn't keep his hands in the slightest, only preparing to kill Yang Kai with one blow. He sneered and sneered, "Ignorant things. Don't blame anyone if you die. There's really no way." Yang Kai said in a low voice, followed by at the exit of these words, the originally peaceful face suddenly became hideous, and an evil smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He looked terrible, and he said sharply, "If you don't listen, please make sure you can listen. Understand?" At this point, the splendid light flashed on his palm, and the Emperor treasure appeared leisurely. Emperor prestige permeated. Yang Kai swept with one sword, slashed forward, and chanted in his mouth, "One sword is a million, one man to act as a mountain." Kai 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 Kai. The sword chi is overflowing, spreading across the wild, centered on the place where Yang Kai is located. The invincible sword chi is lissing outward in a terrifying fan shape, and the sensational coercion suddenly descends. The dead aura pounced on her face. What? Cheng Tai complexion greatly changed. Previous moment he still had a disdainful expression on his face, but the next moment he stared like a ghost in the day, staring straight ahead. Emperor Prestige ... This is the Emperor Prestige ... This is the Emperor Treasure. Bao Peng also screamed out of silence, hurriedly pinched his hand, and once again displayed the unspread secret of the 5 aggregates. Golden cicada shelling. A realistic afterimage appeared on the spot, but I avoided it at the crucial moment. The surnamed senior brother-sister of Flowing Shadow Sword sect also couldn't believe the eyes of own. When the Emperor Treasure 1 million sword appeared, the principal source grade long sword secret treasure held by 2 people, then he screamed uncontrollably, clanking constantly, seeming to convey a kind of aura of fear and horror. After Bao Peng's words were uttered, the faces of the 2 people suddenly turned pale. However, the 2 people were born with the same sect and lived together for so many years. Heart consonance. In an instant, he pinched the tactics with one hand, held the long sword with the other hand, and shook his sword halo. After a little bit of resistance, he flew to the side desperately, avoiding the terrifying blow dangerously. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sword chi is vertical and horizontal, and the energy surges. After the brilliance flashed, Ben rushed to the extreme. Wonderful treasure lotus 4 points in 3 positions. Everyone looked pale, with a lingering expression on his face. Bao Peng has no traces of injury, but the shocked expression on his face shows his deep in one's heart shock. The 2 people of Flowing Shadow Sword sect are fine, except that the hand holding the sword is shaking slightly. And Cheng Tai was not so lucky. He was the first to bear the brunt. Even if he fought desperately at the crisis, he still failed to completely resolve the terrifying blow of Emperor Treasure. At this moment, there were 7 or 8 wounds on his body. Bleeding, gurgling, looks extremely miserable. Now, we can have a good talk? Yang Kai held a sword flower in his hand and looked at the 4 people in front of him with a grin. Cheng Tai and the others are all sunken, staring at him with fear. I thought it was a rubbish existence, but suddenly I took out an Emperor Treasure that was coveted by the world, and even displayed a terrifying sword technique, which severely damaged the people with the highest cultivation level in this place. Not seeing it with my own eyes, I'm afraid no one will believe it. Your Excellency. Who is it? Cheng Tai tried to endure pain in his body, looking at Yang Kai, and asked Shin He. At this point, where does he not know that Yang Kai is a guy with a very background? Otherwise, how can trifling Principal Source 1 layer have Emperor Treasure? Together with this thought, he couldn't help being extremely jealous. Not to mention whether the owner is still capable of defeating Yang Kai. Even if he wins the opponent, I am afraid that he will have to worry about revenge from the other behind forces. He is from Tanmun, is not a big sect. It's all that's all about Flying Saint Palace. How can it be too powerful to provoke it? My friend, it was just a misunderstanding. I hope my friends ... don't be too careless. Bao Peng suddenly showed a pleasing expression and said with a smile, since it is a misunderstanding, there is no need to explain. Yang Kai glanced at him leisurely and said with a faint smile, Bao Peng, such as the amnesty, holds the fist, saying, many thanks, my friend. Bauma has important things, so don't bother, let's say goodbye. He actually turned around and left the place directly. The speed was wonderfully quick. Looking at his back, Yang Kai showed a thoughtful expression, and secretly felt that if this person died too early, he must be a major event in the future. It can be seen from this person's decisiveness alone that he has an instinctive judgment of the situation. He felt that if he stayed, he wouldn't get any benefit, but might incur danger, so he left immediately. Compared with Bao Peng, the 2 people of Cheng Tai and Flowing Shadow Sword sect seem a little indecisive, because after seeing Yang Kai's method, these 3 people still have no intention to leave. They seem to hold a trace of inexplicable hope in their hearts, hoping that own luck that goes against heaven's will can get extremely wonderful treasure lotus. Cheng Tai was that's all. He suffered a severe injury and was extremely jealous of the indispensable forces behind Yang Chi, showing a posture of wanting to go but reluctant to go. And the senior brother of Flowing Shadow Sword Sect is greedy. It's just that his eyes stayed in more places at the moment, but it was the 1 million sword in Yankai's hands. After all, compared to the extremely wonderful treasure lotus that does not know its purpose, this 1 million sword is a genuine Emperor treasure, and even a sword-shaped Emperor treasure. Flowing Shadow Sword Sect is originally sect known for its sword, hanger and disciple and more practice sword technique. If you can start this 1 million sword, your own strength will be greatly improved. This made him inevitably have a lot of thoughts in his mind. How many ... won't you leave? Yankai faint smiled at them. Cheng Tai pursed his dry lips. The stove in place did not move, but he did not show hostility either. He just silently urged source strength to restrain his own injury from worsening. On the contrary, after hearing this, the senior brother suddenly turned his head and glanced at the young woman, and the two people's eyes meeting, everything was silent. Leisurely, an extremely strong imposing manner diffuses out from two people within the body, blending with each other, making the imposing manner of the principal source two-layer cultivation level of two people abruptly improved a big chunk. Black hair, automatic without wind, robe, hunting noise, high fighting intent, flooding this world. His senior brother stretched out a hand, and the young woman put soft and smooth in the hands of his senior brother like a heart consonance. At the moment when the bodies of the two people meet, the already powerful imposing manner climbs to a new high, and a ring of light visible in naked eye rises into the sky, like a heaven-supporting pillar. At this moment, the two people seem to be completely united, no longer distinguishing each other. Wash Wang Ling Sai Cheng Tai saw this scene, suddenly shouting loudly, his face suddenly solemn. After listening to his words, Yankai immediately understood that this Wash Wang Ling Sai technique should be a secret technique, cultivation technique similar to dual cultivation of Flowing Shadow Sword Sect. After casting it, it will look like what you see right now. One scene is the same, which can connect the auras of a man and a woman, so that the strength can be greatly improved in a short time. After performing this secret technique, the temperament of his senior brother's whole person has undergone a great change. It seems that he has become extremely confident and arrogant. He held a sword in his hand, slowly drew a circle in front of Own, looked at Yankai coldly, and said, "Hand over the Emperor treasure in your hand and go around you without death." When he spoke, the young woman made the same action. The point where the two people's swords flowed, brought the one-layer naked eye visible sword halo. After the words were over, the two semicircles suddenly merged into one place, condensing into a circular sword mark. The sword seal clanked, and it seemed to contain great power. "Are you sure you want to do this?" Yankai remained unmoved, just stove in place, staring at the two people peacefully, with clear eyes. "Nonsense!" His senior brother coldly shouted impatiently. "What if I don't want it?" "Then you can die." His senior brother coldly shouted, long sword a little more leisurely forward, and his movements were freehand. But when this sword was clicked, it caused the world's spiritual energy to be violent. The circular sword hummed and shot forward suddenly. In the middle of the journey, the sword seal divided into two, 20% is 4, 40% is 8. In an instant, this kind of circular sword print is everywhere. Shrouded a vast world, people for no reason give birth to an inevitable illusion. Marshall Peak Chapter 2219 Chapter 2219 is not a robbery. The circular sword seal hiding the sky and covering the earth shrouds the place where Yankai is, and the sharp sword chi sounds clear and bright cutting. It sounds extremely piercing. Cheng Tai complexion slightly changed. He didn't know until then that the two people of Flowing Shadow Sword Sect didn't use all their strength when fighting with him before. If they used this kind of secret technique before, the owner would be really hard to guard against. It was at this moment. The blow did not hit the owner. Cheng Tai also felt extremely uneasy. It seemed that among the countless sword marks, owner's will was almost shattered. His eyes widened, wanting to see how Yankai should defend against this killing strike. At any rate, he is also a guy with an Emperor treasure. His background should not be low, and his learning should also be extremely profound. This kind of blow is terrifying, but it may be difficult to take his life. Cheng Tai thought as it should be by rights in his heart. What he could see before him was far beyond his expectation. When the circular sword mark hiding the sky and covering the earth struck, Yang Kai of the stove in place was as stupid as he was. There was no response for a long time. He didn't show up until the moment of emergency. A defensive action. It may be too late. Kai 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 kai. A strange noise came out, and Yang Kai was marked by the countless swords, wrapped in it, cut into countless pieces. What? Cheng Tai exclaimed, looking at the front with an unbelievable expression. This dead. This guy who made him extremely jealous, unexpectedly being killed in one blow with no difficulty. The scene in front of him was quite unacceptable for Cheng Tai. But soon, he was relieved. He secretly felt that the reason Yang Kai was so powerful just now was probably because of the power of Emperor Treasure. That's all. Its own strength is just a principal source, one layer level. Thinking about it this way, everything makes sense. Overestimate one's capabilities. His senior brother also sneered, and shook his long sword. The next moment, with twinkling eyes of extremely exciting rays of light, his eyes fixed on Yang Kai on the 1,000,000 sword in hand. At this moment, the Yang Kai's corpse, which was cut into countless pieces, was distorted and dissipated in the air. His senior brother complexion froze and lost his voice. After image. Until now, he suddenly understood why there was a weird feeling in the heart just now. This kind of it's weird that I can't tell the truth, and it seems that something is wrong, but I can't tell. And the scene before me just explained the source of the weirdness. Shredded, obviously not the real flesh and blood, but an after image. Senior brother, be careful. Suddenly the young woman Huarong changes countenance. At the same time, a principal light flashed past, passing his senior brother's neck, and passing backwards. His senior brother complexion greatly changed. He wanted to turn around and look around, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't turn his head. Not only that, there seemed to be a slight pain from the neck. With a little more force, the entire head suddenly fell from the neck, and his vision was completely reversed. Dead. His senior brother's mind flashed a funny thought. The whole person was completely shrouded in darkness, and the last scene of the reflection in his eyes was Yang Kai holding 1,000,000 sword, standing quietly not far behind him. On that broadsword, there is one drop of red fresh blood flowing along the blade, dripping down. His senior brother's death seemed to have some chain reaction. The young woman who was connected to his body and mind turned white suddenly, and opened her mouth to spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. People's imposing manner suddenly languished, and his face was also old for countless years in an instant. She seemed to be unable to control the body of Own, and fell down in a hurry, dancing in midair, but she could not stabilize her figure. In a short while, she fell into the rock, shattered to pieces. Backlash. Yang Kai frowned, looking thoughtful. Although this Wash Wang Link Sai tactic is extremely powerful, it seems to have a lot of drawbacks. He just killed the senior brother, that's all, but didn't expect this move also led to the death of a woman. Two principal light Hua suddenly flew out from the corpses of his senior brother and the young woman, trying to rush into the sky. Yang Kai's eyes were quick, and his figure was shaking. He grabbed the two principal light Hua in his hands. The back of his hand was slightly hot. When Yang Kai looked down, there were two more star seals on the back of his hand. The two star seals originally belonged to the two people of Flowing Shadow Sword sect, but after the death of these two people, the star seal became a masterless object and can be easily obtained. The two star seal levels are not too high. Yang Kai took a look. One is a triangular star seal, and the other is a diamond-shaped star seal that is the same as the star seal previously obtained by Own. As a result, he has got as many as 3 star seals in Four Seasons Land. The star seal is actually very difficult to obtain. He stayed in this secret boundary for more than 20 days. Apart from obtaining one by chance, he has not obtained anything since then. This thing can be seen of rare, but right now, he got 2 again. As he observed the star seal, Cheng Tai, who was watching the developments, was already cold. The situation in front of him turns around quickly. He simply didn't see what Yang Kai did. The surnamed He martial artist of Flowing Shadow Sword sect was the head of a sword owl. Cheng Tai immediately understood that he had previously seriously underestimated Yang Kai's ability. Although this guy only has the cultivation level of Principal Source 1 layer, the real battle strength can never be judged by the cultivation level. He is definitely the elite among those who regard jumping over the ranks to fight as commonplace. Think of this. How can Cheng Tai still have the heart to stay? I was secretly annoyed that it would be fine if I left earlier. If I leave now, I don't know if the other party will be embarrassed. It's not a matter to continue to stay. Cheng Tai can only brace oneself, holds the fist, saying, Cheng had offended so much before. My friend, forgive me. I'm leaving. Wait. Yang Kai faintly glanced at him suddenly and shouted, My friend ... What else can I advise? Cheng Tai's face twitched, deep in one's heart panic, wishing to get as far as possible from here, but he did not dare to act rashly. Wait a moment. Yang Kai didn't mean to kill him. Instead, he flew down to the two corpses of Flowing Shadow Sword sect and took the space ring of the two people. After coming down, spiritual mind swept through it, seeming to be looking for something. Even so, Cheng Tai still obediently stood in place and didn't move. He knew that in the current state of One, he was not Yang Kai's opponent at all. If he angered the opponent, the two corpses would be the end of One! Nothing is useful. Yang Kai murmured a bit of dissatisfaction after inspecting the storage of two space rings. In fact, this is not the case. The surnamed He senior brother sisters are also martial artists at the Principal Source 2 layer level. There are naturally many good things in Space Ring. Whether it is Source Crystal, Medicine Pill or Secret Treasure, the value is still not bad. But for Yang Kai, there is nothing he wants at the moment. Speaking like this, he step by step came to Cheng Tai and stood still. After a moment of indulging, he said, If it is convenient, can Brother Cheng give me your space ring? Hearing this, Cheng Tai's complexion became livid, but now people are under the eaves and have to bow their heads, so he still forced a smile and said, Naturally. There is no problem. While speaking, he took the space ring from his hand with a painful look and threw it to Yang Kai. After that, he impatient said, If my friend is fine, Cheng will leave. Excuse me, what's the hurry? Yang Kai glanced at him. You don't want space ring? Cheng Tai has a stunned expression on his face. I really don't understand what Yang Kai said. Do you think I'm going to rob you? Yang Kai curled his lips. Do you think I would do this despicable thing? Cheng Tai's expression on his face kept changing. It's so wonderful. I really don't know what to say. Find the same useful one. At this moment, Yang Kai suddenly laughed heartily, and as soon as the spiritual mind moved, he took something out of Cheng Tai's space ring. Cheng Tai looked around and saw that the thing was a charcoal black spirit grass. To tell the truth, Cheng Tai also not very clear what the spirit grass is and what is its purpose. He just thinks that this item is not low grade and valuable, so he collected it. And this thing, it is also the domain of Autumn from Four Seasons Land. But I don't want to be taken out by Yang Kai at this moment. Cheng Tai is completely at a loss. What is in his space ring? He is naturally very clear. In terms of value, there should be many more precious things than this spirit grass. But the weird kid in front of him took the spirit grass out, and nothing else was moved. While Cheng Tai was lost, Yang Kai directly threw the space ring back to him, playing with the spirit grass on his hand, with an expression of joy. My friend, do you want anything else? Cheng Tai cautiously asked. I said that I am not robbing you. Yang Kai glanced at him sideways, shouted, Don't get out of here. Yes, yes. Cheng Tai, hearing this, such as the amnesty, quickly ran away with the space ring, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. After Cheng Tai disappeared, Yang Kai fell leisurely on the extremely wonderful treasure lotus not far away, looked at the dark spirit grass on his hand, and muttered to himself, with this an ink is like a dragon, and there are only 3 raw materials for refining the extremely wonderful pill. Well, I own most of the materials, but these 3 are not easy to handle, and I don't know if others have them. No. While talking, Yang Kai looked around. At this moment, he actually hopes that someone will be attracted by the emergence of this extremely wonderful treasure lotus, so that he can easily raise and refine spirit pills raw materials. If you use extremely wonderful treasure lotus as the main material, you can refine a kind of spirit pill called extremely wonderful pill. This spirit pill has all the effects of extremely wonderful treasure lotus, and more powerful. One extremely wonderful pill is enough to raise a martial artist's hope of 10% promotion to emperor. If it is possible, Yang Kai hopes that when this extremely wonderful treasure lotus matures, he will refine it into pill success. In this way, not only can it be preserved for a long time, but it can also fully play the precious role of extremely wonderful treasure lotus. It's just, I want to return to it, but this is hard to handle. Especially the materials for pill refining have not yet been collected. Martial Peak Chapter 2220 Chapter 2220 Profound Frost Saint Lotus. At the top of the mountain, the clouds are surging and the wind is surging. The natural phenomenon is present, and the 5 colors are shining half the sky. Extremely wonderful treasure lotus slowly blooms white and flawless flower bones. A trace of unique rhyme is transmitted between this world, the fragrance is permeated, making people relaxed and joyful. Yang Kai sit cross-legged not far from spirit medicine, the mind is empty, the closed pupil is soothing, just like guardian. Follow closely. 300 li away from this place, somewhere, a few silhouettes are looking at the direction of the mountain, while quickly approaching, that world natural phenomenon enters the eye. And everyone is surprised. I don't know that. What happened to the side? However, several people in this line seem to belong to different forces, but at this moment they are attracted to one place because of the conspicuous natural phenomenon. The strength of everyone is also mixed, from principal source 1 layer to principal source 3 layer. During the flight, one person suddenly turned to the side and asked, "Elder Brother Jing, can you see what is going on in front of you?" The person he asked was impressive. It is Jing Li from Benevolent Martial Sect that Yang Kai has seen outside the Passing of Time Temple before. Although this person has a principal source 3 layer in the cultivation level, he was very humble when facing Wu Chang's questioning, but at this moment, he seemed to have recovered his self-confidence. Hearing this, he pondered for a moment, and said, "This natural phenomenon of heaven and earth is either a treasure born or spirit medicine mature. Judging from the fragrance passed from here, it probably belongs to the latter kind." Oh, the questioner's eyes lit up, and he gladly said, "Elder Brother Jing thinks that too?" What he meant? The owner was also speculating like this, just looking for someone confirmed it and then said, "I don't know what spirit medicine is, Elder Brother Jing." "Where do I know this?" Jing Li rolled the eyes. Born spirit medicine is countless, can make such a big movement, no matter what it is worth out of the ordinary. Hey hey hey. Suddenly another person laughed in a low voice, licking his lips and said, "Perhaps, the opportunity I'm waiting for is coming." Everyone was shocked when he said this. Jing Li said solemnly, "Once you have a chance, it's all luck. If this chance is won by Jing, you should not be jealous." Ha 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 ha. He let out a long laugh, as if he had already gotten the chance. "Bah, you have this chance too." A voice of spurning came from the crowd. "Brother Zihuai seems to have a lot of opinions on Lei Ixia." Jing Li looked towards the speaker coldly, with a provocative expression on his face. He did not dare to take a breath when facing Wu Chang. After all, Wu Chang had a fierce reputation, but he was also a principal source 3 layer powerhouse. How could he not have the arrogance of own? "I have no objection to anyone who has this opportunity, but you can't do it." Zihuai was not to be outdone. There seemed to be some grievances between the two people, so they were a bit disgusting with each other. Jing Li's expression sank and was about to say more and so on. One person suddenly shouted, "Look! Someone has arrived first." As soon as this statement came out, everyone's heart sank, and when they looked around, they saw that on the top of the mountain, there was a silhouette sitting cross-legged in place quietly, and not far behind him, a white flower-bound flower was exuding the enchanting rays of light, accompanied by a peculiar rhyme, convey a magical profound mystery. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Everyone didn't dare to hesitate, and they speeded up. In the blink of an eye, they came to the extremely wonderful treasure lotus not far away, with greedy eyes. Looking at the spirit medicine, Jing Li was busy, and glanced at Yang Kai. He secretly felt that this person was a bit familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere, but after he noticed the other party's cultivation level, he couldn't help but licked his lips and said, "A principal, the rubbish of source 1 layer ... Who am I saying?" After finishing talking, he stopped paying attention to Yang Kai. The same is true for others. When they noticed that someone had come to Spirit Medicine's place first, they were a little flustered, but when they saw that Yang Kai's cultivation level was so low, they immediately let go. After a few people came here, they looked over Yang Kai and looked at the extremely wonderful treasure lotus in surprise, all with excited expressions. "Although I don't know what spirit medicine this is, I have already given birth to this natural phenomenon of heaven and earth before it matures. You can imagine its preciousness." Elder brother Pang Hai, if Jing remembers correctly, are you still an alchemy expert? Jing Li suddenly turned his head and looked at a fatty in the crowd. That fatty, hearing this, slightly smiled, said, "Pang did a little research on pill refining, but the pill technique is low, only Void King grade, not worth mentioning." Although he said so, he had an extremely proud expression on his face. The expression seemed to say that this was not worth mentioning, but extremely proud. He has the capital of pride. The number of alchemy experts is scarce, and the high-rank alchemy experts are even rarer. They have a distinguished status. He is a martial artist who can upgrade his pill refining technique to Void King grade. Rank can be considered a good talent. General alchemy experts are mainly based on pill refining, with practice as a supplement. While improving the pill refining technique, they often lose the time of practice. Therefore, the cultivation level of alchemy expert is generally not high. Not surprisingly, most of the cultivation levels of Void King grade alchemy expert are Void Return stage, and Void King stage is rare. But this Pang Hai is a powerhouse of Principal Source 2 layer. He has made achievements in martial Da and pill way domains. He is even better than most martial artists and alchemy expert, so he is naturally very proud. Void King grade. Jing Li is also a person who knows the goods. Hearing this exclaimed, his face showed sincere admiration, opened the mouth and said, "Elder brother Pang Hai is really amazing. Jing admire it." Although the others did not speak, they all showed shocked expressions. Pang Hai is obviously very useful for this. With smiles on his chubby cheeks, he waved his hand hypocritically, where ... Elder brother Jing is serious. In fact, if it weren't for the delay of pill way after practice, Pang should have been promoted to Principal Source 3 layer long ago. The meaning of the words is that his aptitude in martial Dao is not worse than others, but he was distracted by pill refining. If it weren't for this, he even had the heart to compete with Xia Sheng Wu Chang and the others. Elder brother Pang Hai, since you are a Void King grade alchemy expert, do you recognize what spirit medicine is? Jing Li turned around and asked. Others also looked at Pang Hai, waiting for his answer. Pang Hai, hearing this, the expression was correct. His eyes looked towards extremely wonderful treasure lotus, and he pondered for a long time before opening the mouth and said, "If Pang is not mistaken, this should be legendary." He maliciously paused here, whipping everyone's appetites. Yang Kai also opened his eyes curiously, wanting to hear the advice of this colleague. I saw Pang Hai expression confidently saying, "Profound Frost Saint Lotus." Yang Kai couldn't hold back for a while, almost laughed out loud. Pang Hai immediately gave him a fiercely stare. On the contrary, Jing Li and the others listened to their eyes, and shouted, "This is actually Profound Frost Saint Lotus." The rumors that the consciousness sea, the soul purification, greatly enhance the power of divine consciousness. Profound Frost Saint Lotus. Jing Li has obviously heard of the name Profound Frost Saint Lotus. At this moment, both eyes are twinkling with divine light. The reaction of other people was almost like this, and the word greed was almost written on the forehead. That's right. Pang Hai nodded heavily, This is definitely Profound Frost Saint Lotus. No doubt. I can trust Elder Brother Pang Hai. Jing Li swallowed saliva. I don't really believe in Elder Brother Pang Hai. I just look at this kid's demeanor and seem to know something. Zihuai looked thoughtful at Yang Kai. And he was the first. If you come here, why don't you ask him how? Although he said so, he didn't mean to ask other people. Instead, he directly shouted at Yang Kai. Shouted, "You kids," Zhu asked. "If you know something about you, answer obediently, otherwise ... hum. He has a threatening expression on his face, full of malice. "Well, you ask." Yang Kai nodded at him indifferently. "How long have you been here?" Zihuai asked. "About an hour," Yang Kai replied. "So, this world natural phenomenon existed an hour ago?" Zihuai complexion changed, looked at all around vigilantly, and muttered suspiciously, "Then how come no other people come here?" Although he felt weird, he didn't continue to delve into it. He just thought that others were too far away from here and didn't find this natural phenomenon nor were on their way. He then asked, "Suitable Elder Brother Pang Hai said that this is Profound Frost Saint Lotus. You look disapproving. Is it possible that ... Do you know what spirit medicine this is?" "I don't know." Yang Kai shook his head. Rattle. "It's ridiculous to put on that face without knowing it." Pang Hai cold snort, sarcastically. Yang Kai shook his head and said, "Although I don't know what this is, I know this is definitely not Profound Frost Saint Lotus." At this point, Yang Kai's expression suddenly became serious. Said seriously, "Profound Frost Saint Lotus, born in extreme cold land, with 7 petals, deep roots and long stems, and a charming fragrance. It does not match the spirit medicine in front of you. The most important thing is," his tone suddenly became low, and a wicked smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He said, "When Profound Frost Saint Lotus blooms, no one can approach it. The fragrance is enough to affect the spiritual mind of the Emperor Senior Stage Powerhouse and make it impossible to produce the illusion of self-extrication, sinking deep into it, sinking forever, if no one can save it. I am afraid to." He spread his hands and said, "You are not affected at all at this moment, and nothing has been produced." Illusion. How could this be Profound Frost Saint Lotus? Everyone who listens to it is dumbstruck. And Pang Hai is even more red-faced. He didn't recognize it either. "What kind of spirit medicine is this? I just don't think other people recognize it," and just said the 4 words Profound Frost Saint Lotus casually. Anyway, no one can confirm it, but it can also be an opportunity for Own. Because of this, he can compile some words that are beneficial to Own to facilitate his next actions. But he didn't want to blink. He was dismantled by Yang Kai, and ... The dialect was so plausible that he couldn't tell the truth. For a moment, he couldn't help but fly into a rage out of humiliation. This friend's ... makes sense. Zihuai's eyes lit up and turned to look at Pang Hai. "Elder Brother Pang Hai, what do you think?" "I see your family ancestor in 18 generations. Pang Hai swears in his heart. Marshall Peak Chapter 2221. Chapter 2221 next. This is the end of the matter. Pang Hai will not admit what Yang Kai said, otherwise it would be equivalent to Own beating Own in the face, in front of so many people. Where can he step down? So he can only fiercely say fiercely, "Boy, there should be a limit to ostentation." "What do you know?" "Pang is a Void King grade alchemy expert. I said this is Profound Frost Saint Lotus. It's Profound Frost Saint Lotus." As soon as this statement was made, others regained some confidence in Pang Hai. After all, they didn't understand Yang Chi, so how could they know what he said true or false? Yang Kai laughed. "I'm still Principal Source Grade Alchemy Expert. He is telling the truth, but no one believes it." "You guys, see, this kid is full of nonsense, crazy talk, and can't believe it at all." Pang Hai hit a person when he's down at the right time. Everyone is slightly nodded. "Okay." Yang Kai suddenly patted his butt and stood up, shook his neck, crossed his hands, and straightened backwards. When the skeleton moved, the crackle sounded. Everyone stared at him stunned. not knowing what he wanted to do in such a posture that he was ready to do something special. The chatting ends here, Yang Kai said as he swept his eyes across the crowd, but all martial artists who were in contact with his sight would involuntarily give rise to a chill in his heart, as if I was stared at by some terrifying existence. Since you are here, please help my one. He grinned and said solemnly, hand over the space ring. Huh? Everyone was startled, and they seemed to be unable to believe what the owner had just heard. But soon, several people became angry. Scoundrel, what do you want to do? You are going against the sky, my friend, a trifling principal source one layer, dare to rob me and wait? Ha ha, really am so laughing. This kid is crazy. Since you said that, please hand over the space ring. I can wait for you to die. A few people, everyone talking at once, or angry, or ridiculed, or prepared to fight against robbery. Anyway, no one cares what Yang Kai says, nor does he think he has this ability. Just think this: it is simply unreasonable for people to lose their minds. Yang Kai smiled and looked at Zihuai indifferently, saying, just now this friend said, why the natural phenomenon of the world has appeared for such a long time, and no one came to investigate. I'll tell you the answer now. It's not that no one came to investigate, but that everyone who came was drove away by me. Only you? Zihuai couldn't help but sneered. Are you kidding? Yang Kai shook the head, saying, there are also people overestimate one's capabilities, who want to do something to me, but that's the end. While speaking, he stretched out his hand and pointed down, and everyone looked in the direction he was pointing, and saw a headless corpse lying horizontally among the rocks in the mountain, fresh blood all over the ground, and another woman. It was falling from a high altitude, falling to pieces. These two people ... are the people of Flowing Shadow Sword Sect. Jing Li waited for a while and exclaimed suddenly, yes. They claim to be Flowing Shadow Sword Sect. Yang Kai nodded. You killed them. Jing Li looked at Yang Kai in shock. You could kill them. No wonder there is always a smell of blood. So that's how it is. Zihuai also wrinkled, frowned. The smell of blood is covered by this wonderful fragrance. Damn it, I haven't noticed it. Even if you kill these two people, so what? Bang Hai stared at Yang Kai suddenly coldly, and said in an icy tone, the two people of Flowing Shadow Sword Sect are not too strong, and there are not many people. Could it be that you still want to be right? The five of us can't do it. As soon as this statement came out, everyone's heart was relaxed, and it was right to think, the other party is a trifling, even if it is a strange method. Double fists are hard to beat four hands. Hey, Yang Kai sighed, if possible, I don't want to do it with you. I just want to find a few medicinal herbs, that's all. But if you don't cooperate, then. When he said this, his figure suddenly shook, and he disappeared directly from the spot. In an instant, the expression of the five people changed drastically, and they released Spiritual Mind one after another to investigate Yang Kai's traces. But where Spiritual Mind covers, there is no discovery. Yang Kai's whole person seems to have disappeared from this world. In this weird situation, all five people are complexion ashen, deep in one's heart, and a feeling of anxiety emerges. At a leisurely pace, a big hand suddenly rested on Jingli's shoulder. At the same time, Yang Kai's silhouette appeared strangely behind Jing Li, and the voice came from behind Jing Li, quiet, it's like a ghost. It's okay to let me own it, but don't resist, otherwise my one may accidentally kill someone. Jing Li, as if struck by lightning. There was a piece of cold sweat behind me instantly, and my whole body stiffly stood in place, and I dared not move. He can feel that the big hand on the shoulders of On his hidden mighty power. Like the ocean, it can swallow On at any time. The power is so powerful that it can hardly resist. Heart. Whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh. The other four people were almost shaking in shape for a moment, and they scattered all around, far away from where Jing Li was. All of them urged source strength and looked at Yang Kai vigilantly and solemnly. Before Yang Kai spoke, they didn't even know how this person came to Jing Li's back. Everyone was thinking, if he hits the owner, can On avoid it? The answer is obviously no. thinking of this, everyone is cold sweat. Friends. Jingli swallowed her saliva, a large drop of sweat slipped from her forehead, and said with difficulty, between you and me, lacking hatred and enmity, Jing did not treat you either. It's okay. Yang Kai interrupted him before he was finished, and said, I'm not trying to take your life, although this is easy for me, but since we have no grievances, I have no reason to kill you, right? Yes, yes. Jing Li repeatedly nodded. Squeezer Tracer said with a slight smile, it's good if friends understand. I just said, I just want to find a few medicinal herbs. Yang Kai, while speaking, has reached out to Jingli's space ring, caught it, as easy as blowing off dust. He took the opponent's space ring, and after spiritual mind swept through it, he frowned and threw it back to the opponent. You can go now. Yang Kai patted Jingli's shoulder with a smile, opened the mouth and said. Jingli was short, almost slumped. But at any rate the temperament was good. He resisted the fear, released the spiritual mind and swept through the own space ring. The next moment, he cried out in surprise with a sound, raises the head, looked at Yang Kai weirdly. Yang Kai frowned, said, there is nothing I want in your ring. So that's how it is. Jing Li suddenly realized, to be wild with joy, he holds the fist saying, many thanks. After saying that, he hurriedly used his body skills and fleed away. Although he was frightened for no reason, he was fine, and there was no shortage of things. This was the result he could hardly desire. Why is Jing Li dissatisfied? Naturally it is better to go first. Next. Yang Kai looked at the remaining four, grinning, said with a smile, be proactive, don't force me to do it to you. But don't worry, if you don't, I don't take anything I need. If there is then you can only blame your bad luck. Four people looked at each other in blank dismay, complexion ashen, but he dared not leave without permission. From the perspective of Yang Kai just now, they simply don't have the confidence to escape. They are afraid that they will be caught by the opponent if they move slightly. This friend. What are you looking for? If you don't mind, say it. If Zi has it, I will never hide it. Zihui thought for a while, opened the mouth and said. Others were also nodded fiercely, saying, yeah, if we have one, we must give it to you. Although from Jing Li's reaction just now, Yang Kai seems to have not taken anything from his space ring, but everyone has his own secrets. These secrets are often stored in the space ring. No one wants to hand over his space ring. Check for others. No trouble, I own it. Yang Kai cold snort, I count 3 times, and those who don't hand in the space ring, take responsibility for the consequences. Murderous intention is pervasive on the face. It doesn't seem to be a joke, and I just started counting. Hey. Zihui sighed when he saw this, and didn't make the unnecessary attempt. He took the space ring off his hand and threw it to Yang Kai, said with a bitter smile, I hope you can abide by what you just said. Yang Kai didn't say a word. He took the space ring and checked it. After a while, he didn't take anything and threw it back. Zihui took it happily. He didn't even bother to say anything in the scene, so he just flees. Among the 5 people, the 2 with the strongest strength ended up like this. How can the remaining 3 have the courage to resist? After looking at each other, they took down the owner's space ring and handed it to Yang Kai. After some inspection, Yang Kai brows tightly knit, because he didn't see anything he needed. Whether it is used to refine the 3 medicinal herbs of the extremely wonderful pill, or the tribulation fruit that the owner needs. If you can't make up the medicinal herbs, you can't refine them at all. Extremely wonderful pill. If this were the case, he could only wait until the extremely wonderful treasure lotus matured and swallow it directly. In this way, the medicine efficacy of spirit medicine is greatly wasted. When it is not as a last resort, Yang Kai is unwilling to do this. After dispersing the remaining 3 people, Yang Kai continued to sit cross-legged, waiting for the bait person. He has calculated it secretly. Before those true powerhouses come here, he must gather as much as possible what the owner needs. Otherwise he will inevitably wait for those people to come here. Fighting. For the next 2 days, Yang Kai has been guarding the extremely wonderful treasure lotus and staying alive. Many martial artists are attracted by this world natural phenomenon, and I don't know whether it is lucky or inevitable. There are no few people who Yang Kai is afraid of, but they are all less powerful martial artists. The fate of these people is naturally the same as Jing Li and the others. They come with great interest and leave covered in dirt. Everyone who knows acquainted with each other obediently offered their own space ring, and let Yang Kai check it out and leave safely. If there is no acquaintance, Yang Kai will naturally take out uniforms and grab the space ring on check. Marshall Peak Chapter 2222 Chapter 2222 Zhuang Bufan. Although Yang Kai's practice of this kind of offends many people, he does not do everything at all. He did not rashly kill or rob, so the matter is not too serious. If he really grabs everything from everyone that owner meets, it will be completely over. Only when he leaves Four Seasons Land, he will become the target of all major sects. When the time comes, unless he joins Azure Sun Temple or Gogzuting is willing to protect him, he will inevitably be settled by sect powerhouse. And the current practice not only guarantees that people will not be offended to death, but also guarantees the harvest. 2 days later, Yang Kai had already collected 2 of the 3 missing medicinal herbs. Only the last one was not found. According to his observations, this extremely wonderful treasure lotus will be fully mature in at most a day. When the time comes, if the last adjuvant cannot be found, he can only swallow it. At this time, the exit of Four Seasons Land was closed, and only 2 days were left. Yang Kai is a little anxious, because if he guessed right, the true powerhouses should have already rushed towards the exit, and they should almost arrive here. While thinking like this, Yang Kai suddenly complexion slightly changed, looking in the same direction in Divine Dynasty. After a while, he curled his lips dissatisfiedly and said, "Is this here? It seems a little bit early!" In the sky over there, a dazzling light is rushing here. In the escape, aura is mixed. Obviously more than one person exists, and one of them feels extraordinary to Yang Kai's, and seems to be much stronger than the others. This person is obviously one of the few principal source stage powerhouses that Yang Kai can face. It's just that Yang Kai doesn't know who it is before it's near. In his observation room, the escape light was already close to the top of the mountain, and soon stopped in front of Yang Kai. The rays of light dispersed, revealing the silhouettes of several people. As soon as these people showed up, one of the men in their 30s pointed at Yang Kai big shout and said, "Senior brother Zhuang, this bastard, he robbed me and Xi junior sister 2 people earlier. Robbed us of our space ring." When he spoke, a beautiful white female in the crowd was also nodded, glaring at Yang Kai with a hateful look, as if there was something with him. Deep grudges are average. Yang Kai took a closer look and found that the talking man and the nodded female were a bit familiar with each other. They had only seen it yesterday, but the fate of these 2 people, like other people who came here, they were all subdued by Yang Kai using the means of major perfection and robbed space ring for inspection. Oh, it turns out that 2 belonged to Plain Palace. What a disrespect. Yang Kai smiled and looked at the talking man, holding the fist, saying he hadn't inquired about the origin of the 2 people before, but now seeing them with Zhuang Bufan, he naturally understood. Plain Palace is also one of the top sects in South Territory anyway. As an elite disciple of Plain Palace, I am very proud of myself. I was robbed for no reason. How can I swallow this bad breath? I am afraid that after they left yesterday, they tried every means to contact Zhuang Bufan, the eldest senior brother, and wanted Zhuang Bufan to speak out for them. Of course, the most important thing is that extremely wonderful treasure lotus. Let Zhuang Bufan come here. Not only can you squeeze Yang Kai's arrogance, maybe you can grab this world spirit medicine. My pay. The man who talked, hearing this, took a sip in the direction of Yang Kai. Cold snort said, "Boy, don't come to this set. You still have time to admit your mistakes." Neil obediently come down and knock a few heads, slap a few a slap on the face. Senior brother Zhuang may not forgive you. Senior brother has always been benevolent, and his subordinates never kill innocent people. But if you want to put up a desperate struggle, hum hum. The meaning in his words is self-evident, and the timid who was deterred by Yang Kai yesterday is like two people. At this moment, he only feels that someone is backing him and his arrogance is extremely arrogant. What my friend said ... I don't understand. Yang Kai casually responded. Don't pretend to be confused. The man furiously shouted, what did your own do? I am clear in my heart. Hee hee. Yang Kai chuckled lightly and turned his eyes to Zhuang Bufan said, Elder brother Zhuang, what did you say? Since coming here, Zhuang Bufan has not spoken. His eyes are constantly going back and forth between extremely wonderful treasure lotus and Yang Kai. Turning, the color of doubt on the face became thicker and thicker. He has two doubts. One is that extremely wonderful treasure lotus. He is also the chief principal source stage powerhouse of Plain Palace anyway. Experience is extraordinary. Vaguely see I've used the mysterious and variety of extremely wonderful treasure lotus, but I'm not too sure. I'm suspicious. Second, because Yang Kai, no matter how he observes, the other party only seems to have the cultivation level of principal source 1 layer. This cultivation level has easily subdued the junior brother junior sister of Own. If it were not for the junior brother junior sister of Own, he would not believe it. At this moment, I heard Yang Kai's inquiry. Zhuang Bufan frowned, holds the fist saying, dare to ask what you call your name? Although it is here to avenge junior brother junior sister, but he still showed a polite appearance. And he did not rush to Yang Kai urgently, which shows that the temperament quality is really good. Yang Kai cup one fist in the other hand replied, Zhuang remembers. Brother Yang came with someone from Azure Sun Temple, right? Zhuang Bufan's face became more confused. But why I never knew, Azure Sun Temple and Brother Yang. Hearing this, Yang Kai raised his brows and praised. Elder brother Zhuang has good eyesight and good memory. I am indeed the one from Azure Sun Temple. Get up. This is the first guy who remembered him coming with Azure Sun Temple. At that time, hundreds of people gathered in the unnamed mountain valley. It was not easy to remember Yang Kai's whereabouts in the vast crowd. Elder brother Zhuang didn't know it. That's because Yang was not Azure Sun Temple disciple. It was only for some reason that he walked with Elder Gao, that's all. So that's how it is. Zhuang Bufan was slightly nodded and didn't ask any more. In his opinion, Yang Kai probably has something to do with a certain senior in Azure Sun Temple. Only then can he come to the unnamed mountain valley with Gao Xiaoting and enter Four Seasons land. He pondered for a while, and said slowly, originally, Zhuang, the two junior brother junior sisters, suffered a bit from Brother Yang's hand. It's also to blame for their poor academic skills and can't blame others. Zhuang, I shouldn't have come here and put on a posture of inquiring about sins. For this, I hope Brother Yang forgive me. He is not at all because of the low Yang Kai cultivation level, so he meant to underestimate him. Instead, I deliberately explained it, and there was a hint of hate iron for not becoming steel in the words, which made the man and the female complexion red, quite ashamed and unable to show one's face. Understand and understand. Yang Kai laughed, feeling that Zhuang Bufan is okay. But if you are a senior brother, you have to be like a senior brother! Exclamation marks. Zhuang Bufan's conversation turned and his expression became serious. Calmly said, junior brother junior sister has requested it, and Zhuang must not ignore it. Senior brother has to shelter junior brother junior sisters. As soon as this statement came out, the few people gathered around him all showed a touch of emotion, all looking at his back, as if gazing at a high mountain that could withstand the storm, feeling safe. Brother Yang, draw a line and see how to solve this problem. Zhuang Bufan lightly looked at Yang Kai and said, he seems to be unwilling to strengthen to bully the weak. So he puts the initiative directly in Yang Kai's hands. His words are filled with incomparable confidence, as if no matter what Yang Kai will say, he can do it. Block it. Yang Kai grinned and said, the whole story. Elder brother Zhuang probably heard of it. Zhuang Bufan nodded and said, yes. They said very much clear, saying that Brother Yang took action to subdue them, and then robbed them. Oh? Yang Kai raised his brows and said, say I subdued them, I don't deny it. But I want to say robbery. Hee hee, I can't agree with you. What? Zhuang Bufan frowned, somewhat displeased. Brother Yang has done something, but I dare not admit it. I don't dare to admit it, it's just something I've never done before. How to admit it? Isn't this buckling a shit bowl on my head? Yang Kai looked at the man and woman with a very innocent expression. You say I robbed you, then you guys are going to tell me what the owner lost. The man hearing this suddenly became speechless. He really didn't lose anything. Yang Kai just robbed their space ring at the time and returned it after a check. He didn't tell Zhuang Bufan about this matter either. Seeing his expression, Yang Kai immediately realized something, said with a big smile, Elder brother Zhuang, you don't seem to understand the whole thing. Zhuang Bufan's face is slightly dark, turned his head and looked towards the man and said, what's the matter? The man's timid eyes were erratic, and he didn't know how to explain it. Zhuang Bufan looked towards another female again and said, Xi junior sister, did you guys get robbed of anything? The surnamed Xi female bit her red lips. He shook his head and said, no. No. This is over. Yang Kai interrupted her directly and looked at Zhuang Bufan. They didn't lose anything, so how can you rob it? Say. As for the hands. Well, martial artist practice, how can there be no conflict? I can't just because these two are friends of Plain Palace, I can't touch them. At this point, Yang Kai's voice fell, complexion grave and stern came down and said, besides, the reason why I would do it with them is also due to a reason. Because of the spirit medicine behind you. Zhuang Bufan is also a smart person. Just thought of the key point. Yes. Yang Kai stern saying, with elder brother Zhuang's eyesight, you can probably see that this spirit medicine is not yet mature. Picking it rashly will only greatly damage its properties. So I have been guarding this place so that no one would be ignorant of the goods and grab the heavenly objects. I have also sent a lot of people these days. When you, the two junior sisters, came here yesterday. Well, you don't need to say. I can probably think of the next thing. Zhuang Bufan was slightly nodded. It's nothing more than that the two people at Plain Palace see that spirit medicine is precious and Yang Kai cultivation level is low, so they just want to drive Yang Kai away, but they don't want to tumble down in the gutter and put it in Yang Kai's hands. In the end, I was not angry for a while, and I went to Zhuang Bufan to vent my own anger. Martial Peak Chapter 2223 Chapter 2223 Competing Source Strength. Elder brother Zhuang understands it. Yang Kai saw him speak so well, laughed heartily. Needless to say other things, brother Yang, let's fight. Zhuang Bufan suddenly expressed his expression, opened the mouth and said, huh? Yang Kai was taken aback for a moment, and then shouted, I just explained it for so long. Elder brother Zhuang, did you not understand? Zhuang Bufan shook his head and said, I have clearly understood the beginning and the end. This battle is not for junior brother junior sister, nor for grudges, but only for the spirit medicine of heaven and earth. While speaking, he has urged source strength. His clothes are airless, his black hair is flying, and his imposing manner is rising. He continued, although brother Yang discovered this spirit medicine first, it has been guarded here, but since it has not been picked, it is a masterless object. Zhuang does not want to miss these treasures. So, there is only one battle. Yang Kai stared at him for a long while before smiling bitterly. Although I don't want to admit it, elder brother Zhuang is really a straightforward and upright person. Speaking generously of one's intentions is better than those who speak rigorously but have a bad attitude. This is very appreciated. But I still have to ask, do I have to fight? There is no other solution. If brother Yang feels invincible, he can leave now. Zhuang actually doesn't want to strengthen to bully the weak. Zhuang Bufan frowned and replied, okay. Yang Kai sighed helplessly, if this is the case, then I have nothing to say. Up to this point, Yang Kai's body was shocked, surging like a sea. The similar source strength suddenly went ups and downs, and the wind wave rolled up like a violent storm, sweeping across the square. Zhuang Bufan's eyes narrowed, and she shouted in a low voice, brother Yang is really extraordinary, and my two junior sisters are not wronged in your hands. Ha ha, Elder brother Zhuang, be careful, don't overturn a boat in the same place. Yang Kai laughed, already punching up, the dazzling energy enveloping his fist, as if to smash this world generally. It is placed directly on top of Zhuang Bufan's head, and it hits violently like the top of a mountain. You are all going back. No one is allowed to intervene. While Zhuang Bufan loudly shouts, he turned his palm up, the rising winds, scudding clouds in his palm, turning into a frenzy of energy, toward Yang Kai counterattack, while chanting, flying clouds palm, control the four poles. The visible energy of the naked eye burst out from the palm of the palm, turning into a flood dragon, shaking its head and wagging the tail rushes to the sky and directly engulfed Yang Kai. Zhuang Bufan didn't have the slightest joy after he succeeded. Instead, he had a very strange expression, because he discovered that under this move, Yang Kai did not dodge, but forcibly withstood the attack of the blow and fell to own at a faster speed. Elder brother Zhuang. Yang Kai's loudly shout came, appearing erratic in the raging energy. Yang is going to do it quickly. After all, your enemy is only my enemy, but there are many. Yang has no time or energy to fight with you for a long time. When the words fell, he had rushed to the front of Zhuang Bufan, turned his fist into his palm, and printed it directly on Zhuang Bufan's on the palm. Bang! The moment the two people's palms touched, huge energy burst out suddenly, and the visible rings of light attacked all directions. Zhuang Bufan's whole person as if struck by lightning. His body suddenly sank down, and a huge pit appeared directly under his feet, and countless cracks appeared in the ground in the pit. Competition source strength. Zhuang Bufan complexion greatly changed, and Yang Kai's intention was clearly understood in an instant. This opponent who only had Principal Source 1 layer gave up all the opportunities to fight secret technique and secret treasure, and chose such a fierce and direct battle method. He insisted on how much source strength is. It is undeniable that this battle method will tell the winner in a very short time, because no one can dodge, no one can back down, and the strong side of source strength will win the victory in the shortest time! He is so confident. Comparing source strength with own at the cultivation level of trifling Principal Source 1 layer, Zhuang Bufan's thoughts flashed, and a trace of anger after being underestimated appeared on his face. While his palm was in contact with one of Yang Kai's palms, his body turned and the other hand he also greeted him and shouted, Heaven and Earth Reversal. Although Zhuang Bufan is the Principal Source Stage #1 person of Plain Palace, he is different from Xie Sheng and Wu Chang. The place lies in the advantage of Blessed by Heaven. Although it has not been confirmed, but those big sects disciplines and high-level executives know that 99% of Xie Sheng has a special physique. But what is this physique, except for the high-level Azure Sun Temple outside? No one knows. Needless to say, Wu Chang, the weird physique of yin-yang double life body makes him much stronger than martial artists of the same level from birth. However, Zhuang Bufan has no such conditions as the pillars of the respective sect Principal Source stage. His physique is very ordinary, but his talent is that's all. But he can still be as famous as Xie Sheng and Wu Chang, and even fought against Wu Chang several times without losing the wind. It is the solid foundation and strong source strength that supports him to do this. He is the kind of person who is extremely hardworking, practical and conscientious. While making more efforts, he also equalizes the innate shortcomings with Wu Chang. Xie Sheng, Plain Palace Master Gu once said that if Zhuang Bufan can have a physique like Wu Chang or Xie Sheng, he can achieve more than the current level. According to an Emperor Senior 3-layer powerhouse, the credibility is extremely high, and it also reflects Zhuang Bufan's practice hardship from the side. He is most proud of his pure and powerful source strength. His source strength is just like his whole person, Lin Yuan Ziyu, motionless as mountains. He feels that this is his greatest capital, and it is the foundation he can stand shoulder to shoulder with Xie Sheng, Wu Chang and the others. Now, there is someone who wants to compete with him for what he is best at, and that person is just a Principal Source 1 layer. Even if Zhuang Bufan has a good temper, He is a little angry at this moment. Without thinking about it, he directly used On's most powerful cultivation technique, Heaven and Earth Reversal Magic Trick. Since you want to fight, then I am as you wish. And also welcome this competition with the strongest posture. As soon as the second palm probing was about to go out, Yang Kai's eyes narrowed, because what he saw was not a palm, but a vast ocean, a bottomless abyss. He rushed toward On, wanting to engulf and tear up On. He loudly shouted, and the whole body seemed to swell in a circle at this moment. Within the body, there was a pa-pa-pa explosion. With the sound, the pure golden blood that he had stored within the body burst into a dozen drops in an instant, all of which turned into pure source strength, flooding the limbs, and the entire body's surface, with dazzling golden light. Hoo-hoo. The wind whistled like a sword cutting. The martial artists who came here with Zhuang Bufan in Plain Palace were all dumbfounded. Under the eyes, Yang Kai and Zhuang Bufan, two people hold hands. In contrast, one person hangs upside down, the other stands still, staring at each other. Sparks seem to sputter between the four eyes. The place where the two people are located has also become the source of the energy frenzy. From there, the golden white light blooms, meets each other and conflicts constantly. Time in this brief moment seems to be still. Can he compete with senior brother Zhuang for source strength? This person is really Principal Source 1 layer. Isn't it? Which Principal Source 3 layer is playing the pig to eat the tiger? Senior brother Zhuang will be able to clean up him soon. While the people at Plain Palace were dazzled, they did not forget a few words. But things are not at all developing as they imagined. Zhuang Bufan did not repel Yang Kai in a very short time. The two people kept maintaining that posture, urging them within the body. Source strength madly suppressed the opponent. As time goes by, Zhuang Bufan's expression is getting more and more serious, and Yang Kai's eyes are getting crazier and ferocious. Until then, Zhuang Bufan suddenly realized that the reason Yang Kai explained that many to On before was not because he was afraid of On, but because he did not want to fight with On. As he said, he is the only enemy of On. But there will be many enemies as long as he wants to protect the immature spirit medicine. He will definitely be with the powerhouses that come here. For the enemy, these powerhouses, including Wu Chang, including Xiao Chen and Lang Xun. It is for this reason that Yang Kai chooses to compete with source strength to quickly decide the winner. In this way, there is no seize every opportunity. All the secret techniques and secret treasures that have been practiced are useless. All you can rely on is your confidence and practice. The power of looking at the crazy eyes close at hand. Zhuang Bufan knew that in a sense, On had already lost. Because this guy who is competing with On for source strength, his cultivation level is too small, realm lower than On. If On suppresses the power to the same level as him, the battle will have been won without comparison. In this world, there are such freaks. Zhuang Bufan was shocked. At a certain moment, the balance of power was suddenly broken, and the golden and white rays of light flooding between heaven and earth suddenly became strong and weak. Under the attention of several people at Plain Palace, that the golden light was suppressed a little bit. How is it possible? Senior brother Zhuang was suppressed. Where did this kid come out? No, it must be senior brother Zhuang. Show mercy. Senior brother has come to benevolent and righteous. Yes, it must be like this. Even if they saw it with their own eyes, several people could not believe Zhuang Bufan unexpectedly fell into a disadvantage in the battle of source strength. The impact of this scene caused a stormy sea in everyone's hearts, and it was a long time to be unable to return to their minds. But even so, they didn't mean to step forward to help, just wait and see from afar. 1. This kind of competition, outsiders can't help at all. If you rush in, it will only cause both sides suffer. 2. Zhuang Bufan also said before, let them retreat aside. No one should interfere. The words of eldest senior brother have always been majestic, and no one dares not listen. Elder brother Zhuang, let's stop. Yang Kai's voice suddenly came. Accompanied by his words, the dazzling golden light became stronger again, suppressing Zhuang Bufan's white light again quite a lot. He said solemnly, if you don't stop, you will be hurt. Marshall Peak Chapter 2224 Chapter 2224 The heroes meeting. Faced with Yang Kai's persuasion, Zhuang Bufan turned a deaf ear to his calm face. At this moment, there was a hint of madness. He shouted, "In Zhuang's world, I didn't shrink back." Okay. Yang Kai loudly shouted. The dazzling golden light was brighter, and at the same time the body was shaken. Within the body source strength came out, pressing down frantically. "If this is the case, then I will complete you." Bang! With the loud noise, golden light completely suppressed the white light and gradually swallowed it, and the place where Zhuang Bufan stands, it seems that there has been a huge pit, high mountains above, instant flying sand running stone, wind and cloud changes countenance. In the rays of light, the one silhouette shot out suddenly, standing in the void, panting heavily, and bailing in blood. Several people at Plain Palace looked around, and their hearts were shocked. Although it is not clear who is standing in the void, it is no doubt that this person should be Yang Kai based on the posture of the source strength competition just now. They turned their eyes again and looked into the huge pit. They saw Zhuang Bufan kneeling on one knee. He was dressed in ragged clothes and disheveled hair. The whole body was also dripping with fresh blood, looking extremely miserable. "Senior brother Zhuang!" Several people shouted. Zhuang Bufan seems to have no energy to respond to them, but just maintains such a posture, and his body is trembling. For a long while, he staggers and stands up, raises the head and looks. A glance at Yang Kai's direction is complicated. "You let me win." Yang Kai cupped one fist in the other hand, said solemnly. Zhuang Bufan did not answer, but directly sat cross-legged on the ground, reached out to take out the healing and recovery medicine pill from the space ring and stuffed it into the entrance, meditating and adjusting his breath. Seeing this, several people in Plain Palace immediately looked at Yang Kai with fire-breathing eyes, but in addition to anger, there was a deep fear and shock in their eyes, because just now, right in front of their eyes, Yang Kai, the martial artist of Principal Source 1 layer, beat Zhuang Bufan by competing with source strength, even though the final result seems to be both sides suffer. But if you win, you win. Is this guy really able to do this? In the domain of source strength, did senior brother Zhuang lose to him? If you change to Xia Sheng and Wu Chang, you may not be able to do it, right? All sorts of distracting thoughts flashed through the hearts of several people, and they no longer dare to underestimate Yang Kai. In their eyes, Yang Kai is already in existence comparable to Zhuang Bufan, even more terrifying than the own eldest senior brother, because now he is no more than Principal Source 1 layer, if he is allowed to practice to 3 layer, in this world, which Principal Source stage martial artist is him opponent. This person may be another shining star in Star Boundary. One day in the future, it will definitely bloom with extremely dazzling rays of light, illuminating the sky of the entire Star Boundary. On the other side, Yang Kai also slowly fell down, sat cross-legged, took out a lot of spirit pill wonderful medicine from the space ring, and put it into his mouth. Although his situation seems to be much better than Zhuang Bufan, and his own resilience is also extremely strong, but after the war, his strength is no longer the peak realm. He needs to recover in the shortest time, to cope with the various troubles that may arise next. As for Zhuang Bufan, Yang Kai estimates that he will not come to fight for anything. This person is very straightforward and upright. Since he is defeated by the owner, he will definitely not covet the extremely wonderful treasure lotus anymore. Regarding this, Yang Kai is still very relieved. Yeah? Suddenly, a shout sounded from somewhere, and one silhouette suddenly appeared not far behind. The visitor casually glanced at all around and laughed casually. "I said, who made such a big noise here? It turned out to be you too." Oh? Hearing this, Yang Kai immediately opened his eyes again, showing a slight smile, and slowly said, "Is you the second one to come here? Elder brother Xia." He doesn't have to look back, knowing that the person here must be Xia Sheng. For an instant, he couldn't help but relax a lot. He is really afraid that Wu Chang will come here suddenly at this time. After all, He needs to recover for a while. If Wu Chang is here, it would be a bit troublesome. Xie Sheng will be different. It is also like Yang Kai. Yeah, it shouldn't be a mess. It's me. Xie Sheng slightly smiled and said, the eyes look at the entrance is about to close. This Xie wanted to go there and wait for you, junior brother, junior sister. I went back together, but didn't want to seeing the natural phenomenon of heaven and earth and people fighting. I came to join in the fun. He was talking. His eyes dimmed, said solemnly, it looks like, too, just now the battle is fierce. His tone was a little shocked, because he didn't expect at all Yang Kai's strength can actually mention on equal terms with Zhuang Bufan. Before that, although he felt that Yang Kai was good, he still felt that there was a huge gap between this person and the character of Own. This kind of, only a few people could compare with Own. Among them, Zhuang Bufan was among them. But now, Yang Kai can suffer from both sides of Zhuang Bufan, which has explained a big problem. Although he didn't know who had the upper hand in the previous battle, everything he observed right now was enough for him to infer Yang Kai's strength. Ono had looked down upon him before. While speaking, his gaze turned to the extremely wonderful treasure lotus again. His eyes lit up, and he shouted, "QO. This is such a good thing. Little Bei, I know what it is." Huh? His last sentence was addressed to Xiao Bei, who followed. The two people don't know when they joined together. They came together, and there was Murong Xiao. I don't know, I haven't seen it. Xiao Bei stood not far from Xie Sheng, speaking concisely. I don't know either. Murong Xiao answered without waiting for Xie Sheng to ask on. Xie Sheng shrugged helplessly, turned his eyes on Yang Kai and Zhuang Bufan, two people, and suddenly showed a thief smile, saying, if you don't know it, then swallow it. Come on. Well, I wonder who the two of you discovered this thing first. Yang Kai did not speak, but Zhuang Bufan recovered a bit of strength at the moment, opened the mouth and said, Zhuang is here at the time. Brother Yang was already here and sent many people. Brother Yang found out first. Xie Sheng raised her brows and whispered softly, this can be difficult to handle now. If elder brother Zhuang discovered it first, at worst, it would be. But since brother Yang discovered it first, hey, although brother Yang is not my Azure Sun Temple's discipline, he would come in with me anyway. I grabbed it with my hands. Isn't it unkind? Yang Kai had a black line on his face and said, elder brother Xie, I heard everything you said. Xie Sheng for a moment, chuckled, said, it's okay, it doesn't matter, anyway, it's not a bad thing. Brother Yang, I have a discussion with you, this heavenly material earthly treasure and so on. The meeting is half, not too much, right? Excessive. Yang Kai replied solemnly. Then I'm going to grab it. Xie Sheng replied solemnly. Yang Kai glanced at him. His face was blank. Emotion principle, elder brother Xie. Please. You guy. Xie Sheng looked at him helplessly, said with a bitter smile, I won't do this if I'm right, am I? Yang Kai laughed, when he was about to say something and so on, suddenly frowned, raised his eyes and looked around, saying, why are so many people suddenly here? In his perception, there are many martial artists in all directions who continue to gallop toward this side continuously, obviously because of the natural phenomenon of the world. Attracted. He said with a weird look, isn't it 2 days before the entrance closes? It's not time. Why are you all back? I don't know. Xie Sheng shook his head and explained, this is an unwritten rule. Every time 4 seasons land is opened, all the disciplines of the sect family will return to the entrance about 2 days in advance, and then everyone will exchange information. Take out the treasure that owner doesn't need to exchange for what you need, count the days. It's almost time for everyone to return. There is this. Yang Kai looked surprised. Otherwise, why do you think we came here so early? Xiao Bei lightly glanced at Yang Kai and said, now you are in a lot of trouble. Yang Kai had a bitter expression on his face, and nodded. Really? He thought that there were still 2 days before the entrance was closed, so even if the natural phenomenon of heaven and earth was revealed here, it would not attract many people to come. When the extremely wonderful treasure lotus matures tomorrow, the natural phenomenon will naturally disappear. But how can I think that the plan can't keep up with the changes? Now that so many people are coming, once there is any conflict, the scene will be out of control. Even though Yang Kai is confident in the strength of the owner, he still has 2 punches. It's hard to beat the forehands. Several people's talking skills, accompanied by bursts of splitting the air sound, one after another martial artist showed signs all around. All of them headed towards extremely wonderful treasure lotus in surprise. Looking at the past, he looked surprised and greedy. But at the moment there are Zhuang Bufan and Xia Sheng, 2 people sitting in town. But no one dared to rob and so on rashly. But each and every one didn't know what sly plan was playing in their hearts, and their eyes met. Complex information. Seeing this, Xiao Bei sneered. Suddenly, Xia Sheng put up the pergola and made a lookout posture. His face suddenly became solemn, said solemnly, "Brother Yang, you better be mentally prepared." That. His voice declined, and from the edge of the sky, there was a roar that made Yang Kai familiar. "Don't let me catch you, or you will have to taste torture in the world." The voice was filled with endless anger and murderous intention. The voice came, "Let many people listen to have one's hair stand on end, cold all over." Wu Chang. Someone let out a low cry, and heard who the owner of the voice was. With this voice, many martial artists showed fearful expressions, expressing anxiety. It can be seen that the son of Chosen of South Territory has left countless people with indelible fear. It's just that Wu Chang's words are puzzling, and I don't know if he is chasing who. He is so angry, and listening to what he means, it seems that he has not been chased for a long time. Marshall Peak Chapter 2225 Chapter 2225 Untouchable. Ha ha ha, idiot. Just follow Lao Tzu's ass and eat ashes. With your rubbish ability, don't want to chase me in your life. One person's voice came, extremely arrogant, and he didn't even put Wu Chang in his eyes. Not only that, he even called himself Lozi, continuously mocking Wu Chang. A group of people were shocked. Dumbstruck turned his head and looked in that direction, only to see the horizon, 2 flowing light one after the other chasing, and the blink of an eye came close. Gong Wenshan. Yang Kai saw at a glance that the guy escaping in front was the formation Grandmaster Gong Wenshan. In an instant, I had a general guess about the scene in front of me. Before the passing of Time Temple, Gong Wenshan and Wu Chang were enmity. Because Gong Wenshan cracked the entrance's restriction, he actually controlled the restriction and prevented Wu Chang's entering, ruined his chance. Wu Chang was also extremely decisive at the time, consciously unable to enter the passing of Time Temple, so he left directly. It's just ... I don't know if he has been lurking in Two Season Mountain waiting for Gong Wenshan to come out, or he came across accidentally later. Judging from the previous events, Wu Chang will naturally not let it go. From Gong Wenshan, the 2 people are obviously over, but I don't know why. It is better than Wu Chang, and Gong Wenshan can't help it. I have been chasing him here. Just in between Yang Kai's mixed thoughts, Gong Wenshan has passed over everyone's heads and landed on a nearby open space. He immediately looked serious and reached out and took out a few pieces of jade from the space ring. The existence of the token looks like mutter incantations in the mouth. Once source strength is urged, the jade token will turn into one after another flowing light leisurely, blasting everywhere, and then disappearing. At the same time, the place where Gong Wenshan is located seems to be a bit unusual. Everyone feels a threat of aura from there. Formation plate. Someone yelled from the crowd. Although I don't know what formation plate Gong Wenshan used just now, he just took out 3 or 4 of them without blinking his brows. Obviously, he has strong capital. It is a discipline from the formation aristocratic family. Others want something that is not available, but he can't use it up. After taking out the formation plate, Gong Wenshan didn't move anymore, but panted heavily for the stove in place, and took out a few medicine pills from the space ring and swallowed them. Looking at him like this, he was probably chased by Wu Chang for a long time and consumed a lot of money, but he actually planned to be here, with the help of the protection of the formation plate, to recover a little. Bang! Wu Chang followed and landed directly in front of Gong Wenshan more than a dozen feet away, looking forward with fire-breathing eyes, and a source strength suit almost showing signs of rampage. The whole body is full of incomparable ruthless aura, which makes people afraid to get close. Martial artist with a slightly lower cultivation level feels this violent aura, trembling in fear, and the complexion turns white. You come out. Although Wu Chang was furious, he was not a fool. He took out that many formation plate in front of him, and stood in place. Obviously, he was full of that formation plate. Because of his confidence, he didn't dare to rush over, he could only shout at a distance, "Coming." Gong Wenshan looks careless and casual, and when he speaks, he beckons to Wu Chang. A Red Joy Courtyard old bastard is soliciting guests. "If you have a seed, just give it to me." Wu Chang big shouted. "There is a kind of you coming." Gong Wenshan responded. "You come out." "You coming." Everyone. Wu Chang was almost mad and couldn't help yelling. The enemy is right in front of him, but he can't help it, and in front of so many people, as strong as him, how can he endure such humiliation? Along with the roar, one red and the other white, two light beams suddenly rose from his body within the body, like two flood dragons, entwining each other, breaking through the sky, and then spinning down again. Like a meteorite falling, blasted towards the place where Gong Wenshan was. He has obviously lost the patience to fight with Gong Wenshan. Gong Wenshan saw this, but his expression remained unchanged. Instead, he showed a weird smile. With one hand, a solid and heavy light barrier appeared at his side 30 feet away. Hong long long. The red and white energy impacted down and hit the light barrier above. I saw the light barrier suddenly dented inward, but it bounced back soon. Back. Not only that, it also bounced Wu Chang's violent attack, and for a moment, the ferocious energy was scattered. Gong Wenshan, you crap. I fucked your mother. There is something wrong with you. A group of martial artists onlookers yelled and yelled. Seeing that the fierce energy hit the place where the owner was, they cursed and dodged. They dared not scold Wu Chang, but unceremoniously scolded Gong Wenshan bloody. At the same time, Yang Kai is also face turned cold, ignoring the healing, standing up suddenly, reaching out and leaning forward. In an instant, a dark black hole appeared in the void in front of it. The nihility of chaos, like a big mouth opened by a beast, swallowed all the energy that escaped. Elder brother Gong, pay attention. Yang Kai looked at Gong Wenshan with a cold face. If he didn't make a move just now, the energy that was bounced back would definitely hit the extremely wonderful treasure lotus. By then, this heavenly material earthly treasure would definitely be destroyed. He didn't know whether Gong Wenshan was intentional or unintentional, but this approach obviously made Yang Kai very unhappy. You dare to stop me? Suddenly, Wu Chang loudly shouted, turning his head to look around with cold eyes, and finally fixed himself on Yang Kai with a murderous aura look. Yang Kai frowned, said, "Which way is brother Wu Chang crazy? Can't you see what happened just now?" He didn't know what Wu Chang was going to do suddenly. Maybe it's because Gong Wenshan can't do anything, so I take the opportunity to attack others, want to get some face, or just want to express the evil spirit and so on. Everyone is resisting anyway after being attacked by the bounced energy. Wu Chang's expression was wrong. I don't care, whoever dares to resist, I want his life. Wu Chang replied domineeringly, if you don't want to get hurt, just stay away. Someone really frightened a lot of distance to retreat. Wu Chang. Xie Sheng grinned suddenly and looked at him sarcastically. If you want this spirit medicine, just say it directly, why bother acting so tired? Do you think that if you say that, other people will leave so that you can get closer to the water? Hearing this, Yang Kai complexion sank, and then carefully observe Wu Chang. You can see that this guy's face is even though it was full of rage, but the eyes were extremely calm. Maybe, as Xie Sheng said, the reason why he was suddenly so unreasonable was just trying to catch it and hit that extremely wonderful treasure lotus idea. This guy, what a deep mind. I'm afraid that when he came here, He had already turned his attention to the extremely wonderful treasure lotus. After all, revenge is always possible, but there is such a plant that looks at the extremely precious spirit medicine. No one wants to miss it. Wu Chang's furious expression became calm in an instant, lightly glanced at Xie Sheng, and said, "Do you think On is smart?" Xie Sheng chuckled. "It's better than someone pretending to be crazy and selling stupid HMPH. Since you've broken it, then I don't need to spend any more effort. This spirit medicine, I want it." While speaking, Wu Chang walked away. The shape flickered, and he wanted to rush towards the extremely wonderful treasure lotus. But at this moment, a clear and pleasant voice suddenly sounded, "Brother Wu Chang, wait a minute, then spirit medicine can't touch it." After hearing the voice, Wu Chang turned directly, stopped in place, no more changes, and Yang Kai from Source Strength was also secretly relaxed. He was ready to fight Wu Chang, but there was no way. But now there is someone. One sentence helped Wu Chang temporarily settle down, but it was his attractive spectacle. Wu Chang is an unruly person, and basically no one can make him obediently obedient. In the entire Four Seasons land, if he needs to sell some face to someone, there is only one person, Pearl in the palm of Bright Moon Great Emperor, Lan Xun Princess. So as soon as Lan Xun said this, Wu Chang stood still, turned his head and looked in the direction of the sound source, said solemnly, "His Royal Highness, it is better to give my one a reasonable explanation. The implication is that if the explanation doesn't satisfy him, Princess won't sell her face anymore." HMPH, dare to talk to Princess like this? You are courting death. Where Lan Xun appears, Xiao Chen must be with him, and this time is no exception. Along with loudly shouting, a man and a woman dropping from the sky, female with bright eyes and white teeth, beautiful face, man have a dignified appearance out of the ordinary, not the two people of Star Soul Palace who, Lan Xun is as bright as the moon. Without mentioning her own status and status, her appearance alone is enough to make men crazy, so wherever she goes, she wants to be the focus of the crowd. It's the same now. Countless martial artists cast their eyes, and twinkling admires the amazing expression. Lan Xun seems to be accustomed to this for a long time, and is not restrained at all. Instead, it is Xiao Chen, staring with the pair of eyes and turning around, using an oppressive imposing manner to make the martial artists withdraw their gazes. Brother Wu Chang wants to explain. It is naturally okay. Lan Xun first glanced at the extremely wonderful treasure lotus, then turned to look towards Wu Chang. "Say," Wu Chang said with a cold face. Lan Xun didn't care, pursed his lips, and said, "You guys, do you recognize this spirit medicine expert?" Xie Sheng shrugged and said, "Don't recognize it." Most people also shook their heads, giving Lan Xun plenty of face. Zhuang Bufan, who is healing and adjusting his breath, suddenly opened the mouth and said, "Zhuang has some guesses in his heart, but he is not sure, but since His Royal Highness Princess said so, it must be something to spirit medicine. As far as I know, Zhuang does not display one's slight skill before an expert, and I hope that His Royal Highness Princess can answer one or two." "Yes, yeah, Your Royal Highness Princess will tell us if you know." "His Royal Highness Princess is very knowledgeable, I really admire you. It is rare that Your Highness has such a flowery appearance, gentle temperament, and a temperament that is not arrogant or impetuous. It is really a blessing to my South Territory." Lan Xun hasn't revealed the answer yet, and a series of flattery are rolling in. Martial Peak Chapter 2226. Chapter 2226. Let me give it a try. "You guys are exalting little sister too much. I just happen to know something about it, that's all." Lan Xun responded modestly, no the slightest pride, and no pride after being touted. Her tone is neither too fast nor too slow. At this point, she has a pair of beautiful eyes frozen in the extremely wonderful treasure lotus above, with a solemn expression, said solemnly, "This spirit medicine is extremely wonderful treasure lotus." Hearing this, Yang Kai raised his brows and couldn't help but secretly praise Lan Xun for being out of the ordinary, experienced and knowledgeable. If he hadn't got the jade slip of Gongsun Mu, he would also be impossible to recognize extremely wonderful treasure lotus. In this world, there are not many people who recognize this spirit medicine and know its effects. Sure enough, Zhuang Bufan nodded lightly aside. It seemed that he had guessed that way before then, but he was not sure. After listening to Lan Xun's words, he immediately knew whether On had guessed before. Wrong. In the crowd of onlookers, after hearing the words extremely wonderful treasure lotus, most of them still had a blank expression, not at all. The expression change was too big, only a few, his face shrank, he obviously knew something and so on. Princess, what is the extremely wonderful treasure lotus? Can it be eaten? Xia Sheng suddenly asked frivolously. You idiot. On the side, Xiao Bei raised his forehead and shook his head, ashamed of Xia Sheng's posture, muttering in his mouth, if you don't know anything, don't speak, the face of the temple is covered. You lost everything. Murong Xiao also blushed aside, nodded hard, looked towards Xia Sheng with a disgusting look. Xia Sheng, the performance of the eldest senior brother in this temple, really made two people somewhat ashamed and unable to show one's face. Little Bei, do you know? Xia Sheng immediately turned his head, looked towards Xiao Bei, and suddenly clapped his hands again. By the way, in the temple, you are the one who reads many books, maybe it's true. What do you know? Tell me, this extremely wonderful treasure lotus ... What's the magical effect? Xiao Bei sullenly gave him a look, took a deep breath to calm his own mind, this then he said slowly, extremely wonderful treasure lotus, should heaven, born from the luck of the earth, born from the moon essence, is a treasure of the world, a supreme medicine, its growth environment and conditions cannot be inferred, and the place where it appears is also all kinds of strange things, any place in this world, no matter whether there is world's spiritual energy or not, its silhouette may appear, but extremely wonderful treasure lotus is the only one in the world. In this world, there is an extremely wonderful treasure lotus under the premise that it is impossible to have a second plant. Hearing this, Xia Sheng couldn't help but blow a whistle, and said in surprise, this is really precious. Xiao Bei ignored him and continued, and its function, for me and this kind of martial artist, is no less a great boon. It can increase my chances of being promoted to the Emperor Senior stage, and it is absolutely, in other words, if you or Wu Chang and elder brothers Wang and the others take this extremely wonderful treasure lotus, within 5 years, you will surely become the Emperor. If it's me, it may take 10 years or more. There is still me. Xiao Chen was ignored by Xiao Bei, and suddenly shouted with an unhappy expression. Xia Sheng grinned and said, even without this stuff, I can still be promoted to the Emperor Senior stage. Putting it that way, it is not too precious. You, what do you know? Xiao Bei glanced at him coldly. Since ancient times, countless geniuses, like you, have consciously promoted to Emperor as easy as blowing off dust, but in the end, they are not stuck in front of the last hurdle 1 inch further. In this world, no one dares to claim to be absolutely promoted to the Emperor Senior stage. People who dare to think so often end in failure, but there are some aptitudes that are not the best, but the temperament and determination guys successfully reach the Emperor. Extremely wonderful treasure lotus is a kind of guarantee for promotion to the Emperor Senior stage. Xia Sheng was said by Xiao Bei, and suddenly stopped speaking, frowning, stood in place and thinking. On the contrary, it was the martial artists who were watching. After hearing Xiao Bei's explanation, all of them showed fiery expressions. They looked at the extremely wonderful treasure lotus. They saw more than just one strange spirit medicine, but a broad and open road leading to the palace of the Emperor Senior stage. The martial artists who enter the Four Seasons land are all principal source stages, and many of them are 3-layer. These martial artists are only one step or a few steps away from the Emperor Senior stage. There is such a great opportunity is in front of them, how can they not be tempted? If it weren't for the top sect powerhouses to sit here, I'm afraid someone could not help but take a snatch. By then, this mountaintop will be a reign of terror, blade light and sword shadows. In front of this kind of spirit medicine, I'm afraid that no one will stay sensible. Once the red eyes are killed, the same sect fellow apprentices will stand in front of you, and you will have to blaze a trail. I already understand the preciousness and purpose of extremely wonderful treasure lotus. But what does it have to do with princess interruption of me from taking medicine? Wu Chang suddenly coldly opened the mouth and said, it seems that Lang Xun just stopped him from grabbing the medicine. He still cares very much. He has to ask Lang Xun to give an explanation. Lang Xun slightly smiled and said, little brother Bai has already said a lot, so let the little sister talk about it. On the other side, Xiao Bai's mouth twitched now. Deep in one's heart, I am deeply saddened. I only feel that the name own little Bai will not be raised for a lifetime. Even Lang Xun, this kind of people, has called on this kind of more than once. And suddenly there is a speechless question. Heaven, the sad expressions on both cheeks with tears. There, Lang Xun has continued to open the mouth and said, although extremely wonderful treasure lotus is extremely precious, it is only a spirit medicine after all. It is fragile, and when it is not mature, its medicinal properties are naturally not full. If Brother Wu Chang picked it rashly just now, its medicinal properties will definitely be greatly damaged. By then, there will be no such anti-natural effects. I think Brother Wu Chang doesn't want to see that happen, right? In the last sentence, she looked at Wu Chang with a smile and asked. Wu Chang, hearing this, with a cold voice, said, since your Royal Highness said so, then I can't wait for a while. But I don't know how long this extremely wonderful treasure lotus will take. Fully mature? Lang Xun was silent for a while, observed the extremely wonderful treasure lotus for a moment, and said, almost a day or so, just before the exit closed. Wu Chang muttered to himself, and immediately shouted, okay, then I will wait until then. Before that, if anyone dares to use the extremely wonderful treasure lotus idea, don't blame my men for being ruthless. While speaking, he turned his head and looked around. There were weird rays of light in his red and white eyes, which made people shudder. Hearing this, Yang Kai couldn't help but sighed in relief. Although Wu Chang was going to take the extremely wonderful treasure lotus in a big way, he did so. Before spirit medicine matures, there will definitely not be any waves. When spirit medicine matures, it will have to compete by means. The little sister would also like to ask you to wait for a while and make plans when this extremely wonderful treasure lotus matures. Lang Xun stern saying, but there is a saying, extremely wonderful treasure lotus matures after that. If you don't take or refine pill success within 3 hours, its medicine efficacy will be gone. Is there such a thing? Wu Chang frowned. Extremely wonderful treasure lotus, after all, is a heavenifying thing. With the effect of heavenifying, this world law will naturally give birth to some shackles to contain it. Lang Xun slightly smiled. That's simple. When it matures, just eat it. Xia Shengrin said with a smile. Xiao Bai turned his head, glanced at him coldly, and said, how did you know that you ate it today? Xia Shenghei scratched his cheek. Lang Xun suddenly sighed again and said, if possible, it would be best to refine it into extremely wonderful pill. There is only one spirit medicine, and it will be up for grabs. Swords don't have eyes, cruel fists. She is the daughter of the bright moon great emperor. Many times she considers things not from her own set out, but from the interests of the entire South Territory. Just like she took away only the pseudo-emperor treasure in the passing of time temple, at this moment, although she is happy that an extremely wonderful treasure lotus appeared in the Four Seasons land, she is overwhelmed by the battle that may appear next. Also showed enough anxiety. All the people present are all elites in the South Territory principal source stage. If there are heavy casualties due to the fight for a spirit medicine, it is definitely South Territory's loss. Princess joked. For heaven and earth's spirit medicine, if you want to refine pill success, you can only get the Emperor-grade alchemy expert to take it. According to Princess, this spirit medicine must be taken or pill refining 3 hours after it matures. At this time, where do you look for Emperor-grade alchemy expert? Wu Chang cold snort. Lan Xun shook his head and said, I don't need Emperor-grade alchemy expert, Principal Source grade. It's just that I'm all major in using martial arts. Where can I find time to study pill refining technique? Principal Source grade alchemy expert is not so easy to find. She shook her head and smiled bitterly, secretly having a headache. She felt that the current crisis could not be resolved, and she missed a great opportunity. Spirit medicine has only one strain. If you take it, only one person can get it, but if you refine pill success, it's different. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. If your Royal Highness can trust me, how about let me try it? As soon as I said this, everyone was shocked. Turning to look in the direction of the sound source, Lan Xun also hurriedly watched the past. After seeing who the speaker was, he couldn't help showing a strange expression and murmured, Brother Yang. Yu Xiao Chen also looked at Yang Kai with a very wonderful expression, and couldn't help but sneer after a while. Do you know what the owner is talking about? What the Royal Highness Princess said just now. You didn't listen to the clear. Naturally, it is clear. Yang Kai slightly smiled, and still looks serene under the attention of the crowd, calm and quiet. Zhuang Bufan, who sits cross-legged recuperating there, is also looking at Yang Kai at the moment, with a thoughtful look on his face. Xia Sheng suddenly stretched out his hand and pulled Yang Kai's clothes, and whispered, Brother Yang, I don't think this is a good idea. If you really want to monopolize the extremely wonderful treasure lotus, it's another think of a way to pretend to be Principal Source grade alchemy expert and so on, and you will soon be pierced. He obviously thought that Yang Kai had some attempts to say so he whispered to persuade, lest when the time comes is not only ashamed, but also a target of public criticism. At that time, I am afraid that no one can save him. Martial Peak Chapter 2227 Chapter 2227 Proposal. Xia Sheng's words are light, but the one present is not a person who can hear all directions. He naturally listens clearly. For a moment, and all glared at Yang Kai, feeling this the guy is so despicable and shameful. Dare to play this kind of abacus. I didn't pretend. Yang Kai smiled confidently, and said proudly, I am Principal Source grade alchemy expert. As soon as this statement came out, everyone stopped talking. They all looked at Yang Kai with weird expressions. The breeze was blowing. The top of the mountain, absolute silence. Ha ha ha. After a long time, a loud laugh came out. Xiao Chen pointed to Yang Kai and said contemptuously, only you are the Principal Source grade alchemy expert. Do you think alchemy expert is what? Existence that can be caught by just grabbing on the street? Boy, it's better to think about clear before you speak. The curse comes from your mouth. Speaking of the end, he did not hide the spurn in his eyes, the color. Fiercely contemptuously. Brother Xiao knows me well. Yang Kai tilted his head and looked towards Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen cold snort said, if it weren't for Four Seasons Land this time, this Xiao wouldn't recognize you as an unknown person at all. So what kind of understanding? It doesn't look like Yang Kai is in sight. That's right. Yang Kai slightly smiled, and said, since Brother Xiao doesn't understand me, why is his words so scorching that I am not Principal Source grade alchemy expert? Your logic is so strange. This. Xiao Chen frowned, unable to refute a little, but still insisted, anyway, this kind of person is impossible and is the Principal Source grade alchemy expert. If you just want to fish in troubled water, this Xiao advises you to dispel that idea as soon as possible. Otherwise ... hum. His tone barely fell, and Zhuang Bufan over there suddenly opened the mouth and said, Brother Yang, you had previously keep guarding here, not letting people get close to this extremely wonderful treasure lotus ... Could it be that because you already knew everything about it? Chikai had a battle with Yang Kai, although in the end he lost his skills at the juncture. But it did not prevent him from having a good impression of Yang Kai's. Just as Yang Kai thinks Zhuang Bufan is a good person, Zhuang Bufan also thinks Yang Kai is okay, so this time he deliberately wanted to help him, so he said this kind of thing. Oh, hearing what Zhuang Bufan said, Lan Xun raised her eyebrows and looked at him in surprise. Elder brother Zhuang means that brother Yang has been guarding this place before? Yes, when I came here, there was only brother Yang here. This was the first time that extremely wonderful treasure lotus came here. Zhuang Bufan was slightly nodded. Brother Yang, what elder brother Zhuang said. Lan Xun looked towards Yang Kai. Yes. Yang Kai nodded lightly. I have been here when the extremely wonderful treasure lotus was just born. I also know what it is and what it is for, so I will protect it. Here, I have sent a lot of people who don't know the goods. I wanted to guard it and pick it when it matures, but I don't want you to return early. Then, it's the situation now. Speaking of this, Yang Kai gave a wry smile. Are you really alchemy expert? Lan Xun shows the unusual look. If it weren't for alchemy expert, how could you accurately distinguish spirit medicine like extremely wonderful treasure lotus? Even Zhuang Bufan, this kind of character is just speculation. Not sure. Only the skilled and knowledgeable alchemy expert has a great possibility of distinguishing extremely wonderful treasure lotus. If Lan Xun had doubts about Yang Kai's words before, and felt that he was just like Xia Sheng said, just pretending to be alchemy expert and want to fish in troubled water, then now Lan Xun has some confidence. Yes. Yang Kai is nodded. Are you still a principal source grade alchemy expert? Lan Xun looked on. I said yes, but unfortunately some people don't believe it. Yang Kai spread his hands and glanced over Xiao Chen intentionally or unintentionally. The latter couldn't help being stubborn and said, whatever you want to talk about, anyone can. This Xiao also said that On is emperor grade alchemy expert. You believe it too? Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders, looking helpless. Lan Xun pursed his lips and said, takes part or not, just verify it with your own eyes. As long as brother Yang can refine a principal source grade medicine pill on the spot, you can solve this question. It's still too early for the time. Enough for brother Yang to refine medicine pill. I don't know, brother Yang thinks. Yang Kai hasn't spoken yet. Xiao Chen said in one side, saying, how can he have this guts? If you really did this, wouldn't it be the demolition of the owner's station? Lan Xun couldn't help but glared at Xiao Chen, which stopped him from chattering. Yang Kai frowned and said embarrassedly, you have to do this? Lan Xun smiled and said, could it be that brother Yang has no confidence in own? Although I also feel that brother Yang is unlikely to tell this kind of lie, but it's a big deal. If brother Yang doesn't have the ability to refine the extremely wonderful pill, it's better not to do it rashly, otherwise when the time comes, it will be abusive. It's, Your Highness Princess has a point. Zhuang Bufan is also nodded. Although pill success can be refined, more people can get opportunities, but if spirit medicine is broken, the gain will not be worth the loss. Now, at worst when the time comes spirit medicine matures, everyone competes by means. Brother Yang your own considers clear. He also intends to give Yang Kai a step down. So that's why say. But I don't want to. Yang Kai just pondered for a moment, then opened the mouth and said, it's nothing to prove it. After all, everyone can't believe me. You really are principal source grade alchemy expert. Xia Sheng was shocked, and looked at Yang Kai with a monster expression. Xiao Bei and Zhuang Bufan also had dumbfounded expressions, as if they had hit a ghost during the day. How strong Yang Kai is. Only the two of them are the most clear. These two people, one is on Dao altar and the other is fighting against Yang Kai, and the other is just competing with Yang Kai source strength. However, Yang Kai defeated the two people with the cultivation level of principal source 1 layer. Taking this kind of cultivation level to do such a feat is obviously the result of usual accumulation. Have accumulated knowledge and deliver it slowly. It is conceivable how hard Yang Kai is in his usual practice. This kind of people, how can there be time to delve into pill refining technique? It has also become a principal source grade alchemy expert unimaginable. Even if one starts practicing from the womb, It is impossible to achieve this level. Yang Kai's tone and demeanor show that he is indeed principal source grade alchemy expert. This shocked Xiao Bei and Zhuang Bufan. But even if I prove that On is principal source grade alchemy expert, I can't refine extremely wonderful pill. Yang Kai frowns, saying, "What do you mean?" Lan Xun asked in surprise. "Pill refining has to need ingredients, right?" Yang Kai looked at her and said, "The pill recipe of extremely wonderful pill requires a total of 19 medicinal herbs. I also deliberately collected pill before. The materials needed for refining, unfortunately, are only enough to make up 18 kinds of materials. And only one of them is missing." It turned out that he was investigating other people's space rings and was looking for the extremely wonderful pill materials. A light flashed in Zhuang Bufan's mind, and suddenly he wondered why Yang Kai had done such a confusing move before. If he talks about robbery, he just checked the space ring of On's junior brother junior sister, but he returned it without moving anything. If it was not robbery, what did his actions mean? Until this moment, Zhuang Bufan suddenly figured it out. Want to understand this point? Zhuang Bufan has no doubts about Yang Kai claiming to be principal source grade alchemy expert anymore. If it weren't for the extremely wonderful pill, how could Yang Kai use that method to raise materials? He was probably forced to have no other way. This is Four Seasons land after all, and extremely wonderful treasure lotus is about to mature again. He stays on the sidelines and can't leave, so he can only cast his ideas on others. This guy. Zhuang Bufan was shocked, but he suppressed himself on the surface without revealing anything. "I don't know what information Brother Yang still lacks. If you don't mind, let's listen to it." With so many people present, maybe one of them happens to be there, Lan Xun asked with a smile, and after speaking, as if suddenly remembering something, immediately said, "Wait a moment, this pill refining material must be extremely precious. Even if someone has it, they may not be willing to contribute it out willingly." "Well, Your Royal Highness Princess, the words are extremely true." Yang Kai slightly nodded. "If anyone doesn't come out with contribution, just grab it." Xiao Chen cold snort. Wu Chang said with a sneer, "Idiot, if others don't say own, how can you snatch it? Is it possible that each and everyone should go to investigate other people's space ring?" "What's wrong with this?" Xiao Chen replied. "Oh, so, if I want to check your space ring, would you like it? If I have that material, I will definitely not hide it." "You don't need to check it," Xiao Chen replied solemnly. "It's all right." Lan Xun frowned, interrupted him with a wave, and pondered for a while. "This is the stern saying, I have a proposal. It's better to be like this. If you have what Brother Yang needs, and if you take the initiative to contribute it, you can take one pill directly after the extremely wonderful pill is refined." His Royal Highness said this. Is it really possible? Yang Kai turned pale with fright. Other people's expressions have also changed. It seems that Lan Xun's suggestion is so amazing. After all, even if Yang Kai is really principal source grade alchemy expert, and the refining is successful, how many pills are there in a furnace? This has already been separated in advance. No one is reluctant in his heart. Lan Xun slightly smiled and said, "In the face of opportunity, everyone is equal." "Don't you men like to gamble? Why do you get to this moment, but each and every one shrinks up?" she said then. The beautiful eyes swept over everyone in turn. "Brother Yang hasn't said yet what spirit medicine the owner needs. What are you all afraid of?" "Maybe spirit medicine is in your space ring, and you only need contribution. You can get an extremely wonderful pill." "What a bargain sale." "You may not get anything," Xiao Bei muttered. "If Yang Kai fails to refining, then you really won't get anything." But Zhuang still has a question. Zhuang Bufan opened the mouth and said, "Elder brother Zhuang, please say." Lan Xun looked at him with a smile. "If it is the last material Brother Yang needs, two people own it at the same time, or many people own it, how can this be solved?" Marshall Peak Chapter 2228 Chapter 2228 Jade Blood Iris. "Well, this is a possible situation. I was negligent." Lan Xun hearing this, expression startled. After thinking about it, Zan Yan said with a smile, "This is easy to handle. If this happens, it will be older than the medicine age. Whoever takes out the medicine is older. Brother Yang will use whoever." "Good idea." Zhuang Bufan nodded sternly. With a high age of medicine efficacy must be strong, and there is a chance of improving pill refining. If everyone thinks it's okay, then Lan Xun smiled to everyone, waiting for a reply. "I don't have any comments, Luck, everyone is the same." Finally, someone was the first to express his opinion. To everyone's surprise, that person was Wu Chang. He seemed very interested in this proposal. Interested look. "Well, I like this proposal, and I don't have any comments." Xia Cheng shrugged. "It will be done according to what the Royal Highness Princess said." Zhuang Bufan also opened the mouth and said. The three people spoke in turn and said that they had no objection. Others would not dare to say even if they had an opinion. Even more how? This proposal was still made by Lan Xun. At this time, refuting is not equivalent to refuting Lan Xun's face. "Your Royal Highness Princess is gentle, but Xiao Chen is exactly so good." Suddenly, everyone's caliber was unified, and they all said that Lan Xun's proposal was very good, and they all agreed. "Many thanks, everyone." Lan Xun pursed his lips when they saw that everyone had agreed, then looked towards Yang Kai and said, "Brother Yang, now you can tell the last medicinal herbs you need." "What is it?" Everyone was absolutely silenced. Looking up at Yang Kai, many people's faces showed some expressions of expectation and tension. After all, this was a complete fight. Chances of luck. Once the medicinal herbs owned reported by Yang Kai happens to be owned, there is a big chance of getting an extremely wonderful pill. That is a spirit pill that basically goes straight to the Emperor prestige, who can't be tempted. Dong dong, dong dong, even many people heard fierce heartbeats in their chests. Under the public gaze, Yang Kai slowly put up a slap, and said loudly, "I need a jade blood iris with at least 5,000 years of age." Jade blood iris. But they are also rare medicinal herbs. Lan Xun hearing this, her eyebrows raised, her mouth pursed, and she looked all around and said, "I don't know who has something Brother Yang needs. If you can provide it, it will be the same as starting one. An extremely wonderful pill, a rare opportunity, may come by with luck, but not by searching for it." In her words, she seems to have great confidence in Yang Kai. With all medicinal herbs, Yang Kai will surely be able to refine successfully. I don't know where her confidence comes from. When her voice fell, many people immediately showed disappointment. Obviously there is no spirit medicine like jade blood iris. However, a few martial artists were immersed in their minds and searched through their space ring. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, a loud laugh came out. Everyone looked at the sound, and saw a man with principal source 2-layer cultivation level over there. He was excited and laughed happily. When everyone looked at him, his complexion was surprised. Quickly reduced his smile, and the expression on his face suddenly became extremely exciting. Could it be that this friend found out? Lan Xun looked at the man with a smile. The man hurriedly jumped out of the place where he was standing, restraining the excitement of deep in one's heart, and replied sternly, "Thanks to His Royal Highness Princess, there is indeed a jade blood iris here." "Oh?" Lan Xun raised her eyebrows, and happily said, "Please take it out and have a look." The man hesitates slightly. Lan Xun understands, immediately said, "Don't worry, what I have said is sure to be accurate. If you really have the medicinal herbs Brother Yang needs, the extremely wonderful pill will definitely have you." "Many thanks, Princess." The man waited for Lan Xun's words. After listening to this, there were no more hesitates. He immediately took out a half Kailong from his space ring. The whole body was green and red, just like fresh blood pouring. "The spirit mushroom is here. It really is jade blood iris." Yang Kai glanced over, knowing that the other party hadn't falsified, and quickly said, "Take me to see." The man held it in both hands. While holding jade blood iris, his body trembled slightly, as if he was holding not a spirit medicine, but the great future of his own, lest he fell to the ground and shattered. When he came to Yang Kai, he cautiously handed the jade blood iris to Yang Kai's hand, and then he stood still with a nervous look on his face. Dog shit luck. Why didn't this chance fall on my head? Heaven is jealous of heroic genius. Old thief heaven, I'm not convinced. All around came the voice of everyone talking at once, or jealousy or hatred or envy, and so on. As the man listened to these discussions, he couldn't help but flutter up with a smug expression on his face. This is Jade Blood Iris, yes. Suddenly, Yang Kai frowned and said, but its age is not enough, only about 3,000 years, which is a big difference. What? The man hearing this, the complexion changed greatly, stared wide-eyed looking at Yang Kai, shouted incoherently, what did you say, look at clear. Don't read it. Yang Kai, while speaking, had already given back the Jade Blood Iris to the other party, opened the mouth and said, Jade Blood Iris, the color will change every 1,000 years with a slight change, my friend, although the strain you took out is considered mature Jade Blood Iris, enough to refine most spirit medicines. It cannot be used for extremely wonderful pill. It's really sorry to disappoint you, impossible. The man cried out. The so-called the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. I thought that an extremely wonderful pill would be at your fingertips, but I thought that humans' calculation are inferior to the heavens' calculation, and this kind of thing happened at a critical moment. How about can you accept it? Take a closer look. He stared at Yang Kai reluctantly. Yang Kai said, if you can't believe me, you might as well ask someone else to show it to you. I think everyone here should be able to tell the age of the medicine. After his words fell, Zhuang Bufan shouted loudly, this friend, at Plain Palace Zhuang Bufan, although his understanding of pharmacology is not as good as that of Brother Yang, he has a little bit of knowledge. If you trust Zhuang, you might as well let me take a look. How? Trust it. The person hearing this immediately rushed to Zhuang Bufan and handed the Jade Blood Iris to the other party. Compared with Yang Kai, the nameless person, Zhuang Bufan's name is naturally like thunder piercing the ear, and what the other person says is also authoritative, so he puts his helps on without the slightest hesitation in Zhuang Bufan. I hope Zhuang Bufan can overthrow Yang Kai's previous views. While he was waiting, Zhuang Bufan had already observed the Jade Blood Iris carefully. Not only that, he also took a deep sniff of the spirit of this spirit medicine strain, and also took it with his nails. Put a little powder into the mouth to taste the middle rank. His movements are methodical and extremely skillful. At first glance, he knows that this is not the first time he has done this. After a short while, Zhuang Bufan slowly shook his head, and while returning the Jade Blood Iris to the other party, he said, Brother Yang's research on medicinal herbs is more profound than Zhuang's. Just take a look. You can know the age of the medicine, and Zhuang admires it very much. My friend, your Jade Blood Iris is really only 3,000 years old. Why? This way. The man looked disappointed. Talk to yourself. Don't mention how sad. Yang Kai said that this Jade Blood Iris is only 3,000 years old, and he still doesn't believe it very much, but Zhuang Bufan said that, so he can't help it. The previous martial artists who were jealous and hateful towards this person could not help but give birth to a feeling of taking pleasure in other people's misfortune. There are so many people here, just does anyone else have Jade Blood Iris? Yang Kai turned his head and looked around. Shouted. No one responded. Yang Kai sighed. Brother Yang, if it is refined with the 3,000 years of Jade Blood Iris. Lan Xun frowned at him. It's just a waste. Yang Kai replied, His Royal Highness should know that the more precious the spirit pill, the more demanding the medicinal herbs during refining. Not to mention this Jade Blood Iris, the difference in age of medicine is 2,000 years, which is hundreds of years, and it cannot be used as medicine. Hey! Lan Xun sighed slightly. She didn't know what Yang Kai said, just holding a fluke. Ask, that's all. Time is also fate. Xie Sheng suddenly shook his head and said, Jade Blood Iris is not a common spirit medicine. It would be good to have one here, but there is no second one. It looks like we still have to compete by means. Actually, Lan Xun had a sorry expression on his face, helplessly said, I have a Jade Blood Iris, which should be in line with Brother Yang. The request. Huh? Xiao Chen was shocked when hearing this, and said, then princess, why don't you take it out? Yang Kai also stunned towards Lan Xun looking at it, a looking thoughtful expression flashed across his face, and soon, grinning, holds the fist saying, His Royal Highness Princess, Yang admires it. At this moment, he clearly understood Lan Xun hasn't taken out the jade blood iris that owns for so long. It's not that Lan Xun is reluctant. She is the daughter of Bright Moon Great Emperor. No matter how precious a spirit medicine is, what can she not bear? She didn't take it out. Probably because she wanted to give the opportunity to others, so she just checked with them several times. But in the end there was really no way. She could only stand up. Probably when she made the proposal before, she didn't expect what Yang Kai needed, which happened to be owned by her own. All the people present are not fools. After listening to Yang Kai's words, they just think about it and understand the whole thing. For a moment, I can't help but stand in awe and admire Lan Xun. Gaze. Lan Xun cheeks slightly red, which makes her look even more stunning. Well, I can take out the jade blood iris, but the extremely wonderful pill I said earlier ... I don't want it. Lan Xun squeezed the red lips, opened the mouth and said, how can this be? Xiao Chen was the first to object. Shut up. Lan Xun frowned and yelled at him, I have the right to deal with the things I own. Xiao Chen opened his mouth, really not dare to speak, the complexion ashen held back. With a depressed look, Your Royal Highness Princess, words are not correct. Xia Sheng slightly smiled and said, since it is a good thing, the Royal Highness Princess got it, then naturally it should be given to you. You don't force it like this. Doesn't that mean that everyone who will get spirit medicine in the future will owe you a favor? After all, no one knows whether the spirit medicine that One got belongs to you in the first place. This trade is very at a loss. This Xia quit. Martial Peak Chapter 2229 Chapter 2229 Maturity. HMPH. Xia Sheng, although your words may be cheap and good, but it is exactly what I want to say. Wu Chang, I don't owe heaven or earth. I don't want to owe Anun's favor. Wu Chang also said immediately. Zhuang Bufan said with a smile, Your Highness Princess, what should be yours is yours. Don't shy away. Lan Xun for a moment can't help but don't know whether to cry or laugh. Yang Kai wiped cold sweat on the side and said, listening to you, it seems that my extremely wonderful pill must be refining successfully, otherwise, wouldn't it be so hard to fail, Your Highness Princess? Why, you are not confident? Lan Xun raised her eyebrows and asked. It's not that I have no confidence. Yang Kai slightly smiled. It's just that ... no alchemy expert can guarantee the success of own refining medicine pill. Just in case, I still ask. What if the refining fails? Kill you. Wu Chang looked at him coldly. The pressure is so heavy. Yang Kai's forehead was dripping with cold sweat. Lan Xun said with a smile, you work hard. While speaking, she has handed over the own jade blood iris to Yang Kai's hands. Yang Kai, after receiving it and checking it, nodded and said, Your Highness Princess is correct. It is at least 8,000 years old and is sufficient for refining and use. And ... looking at its color and picking traces, it doesn't seem to be from what I got in Seasons Land. Yes, I brought this with me. It was in my space ring a few years ago. Lan Xun replied. Okay, now the materials are already available. Yang Kai couldn't help but put the jade blood iris into Owen's space ring, looked all around, shouted, you all want me to refine another one? Pill refining principle source grade spirit pill. Do you prove the ability of Owen? He paused, and then said, say it first. I can prove it, but you know, pill refining is very energy consuming. If it is for this reason, it will lead to extremely wonderful. If pill fails to refining, I will not be responsible. Everyone frowned at the words, because what Yang Kai said is true. If everyone wants him to prove the ability of Owen, he must refine a furnace of principal source grade spirit pill. But in this way, his energy and spirit will be greatly consumed, and after a day, extremely wonderful treasure lotus should mature. When the time comes, Yang Kai must start pill stove refining again. In other words, he is in two spirit pills will be refined within a day. This kind of high-intensity refining may be too much for any principal source grade alchemy expert. The status is not in peak, and it definitely has an impact on refining the extremely wonderful pill. From my point of view, there is no need. Lan Xun slightly smiled. The reason for that proposal before was just because it was not sure if Brother Yang you are the real alchemy expert, but now, I think you should be sure. If Brother Yang is not alchemy expert, how can you know the pill recipe of extremely wonderful pill? And how can you tell the age of Jade Blood Iris in such a short time? His Royal Highness Princess is reasonable. Zhuang Bufan nodded. From the perspective of Brother Yang preparing the pill refining materials before our arrival, there is no doubt that he is the principal source grade alchemy expert. Brother Yang, take a good rest. When the extremely wonderful treasure lotus is mature tomorrow, let's start refining it. Since you said that, then I will have a good rest. Yang Kai immediately called Shishun on the stick, and while talking, he sat down without a word, closed pupil, rejuvenated. Although there are still some people who are suspicious, Lan Xun and Zhuang Bufan's words are before them. Even if they doubt in their hearts, they dare not really say it. They can only wait until tomorrow when everything will be clear. The scene suddenly quieted down. The martial artists who came here also looked for a good location, meditated cross-legged, and tried to restore their state to peak. Because everyone knows clearly that if Yang Kai fails in refining, it's okay to say, it's just that he alone bears everyone's disappointment and anger. But if he succeeds in refining, he will give priority to Lan Xun's extremely wonderful pill, and the remaining spirit pill will really have to compete by means. In the face of such a huge opportunity, Wu Chang, Xie Sheng, Zhuang Bufan, Xiao Chen and the others stand in the way, and no one will back down. Missing this time, many people are impossible to be promoted to the Emperor's senior stage in their lives. But if they can get this opportunity, many people can be promoted in advance. And the place where everyone rests seems to be quite particular, invisibly surrounding the place where Yang Kai and extremely wonderful treasure lotus are, as if to prevent him from escaping. Especially Wu Chang, he didn't mean to rest at all. He just sat cross-legged there and kept staring at Yang Kai. Once Yang Kai had any changes, he could react immediately. This is also the most important reason why everyone agreed to let Yang Kai refine the extremely wonderful pill instead of grabbing the extremely wonderful treasure lotus now. There is only one extremely wonderful treasure lotus. No one has the confidence to snatch it over, even if it is like Wu Chang. He does not have this confidence. Instead of fighting for a fight without confidence, it is better to let Yang Kai refine pill success. When the time comes, hope will greatly increase, and the cultivation level of Yang Kai trifling principal source 1 layer, under so many people glare like a tiger watching his prey, it is impossible to flee after being refined. In this regard, everyone feels like a mirror. So feel free to wait boldly for the arrival of tomorrow and let Yang Kai refine the extremely wonderful pill. Senior brother, things are not good. After a break, Xiao Bei suddenly moved to Xie Sheng's side. Spiritual mind sound transmission said, I know. Xie Sheng responded calmly, don't worry, I have made arrangements. When Brother Yang succeeds in refining tomorrow, I can cooperate with him to break a blood path. Fleeing to the exit. The junior brother junior sisters are all responding over there. No wonder I didn't see other people coming, so I was waiting at the exit. Xiao Bei gave a dazed expression. Xie Sheng grinned and replied, how can this treasure of extremely wonderful pill fall into the hands of other sects? When the time comes, you just let Brother Yang cooperate. What if he doesn't cooperate? Xiao Bei asked. Beat him. I stunned and take it away. Xie Sheng replied. Xiao Bei, corner of mouth twitching, he said, I am not an opponent. What? Xie Sheng turned her head, staring at Xiao Bei in amazement, and said in surprise, Little Bei, when did you become so unconfident? Brother Yang has indeed won Xi, which is amazing. If you and I are on his kind of cultivation level, You may not be able to do this kind of thing, but after all we are very different. There is one thing I am ashamed to tell. Xiao Bei suddenly looked very serious. What? In Passing of Time Temple, I played against him. Xiao Bei said. As a result I lost. Are you teasing me? Xia Sheng's eyes almost protruded. How could I be joking about such a shameful thing? Xiao Bei looked solemn and said, moreover, in my opinion, not only I am not his opponent, but also Zhuang Bufan. What mean? After Xia Sheng asked, he immediately looked thoughtfully at the place where Zhuang Bufan was, and said in amazement, you mean ... Before we arrived here, the result of this two-people battle is Zhuang Bufan defeated? Most likely. How is this possible? Xiao Bei sneered. Nothing is impossible. Why did you think Zhuang Bufan spoke for Yang Kai everywhere? Xia Sheng frowned, said, you mean, Yang Kai showed mercy before, so Zhuang Bufan just. Any other reasons? Xiao Bei asked, looking at him. Hiss. Xia Sheng couldn't help but sucked in a cold breath, muttered, these two people fought a battle before, I know, but I thought Yang Kai was defeated. Only Principal Source 1 layer, how can it be possible to achieve this level? Ghost knows, he is still Principal Source grade alchemy expert, can you believe it? Xia Sheng corner of mouth twitching, no more words. After a long while, he expressed a correct expression and said, well, when the time comes, I will negotiate with Brother Yang. I believe he will not fail to cooperate. If you want to survive, you can only cooperate with us, I hope. Xiao Bei responded uncertainly. When the two people of Azure Sun Temple secretly communicate, most of the other martial artists are also doing similar exchanges. People who know each other secretly form offensive and defensive alliances, preparing to fight against those powerful enemies. As for when the time comes, if you really grab the extremely wonderful pill, how to deal with it is not an issue that needs to be considered right now. For most martial artists, what urgently needs to consider now is how to snatch the extremely wonderful pill from those few Xion Principal Source stage hands. Time is passing slowly. Yang Kai races against time to recover his strength. Refining the extremely wonderful pill is also a test for him, so he must meet this event in a state of heyday. If there is a slight difference, the refining may really fail. Once the refining fails, Owen will become the target of venting the anger of everyone present. At that time, even if he has great abilities, he will not be able to take it lightly. The weird movements all around, communicating with spiritual mind from time to time, and even Wu Chang's constant gaze were not enough to affect him. His mood gradually calmed down and became ethereal. Under that great pressure, he entered a magical state. Medicinal fragrance is pervasive, and the rings of light are ups and downs. That world natural phenomenon becomes more and more obvious, and the colorful clouds of 5 colors in the sky disappear. And the white flowers of the extremely wonderful treasure lotus gradually bloomed. At a certain moment, the heaven and the earth buzzed, the spiritual energy trembled, and all the natural phenomena of the heaven and the earth gathered here. It becomes an extremely terrifying energy, rushing straight down from the sky, like a funnel, into the extremely wonderful treasure lotus. The fragile spirit medicine was unscathed after enduring the infusion of this kind of, but it has increased its magic more and more. The rune the size of a grain of rice suddenly appeared in the extremely wonderful treasure lotus all around, containing a huge mystery. Between heaven and earth, a faint fairy music rang like a bell in the morning and a drum in the evening, which shocked people's spirits. And under the public gaze, the petals of the extremely wonderful treasure lotus finally bloomed completely. The rich scent wafts all around, making people feel refreshed after sniffing the nose, and the seductive scent makes people have a mood of index finger movement, and it seems that they can't wait to rush up to the extremely wonderful treasure lotus. Eat it in your belly, go and taste its beauty. As if driven by invisible thread, many martial artists showed greedy gazes at the extremely wonderful treasure lotus, and a few others put on an expression of be eager to have a dry. Martial Peak Chapter 2230 Chapter 2230 Refining. Whoever dares to move, I will let whoever die. Wu Chang suddenly shouted loudly, looking around with a demon face. Murderous intention is diffused, thick as substance. The guys who began to stir died instantly. They clearly gave birth to a feeling that they would be killed if they act rashly at the next moment. The dead aura is so rich and suffocating, it makes their lips dry and their bodies are cold. At this moment, Yang Kai opened a pair of eyes suddenly, with divine light shining in his eyes. He shouted in a low voice, "Open the stove." While speaking, stretch out your hand and face forward a little bit, and Ink Jade Cauldron has appeared leisurely. Ink Jade Cauldron is the principal source grade high rank pill refining furnace, originally taken by Han Leng, the abandoned apprentice of Star Soul Palace, on the auction assembly in Maplewood City. But in the end, Han Leng died unexpectedly. It fell into Yang Kai's hands. Such a pill refining furnace is a rare treasure, especially for alchemy expert. After all, in its above, only the Emperor grade pill refining furnace is better than it. But where is the Emperor grade pill refining furnace so easy to get? Under normal circumstances, Emperor grade pill refining furnace is more rare and precious than Emperor treasure. Ink Jade Cauldron opened, and a fragrance different from extremely wonderful treasure lotus instantly spread. Smelling this aura and seeing this pill refining furnace, many people were shocked by the expression and immediately increased their confidence in Yang Kai's. Because of such a pill refining furnace, ordinary alchemy expert is not worthy of possession, and only principal source grade alchemy expert is qualified to utilize. And the medicinal fragrance gas wafting out of pill stove is also it is enough to show that this pill stove has refined many spirit medicines. All this proves from the side that Yang Kai is a principal source grade alchemy expert. Pill stove opened, Yang Kai spiritual mind surged, the scorching and invisible divine consciousness fire poured into the furnace in an instant, and the Ink Jade Cauldron on the other side made a buzzing sound in the blink of an eye. Liu Yan! Yang Kai shouted loudly again, and when he held hands, he saw a flowing light suddenly shot out from his palm. The loud chirping sound spread all over the country. Under the gaze of everyone, a strange-looking fiery bird illusory shadow suddenly floated away and plunged into pill stove. Item spirit. Lan Xun's beautiful eyes lit up and couldn't help but whisper. At that moment, although she could not see the true face of Liu Yan, she instinctively sensed that the flowing light is not trivial, and combined with the scene in front of her, she immediately inferred that it was definitely one only fire attribute item spirit. One principal source grade high rank pill refining furnace, a fire attribute item spirit. The two are combined into one, which is already the most alchemy expert yarn in the world. The capital for something even in dreams. With the help of these two, refining any spirit pill requires twice the results for half the effort. Lan Xun couldn't help saying with a slight smile, if nothing else, Brother Yang can really make an extremely wonderful pill. Everyone, wait and see. Listening to what she said, many people's expressions were lifted, and their faces appeared extremely expectant. On the other side, Yang Kai has taken out the medicinal herbs used to refine the extremely wonderful pill one after another with a solemn expression. I saw him methodically throwing various rare medicinal herbs one after another into pill stove, pinching spirit art with both hands from time to time, divine consciousness fire surging and rolling, depicting spirit and pill stove formation. With his actions, the heat inside pill stove seems to be changing from time to time, which is unpredictable. Pill refining pays attention to a calm mind. The most important thing is to control the fire, the control of the timing of medicinal herbs investment. This is not overnight. Being able to be familiar requires long time accumulation of experience and the teacher's dedication. Along with pill refining, Yang Kai has never been pointed out, but he seems to have an extraordinary aptitude and natural talent for this domain. In the early years, he only used the true secret art of alchemy left over by the great demon god. The owner fumbled on this path, and later on in Yang Yan's Emperor Garden, he got pill way true understanding, and after he came to Star Boundary, he got the jade slip left by Gongsun Mu. His pill refining technique combines the strengths of three families, and has the insight and innovation of Own. He doesn't have a special physique like Xiaoning Chang, and can treat pill refining as easy as eating and breathing, but he has a unique feeling of Own. When to put in what kind of medicinal herbs, when to master what kind of heat. These things are as if they were born in the mind, which has become an instinct. If you have to pursue it, it is undoubtedly the credit of the great principal pill sound that he refining spirit pill triggered. The great principal pill sound is the voice of heavenly law. Heavenly law taught him this knowledge, and heavenly law sublimated his pill refining ability. But even so, Yang Kai is going all out this time and dare not be sloppy. There is only one extremely wonderful treasure lotus, and if the refining fails, there will be nothing. By then he will definitely bear the anger of everyone present. He is not afraid of these martial artists. He is only afraid that his own will ruin spirit medicine in vain. Under tremendous pressure, his condition has never been better. Galulu. With the lapse of time, there was a bubbling sound of boiling water in pill stove, which was obviously a sign of boiling medicine liquid, but it was complicated. The sweet smell of sweetness fills this world, which makes people feel refreshing. Looking around, Yang Kai's movements are not fast, but there is a calmness between the gestures, which makes everyone have a lot of confidence in his refinement for no reason. Especially his practice of urging source strength to control the heat with one hand, and portraying spirit formation in pill stove with the other hand, made many people amazed. Only the insider can see the doorway when the outsider is watching the excitement. Although basically 99% of the martial artists here have never refined spirit pill, they have never eaten pork, and have they ever seen a pig run? Yang Kai's practice of changing spirit formation repeatedly made them confused but admired. Only this kind of strength control that is so wonderful that peak can't be done by ordinary people. It must be the usual accumulation of credit. Senior brother, do you think junior brother Yang can successfully refine it? Murong Xiao asked Xiao Bei softly. No one dared to assert before the result came out. Xiao Bei responded. After finishing speaking, he glanced at him again and said, "Why, you are worried that he will be surrounded if he fails to refine, fight?" Murong Xiao nodded and said, "In this situation, if junior brother Yang really fails in refining, I'm afraid it will be difficult to fly with wings. Although he is not my temple discipline, but at any rate it was with us. Senior brother didn't want him to have an accident. He asked for it." Xiao Bei cold snort. I haven't figured out why he wanted ask for trouble. Of course, if Yang Kai doesn't take the initiative to say that Own is the principal source grade alchemy expert, no one will pull him out. But he happened to stand up, publicly admit that Own is the principal source grade alchemy expert, and took over all the work of refining extremely wonderful pill. If this thing is done well, and the extremely wonderful pill succeeds, he may not have much benefit, because according to the current situation, once the extremely wonderful pill succeeds, it must be the result of the competition. When the time comes, who cares about his pill refining person? Dare not to pay spirit pill. Fight to death. But if this thing is not done well, there will only be one Yang Kai was chased to death by everyone. This kind of self-seeking trouble, how to think or feel wrong, only a fool can do it. So Xiao Bei has not figured out why Yang Kai did this. Could it be that just because of alchemy experts' love for rare spirit medicine? I heard that alchemy experts are a group of very weird guys. Normally, people begged them to pill refining. They always ignore the answers. But if there is spirit medicine they are interested in, maybe they will be sent to the door and bested. You ask you to refine it for him without any compensation. Extremely wonderful treasure lotus is undoubtedly one of the most precious spirit medicine in the world, because it is unique in the world. On the premise that there is an extremely wonderful treasure lotus, it is impossible to have a second one in this world. If Yang Kai is for this reason instead of refining the extremely wonderful pill, then it makes sense. But from what Xiao Bei looks at, I don't think Yang Kai looks like that kind of pedantic person. He doesn't make sense just because of his temporary interest. He put the owner in danger. Or he has the capital to escape under the eyes of so many powerhouses. With this thought, Xiao Bei couldn't help but chuckle. secretly feeling that own thought too much. It is undeniable that Yang Kai is indeed strong, but he is nothing but a person. How can he escape under the eyes of so many people? Wu Chang alone is enough to contain him. Between the two people talk, Yang Kai over there already moved on. The total number of 19 auxiliary medicinal herbs has been thrown into the ink jade cauldron by him and turned into medicine liquid. And at this moment, he suddenly got up and jumped up to the extremely wonderful treasure lotus a few steps, and pointed it like a knife, directly along the fiercely everything under the extremely wonderful treasure lotus flower. This mature spirit medicine was picked by Yang Kai in an instant. Leave a section of rhizome about half Kai long in place. In an instant, everyone's eyes were looking at the root, and their faces flashed with greed. Look, although I don't know why Yang Kai didn't harvest the extremely wonderful treasure lotus intact, this rhizome is undoubtedly a precious thing. Even if pill success is not refined, swallowing might have miraculous effects. And under the public gaze, the top of the stem oozes milky white juice, which is as white and flawless as cow's milk, making the index finger move. Not only ordinary martial artists are looking at this rhizome, but Wu Chang, Xie Sheng and the others are also like this, but they did not act rashly, but looked at it with inquiry. Yang Kai, I don't know why he did this. Over there, Yang Kai ran back to pill stove non-stop, and cautiously continued to control the fire. When it was almost time, he put the newly collected extremely wonderful treasure lotus into pill stove. Just a few simple actions, but cold sweats appeared on his forehead, as if he was facing an enemy. The moment extremely wonderful treasure lotus entered the furnace, he immediately changed magic arts to stabilize the situation in pill stove. Hui's voice is endless. Yang Kai secretly rejoices in his heart that this time pill refining did not hesitate to expose Liu Yan's existence before giving her to summon. The difficulty of refining the extremely wonderful pill is beyond his imagination. At this moment, if he hadn't been assisted by Liu Yan, he might not be able to stick to it. Martial Peak Chapter 2231 Chapter 2231 Dan Sheng. Thanks to the book friend 1504212335344725 for the reward. Thanks to the book friend 1504212335344725 for the 50,000 red rewards. You Union Masters and book friends are very grateful. Xiaomo is grateful. At this moment, even with Liu Yan's help, whether this extremely wonderful pill can be achieved is still into discussions. But if it is really cultivated, it will definitely greatly improve his pill way. After being busy for a while, Yang Kai let out a lightly breath. All the medicinal herbs have been put into the pill stove right now, and the rest only needs him to control the fire and change the spirit formation. It will be able to condensing the pill at a certain time. It was also at this moment that he took time out, said solemnly, I advise you not to take the idea of that root stem. Although he has been in pill refining just now, he still did not give up the observation of all around. He clearly saw that many people showed expressions of interest in that rhizome, but they didn't know if the owner needed it, so he didn't dare to rush it. Oh, why is this? Zhuang Bufan asked in doubt. After hearing this, Yang Kai complexion solemnly said, this rhizome is the birthplace of extremely wonderful treasure lotus. If you keep this rhizome, maybe within 100 years, this star boundary will have another extremely wonderful treasure lotus. It was obtained for a destined person, but if it were collected within 10,000 years, there will be no such spirit medicine in this world. The next time it will be born, I don't know when it is. Is there anything else? Lan Xun's eyes were brilliant. With her experience, she had never heard of this kind of rumors. You believe me? Yang Kai said solemnly. It has nothing to do with me. Wu Chang suddenly shouted loudly, things after 10,000 years will be solved by people after 10,000 years. Since you don't need to use this root, then I will take it away! Exclamation mark. You dare? Yang Kai while speaking, turned his head and glared at Wu Chang, with one hand suddenly stretched out and placed it on top of ink jade cauldron. When he moves like this, all martial artists have complexion changes, watching him nervously, not knowing what he wants to do. "You dare to move it, I will ruin this spirit pill now," Yang Kai shouted in a deep voice. The complexion was extremely calm. "Hey, hey!" Xia Sheng's mouth twitched, looking at Yang Kai in surprise, and said, "Brother Yang, are you just a rhizome, that's all? Brother Wu Chang wants to take it, let him take it. There is no need to threaten this extremely wonderful pill." He doesn't know exactly what Yang Kai is going crazy, but because of this kind of thing, he threatens Wu with extremely wonderful pill. "Chang, you must know that his actions threatened not only Wu Chang alone, but also everyone waiting on the scene. If one is not good, it will cause public anger." Yang Kai turned a deaf ear, opened the mouth and said, "Who dares to get close to that stem 30 feet? I immediately ruined the medicine liquid. No kidding." In one word, Wu Chang, I really didn't dare to move anymore. Although the stem seems to be out of the ordinary, it is certainly not as good as the extremely wonderful pill. If Yang Kai is offended by this, it is obviously not worth the loss. "Wu Chang, don't be impatient." Xiao Chen was also taken aback, and hurriedly shouted at Wu Chang. Wu Chang paused in place, staring at Yang Kai with gloomy and cold eyes, and said one by one, "You dare to threaten me? You are not a threat." An unusual look flashed in Yang Kai's eyes. Leisurely said, "I just want to leave some hope for future generations, that's all." Aside, Lan Xun pursed his lips and said, "I heard most of alchemy when expert collects rare spirit medicines, he will not kill to the last one, but when the limit is possible, he will leave a line of vitality for those spirit medicines, and never collect those spirit medicines that are not mature. I have some doubts about this, but now it seems that this is really true." Yang Kai said, "The predecessors planted trees, and the descendants take advantage of the shade. I am waiting to meet this extremely wonderful treasure today." Lotus, do you know that it was not the chance that a certain expert left a rhizome 100 years ago? Others left us with hope, and we can't do too much, otherwise it will damage the cycle of heavenly law. As soon as this statement came out, Lan Xun's beautiful eyes lit up, showing a looking thoughtful look. Furthermore, Yang Kai continued, "This stem does not possess the magical effect of extremely wonderful treasure lotus, and only has the functions of tempering source strength and divine consciousness, that's all. Extremely wonderful treasure lotus, all the essence is now in pill stove." "Brother Wu Chang, are you sure you want that stem instead of extremely wonderful pill?" Wu Chang complexion ashen. "In fact, I heard Yang Kai said that there is no stem. He has picked it unintentionally for how useful it is, but under the public gaze, he has no steps down and can pull his face down, so he can only stand there with a calm face and a ruthless look." As soon as a few people were talking, the stem suddenly shook and turned into a multicolored rays of light, and disappeared from everyone's vision, as if it had never appeared. The same. This. Xiao Chen looked at dumbstruck. Yang Kai smiled and said, "Okay, now the root is gone, I see who else can find it." Paused. He added, "Yes, if spirit medicine matures before if you pick it, extremely wonderful treasure lotus will also end in this way." Hearing this, many people suddenly wear cold sweat, secretly thanking people who know the goods are here, otherwise they won't wait for it to mature. Picking, I'm afraid it will be all in vain in the end. Turning his head, Yang Kai continues to focus on controlling the fire, portraying spirit formation. Wu Chang awkwardly stood in place for a while. Cold snort, a little angry look appeared on his face, and he didn't know if he had some thoughts. Galulu, the movement inside Ink Jade Cauldron is endless. With the passage of time, more and more people become anxious, their eyes drifting and converging. A strange and complicated atmosphere is gradually permeating this mountaintop. It seems that everyone is waiting for the moment when the extremely wonderful pill is completed. Once that happens, the scene will be out of control. Yang Kai knows this too well, but he is still safe and sound, and does his best to pill refining. At a certain moment, he had a serious expression, and within the body source strength poured out into the Ink Jade Cauldron. At the same time, he also stood up directly, his hands quickly sealed, one after another naked eye, the visible energy turns into a clear talisman seal for each and every one, flooding into the ink jade cauldron and disappeared. Taking the pill. "I don't know who it was," Loli cried. The scene suddenly became solemn, and the sound of breathing one after another showed the excitement and expectations of everyone. This is the last step of pill refining. If it is handled well, then this spirit pill will be successfully refined, but if it is not handled well, all previous efforts will be in vain. But see, Yankai dances with his hands like butterflies, with a solemn expression, and on his forehead, big drops of sweat flow down, and the whole person is more like fished out of the water. Similarly, the clothes were all wet, and his face was slightly pale, as if it was extremely exhausting. But even so, his movements are methodical and extremely calm. This pill-removing method. Is it so wonderful? Lan Xun's eyes showed brilliant, staring at Yang Kai's movements. Although she saw Nine Heaven's mysterious pill secret art for the first time, she still did not prevent her from prying out a trace of different information from this collection of pills. This set of methods seems to be used to close the pill, but every action and every talisman seal actually contains mystery, which coincides with the heavenly law, making people look dazzling. Following Yang Kai's actions, there is a faint aura of heavenly law, which diffuses and makes people feel heavy. Nine Heaven's mysterious pill secret art, after all, is the method that Great Principal Pill Sound poured into Yang Kai's mind. It was born between heaven and earth and contains the most truth. Lan Xun will feel mysterious. It is also as it should be by rights. Lan Xun has seen this with the cultivation level of Principal Source 1 layer, and that many Principal Source 3 layer martial artists can also be present. I don't know why. With the performance of Yang Kai's Shaodan, many martial artists were involuntarily immersed in the mysterious of this set of judging methods. The tension and anticipation that surged before dissipated unconsciously. At a certain moment, Yang Kai suddenly roared, "Ning!" He seemed to have exhausted all his energy. While speaking, he folded his hands suddenly in the middle, and his body shook slightly. Following his actions, a ding-dong light sound suddenly sounded in Pill Stove. At the same time, the sun shines through Ink Jade Cauldron. Dancing. At this moment, everyone realized it, and the extremely wonderful pill ... finished it. At this moment, everyone urged their source strength to rush towards the place where Yang Kai is, to snatch the unparalleled spirit pill, wonderful medicine that can directly connect to the Emperor. At this moment, the world buzzed, and a muffled sound suddenly came up from the crowd. Shocking pressure, meat and drops. The pressured people are somewhat unable to breathe. Their bodies are stiff. Everyone raises the head and saw that in the sky, dark clouds were already covered, lightning and thunder shuttled through it, and the vast heavenly power made people feel their own insignificance. Pill tribulation. Lan Xun exclaimed. A panic flashed in beautiful eyes for the first time. Sure enough, "Are you here?" Yang Kai shouted loudly. Before the extremely wonderful pill became Dancheng, he had faintly guessed that the refinement this time might lead to pill tribulation. The effect of extremely wonderful pill is too high, and it must be intolerable. Once it is born, the ubiquitous heaven and earth law will naturally find a way to destroy it. Looking at the ferocity of this pill tribulation, I am afraid that it is even more ferocious than Principal Source 3-layer martial artists' promotion to the Emperor Senior stage. How can trifling a few spirit pills be able to withstand it with just one blow? Scattered ashes and dispersed smoke. Even if the owner is fully guarded, whether he can block this pill tribulation is also two different things. When the time comes, all efforts and expectations will turn into bubbles. At the crucial moment, Yang Kai shot Pill Stove, and at the same time spiritual mind moved in his heart. At the next moment, Liu Yan turned into a fire, shot out from the Ink Jade Cauldron, and was directly collected by Yang Kai into mysterious small boundary. In the case of no one noticed, Liu Yan has swept away the extremely wonderful pill in Pill Stove. At this moment, everyone's mind is stuck in the pill tribulation. Who has noticed Liu Yan's actions? Even after seeing Yang Kai's item spirit return, I am afraid that she would have swept away all the extremely wonderful pill. Soon, something that surprised everyone happened. In the sky, the pill tribulation that gradually converged. Did not know why it gradually dissipated. The billowing clouds scattered, and the frightening thunder and electricity slowly disappeared. Within 10 breaths before and after, everything returned to normal, leaving only a group of martial artists with lingering fears, looking at each other in blank dismay. Martial Peak Chapter 2232 Chapter 2232 Swallowing it alone. What the hell? Wu Chang frowned, looking blank. He can't understand why this pill tribulation gives people the feeling of loud thunder, but only tiny drops of rain. The previous moment and imposing manner are menacing, heavenly power is mighty, and the next moment is calm and tranquil. Thundercloud disappeared. Everyone can't understand. Get lost. And at the moment when everyone lost their senses, Yang Kai over there suddenly shouted furiously, accompanied by this angry shout. Surging source strength all around, walking quickly, the shocking coercion escaped. Peng 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 peng. Who is he actually dealing with? When they heard the movement, everyone's complexion changed, and they quickly turned to look at the place where Yang Kai was. But see, Yang Kai stood in place, with one hand covering the top of the pill refining furnace, with the other hand wind and cloud. The energy surged, continuously turned into countless after images, and greeted all directions. Beside him, one silhouette moves at high speed, and the distance from Yang Kai's is erratic. It seems that he wants to break through his attack and approach him to snatch the newly refined spirit pill. But no matter how hard this person works, he can't get within 3 feet of Yang Kai. Once he works hard, he is blocked by Yang Kai. Luo Yuan. Lan Xun's eyebrows condensed, and she whispered in her mouth. She naturally recognized that the person who was fighting Yang Kai was Luo Yuan from 8 Square Sect. I don't know where he was hiding before. When everyone was attracted by the pill tribulation, he broke into trouble and wanted to take away the extremely wonderful pill. Unfortunately, he fell short at the last minute. Yang Kai was blocked. He looked down on Yang Kai too much, thinking that the other party was just a principal source 1-layer martial artist, who had gone through a difficult refining process and was not his opponent at all. But he didn't realize that Owen was wrong until he started. Yang Kai stood in place, seemed extremely passive, but he waited for work at ease, and his source strength was extremely vigorous and pure, and his defense was impeccable. Luo Yuan could not break through in a short time. I miscalculated. Luo Yuan cursed in his heart, knowing that Owen had missed the opportunity. He originally intended to grab the extremely wonderful pill and leave, but now instead of succeeding, he is now held back by Yang Kai. Others have come back to his senses at this moment. If they don't know how to retreat, only I'm afraid it will be besieged by everyone. Thinking of this, Luo Yuan made a vain move, pulled behind, and fell more than 10 meters away lightly, glaring at Yang Kai with a sullen expression, seeming to blame him for ruining his own good. Although Yang Kai's face is slightly pale, he still grinned at him and teased. Brother Luo Yuan plot against, is it a long time? HMPH. Luo Yuan cold snort, not at all, answered Yang Kai's question head, and instead said, you are a bit weird. He probably means that Yang Kai's true strength and cultivation level are completely does not match. Yang Kai still smiled, his gaze swept over everyone, seeing everyone staring fierily at Owen's ink jade cauldron, as if they were beginning to stir. He immediately looked down, shouted, everyone slow down. As soon as this statement came out, everyone was indeed stove in place and did not move. Even Wu Chang didn't rush to Yang Kai in a hurry. Previously, Yang Kai and Luo Yuan fought against each other. Although it was only a short time, people with a little eye can already see that Yang Kai is not so easy to deal with. No one in the room has the ability to take it instantly. Down him. Once you can't subdue him in a moment, then others will rush to. When the time comes, the situation becomes chaotic and uncontrollable. This is the result that no one wants to see. As you can see, Yang lives up to his trust. Extremely wonderful pill ... has been made. Yang Kai said, He even took out a spirit pill from his space ring, put it in your mouth. Clear that everyone sees, the spirit pill is clearly a medicine pill that restores source strength. Since it has been refined, then there is nothing to do with you. Hand over the spirit pill, Wu Chang said in a tone of as it should be by rights. Yang is about to say this too. Yang Kai smiled slightly at him, paused for a few breaths, and then continued, although the spirit pill has been refined. But I won't pay it. What did you say? Wu Chang's face suddenly turned cold. Boy, courting death. You want to swallow this heaven-defying spirit pill? You simply overestimate one's capabilities. Boy, I advise you in one sentence. Hand over spirit pill obediently, otherwise big guy will join you and smash you into pieces. You alone can't withstand the attack of so many people. Yang Kai said in one word. Everyone instantly blasted the pot. Shouts, threats, slanderous and enticing sounds, all directions floated into Yang Kai's ears. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear, face turned cold, glanced all around and said, which kind of nonsense are you talking about? The extremely wonderful treasure lotus was originally discovered by Yang first, and the extremely wonderful pill was also refined by Yang alone. Even the medicinal herbs needed to refine the spirit pill are basically all made by Yang. You just stand here and watch the show and want to get the extremely wonderful pill for nothing? Go ahead and dream of your spring and autumn. Hey, this kid is afraid that he didn't wake up. Dare to be so boasting shamelessly. I think he will not survive today. What nonsense with him. Kill him together and grab the spirit pill. Although Yang Kai showed his hand just now, many people think he is not that way. It's easy to deal with, but because of the courage of people at the moment, Yang Kai is naturally ignored. In the eyes of everyone, Yang Kai's approach is nothing less than bring about one's own destruction. During the clamor, everyone looked at Yang Kai's eyes with greed and murderous intention. It seems that's what you planned in the first place? Wu Chang looked at Yang Kai coldly and said sarcastically. Yes. Yang Kai turned his head and looked towards him. I didn't intend to give the extremely wonderful pill to you people from the very beginning. Otherwise, when I found the extremely wonderful treasure lotus, it can be swallowed directly. Although it will be violent to do so, it still has a little effect, and it is better than cheap others. There is a kind. Wu Chang furious, extremely angry, laughing, an imposing manner rises abruptly, walking towards Yang Kai step by step. Every time he takes a step, the imposing manner rises by 1 point. The whole person is like a big demon walking out of the abyss of purgatory, making people shudder. Although the idea is good, it needs the corresponding strength to implement it. Do you think Tone has this ability? If not, Yang Kai grinned at him and said, neither will I think so. If he doesn't have a little confidence, how could he bother himself? Not only did he admit that One is a principal source grade alchemy expert under the public gaze, but he even worked hard to refine extremely wonderful pill, making wedding dresses for others. Yang Kai would not do such a stupid thing. He does not hesitate to expose the identity of the principal source grade alchemy expert, but also to refine the extremely wonderful pill. Yang Kai's for this moment. While speaking, he stretched out his hand to the front, loudly shouts in his mouth, and said, break. Along with his loudly shouted, a crackle suddenly came out. At the same time, with Yang Kai as the center, the space within a radius of 30 jang, as if a mirror fell to the ground, cracked numerous gaps. The gaps are narrow and small, erratic, but it gives people a deadly threat. The weird power fluctuations, the unpredictable law power, spread leisurely. Wu Chang stopped abruptly, staring at the space in front of him, as if he had felt something. His face was several times. Space crack. Space principle. With a cry of exclamation, each face was filled with shock and unimaginable. Both eyes were filled with despair and amazement. Space principle. In this scene, the weird law power all around is definitely space principle. Otherwise, It is impossible to make such a big change in this space. The space within a radius of 30 jang has been shattered. Anyone who breaks into it must be mentally prepared to endure being cut by space crack. You actually penetrated this kind of law power. Wu Chang gritted his teeth and roared up. His expression was full of unwillingness and anger, as if Yang Kai had insulted him. Space principle can be said to be one of the most treacherous and elusive rules in the world. Yang Kai has realized it, and Wu Chang is naturally unwilling. In this world, there are people in this world who have used space principle to such an extent with such a low cultivation level. Lan Xun's beautiful eyes were filled with admiration, and she looked at Yang Kai with a splendid splendor. Direction. Because of space principle's obstruction and space force's ups and downs, it seemed to her that Yang Kai's location from her was also erratic. Time and distance. Under the interference of this kind of force, others are basically impossible to attack him. Maybe it's just using some secret treasure, Xiao Chen said dissatisfied. By the way, doesn't he have an emperor treasure in his hand? This guy has a little background. There should be some space for secret treasure. Lan Xun frowned and didn't bother to talk to him. Although it is possible for space secret treasure to achieve this level, Yang Kai simply did not use secret treasure before Yang Kai started it. Lan Xun saw the clear. He just raised his hand to let space principle shrouded that piece of world. This is definitely his own power. This kid. On the other side, Xie Sheng, who has been worried, also wry smile. After Yang Kai refined into extremely wonderful pill, Xie Sheng began to send him a secret sound transmission and asked him to cooperate with Own. Where did I know that Yang Kai ignored him at all, and came out in the blink of an eye? It looks like I don't need any help from us. Xiao Bei looking thoughtful. Tao N. Xie Sheng frowns. He is proficient in Space Force, so he can definitely do that. With this skill, I really don't have to be afraid of others. Just what? Xiao Bei looked at Xie Sheng in amazement. Just what does he want to do? Xie Sheng looked at Yang Kai puzzledly. Can I just take the extremely wonderful pill and run away? He still stayed in Zhao Fen Quartet. This, do you think the owner is too chic? Hearing what he said, Xiao Bei was also at a loss, completely unaware of Yang Kai's intentions. On the other side, Wu Chang complexion ashen watched Yang Kai silently for a moment, and then said, do you think it's safe to hide there? Yang Kai said with a smile, Brother Wu Chang want to try it? I mean it. Wu Chang shouted loudly. Martial Peak Chapter 2233. Chapter 2233. Advance and retreat freely. With Wu Chang's anger, one silhouette shot out leisurely. It is not Wu Chang that moves, but Luo Yuan. He stepped on a mysterious and extreme step, in a flash, and approached the position affected by space principle, stood in the air, looking down coldly, and immediately, he with raised high hands, turns into a fist tightly, hug them together, and smash fiercely downward. The violent energy surged. Luo Yuan's behind suddenly appeared a silhouette as high as 10 jang. The silhouette looked like a human form, but it was extremely shocking, like a giant spirit god, raising two great hands to make. He performed exactly the same action as Luo Yuan. Bang! After a breath, there was a loud noise, and the huge shadow of the fist hit the domain affected by space principle. Yang Kai's face suddenly changed. I saw that space crack all around fell apart in an instant, and the space domain created by Own was also broken open by violence in this brief moment. Before he could react, Wu Chang suddenly jumped out of Luo Yuan behind Yang Kai's blind spot in his field of vision. He had one handhold blade and a sword in his hand. The blade was as red as fire and long. Sword white and flawless. The intersection of swords and swords, creating a blurry brilliance. Wu Chang just crossed the swords, and the one-layer rays of light suddenly went up and down. At the same time, he loudly shouted, the sword is in prison, the four poles are blocked. Kai 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 Kai. The visible sword glow of naked eye floods the vast area of the world, forming an invisible force, completely sealing off this space. Everyone was amazed and dumbfounded. Wu Chang and Luo Yuan, The two South Territory elites who had disliked each other before, and even had a little friction, they worked together flawlessly in this brief moment. First it was led by Luo Yuan. With one blow, it broke the Yang Kai's space blockade, and Wu Chang used the secret technique to block Yang Kai's operation. In this way, even if Yang Kai is proficient in Space Force, he is bound to become a turtle in the urn. Two people's grasp of the timing of their shots can be peaked in seconds. Even the same sect fellow apprentices may not be able to achieve this level of cooperation throughout the year. But the two martial artists from different backgrounds did it, relying only on their own judgment and fighting instinct. To be bad, Xia Sheng's complexion changed and started drinking. On the other side, Wu Chang has already sneered, "Let's see how you die." While speaking, the sword in his hand is already stirring again. A red and white look. See, the storm filled with blade-light sword glow suddenly struck towards Yang Kai. He didn't show any mercy. Obviously he had planned to die for Yang Kai. Under the public gaze, the storm directly engulfed Yang Kai, shattering his body to pieces, and even Ink Jade Cauldron by his side was shattered. Huh? When many people saw this admiration, they couldn't help yelling, with a very painful expression on their faces. Although Yang Kai's death has nothing to do with them, and they don't care, but if the extremely wonderful pill is ruined, it will not be acceptable to everyone. When the time comes, Wu Chang will become a sinner through the ages. Back the pot for Yang Kai. On the other side, Wu Chang didn't show the slightest joy after the shot was taken. Instead, complexion frowned solemnly. Luo Yuan is the same. He looked around as if he was searching for something, and the huge illusory shadow behind it, like a giant spirit god, also gradually disappeared. My patience is limited. A voice suddenly came from the side. Everyone heard that sound, and they saw that Yang Kai stood unscathed at the void over there, holding the pill refining furnace in his hand, and the complexion swept down gloomily and said loudly, "Just now, I can use it as a test of whether I am qualified to talk to you. Now the results have come out. If anyone does not know how to initiate an attack against me, then this extremely wonderful pill will be all eat it." Crazy, crazy, crazy. This guy is a crazy man. This brother, don't eat that many medicine pill is bad for you. How about giving me one? Wu Chang frowned, whispered, "Sure enough to teleport." He had, as I guessed, since Yang Kai is proficient in Space Force, he can definitely ignore the space barrier, similar to the secret technique of teleportation. So he wants to seal the world where Yang Kai is, and prepare to catch a turtle in a jar. He asked himself that the coordination between Luo Yuan and Luo Yuan was just right, but he still couldn't handle Yang Kai. He didn't even notice when Yang Kai teleported away. Just punching this point, he knew that On and the others couldn't do anything with Yang Kai. Martial artist who is proficient in Space Force has the advantage of being blessed by heaven in escaping and tracking things. This rumor is really not a fake. If you want to kill or capture Yang Kai and the others, there are only a few methods that can be implemented. Or you can invite a martial artist who is vastly different from his strength and crush it with absolute strength. Let him not use Space Force. Either it is to lure him into a small independent space, so that he cannot escape, or it is to create a barrier-like existence to trap him. No one in Four Seasons Land can do this. Yang Kai is here, regardless of the law and of natural morality. The meaning of Brother Yang's words ... is to negotiate with us? Lan Xun raised her eyebrows and said, she heard different messages from Yang Kai's words just now. Your Highness, Princess is absolutely right. Yang Kai grinned, but Princess is half right. He'd like to hear the details. Lan Xun pursed a smile. I am negotiating with them, not with Princess Yu. Yang Kai, while speaking, has reached out into the pill refining furnace of On, and took out around one from the furnace, about dragon either size, color and luster are pure and white, like a perk spirit pill. The aroma of refreshing immediately diffused. Extremely wonderful pill. A cry of exclamation came from the crowd. Everyone looked at the spirit pill fiercely. Everyone knew that this was the legendary spirit that directly connected to the Emperor. Pill wonderful medicine. The blind medicinal herbs for refining the extremely wonderful pill are provided by Her Royal Highness Princess. Then Yang will give Princess a spirit pill according to the previous agreement. Please accept it. Yang Kai held the spirit pill, motioned to Lan Xun. Oh, brother Yang is willing to fulfill the agreement? Lan Xun looked at him somewhat unexpectedly. She thought Yang Kai would not do this again, but she knew that things were a little different from what the owner thought. Yang Kai stern saying, "This is natural. The extremely wonderful pill can be successfully refined. The jade blood iris provided by Her Royal Highness Princess is indispensable. Without the jade blood iris, it would be natural at this moment. Without the extremely wonderful pill, Princess can naturally get one pill. As for the others, no effort, nothing, just standing by and watching and wanting medicine pill." He spurned ruthlessly, "Go dreaming." Brother Yang's move is considered fair. Lan Xun slightly nodded, stern saying, "In that case, that little sister is welcome." Then, she moved Lian Bu lightly and walked towards Yang Kai. Not much time, I came to Yang Kai, took the spirit pill he handed over, and whispered, "Thank you." Princess is polite. Yang Kai he smiled and responded, "If it is possible, Your Royal Highness Princess can take this spirit pill at this moment." The extremely wonderful pill is different from the spirit pill next to it. It does not need to be taken at the moment of promotion. On the contrary, the earlier it is taken, the better the effect. The more thorough medicine efficacy is played out. When Princess is promoted to the Emperor Senior stage, the extremely wonderful pill will play to its extreme. Then, "Now eat it." Lan Xun as he said, he pushed the extremely wonderful pill into Tan's mouth and swallowed it. Gudong. The sound did not come from Lan Xun, but the martial artists below who looked at Lan Xun and took this spirit pill down. I couldn't help but swallow. Her Royal Highness Princess is extremely talented, supplemented by this spirit pill. The achievement of the Emperor is just around the corner. Yang would like to wish Princess martial and prosperous, early ascend to the Imperial realm. In your honor. Lan Xun slightly smiled. The flattery is finished, right? Wu Chang suddenly interrupted the conversation between the two people with a look of discomfort, and looked at Yang Kai coldly and said, "I probably understand what you want to do." P.O. Yang Kai raised his brows and looked at Wu Chang and said, "If Brother Wu Chang guessed it, you might as well speak and listen." HMPH. Wu Chang said cold snort, coldly said, "Extremely wonderful pill has been made, and you are proficient in Space Force. You can leave from here at any time, but you did not leave. Instead, you still stay here and chatter, deliberately taking out the extremely wonderful pill to seduce everyone." Picture. I just want to use the extremely wonderful pill to exchange something, that's all from the people here. Paused, he continued, "You are also a smart person. You know that even with the extremely wonderful pill, if you leave Four Seasons Land, you may not be able to protect yourself. As long as their martial artist here brings the news out, the Emperor's Senior stage outside the exit will not let you leave easily. They are also Bull the Weak, to snatch your things. But you must hand over the extremely wonderful pill, and then give you some compensation. It's just that, instead of passively accepting compensation from others, it's better to take the initiative. Try to strive for the greatest benefit." He finally concluded. Am I right? Yang Kai looked at Wu Chang stunned, seemingly dumbfounded. For a while, he touched his palm and said, "I really didn't see that Brother Wu Chang is such a thoughtful person." What he said was undoubtedly an admission. What Wu Chang said. In fact, Yang Kai really thinks so. Extremely wonderful pill is really precious. If possible, he really wants to take it away. In the future, he will find a chance to exchange for some precious items that are useful to own. I believe that the words extremely wonderful pill will be used alone. There is no one, which sect is willing to refuse. Even Star Soul Palace will not. But, as Wu Chang said, even if he took the extremely wonderful pill out of Four Seasons Land, it was absolutely impossible to take it away. How could the Emperor Senior stage outside the exit let him do this? The most ideal ending is nothing more than that the Emperor Senior stage divided up his extremely wonderful pill, and then each compensates him a little bit. This is exactly what Yang Kai wants to see. In the case of the owner must be the master, even at a loss. Others should not interfere. Marshall Peak Chapter 2234. Chapter 2234 is first come first served. It turns out he was paying this attention. Xia Sheng showed a suddenly realized look. Before this, he was puzzled by Yang Kai's self-seeking troubles, but now it seems that Yang Kai's self-seeking troubles are simply premeditated, so he owns stand up to refine the extremely wonderful pill, and finally swallow the spirit pill, using this as a bargaining chip to exchange something with everyone. All of this is in his plan, and the implementation of this plan requires extremely harsh conditions. First, you need to have strong confidence in your own pill refining technique and be able to refine extremely wonderful pills here. If you don't have this confidence and the refining fails, how can you talk about the subsequent development? Secondly, you must have a strong confidence in your own strength. Everyone who has been here without asking for a fight needs only the ability to escape and save their lives. Now it seems that Yang Kai obviously has both of them. The facts have proved that his plan is simply perfect. He has the ability to refine the extremely wonderful pill, and he also has the ability to walk away freely under the eyes of the crowd. All the initiative is pinched in his hands. On the contrary, those guys who originally had unrealistic illusions about extremely wonderful pill have been played by Yang Kai. When Yang Kai focused on pill refining for a while, I'm afraid no one would have thought that things would turn like this. If the profit could not be known, then probably no one would wait for Yang Kai to continue pill refining, and he would have rushed to grab the extremely wonderful treasure lotus. This guy ... what he did is so angry. However, it makes people appreciate his courage and boldness. This kind of action is equivalent to being an enemy of everyone. One accident is the result of consigned to eternal damnation. Without the courage, who can do it? Thinking of this, Xia Sheng's complexion changed again and scolds Yang Kai cunning incomparably. After he completed the extremely wonderful pill, he first gave Lan Xun a pill. The reason on the surface was that Lan Xun provided a jade blood iris, which was agreed before, but in fact, he probably doesn't want to be an enemy of Lan Xun, right? After all, Lan Xun's identity is very special. No one wants to conflict with her. Even without the jade blood iris at the time, Yang Kai would probably think of another way and ask Lan Xun to accept a spirit pill. For example, try this extremely wonderful pill's color and effect and so on. Lan Xun took the extremely wonderful pill and tried to embarrass him again. On the contrary, after leaving Four Seasons Land, if he could, he still had to say something nice for him. This is tantamount to guaranteeing one layer's security for own. For an instant, the four words wily old fox flashed in Xia Sheng's mind. Say less gossip, Wu Chang said again, his tone of voice sharply. Do you want to what do you want to change? Let's draw a line. What do I want to change? Hey hey hey. Yang Kai smiled without saying a word. His humble expression and tone made people like can't wait to go up and beat him up and let out a bad breath. I'm really curious about another thing. Zhuang Bufan seemed to have recovered from the source strength repercussions that competed with Yang Kai, and the complexion stood up ruddy, looking at Yang Kai. Brother Yang, then extremely wonderful pill. How many more pills? As soon as this statement came out, Xiao Chen couldn't help but shouted, yes. This Xiao also has this question. Extremely wonderful pill also. How many grains are there? There is a limit to the total number of spirit pills, even if it is Starbound Aries pill refining technique, even if it is refined by Emperor grade alchemy expert, all spirit pills are refined, there will only be 9 at most, because 9 is the extreme of number, more is impossible. In other words, the extremely wonderful pill is only 9 tablets at most. And this is the ideal situation. In fact, depending on the level of alchemy expert, the state of refining is different, and the medicine age of receiving pill technique and medicinal herbs is different. Basically, when alchemy expert is refining spirit pill, it is impossible to appear the situation of furnace 9 grains. No matter how good alchemy expert is, Rarely can it achieve this perfection state. Extremely wonderful pill is not low grade, Yankai alchemy expert is not high, so in any case, this extremely wonderful pill is impossible to be 9 pills, most likely only 4, 3, or even 2 grains and so on. Before exchanging with Yankai, at the very least, you have to inquire about the number of exchange items. This is the most basic principle. Where did I think? Yankai hearing this, he smiled again, and said, how many grains are the ... Hey 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 hey. Zhuang Bufan has a face. The Black Lion whispered, Brother Yang, stop making trouble. I'm asking you business. Yankai glanced at him and said casually, then I will count. Brother Yang, you labor. Zhuang Bufan nodded. Under the public gaze, Yankai really opened the pill refining furnace and looked down. As soon as he opened pill stove, countless spiritual mind shrouded him from all directions, wanting to see it. But before these people have a clear look, Yankai covered the pill refining furnace in one go, glanced all around with an unpleasant expression, cold snort said, originally, tell you this, it's not a matter of how many spirit pills there are. But Yang is really disgusted by waiting for such a sneaky voyeurism. Yang decides. He paused, and everyone's appetite they all hang up. I won't tell you anymore. Yankai said loudly. Asshole, you brat are playing us. I didn't go peeping. Brother Yang, quietly tell me how. Yankai swept a pair of cold eyes all around, pointed in a few directions, and said, the person who scolded me just now can roll. Even if you offer more generous terms, I won't exchange the extremely wonderful pill to you. As soon as I said it, there were a few martial artist complexions that were difficult to look at, and they quickly asked for mercy. Yankai hummed from his nostrils, and under everyone's attention, he did another thing that made people turn pale with fright. But see, he stretched his hand into the pill refining furnace, scratched, and after he took out his hand, he held an extremely wonderful pill on his finger. Then the spirit pill and him gave it to Lang Xun. They are exactly the same and look no different. Then he opened his mouth, dropped it casually, and threw the extremely wonderful pill directly into his mouth. Kabang kabang. There was a crisp sound. Yankai bulged his cheeks, like eating jelly beans, and the extremely wonderful pill that he chewed made an imaginative sound at the same time. There was a look of ecstasy on the face, shaking his head for a while, and the beauty seemed to be inadequate for outsiders. Everyone was shocked, everyone looked at dumbstruck. Gudong. After a while, with the sound of swallowing, Yankai took a long breath, patted his belly, and said in a satisfied manner, comfortable. Until then, he looked at the crowd again, the corners of his mouth raised, a subtle arc, and said, no matter how many extremely wonderful pills there were before, now there is one less pill. The quantity is already there. Not many. Some friends who want an extremely wonderful pill hurriedly came forward to exchange with Yang. First come first served, last served. He has the air and tone of a market vendor. The tone is full of extremely inflammatory and deceptive. Here, he added, as for the exchange ... well, just use what you got in Four Seasons Land. If Yang is eye-catching, he will exchange it with you. If you don't look at it, it's useless to ask for it. You're willing to buy and sell. Please. He stretched out his hand and patted the pill refining furnace that owned, and slowly fell down from midair. Space Principle reminded him it forms a special shattered heavenland within all around 30 jang. Space crack faintly discernible, lingering all around. The power of void ups and downs, erratic. Any martial artist who attempts to break into this shattered heavenland is bound to be strangled by Space Principle. Of course, it can also be forcibly broken like Liu Yuan before, but in this way, Yankai will definitely escape. With the lessons learned, no one is interested in Yankai anymore. I'll come and I will. Damn it, let me come first. Whoever dares to grab, I will kill your family. My old lady is a woman. You have to squeeze too. Whoever touches my ass, there is a kind of stand-up. My old lady promises not to kill you. In a moment, the scene was chaotic, and everyone flocked to push and push it so lively. On the contrary, Those powerhouses that have been famous for a long time and have a little self-reliance on their identity, all stand quietly in place, and did not join in the excitement. It is not that they do not want to exchange extremely wonderful pill with Yankai, mainly this time rushed forward, it was too detrimental to the image. However, looking at their expressions, they were more anxious. After all, they don't know how many extremely wonderful pills Yankai has in their hands, and they don't know what Yankai wants to change. If it's late, there will be nothing left. Each and every one come, who dares to enter without permission. Don't blame my subordinates for being merciless. Yankai sat on the broken between heaven and earth, cold snort. The words fall. That piece of the world filled with space principle seems to have split a clear hole, allowing one person to pass through. Seeing this situation, a martial artist standing in the forefront, with quick eyes and quick hands, rushed in first. After he entered, the opening was immediately closed again, blocking others out. The noise stopped suddenly, and everyone looked at the martial artist who entered it first, with restless expressions between the eyebrows. After the man entered the broken world, he looked around and made sure that all around the erratic space crack would not cause any harm to the owner. Then he finished his clothes and strode towards Yankai. Go with. When he got closer, he squeezed a smile on his face, cupped one fist in the other hand, and declared himself, Chang family in Xian Aikizu. I'm not interested in where you are from or what you are called. Yankai interrupted him unceremoniously, without showing the emotion principle. Take out your harvest in Four Seasons land, and let me see if there is anything. A dazzling thing. Yes, yes. The surname Chang man repeatedly nodded, and didn't care about Yankai's rudeness. Before speaking, he hurried from his space ring. A few things were taken out of it and presented in front of Yankai, and then he waited nervously without saying a word. Yankai took a look, raises the head, looks at him and said, this is all your gains this time? Martial Peak Chapter 2235 Chapter 2235 Smelly Shameless. The surname Chang man hearing this, said, yes, all here. Well, you can pack your things and go out. Yankai waved at him. Ah! The surname Chang man complexion changed, screaming, Brother Yang, do you want to be careful? Go out, go. Yankai waved his hand again involuntarily. The surging space force directly teleported the person outside, and then shouted, next. After that person came back to his senses, finding that One is standing far away from Yankai. I can't help but feel annoyed, beat his chest and feet, and hate that One has not been able to grasp this great opportunity, and hates Yankai for being ruthless. On the contrary, other people showed him the look of taking pleasure in other people's misfortune. Not to mention the reactions of these miscellaneous people, Wu Chang, Xiao Chen and the others have extremely solemn expressions. Because they saw something from the hand that Yankai just exposed. Yankai's mastery of Space Force has already reached an unimaginable level. He can not only teleport himself, but also teleport others away. Of course, the premise is that the other person must be in the special world he has created, but even so, it is shocking enough. A trifling principle source one layer. How is it practiced to understand the mystery of space to such a degree? With this divine ability, who can kill him in principal source stage? Just as everyone's expression was changing, another person passed through the gap and walked not far in front of Yankai. This person is a female, and I don't know what sect or school he was born in. He looks enchanting and looks very generous. She walked in front of Yankai, and at first she smiled charmingly. She didn't rush to get things to exchange with Yankai. Instead, she said softly, little brother, people don't have much gain here, what should I do? Yankai raises the head, glanced at her, laughed and said, then what do you want to do? People don't know, so I asked you. He whispered in response. Girl, you are. Yankai sucked. Hate. The female glared at Yankai with an annoyed look. At the same time, a faint scent is emitted from the female lovable body. The scent is very light, but it seems to have some magical effect. Shameless. Langzun spurned from a long distance. Smelly shameless. Murong Xiao also screamed. What kind of style? Xia Sheng gnashing teeth, with red light glowing in his eyes, staring at Yang Kai, angrily said, "It's so so enviable." Little brother. The female seemed to want to play some of her unique abilities, but as soon as she said this, she complexion greatly changed. QOD stood up and stared at Yang Kai vigilantly and angrily. But see, Yang Kai is holding a space ring in his hand, releasing spiritual mind to investigate the internal storage. As soon as the female lowered her head, her pretty face was even more ugly, because she found that the space ring worn by the owner didn't know when she was disappeared, and she didn't know how Yang Kai was unaware of it. Next, took the ring off. Sure enough, there is nothing good. After Yang Kai muttered, he threw the space ring to the female. Female took it, gritted her teeth and said, But that set of underwear is quite unique. It seems there is something mysterious. Everyone, look for time and sit down. Study it. Who is going to study with you, you rascal, scum? The female blushed, stamped her foot, turned and rushed out, watching everyone jokingly. Next, she didn't want to stay here for even a moment, and flew directly towards the exit. Yang Kai touched his nose and muttered to himself, "Don't study it, just scold me for what to do." He had an innocent expression on his face, but soon, he said just as the expression, shouted, "Next!" Immediately another person rushed in. Time flickered, 1 hour passed. I came to Yang Kai and wanted to exchange the martial artist of the extremely wonderful pill with him. There are already more than 30 people, but until at the moment, no one has achieved what they wanted. At first, everyone was worried that they would be disappointed if they were late, but now it seems that there is no need to worry about it, because the things Yang Kai needs must be extremely rare. Otherwise there are more than 30 people. There will also be someone who can meet his requirements. After realizing this, the remaining martial artists are not in a hurry, just secretly calculating what should be taken out to satisfy Yang Kai's appetite in exchange for extremely wonderful pill. Although Yang Kai said before that everyone should use the harvest in 4 seasons land in exchange, but the people present are principal source stage, whose space ring hasn't ordered good things. Yang Kai couldn't tell where those things came from, so the later martial artists not only took out all the gains of own in 4 seasons land, but also selectively took out precious items from space ring, hoping to enter Yang Kai's eyes. The value of these items is not low, and some of them even made Yang Kai shine. But he still resisted not getting them. Because the amount of extremely wonderful pill is really small, he has to exchange it for what he needs most. Tribulation fruit. What he needs most is this thing. Since making up his mind to swallow the extremely wonderful pill, Yang Kai is ready to exchange extremely wonderful pill for tribulation fruit. Otherwise he will not make such a weird request. Everyone must use 4 seasons land. Exchange the gains with own. Before in the domain of winter, although he found the fruit tree of tribulation fruit, he was caught by the early bird catches the worm, and the spirit fruit was taken away. Nowadays, the martial artists who enter 4 seasons land basically gather here. If nothing happens, tribulation fruit must be in the hands of a certain person here. In exchange for the extremely wonderful pill held by Yang Kai, that person is absolutely impossible to hide privately. In other words, tribulation fruit will appear in front of Yang Kai sooner or later. He only need to wait patiently. Big brother, look at these things and see if there is anything you want. In Yang Kai's meditation, a female walked up to him and stood still. Then take out some things from own space ring and place them in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai hearing this complied, his eyes flowed on those things. He has done this kind of thing many times, and it basically ended in disappointment. But this time, Yang Kai raised his brows and stared straight. I throbbed with one of them. That thing is not tribulation fruit, but another thing that makes him very concerned. After seeing this thing, one of his previous guesses came true. Yang Kai was surprised, but his face was still expression. He quickly turned his eyes away and began to examine the other items that the female took out. A dozen spirit medicines, although rare, they are not too rare. 7 or 8 monster beast cores are of good quality, but the grade is not very high. A red stone with a surface unsurprising, but if you use spiritual mind to snoop, you can feel the heat hidden in it. Yang Kai immediately had an idea. Looking at the red stone, cry out in surprise, "Fire Spirit Stone!" The female was surprised, and actually went involuntarily after a few steps of retreat. She stabilized her figure and looked at Yang Kai with joy and said, "Do you need this thing?" She also came to Yang with the mentality of trying tentatively. Kai did the exchange, not at all expecting too much. After all, before her, more than 30 people had come here and returned. Before knowing what Yang Kai needs, the initiative of this kind of transaction is all in Yang Kai's hands. Whether others can exchange for the extremely wonderful pill, they can only fight for luck. What made her didn't expect is that Yang Kai showed great interest in a stone she took out, which made her see a glimmer of help for exchange. If so, she has a chance to get an extremely wonderful pill. On the other side, the martial artist's onlookers couldn't help but shocked. After all, it is only now that Yang Kai showed a moving expression for the first time. The people who had gone in and exchanged with him before saw only disappointed and impatient expressions. For a moment, everyone is curious, wanting to see what the female has taken out, which can arouse Yang Kai's interest. But they can't see, under the influence of space principle, that shattered heaven is filled with a lot of space cracks, and anyone's spiritual mind floods into it, will be swallowed by space crack, and then disappeared. Yang Kai raises the head. I took a look at the female and found that the other person was sweet and lovely, with a round face and red body, which was also petite and exquisite. However, the cultivation level is not high. There is only principle sourced 2 layer. And I don't know which sect is from. Maybe it's because Yang Kai has done very bad things to another female before, and made very remarks, so this round-faced female can't help but feel a little nervous seeing Yang Kai looking towards the owner at this moment and beware. She hurriedly opened the mouth and said, "This is what I found accidentally in Xiazu. This is a good thing." Yang Kai repeatedly nodded, "I do have some interest." "Really?" The round-faced female was surprised. "Then can we?" "No." Yang Kai shook his head. "Ah." The round-faced female immediately showed a disappointed expression. Surnamed Yang's you to stop while one can. I don't know why. Liu Yuan suddenly shouted aloud outside, seeming to be very dissatisfied with Yang Kai. "What is it called?" Yang Kai gave him a blank look. "Mind your own business. Unfathomable Mystery." Martial Peak Chapter 2236. Chapter 2236. Seeing death as home. After Liu Yuan's sentence was fierce, Yang Kai continued to look at the round-faced female and asked sternly, "What is the function of extremely wonderful pill? Do you know?" Female nodded. "Does not overlap," saying, "I know." "Then it is precious. You must know it too." Female nodded again. Yang Kai smiled and said, "Then do you think that trifling a piece of fire spirit stone can get an extremely wonderful pill?" A trace of embarrassment appeared on the female's face. Squeezing with red lips, he said softly and honestly, "Can't." "That's right. The value of the two is not on the same level at all. Although I have some interest in your fire spirit stone. But this is obviously a loss-making business." Yang Kai chattered and said at the end, "You fools can't do it, right? Do you want something else?" "I can give you something else," the round-faced female said anxiously. She is not a fool. She naturally heard Yang Kai's extravagance. Yang Kai just said that the exchange was very lossy, but she didn't say that it could not be exchanged. She knew immediately Yang Kai wants to change more items. She clenched the teeth and said, "I can give you all these things." "Oh?" Yang Kai raised his brows, revealing a pensive expression, as if he's considering. In all fairness, the value of these things taken out by this round-faced female is not low, but it is still a bit reluctant to exchange for extremely wonderful pill. But the one that Yang Kai cares about if the effect of the thing is as he guessed it, That thing alone is enough to exchange for an extremely wonderful pill. Is this not enough? The female seemed to hope to get the extremely wonderful pill. Seeing Yang Kai's hesitant expression, she couldn't help being restless. If the girl can make up for Source Crystal again, then this deal hasn't been tasted. The round-faced female reached out and touched the owner before Yang Kai finished speaking. Space ring. The next moment, a lot of Source Crystal crash bangs appeared in front of Yang Kai, piled up directly into a hill, roughly, at least a few hundred. This is all of my Source Crystal, and there is no one left. Female said. Okay. Seeing this, Yang Kai smiled immediately and said, since the girl is so sincere, then I will exchange you for an extremely wonderful pill. Really? The female's voice trembled, almost crying with joy, looking at Yang Kai with gratitude and surprise, as if she couldn't believe that happiness came so suddenly. After all, there were that many people who failed before her, but when she got to her, they successfully concluded a deal, and she had no hope before. This is really Yuxin's success. Hi. It made her a little unable to hold on to herself, and she couldn't help covering her red lips with her little hand. Yang Kai has reached out into the pill refining furnace, took out an extremely wonderful pill from the furnace, handed it to the female, and said, I said that I would change it naturally, and I can lie to you. No. The female stretched out a pair of small hands, tremblingly took the white and round spirit pill, and held it on the palm, as if it had melted, and looked carefully in front of the owner's eyes. Yang Kai started to clean up the various things and Source Crystal that the female brought out, and stuffed them into the space ring. When he picked up an Earth ILO circular bead, he quietly poured Source Strength and Spiritual Mind into it, and found that the circular bead did not respond. At the moment, Yang Kai was overjoyed and put the circular bead away without a trace. At the same time, the martial artists' onlookers were in an uproar. Almost everyone's eyes were staring at the back of the round-faced female, although they didn't see exactly what the female took out and reached to deal with Yang Kai. At the moment this female got an extremely wonderful pill, but everyone saw it. The extremely wonderful pill in Yang Kai's hands. They can't and dare not make any ideas. But this female is no more than the cultivation level of Principal Source 2 layer, so naturally it has become people with ulterior motives. The goal. At this time, Yang Kai has also packed up. He glanced at the martial artists on the periphery, and then at the round-faced female, suddenly sighed, and said, Girl. Well, this big brother also what's the order? The round-faced female seemed to come back to his senses from the joy. Hearing this asked in astonishment, I just want to tell you a word. Yang Kai slightly smiled. What? An innocent man treasuring a jade ring becomes a crime? Yang Kai stern saying. Female was slightly stunned, but she quickly understood. She gratefully looked at Yang Kai and said, many thanks to remind. Yang Kai nodded, said, since I know if you do, I advise you to take this extremely wonderful pill now. As I said earlier, this extremely wonderful pill works wonderfully. It doesn't need to be taken at the moment of promotion. On the contrary, the earlier you take it, the better. You only have Principal Source 2 layer is a good time to take it. If the girl is relieved, Yang can protect you for a moment, and it won't be a delay anyway. No need, no need. Round-faced female quickly waved his hand and whispered, this extremely wonderful pill ... I have another use. An unusual look flashed in Yang Kai's eyes, and slightly nodded. The girl. Please. Thank you. I would like to exchange this spirit pill with me. You are a good person. The round-faced female smiled sweetly at Yang Kai and turned directly to the outside. Looking at her back, Yang Kai looked helpless. He also said what should be said, but the other party did not appreciate it, but insisted on taking away the extremely wonderful pill. Obviously, this will provoke some troubles. In fact, the best way is to take the extremely wonderful pill as it is, so as to stop others from stealing it. On with Wu Changxiaotian's ability, it is so strong that others will not dare to own the idea. Yang Kai seems to have a foreboding that the future of this round-faced female is worrying. The facts are as he expected. This female has not yet walked out of the shattered heaven land he created, and she moves forward. Some martial artist harboring malicious intentions stared at her in her direction. Although doing this kind of strength to bully the weak under the public gaze is not glorious, but it is related to the extremely wonderful pill and the hope of being promoted to the Emperor Senior stage in the future. The great sect and the heaven's chosen child of the family also temporarily put down their face and figure, and only prepared for the round-faced female of first grade to come out. The round-faced female seemed to have realized something. The petite body was suddenly filled with the spirit of death. Her little hand shook, a ribbon-like secret treasure wrapped around her arms, and she turned forward as she walked. She tenderly shouted, "Everyone, fellow apprentices, little sisters don't want to do anything with you. If it is convenient, please make a way out. Many thanks." She was sincere and coldly. There are indeed a few people who are feeling it, showing an expression of in the heart unbearable, but more people are indifferent and still stare at her coldly. With these few words, she has already walked out of the area covered by Yankai Space Principal. Suddenly, loudly shouting one after another, "Hand over the extremely wonderful pill. Hand over the spirit pill. Go around you without dying. Little girl, obediently cooperate with me. Don't blame me, or you won't be merciful." With the sound of these voices, at least as a dozen martial artists rushed towards her in an instant. These at the moment when people moved, they took out secret treasure and secret technique and struck in all directions, intending to stop other people's steps. But the owner approached the round-faced female at an extremely fast speed. There was a hint of panic on the pretty face of the round female, but the critical moment was to urge source strength violently. The ribbon in her hand shook, and the 5 colored rings of light suddenly appeared, wrapping her body round and round. Turned into a flowing light, rushed towards the periphery. She obviously didn't plan to fight with these people, just want to leave here quickly. This is also the most correct approach. But she was obviously too naive to think, so how can she resist so many people taking action against her? Boom boom. After a muffled sound, the figure of the round-faced female appeared directly, accompanied by a rapid and short groaning sound, her petite body falling to the ground like a meteorite. Follow closely from behind. Dozens of flowing lights chased the past almost coincidentally. All of them showed greedy and excited rays of light on their faces. The round-faced female suddenly showed a look of despair. After a while, she fell to the ground. Although she was not hit hard, she was obviously not very well. After struggling a few times, she finally stood up, but it was too late. Several fast-moving guys have already approached her. The fastest of them is holding a sharp sword, fiercely sword, and cutting to her right hand. The man shot very ruthless to the extreme. There is no tender, protective feelings for the fairer sex. It seems that he wants to cut off the round-faced female holding the spirit pill directly. At the critical juncture, the female screamed, and the complexion was pale and bloodless. With her cultivation level of principal source 2 layer, it is impossible to avoid this killing strike. Losing an arm is inevitable. But a smirk appeared on the face of the man who shot, as if he had already seen the scene where Owen got the extremely wonderful pill. As long as he can get the extremely wonderful pill, he will eat it immediately, eliminating the hope that others will snatch. Yankai complexion is gloomy, Space Force is secretly urging, and is ready to help the female at a critical time. But at this moment, one silhouette ghostly appeared in front of the round-faced female. That silhouette Yingwei was extremely, like a high mountain, resisting all the violent storms and rain, and let those who hide behind the round-faced female feels the peace and comfort she has never had before, just like a harbor, taking care of her. Yankai raised his brows and looked at the silhouette, revealing his surprised look. He didn't expect that at this critical moment, this person actually made a move. Could it be that? He also stared at the extremely wonderful pill. And when this thought flashed in his mind, this man suddenly stretched out a hand slowly. His movements are not fast, but they give this kind of weird feeling, and the martial artist who held the sword to the round-faced female was complexion greatly changed, for no reason gave birth to an illusion of being enveloped by death. He wanted to avoid that big hand, no matter how hard he tried. he couldn't succeed. Looking at it from the perspective of others, it is like his own slamming into the opponent's big hand. Martial Peak Chapter 2237 Chapter 2237 Falling flowers intentionally. For a short while, the big hand directly pinched the sword-holding martial artist's neck. Under this person's horrified gaze, the owner of the big hand smiled grimly, fingers fiercely exerted force, and the tsunami-like source strength fluctuated up and down, rolling up a frenzy of death. Kaka. With a crisp sound, the neck of the sword-wielding martial artist was directly crushed, and his head drooped softly. Hiss. A burst of cold air sounded, and all martial artists who rushed towards the round-faced female stopped in amazement and watched in horror. The owner of that big hand was shocked. They are all martial artists of the principal source stage level, but the owner of this big hand just stretched out his hand and pinched it, and it ended up with one person's life. This brutal and violent killing method is absolutely powerful. Pressure, naturally shocking. Luo Yuan. Someone shouted loudly. If Luo Yuan of 8 Square Sect is not well known before, then after this time 4 seasons land experience, his prestige and fame are enough to be tied with other top sect Heaven's chosen children up. And he does have this strength and capital. To some extent, Luo Yuan and Wu Chang are a group of people, both ferocious and brutal, and they are objects that no one wants to provoke. At this moment, he was actually standing in front of the round-faced female, and he was killing the chicken to warn the monkey first. How could the remaining martial artist dare to move? Extremely wonderful pill is precious, but it must be enjoyed by life. Luo Yuan, do you want to grab the extremely wonderful pill too? These words are almost everyone's questions. If this is the case, then Luo Yuan must be these people the biggest enemy. If you don't get Luo Yuan, don't expect to get the extremely wonderful pill. This is also very possible for something as precious as the extremely wonderful pill. I am afraid that individuals will have some coveting hearts, and it is reasonable for Luo Yuan to snatch it. Xiao Chen, Wu Chang, Xia Sheng and the others did not take action. First, they were concerned about sect and their own face, and secondly, they probably disdained to do so. But Luo Yuan is different. The 8 Square Sect from which he was born is not a great sect. Without this scruples, he himself is not known before. It can be said that he can do whatever he wants without any worries. For a moment, everyone's expressions are gloomy. Inwardly shouted Bad Ran. The development of the matter has surprised everyone. Luo ... Senior brother Luo. A weak voice rang from Luo Yuan's back, and it was the female with the round face that was shocked. Senior brother? Could it be that? No way. At this moment, all the martial artists who had shot at round-faced females were all sweating. The complexion was pale, and a few timid bodies trembled. From the round-faced females claimed Luo Yuan, everyone has vaguely realized that these two people seem to be from the same door, that is to say ... The round-faced female is also from 8 Square Sect disciple. In front of Luo Yuan, he bullied junior sister. This matter. How can you give up? Just this. Everyone suddenly understood why Luo Yuan shot at a critical moment, not only shot, but also very ruthless, killing one person directly. For at the moment, the dozens of martial artists were complexion and looked at each other in blank dismay, feeling anxious. Elder brother Luo, I don't know how this girl is the same sect with you, please forgive me. A smile on one face, cup one fist in the other hand said to Luo Yuan. Elder brother Luo, misunderstanding. This is a big misunderstanding. Yes, yeah, if I knew that this girl was related to elder brother Luo, I don't dare to wait anyway. A group of people yelled at everyone talking at once, lest Luo Yuan and own settle accounts after the autumn. Luo Yuan, a pair of vision swept across the crowd coldly, loudly shouting, get lost. A group of trash. Although this is not pleasing, everyone but such as the amnesty hurriedly escaped Dingy. Senior brother Luo. On the contrary, it was the round-faced female, who did not feel the joy of being rescued at all, but stared at Luo Yuan's back restlessly and shouted softly, I said that? Luo Yuan turned around, looked at her coldly, and said, "Enter Four Seasons land. I am me, you are you. Don't trouble me, have you forgotten?" No. No. The round-faced female waved her hand quickly, as if trying to explain something, but when she met Liu Yuan's non-emotional eyes, she couldn't help but lower her head, biting his red lips, and said, "I'm sorry. The next time, you can ask for more blessings." Liu Yuan cold snort said, "I see." The round-faced female still keeps her head down, her hands twisting clothes, like a child who has done something wrong. HMPH, do it yourself. Liu Yuan cold snort, turning around to leave. "Wait." The round-faced female quickly reached out and grabbed Liu Yuan's clothes. "What else?" Liu Yuan frowned, shouted impatiently, "This. For you." The round-faced female raised the head with a smile on her face. The extremely wonderful pill exchanged from Yang Kai was handed to Liu Yuan. Liu Yuan's expression was stunned for a moment, staring at the round-faced female in a daze. The breeze is blowing. The top of the mountain. The heroes watching. Absolute silence. It turned out to be a gift. Yang Kai looked at this scene and said in the heart, "And it is for Liu Yuan." The previous female, when exchanging the extremely wonderful pill from his hand, she said that the spirit pill was used by others. Yang Kai didn't know what she was going to do at the time, but now it seems that everything is clear. She didn't exchange extremely wonderful pill for own, but for Liu Yuan, and from beginning to end, she did not express this meaning. Even when she was besieged by many people, she did not ask Liu Yuan for help, but after she was safe, she willingly gave that the spirit pill, which all principal source stage coveted, was directly presented to Liu Yuan, without reluctance and nostalgia. She looked at Liu Yuan's soft eyes. Those beautiful eyes were filled with deep and clear love and worship. Her expression and manners told everyone that she was willing to do it for Liu Yuan, for everything, just an extremely wonderful pill. What is it? At this moment, the round-faced female seemed to have dazzling rays of light blooming on her body. Liu Yuan, who was pierced by rays of light, couldn't open his eyes, making the corners of his eyes twitch constantly and unable to look straight ahead. Is another lost woman who is in love and can't help herself. Who can save her? Xia Sheng said with emotion. Murong Xiao, who was standing next to him, was already moved. There were crystal tears in his beautiful eyes, and he didn't know what he was thinking. HMPH, there is nothing wrong in the world, and mediocre people disturb themselves. Xiao Bei said coldly. Senior brother. Murong Xiao glared at him. He. On the other side, Lang Zun also seemed to feel something, and said with a smile, "It's really didn't expect. Liu Yuan, this kind of people. There are people who worship this kind of person. It must be a disgraceful trick." Xiao Chen answered sourly from the side, looking at the round-faced female regretfully, and said, "It's a pity that I actually fell in love with Liu Yuan, this kind of person. This female is also blind." "What?" Lang Zun turned his head and glanced at him, and said, "According to what you said, is it good to see you?" "I didn't mean that, don't you understand, princess?" Xiao Chen quickly expressed his expression, looked at Lang Zun tenderly, and said solemnly, "If I can get the extremely wonderful pill, I will definitely." "I have already taken one pill." Lang Zun interrupted him impatiently before he could finish talking about the cheap. Xiao Chen replied, "I just want to express that." What do you mean?" Under the public gaze, after a long silence, Liu Yuan was cold. Shouted in a low voice, "No. It's meaningless." The round-faced female didn't know why Liu Yuan looked angry. She couldn't help but lose one's head out of fear, and explained, "I just want to this extremely wonderful pill." "Give it to me." Liu Yuan sneered. The round-faced female nods heavily. Laughable. Liu Yuan didn't mean to appreciate at all. Instead, he laughed heartily. "What? I thought you could restrain me by giving me an extremely wonderful pill here?" He grinned and shouted, "Remember, Liu Yuan will not be bound by anything, anyone. You can't, 8 Square Sect can't, no one. I, Liu Yuan, will eventually stand in the peak of this world, monarch overlooking the whole world, look down upon the heroes. I didn't think so. The round-faced female was anxious, tears were already in her eyes, her eye circles were red, anxious. Just no need to explain. I won't want this extremely wonderful pill. Even without this spirit pill, my aptitude is enough to be promoted to the Emperor Senior stage. Luo Yuan cold snort, you better not make those crooked ideas, otherwise don't blame me for not reading the same sect friendship. Hearing this, the round-faced female finally burst into tears. Although silent, the 2 lines of tears fell along the cheeks, like broken pearls, and the beautiful eyes were full of innocence and heartache. Scoundrel! Xia Sheng could not help cursing when she saw this. The practice of this round-faced female is simply amazing. After all, as a martial artist of the principal source stage, the extremely wonderful pill also has huge erupts for her. If she takes it here, she will be promoted to Emperor in the future. Senior stage's helps will definitely increase greatly, which is related to the major event of her future life. But she didn't want to take it at all. But after switching to extremely wonderful pill, she had to give it to Luo Yuan directly. Even before that, in order not to cause trouble to Luo Yuan, even if he was in a dangerous place, there was no way out to call for help. Thinking about each other in this way, this female's love for Luo Yuan, it's already obvious. Being an ordinary man, I am afraid that I have already been moved in a mess. Even if it is a blockhead, it will be tender. But Luo Yuan only has a vicious and bad attitude, which naturally makes Xia Sheng extremely dissatisfied when he sees it here. Put yourself in and think, even if Luo Yuan doesn't want the extremely wonderful pill, you don't need to say so decisively. Scum. Murong Xiao rushes towards Luo without stingy. Yuan cast a contemptuous look. This plot is really ... having ups and downs. Xiao Chen slightly smiled and didn't know what he was taking pleasure in other people's misfortune. Martial Peak Chapter 2238. Chapter 2238 only has 1 pill left. Luo Yuan said again, in case you trouble me anymore, this spirit pill. You can eat it first. While speaking, he shook his figure and went directly to the round-faced female, stretched out his hand to pinch her chin, then took out the extremely wonderful pill with the other hand, and threw it into her mouth. Cough cough cough. The round-faced female spirit pill entered her abdomen, and she couldn't help but step back a few steps, coughing continuously, and beating her chest continuously, as if she wanted to vomit spirit pill out. But there is no time yet. After the spirit pill is taken in, it directly turns into a sweet body fluid and flows into the abdomen. She worked hard for a long time, but failed, and suddenly lifted the head with a look of despair. In front of him, there is no silhouette of Luo Yuan. He has gone. Lan Xun looked at the round-faced female, and sighed slightly. Go to the exit. The round-faced female, hearing this, turned his head and looked, and he saw a flowing light as he hurried towards the exit. Luo Yuan actually didn't even bother to deal with Yang Kai. It seemed to prove the same as what he said before with his aptitude, even without extremely wonderful pill, enough to be promoted to the Emperor Senior stage. Senior brother Luo, the round-faced female yelled, clenched the teeth, stomped her foot, and followed Luo Yuan. No one will embarrass her anymore at this time. As soon as she is the discipline of 8 Square Sect, she has a relationship with Luo Yuan, a senior brother-sister. The guy who died in Luo Yuan's hands before, but the lesson from the past. Secondly ... extremely wonderful pill has been taken. What is the use of embarrassing this female? Is it possible that let her spit out spirit pill? An episode came to an end. Is it as he said, I don't want to be constrained by the favor of others, or don't want to grab the opportunity that belongs to others? Yang Kai sat in place, touched the chin, looking thoughtful. With so many people present, maybe everyone only saw Luo Yuan's ruthlessness and ferocity. But Yang Kai saw something else. He was making a deal with the round-faced female before. Before the deal was concluded, Liu Yuan yelled at him from a distance and told him to stop while one can. Yang Kai didn't understand why Liu Yuan did that at the time, but now thinking about it, it is obviously because of the same-sex standpoint to help round-faced females. If Liu Yuan is so unsympathetic and unrighteous, then he doesn't need to say that at all. Let the round-faced female make a deal with Yang Kai. Just sit on the sidelines. And like Liu Yuan's super cultivation level, how can people with proud temperament accept gifts from others? Especially this person is the same-sect junior sister of On, a same-sect junior sister who loves and worships On. Yang Kai feels that if On is in Liu Yuan's position, it is impossible to accept that anyway. Pieces of extremely wonderful pill. That's how real men should be. Apart from Liu Yuan's bad attitude toward On junior sister, Yang Kai actually appreciates his decisive approach. After thinking for a while, Yang Kai shook the head, secretly thought with a black line on his face, other people's affairs, what does the owner worry about? Thinking of this, he shouted, next. Perhaps the fact that the round-faced female reached a deal made the remaining martial artists see hope. As soon as Yang Kai said this, those martial artists swarmed up, thinking of being the first to rush to Yang Kai. But under the influence of space principle, only one person can achieve what he wants. Unfortunately, the final result disappointed this person. After Yang Kai checked the things he took out, he waved to let him go. The next dozen people are like this. And Yang Kai also took a leisurely look, and found that there were not many people left. This made him secretly anxious, because the tribulation fruit he wanted hasn't been seen so far, and I don't know if it is useful to others, or if the person who took the tribulation fruit come here. If this time Four Seasons Land did not get to tribulation fruit, then he really doesn't know how to explain to Qin Ke Oyak. Qin Yu can wait for tribulation fruit to help him. Without this spirit fruit, the little girl can only live for a few months at most. Should we directly ask to exchange tribulation fruit for an extremely wonderful pill? Yang Kai hesitates in his heart. If he really made such a request and the person who took the tribulation fruit was here, he would definitely not refuse it. But if no one had it, the news was spread. If you go out, it will not be good for On. When the time comes, someone will definitely make a fuss about this and make any ideas about On. After thinking about it, Yang Kai still suppressed this idea, and continued to trade with people calmly. An hour later, Yang Kai's expression turned gloomy, because all the martial artists who came here have done deals with him, but he has not seen the shadow of tribulation fruit so far. The unknown premonition has come true. As for those who haven't made a deal with him, there are only a few people from Azure Sun Temple and those powerhouses that have been famous for a long time. They have been watching, not at all competing with others. At this time, Yang Kai did not want to delay time anymore, but shouted, "Who will come first? I don't want to hide it from you, this extremely wonderful pill. There are only 4 pill success in total." In other words, now Yang has only one left in his hand. One of them was taken by him, one was given to Lang Xun, and the other was traded to a round-faced female. If there are only 4 pill success, then there will be only one. While speaking, Yang Kai picked up On's ink jade cauldron and shook it slightly. In an instant, there was a crackling sound from the ink jade cauldron. Inferring from the sound, there is indeed only one pill in it. After Dan Cheng, all of Yang Kai's actions are under the public gaze. He has no chance or time to hide spirit pill privately, so everyone still trusts his statement. Since there is only one pill left, then this Xiao is welcome. Xiao Chen held back for a long time. At this moment, it was finally his turn. The impatient jumped out and strode towards Yang Kai. During the walk, there was still a confident smile on his face, as if he was determined to win the last spirit pill. Not much time, he came to Yang Kai. Yang Kai looked at him with a smile, and said, "Brother Xiao, please." Xiao Chen sneered, while taking out something from own space ring. He whispered said, "Boy, I advise you to stop at the right time, obediently take anything, and then give the extremely wonderful pill to this Xiao, so everyone is happy." Yang Kai hearing this, raises the head, glanced at him. Xiao Chen smiled without a smile on his face, and continued, the things this Xiao took out are not something you can see. They should be what you want. He has the capital to say such things. After all, he is not only from the Star Soul Palace, this kind of South Territory Overlord sect, but also the elite disciple among them, and he is also the son of Silver Star Envoy Xiao Yueyang. Good stuff. The things he took out are indeed rarely seen treasures, whether it is secret treasure or spirit pill wonderful medicine, they are all rare treasures. And there is even cultivation technique secret book. There is a dazzling array of things. Yang Kai didn't even look at those things. He just looked at him and asked, Brother Xiao is coming to Four Seasons Land this time, do you go to the domain of winter? Xiao Chen listened to unfathomable mystery, and didn't know what Yang Kai asked this to do, and replied impatiently, no. This Xiao has been with Princess. Princess said that the environment in the domain of winter is bad. If not, you can pack your things and go. Yang Kai waved his hand before he finished speaking. What did you say? Xiao Jin's face suddenly became gloomy, and he glared fiercely at Yang Kai. His threatening taste was self-evident. Didn't you listen to clear? Yang Kai grinned, then craned his neck, approached Xiao Chen, and shouted, Brother Xiao, you can get out. After speaking, she retracted again, faintly smiled and said, if you listen to not clear now, then I can't help it. Xiao Jin's expression suddenly became brilliant. His face was red and white, and shouted, do you want to be clear, kid? Under the public gaze, he was so humiliated by Yang Kai that he was yelled at by Yang Kai. The most important thing is everyone knows that he doesn't have what Yang Kai wants. If he continues to struggle, I'm afraid everyone will know that he is taking advantage of one's position to bully people. Yang Kai doesn't at all. Give him this face. Fuck off. Yang Kai unceremoniously curled one's lip, and Space Principal urged him to squeeze towards Xiao Chen, trying to push him out of this broken world. It should be Xiao Chen. Yang Kai used this move to directly transmit a martial artist of Principal Source stage, but when he arrived at Xiao Chen, it was obstructed. An inexplicable law. Power lingered around Xiao Chen, collided with Space Principal and collapsed, making Xiao Jin's silhouette also intermittent and inexplicable. This situation lasted for 10 breaths and Xiao Chen had to quit. If he continues to stay, he will really fight Yang Kai. In that weird world, Xiao Chen also felt a fatal threat, and he did not dare to stay. Out of 30 Jiang, Xiao Chen gazed at Yang Kai with a gloomy face, gnashing teeth. Hey! When Lan Xun saw this scene, he felt that his face was blank. After a sigh, he turned and walked in the direction of the exit. Seeing this, Xiao Jin's complexion changed and turned to Yang Kai and shouted angrily, Boy, I remember you, you better pray not to fall into my hands. With a cruel word, he chased Lan Xun straight away. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear, but looked at Xia Sheng and the others with a smile, and said, Elder brother Xia, Spirit Pill is really only the last one left. Don't you want to come and see it? If possible, he would like to trade this Spirit Pill to Xia Sheng. Anyway, he will not take it out anyway, and the only result of taking it out is to be snatched away by those Emperor Senior stages, and then he will give him many compensation. As for the free gift, Yang Kai didn't think about it. For one, he and Xia Sheng are actually not that close, and they don't have this friendship. 2. Extremely wonderful pill is such a precious thing, even if he gave it, Xia Sheng would not want it, let alone want it. I really want this extremely wonderful pill, and I owe it a big favor. Martial Peak Chapter 2239 Chapter 2239 Emperor Absolute Pill. Hearing this, Xia Sheng smiled and said, a few of us don't need it. Yang Kai stunned and said, What do you mean? Xia Sheng said, Brother Yang, do you want that spirit fruit? The thing he refers to is naturally tribulation fruit, and Yang Kai does it for looking for tribulation fruit to enter Four Seasons Land is not a secret in Azure Sun Temple, because before set out, Gao Xuting told everyone that if anyone gets tribulation fruit, remember to stay. Yang Kai is looking for it, and you can exchange it with him when the time comes. With Gao Xuting's advice, plus Yang Kai's emphasis on letting everyone take out the harvest in Four Seasons Land before the transaction, Xie Sheng naturally understood what he was looking for. Unfortunately, from the current situation, Yang Kai not at all got his wish. Not bad. Yang Kai did not deny it either, and said slightly nodded. A few of us don't have the hands, so we won't join in the fun, Xie Sheng said with a slight smile. Furthermore, if we really exchange it with you, I'm afraid you too sorry I refuse. When the time comes, the transaction has changed its flavor. Well, Brother Yang, you still ask Wu Chang if you have it. People who stay here, except Xie Sheng and the others besides, Wu Chang is the only one left. Hearing this, Wu Chang also took the initiative to stand up and looked at Yang Kai and said, "What spirit fruit do you want?" Yang Kai faintly muttered to oneself. The decision was to speak frankly and said, "Tribulation fruit." Wu Chang frowned, and said, "I haven't seen it." "Not even you." Yang Kai couldn't help but with a disappointed look. He doesn't know if the tribulation fruit in the Winter Realm was taken away and where it was taken. It seems that the main purpose of this time Four Seasons Land trip is no, the solution has been achieved. Yang Kai suddenly had one head too big. "Although I don't have what you want, I still want to make this deal with you," Wu Chang said solemnly. "You are impossible to take that extremely wonderful pill out." "Naturally not." Yang Kai narrowed his mind, grinned, and said, "Brother Wu Chang wants to make this transaction, not without exception, but I don't know what you can take out." This Wu Chang, while speaking, directly took out a jade bottle and threw it towards Yang Kai. He didn't seem to worry at all that Yang Kai took the owner's things and ran away. He trusted him so much that he threw the exchange item over. When Yang Kai saw this, he was startled, and quickly dissipated the space principle that had been lingering beside him, grabbed the jade bottle in his hand, and glanced suspiciously at Wu Chang. "If you open it, you will know it naturally," Wu Chang said indifferently. Yang Kai opened the mouth of the bottle and looked inward with the probe. The complexion was slightly changed and shouted, "Brother Wu Chang is so great." Wu Chang said with a sneer, "I will be promoted to the Emperor Senior stage sooner or later. This thing is dispensable to me, but you only now is Principal Source 1 layer, and it is still early to be promoted to Emperor. This thing has a great effect on you. It can save your life." Brother Wu Chang said it was right. Yang Kai, while speaking, has covered the jade bottle. Xie Sheng and the others looked confused, wondering what Wu Chang handed over to Yang Kai. So Yang Kai was so moved. It's Murong Xiao, who suddenly seemed to think of something, and whispered, "Could it be that?" "Which one?" Xie Sheng's gossip was raging. It burned, and asked Murong Xiao in a low voice. Xiao Bei also reveals an expression of interest, and leans his ear to sound. Murong Xiao whispered, "Emperor Absolute Pill." Hiss. Xie Sheng sucked in a breath of cold air. "Wu Chang, this bastard has this thing?" While speaking, with a scared expression on his forehead, cold sweat dripped down. "If this guy took out Emperor Absolute Pill before, wouldn't I be dead?" Emperor Absolute Pill is sealed with the full strength attack of the Emperor Senior stage. Although Xie Sheng is superb, he is not confident to receive such a blow. By then, it will be either dead or injured. After speaking, he looked puzzled again. "No, Xiao, how did you know that Wu Chang has the Emperor Absolute Pill in his hands?" Murong Xiao also, without speaking, Xiao Bei answered, "Because when Wu Chang got the Emperor Absolute Pill, Xiao was right next to him." Xie Sheng, hearing this, the complexion changed slightly, and the low shouted, "Could it be that said ... this Emperor Absolute Pill was obtained by Wu Chang in Four Seasons Land?" Murong Xiao nodded. "I didn't tell you before. I and Xiao Senior brother entered Passing of Time Temple. It's there." In the end, Wu Chang won the Emperor Absolute Pill. "Are there any other treasures?" Xie Sheng asked with interest. "What did you get again?" "I got 1 drop Supreme Divine Water." Murong Xiao burst his lips. "Thanks to Junior Brother Yang. If it weren't for him, I didn't. As for the others, Lan Xun Princess took away a fake emperor treasure, and that Gong Wenshan got an emperor charm. Heaven is jealous of heroic genius. Xie Sheng looked up to the sky in grief and indignation. Why didn't I meet such a chance? Xiao Bei squinted at him and said, HMPH, your own initiative proposed to explore the domain of spring, and said bright sun and a gentle breeze, birds, speech, flowers, fragrances. I'm wrong, can't you? Xie Sheng bowed his head, looking downcast, but immediately vigorous dragon and ferocious tiger got up again, opened the mouth and said, no, you said Yang Kai helped you get supreme divine water, then he owns ... Could it be that he didn't get anything? Junior brother Yang's words ... seems to be a red bead. Murong Xiao replied, but we don't know whether the beads are dry and so on, and even Lan Xun Princess can't see the history. Red beads. Xie Sheng hearing this, frowned, and just as a few people were talking, Wu Chang over there was already impatiently urging, are you satisfied with this thing? Yang Kai held the jade bottle with the Emperor Absolute pill and said with a smile, of course, this thing is really precious. It is a life-saving trump card, which makes me very moved! Exclamation mark. After all, it's the Emperor Absolute pill. Although Yang Kai is now good at strength and proficient in space principle, his cultivation level is still low. Among the star boundary, expert is like a cloud, danger lurks on every side. Maybe when the time comes Emperor Absolute pill can be a guarantee. How can Yang Kai not be tempted? This thing is probably the best thing in the entire Four Seasons land. It's one of several precious items. Even the Emperor Charm obtained by Gong Wenshan cannot be compared with it. The Emperor Charm is only used to sacrifice the Emperor Treasure. Yang Kai holds several pieces of the Emperor Treasure, the Emperor Charm. The effect on him is almost zero. There are other conditions? Wu Chang frowned, hearing Yang Kai's extravagance, said, speaking and listening, I can accept everything that is not too excessive. Brother Wu Chang is so refreshing. Yang Kai laughed heartily. In fact, like Wu Chang Liu Yuan, this kind of people, apart from their temperament, it is actually very pleasant to cooperate, because talking and communicating with them will not be too tiring. They know how to observe their words and make guesses. Other people's thoughts. Yang Kai said, this thing is precious, but Brother Wu Chang also knows that this thing is just a consumable, that's all, and it's gone once you use it. Let's talk less about the others. I know the advantages and disadvantages of it. The only requirement is to mention you. Wu Chang didn't wait for Yang Kai to finish, so he interrupted Yang Kai's thoughts of sitting on the ground and raising the price. Yang Kai touched his nose in a whisper. Brother Yang, if you don't mind, this Xie has a suggestion. Xie Sheng this time suddenly interjected, a thief. What do you want to raise? Wu Chang looked at him unhappily. Xie Sheng said innocently, I just made a suggestion to Brother Yang, that's all. It's his business to listen to it, so I should blame it? Yang Kai slightly smiled, saying, elder brother Xie has something, but it doesn't matter. Well, Xie Sheng nodded, staring at Wu Chang scorchingly, and said, Brother Wu Chang seems to have obtained a lot of star seals in Four Seasons land this time. Brother Yang can. Speaking of which, Yang Kai showed a sudden look, and immediately understood what Xie Sheng means. Wu Chang is frowned. Xie Sheng said, before coming here, Elder Go said, however, all the disciplines that get extra star seal can get sect's reward after turning in. The more you turn in, the greater the reward. Although Brother Yang is not my temple discipline, this sentence is also applicable. If you can get more star seals, you may not have to ask the temple to ask for own ownership and ask the palace master and elder to help you. Looking for tribulation fruit? Hearing this, Yang Kai's eyes light up, and he secretly thinks this is a good idea. This time Four Seasons land and his party, he could not complete the expected task. But it is impossible to return to Maplewood City and Gin Keoyang to deal with it. If you can invite the senior management of Azure Sun Temple, you may not help for tribulation fruit. In a word, Yang Kai is moved. HMPH. Wu Chang is cold snort, What? Want to use this method to reduce my plain palace's quota for star fragments? See? Elder brother Xia is so insecure about his sect. Neither, nor. Xia Sheng smiled and said, I am just thinking about brother Yang. Not like you said. It doesn't matter. I don't care if other people at Plain Palace can enter star fragments C, as long as I own it. Oh? Xia Sheng raised her brows and said, Brother Wu Chang meant that as long as you leave you a star seal? Then it depends on what he means. Wu Chang turned his gaze to Yang Kai. Yang Kai said, let me ask first, Brother Wu Chang, how many star seals have you got this time? 5. A lot. Yang Kai exclaimed, and then said, well, since Brother Wu Chang is so sincere, then Yang will make this deal with you. But I have one more question. Say. Wu Chang said concisely. How do you hand over the own star seal to me? Use secret technique to transfer it. Wu Chang as it should be by rights replied. Yang Kai said with a black thread. Then when I saw you outside the Passing of Time temple, why did you cut my arm? Do you know this secret technique? Wu Chang asked disdainfully. I don't understand. Yang Kai answered honestly. That's not going to be cut. Wu Chang cold snort. It makes sense. I'm speechless. Yang Kai has cold sweat on his face. Nonsense. First complete the transaction. While speaking, he has shaken his figure and rushes directly in front of Yang Kai, pinching spirit art in his hand and rolling all over source strength. Martial Peak Chapter 2240. Chapter 2240. Is there a king's law? The nameless mountain valley. The scenery is still extremely sluggish, the spiritual energy is exhausted, the oval light gate stands upright in the sky, and there are martial artists from time to time walking out of it, or smiling. You can see that you have gained a lot in Four Seasons Land, or you are downcast, and seem to be very dissatisfied with the gains of own. Regardless of their previous expressions, at the moment they crossed the light gate of the exit, everyone was complexion greatly changed, their bodies were cold, and their foreheads were dripping with cold sweat. No one, because at this moment, there are 6 Emperor Senior Stage powerhouses, lined up, each and every one glare like a tiger watching his prey staring at the exit. Whenever someone comes out of it at that time, the 6 spiritual minds belonging to the Emperor Senior Stage were enveloped in shwishwa. Who can withstand this kind of pressure? Fortunately, the 6 Emperor Senior Stage not at all hurt people's hearts. They were just simply investigating, that's all. So the pressure came and went away quickly, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Many people don't know what these 6 powerhouses are doing, and immediately after leaving the exit, they flashed to the side in a desperate manner, but the thoughtful people have already guessed why they did this. Like a posture, guarded at the exit. Just like this, the 6 Emperor Senior Stage stared at the exit, their gazes were unmoving, and they had been staring for most of the day. At a certain moment, a silhouette flashed out of the long silent light gate. The 6 Emperor Senior Stage immediately cast their sights on. The silhouette seemed to be completely unprepared, but the reaction was wonderfully quick. It immediately mobilized a source of source strength and divine consciousness to resist the huge pressure. But at the next moment, he wrinkled frowned, with a look of incomprehension, because he found that the pressure from the front was actually the elder of the major sect. Good, good. Feng Ming of Plain Palace looked out from Four Seasons Land, walked out of Wu Chang, continuously chanting a good word with a smile on his face, and said, Wu Chang, let's go aside. Wu Chang, hearing this, a thoughtful expression flashed in his eyes, walked to the side and stood still. Following Wu Chang are 3 silhouettes, and the 3 of them are Xia Sheng from Azure Sun Temple. As soon as you appeared, Xia Sheng said with a sweat on his face, Masters. What is this? Shouldn't it be to greet me? How can you guys? If you talk any more, this king will throw you back. Xiao Yueyang cold snort. Xia Sheng shrank her neck. She didn't dare to say anything, and hurriedly led Xiao Bei and Murong Xiao to the side. After these 3 people came out, it took about 10 breaths before Yang Kai's silhouette appeared from the exit. Gao Xuting involuntarily sighed softly, and muttered in a low voice, finally, it came out. This kid, Xiao Yuanyang, turned his head and asked Gao Xuting. Gao Xuting nodded gently. Very good. Xiao Yuanyang laughed heartily. This king has waited so long, but I want to see if this kid has 3 heads and 6 arms. While speaking, he covered the Yang Kai directly with one hand. Yang Kai hasn't gotten a foothold. He feels a huge restraining force descending. The strength makes him unable to resist at all, and he is immediately imprisoned in place. Tight then, he was pulled suddenly in front of Xiao Yuanyang. What's the situation? Yang Kai yelled, and the complexion was shocked. He thought that On had encountered Hu's sneak attack. And looking up, the 6 Emperor Senior Stage powerhouses in front of them all stared at On with scorching eyes, as if 6 perverts were looking at a young female who was stripped of her clothes. Even Gao Xuting is no exception. These 6 people, Yang Kai, are all acquainted with each other. Needless to say, Gao Xuting and Xiao Yuanyang, the other 4, have also been seen in Maplewood City. Yang Kai just pondered for a moment, and he understood what the situation was all about. Although he was prepared for a long time, he couldn't help but feel a little weak at this moment. What? Yang Kai yelled. Don't be afraid, it won't hurt you, Gao Xuting comforted. If you have something to say, a gentleman uses his mouth and not his fist. Sweetheart is suitable for solving but not for not. 30 years Hedong, 30 years Hexi. You do not bully extremely the youngster. Yang Kai chatter. The kid is noisy. Xiao Yuanyang let out a cold snort, and then grabbed Yang Kai with his hand. Yang Kai didn't react before he took the space ring in his hand. Snatch things? Yang Kai was shocked at the time, staring at Xiao Yuanyang, and said, strength to bully the weak, bully the weak. Is there any king's law? Xiao Yuanyang's spiritual mind went through Yang Kai's space ring, but it didn't affect his thinking. He just made a disdainful tone through his nose, which made Yang Kai's imposing manner shorter. He said with a sneer, Wang Fa. Here, this king is Wang Fa. Do you have an opinion? My lord, want to think like this? Yang Kai shrugged, helplessly said, that I can't help it either. Very good. After Xiao Yuanyang finished speaking, no longer paid attention to Yang Kai, but focused on investigating. After a while, he was frowned and threw the ring in his hand to Feng Ming beside him. Feng Ming took it, and proceeded as usual. At this time, Xiao Yuanyang turned his gaze to Yang Kai again. His gaze is deep and unmeasurable, like the devil Tan abyss, let people shudder in hope, and didn't have the courage to look at him at all. He seemed to want to see Yang Kai's deep in one's heart and unearth the secrets he hidden in the heart. Yang Kai was so uncomfortable being stared at him. The whole person within the body was as if he had gotten into hundreds of millions of ants, itching terribly. But fortunately I have seen the imposing manner of the Emperor Senior 3-layer powerhouse, and I have also played against 3 Emperor Senior 1-layer powerhouses. So Xiao Yuanyang wants to oppress his will by his eyes alone, but it is a little overwhelming. Of course, he is not to blame. He is staring at the general principal source 1 layer. How can he think about it? I have been confused for a long time, and I have asked what to answer. But Yang Kai has seen winds and waves before. Boy, this king, you are a wise man. You should know what I am waiting for. What's the matter? Xiao Yuanyang asked without circumstance. Slightly guessed. By now, Yang Kai couldn't pretend to be stupid. He could only say this. After speaking, he looked at Xiao Yuanyang timidly and said, for that extremely wonderful pill, right? Just no. Xiao Yuanyang shouts loudly. They are waiting here, naturally, for the extremely wonderful pill. The martial artist who came out of 4 Seasons Land previously revealed that the extremely wonderful treasure lotus appeared in 4 Seasons Land and was refining pill success by Yang Kai. Xiao Yuanyang and the others were naturally shocked when they heard the news. Extremely wonderful pill. That is the spirit pill of heavenifying. If it works well, one extremely wonderful pill is enough to create an Emperor Senior Stage powerhouse. It's a big deal. How can they not care about it? If it weren't for the fear of entering 4 Seasons Land rashly and breaking the light door of the exit, they would have rushed in. How could they give Yang Kai a deal? The time I have been waiting here and finally saw Yang Kai, the righteous master. Of course, they have to ask her clear. Where's the excess extremely wonderful pill? Hand it over. Xiao Yuanyang stretched out a hand directly at Yang Kai. Where is there any excess? It's all gone. Yang Kai shouted innocently. Well, Xiao Yuanyang once again put on that majestic posture, coldly said, you should know that the own strength is low. If you lie, this king can tell you it. I speak frankly. If you don't believe me, you can ask Brother Wu Chang and Elder Brother Xia about them. Yang Kai pointed his hand. Wu Chang and Xia Sheng couldn't help but twitch their cheeks. Although they are the rising stars of Principal Source stage, they can certainly be promoted to Emperor in time, but compared with Xiao Yuanyang, this kind of veteran Emperor senior stage powerhouse, there is still a huge gap. At this moment Yang Kai brought trouble to others, naturally put two people under pressure. That's good, Xiao Yuanyang said solemnly. This king asks you, you answer honestly. If you dare to lie, I will send you back to Four Seasons Land and let you stay in it for a lifetime. While speaking, he pointed at the exit of the unclosed light door. As soon as the conversation turned, he showed a cheerful expression again, said with a slight smile, of course, if you cooperate honestly, high position and great wealth. A big drop. Yang Kai wiped a handful of cold sweat on his forehead, and said, is this a stick to give a candid date? Hee, Master Xiao, if you have anything, just ask. I know everything I can say. Xiao Yuanyang showed a satisfied look, opened the mouth and said, the extremely wonderful pill. Really, you refined it? Everyone is watching. How fake. Yang Kai said proudly, if you don't believe me, you can ask your Royal Highness Princess, she can testify for me. I have asked, but this king still can't believe it. It's a Principal Source grade alchemy expert. Xiao Yuanyang was a little unbelievably authentic, paused, and he continued, that's all. This question is not considered for the time being. Then the extremely wonderful pill. How many pills are there in total? 4 pills. Where did they go? Langzun Princess took 1 pill, and a female discipline of 8 square sect took 1 pill. I ate one of my own ... The last one to Wu Chang. Oh? Hearing this, Feng Ming of Plain Palace raised his brows, revealing an unexpected expression, turned his head and looked towards Wu Chang. Wu Chang shot him slightly nodded. Feng Ming immediately smiled and didn't look at the nose. Hey said, Master Xiao, Wu Chang got an extremely wonderful pill, that's a chance for him to own it, and ask Master Xiao to be magnanimous. Hey. Xiao Yuanyang glanced at him, ignored him, but rushed to Yang Kai. According to you, the extremely wonderful pill is gone. Yang Kai blushed with shame, said, Master Xiao, refining the extremely wonderful pill, I took the effort of boss. I almost failed to refining it. At the last minute, I could pill success 4. It's a blessing. What do you want? After a while, he continued, after refining, spirit pill is in my pill stove, and transactions are also going on under the public gaze. All spirit pills are indeed, it's all consumed. Master Xiao checked my space ring before, but I didn't find anything. Xiao Yuanyang nodded lightly and said, yes, you can pill success 4. The strength of the spirit pill can be considered to be as hard as possible. Even if the extremely wonderful pill is shot by the Emperor grade alchemy expert, it may not be able to refine it. Now that the whereabouts of the spirit pill have been ascertained, then nothing is wrong. Martial Peak Chapter 2241. Chapter 2241. Don't do it, don't die. Hearing this, Yang Kai's expression loosens. Xiao Yuanyang stirred, saying, good to teach you that this king is waiting here, not to snatch your spirit pill. It's just ... An innocent man treasuring a jade ring becomes a crime, such as with a cultivation level of yours. If you have an extremely wonderful pill, I'm afraid that disasters will continue in the future. Yang Kai is not nodded, understand. Master Xiao bothered. He knows that although Xiao Yuanyang's words are nice, his real purpose is to grab his extremely wonderful pill. Of course, It is not accurate to describe it by grabbing. He will definitely give some compensation. But Xiao Yueyang is also right. If Yang Kai really has extremely wonderful pill, then don't think about having a good life in the future. Principal source stage level Marshall the artist is not afraid. But what about the Emperor Senior Stage? Emperor Senior Stage powerhouse does not need extremely wonderful pill anymore. But which Emperor Senior Stage does not have a junior discipline and so on? Extremely wonderful pill, this thing is equally attractive to them. At that time, countless Emperor Senior Stages will come and chase him. But now, the extremely wonderful pill refined by Yang Kai has all been consumed. One incident has been confirmed. And it was confirmed by Xiao Yueyang and the other 5 Emperor Senior Stage powerhouses. I believe that no one will come to trouble Yang Kai in the future, trying to find the extremely wonderful pill from him. From a certain standpoint, Yang Kai should really appreciate Xiao Yueyang. At this point, Yang Kai's space ring has been transferred to Gao Xuting's hands. The other 5 people have completed the investigation, and they have not been able to detect anything from it, and Gao Xuting has not gone in vain. Directly returned space ring to Yang Kai. Yang Kai puts on the ring again, and then looks at Xiao Yueyang and said, if Mr. Xiao has nothing to do with him ... the kid will withdraw first. And Xiao Yueyang nodded lightly. After speaking, he looked at him and said, this king has a suggestion, I don't know if you would like to listen. Master Xiao can advise. Kid, I feel honored. Yang Kai hurriedly stern saying. Seeing him on the road like this, Xiao Yueyang's expression could not help being calmer. Said solemnly, I am greedy and cannot chew. Yang Kai raised his brows, revealing a thoughtful expression, holds the fist saying, many thanks, my lord, I know it in my mind. That's the best, you can withdraw. Xiao Yueyang waved his hand. Yang Kai went to the layman and came to the place where the Azure Sun Temple's disciplines were assembled, and found a place to sit down. At this moment, in the unnamed mountain valley, many martial artists are in groups, taking sect and family as the unit, taking a break. But looking at the number of people, they are at least 1/3 less than before 33 heavens. Those martial artists who failed to appear here obviously encountered something unexpected in Four Seasons Land. In this world, any secret boundary and any place of experience are accompanied by corresponding risks in addition to chance. The growth of martial artist has always been in life and wandering between death. This is the fate that every martial artist has to face, and it is the fate that every martial artist cannot avoid. Martial artist practice, just like billowing waves washing the sand, filter it down layer upon layer, and leave it to the end to be the strongest. When Yang Kai was resting, Bian Yuking and Kuwu, 2 people came to say goodbye to him. Blue Feather Sect, only 2 of them came to Four Seasons Land to experience this time, but the luck was not bad. Although they didn't get much chance and gain, the 2 people finally returned safely. Now that Four Seasons Land is about to close, the 2 people will naturally return to Blue Feather Sect. Yang Kai chatted with them for a while, then watched them leave. He didn't bother to tell Bian Yuking not to tell Wu Mengshan about OWN, because he knew that after Bian Yuking went back, he must tell Wu Mengshan all the experience in this trip. When the time the information that comes about OWN must be revealed to Wu Mengshan's ears. For this guy, Yang Kai is quite jealous. You can only pay attention in secret, and never meet this old fellow until you become strong enough, so as not to be overshadowed by him. After another hour or so, with a buzzing between heaven and earth, the entrance gate of the nameless mountain valley disappeared. Four Seasons Land is completely closed, and it will not be opened next time. Knowing to wait until the year of the monkey. At this time, the Four Seasons Land line is completely finished. Many sects and martial artists of the family have left one after another. After Gao Xuting and Xiao Yueyang talked over there, they also took out the boat on the floor, carrying the Azure Sun Temple and all the disciplines, rushed to the loop. Azure Sun Temple did not lose much this time. Except for the outsider Yang Kai, they had 19 disciplines when they came, and only 4 people went back. This kind of loss is within Gao Xuting's acceptance range, which is much smaller than the loss of other sects. But after all, it was a dead person. On the way back, the mood of the disciples was not very high. They just meditated and rested silently, consolidating their own harvest in Four Seasons land. At a certain moment, Yang Kai suddenly heard Gao Xuting's call. He quickly opened his eyes. Looking around, he saw Elder Guo from Azure Sun Temple standing upstairs with his back to his own. On the deck of the ship, long hair flying upwards, seems to be looking at the distant scenery. The graceful back adds to the beauty of this world. Yang Kai didn't dare to neglect, and quickly got up and walked towards her. When you get to Gao Xuting behind and stands not far behind, Yang Kai holds the fist saying, "What's the order of Elder Gao?" Gao Xuting not at all answered, just leisurely and authentic. "Do you understand what Mr. Xiao told you before?" Yang Kai faintly muttered to oneself, and said, "Master Xiao meant that I was probably between Martial Dao and Pil Wei. Choose one between them." "Yes." Gao Xuting slightly nodded. The beautiful face also turned around at this moment, staring at Yang Kai with scorching eyes, lightly opening Zhu's lips and said, "You are in Martial Dao. The aptitude on Pil Wei and Pil Wei are both extremely out of the ordinary. In time, a certain achievement in these two domains will surely be possible, and perhaps reach a height beyond my reach. But people's energy is limited. When you choose Martial Dao, you have to abandon the Pil Wei, and vice versa. You are impossible to spend your energy in these two domains at the same time. Master Xiao is also a lot of pains." "The kid understands, yes." Yang Kai nodded solemnly. "It's okay if you understand. I'm fine." The kid retire. Yang Kai bowed slightly. He was very surprised. Gao Xuting called him to come over, only to tell him this. But this way, he feels a little bit. Own is not the discipline of Azure Sun Temple, but Gao Xuting can be considered to be a little concerned about Own. If not, she is impossible to say such a call to Own. Yang Kai just turned around, and suddenly heard a sentence from behind. "Then extremely wonderful Pil. Is it really gone?" Yang Kai quickly turned his head and entered. As you can see, Gao Xuting is just turning his back to his own, completely motionless, as if she hadn't said that. He stood in place, frowned and thought for a while, but didn't dare to speak again. He could only return to the own position and continue to sit cross-legged. This woman, can't she see anything? The woman's intuition is really terrifying. Yang Kai secretly thought to herself. A few days have passed. On this day, Azure Sun Mountain Range, a beautiful boat galloping by, and many principal source stage standing on the boat at this moment, also relieved from the sadness of losing their companions. They all stood up and looked at the familiar scenery below. Wow, ha ha ha. Xie Sheng is back. Xie Sheng pinched his waist with both hands, as if he was afraid that others would not know it, laughed out loud, and the sound rolled along with the advance of the ship's wipe across the mountain range. Azure Sun Temple disciples of the following activities were surprised and quickly raised the head of attention. "Do you dare to mature a little bit?" Xiao Bei looked at him coldly with a contemptuous look. "Little Bei, you should be happy when you go home. Come and shout with senior brother," Xie Sheng said, walking to Xiao Bei's side and hugging his shoulders. "Who wants to yell with you?" Xiao Bei's forehead was blue. "What a shame." Murong Xiao faces red. HMPH. Xiao Bei cold snort, squinting at Xie Sheng and said, "Look at the eldest senior brother of sect, look at Wu Chang and Liu Yuan, each and everyone cold snort, so that the junior brother junior sisters below them feel more reliable and safe, but you, there is no righteousness all day, so you can still be the eldest senior brother, so you want to be cold senior brother?" At this moment, Xie Sheng suddenly became solemn, his eyes bloomed with cold light, and his frivolous expression disappeared instantly, replaced by an arrogant, up into the heavens, down into the earth only me to dominate posture. At this moment, the temperament of Xie Sheng has changed from heaven and earth turning upside down. Senior brother of other people's family can do it, this senior brother. Of course it can. He solemnly said solemnly. Murong Xiao was dumbfounded. A small mouth circled into a circle, small hands covered it, and beautiful eyes trembled. Does it feel reliable and safe? Xie Sheng stared at her, and asked in a majestic low voice, do you want to dash on bravely with no thought of personal safety, abandon all input? Senior brother, this broad chest, strong arms? Murong Xiao squeezed his red lips and said timidly, senior brother, your murderous aura leaked. Don't make trouble. Gao Xuting glanced at Xie Sheng, indifferently said, the upper beam is not upright, the lower beam is crooked. Learn less from our palace master, and be careful to find no woman in the future. Will it? Xie Sheng suddenly, as if struck by lightning. The whole person received a huge blow. After thinking about it seriously, cold sweat appeared on his forehead, and he whispered, yeah. Sect master, palace master from another house. There are groups of wives and concubines, hugging left and right, enjoying the blessings of all people. But our palace master is an old bachelor. His face is pale, and he seems to see something terrifying. In one scene, talking, raised the head, looking at Gao Xuting and said, Elder Gao, palace master is so pitiful, you never thought. Come again? He hasn't said anything yet. After finishing speaking, Gao Xuting suddenly flicked his sleeves and threw him directly down the boat, dragging a long scream, and being thrown away. Don't do it, don't die. Xiao Bei didn't mean to sympathize with him at all, but snorted coldly. Murong Xiao turned around and glanced worriedly. He wanted to plead and so on for Xie Sheng, but when he met Gao Xuting's eyes, he swallowed his words in fright. Martial Peak Chapter 2242 Chapter 2242 7 pieces. Azure Sun Temple, main peak. Myriad saints speak above. The ship slowly descended, rolling up the stormy waves. Below, Palace Master Wen Zishan, Vice Palace Master Kuran, Elder Chen Qian and the others who have already received the news are all waiting in dignity. Before waiting for the boat to land, several spiritual mind of the Emperor senior stage had been swept above the boat. In an instant, the powerhouses had a clear idea of the loss of this discipline in their hearts. To understanding. Although I lost a few elite disciples, fortunately, the few people who had high hopes have returned safely, so everyone breathed out involuntarily, and their solemn expressions became a little more relaxed. After a while, the ship landed. The disciples jumped down from above. Gao Xuting pinched magic arts and put away the ship. Ha ha ha, small Xuting, I haven't seen you for so many days, but I want to kill me. Come, let uncle hug first. When Zishan laughed and opened his arms to Gao Xuting strides over, Seng, sword chi, killing intent appears. When Zishan stood 3 feet in front of Gao Xuting with cold sweat. At this moment, a long sword of Saru is reaching his neck. Gao Xuting's face is ice frost. Holding a sharp sword, coldly looking at him, he said, dare to take a step forward and kill you. When Zishan didn't dare to move anymore. Hey! Kuran stretched out his hand to support. He sighed helplessly on his forehead. Palace Master, please take care of yourself. Just kidding. When Zishan sneered, and moved back to his previous position, the expression on the face turned, and he said solemnly, then ... This palace master congratulates you all on returning safely. You are all the mainstays of the temple in the future, and the future pillars of the talent. This time, you have worked hard. All the disciplines not at all talked, just looking at him quietly. Gao Xuting also slowly put away the sharp sword. You wait for your deeds, this palace master will remember it in the heart, and the deaths of several same sects are not meaningless. Now ... Those of you who got the extra star seal, follow the palace master. Come, everyone else will go away and rest. Yes. After an order, everyone promised. In the blink of an eye, there were only 4 or 5 people left. Yang Kai turned his head and glanced, and found that besides Zone, Xiao Bei, Murong Xiao, and another young martial artist whose name could not be named in principal source 2 layer remained. Although this martial artist is also a discipline of Azure Sun Temple, he also entered 4 Seasons Land. but Yang Kai not at all communicated with him all the way back and forth, so I didn't know him. But looking at this person's temperament and demeanor, it should not be a difficult person to get along with. Where is Xiaosheng, that kid? After a while, when Zishan looked at Gao Xuting suspiciously, he didn't actually see Xiaosheng's silhouette here, and immediately the complexion slightly changed, thinking that Xiaosheng was there. What happened to Four Seasons Land? Even Kuran thought so. The complexion couldn't help but confessed, saying, "Elder Gao, could it be that Xiaosheng?" Gao Xuting indifferently said, "No, isn't this here?" As he spoke, there was a silhouette galloping from a very far distance, and while flying, he shouted, "Wait for me." After a while, Xiaosheng fell in front of everyone, looking at Gao Xuting with a sad expression, and said pitifully, "Elder Gao, let me know the discipline before I do it next time. Disciple requires a little psychological preparation. No. What's the kid doing? When Zishan stretched out his hand, knocked Xiaosheng vigorously in the air, and then shrank his neck. "Palace Master, what are you doing?" Xiaosheng clutched his head, feeling wronged. When Zishan Cold Snort said, "Looking at you like this, you know that Elder Gao is angry. This Palace Master can't teach you a lesson." Xiaosheng blinked, with a speechless expression on his face. "Okay, since you are here, then you guys will follow the Palace Master." After speaking, Wen Zishan also glanced at Yang Kai, said, "You too." In a short while, in the Myriad Saint Speak Hall, many high-level buildings of Azure Sun Temple were seated in turn, and several disciplines and Yang Kai stood in the center. Right above, Wen Zishan smiled and looked down, opening the mouth and said, "Elder Gao, you will lead the tour of Four Seasons Land this time, so you should know the details. So, please tell me, how many star seals did these people get?" Gao Xuting, hearing this, calmly said, "Although I have not compared with other sects, but from here in terms of the number of star seals obtained by several disciplines, this harvest should be considered very good." Speaking of which, her pretty face turned around and said, "Xiaosheng won 4 star seals, Xiao Bei got 2, Murong Xiao 2, Shimuji 2. Listening to what she said, Yang Kai knew that the young man of Principal Source 2 layer was named Shimuji. She paused and said, "There are 3 other disciplines, each got 1. And it is not here." Wen Zishan slightly nodded, expressing understanding. Because before the set out, Azure Sun Temple said that anyone who gets the Star Seal discipline in Four Seasons Land can be eligible to enter the Star Fragments Sea. So the 3 only won. The disciple of Star Seal left Star Seal alone, and there is no need to come here to turn in. The people who came here were all those who got the extra Star Seal. Where is this kid? Wen Zishan turned his gaze to Yang Kai. Gao Xuting's expression became a little more complicated. He pondered for a while before he lightly opened his lips and said, 7. What? I heard that right. There are so many. All of you around here are the Emperor Senior Stage Powerhouse. The temperament cultivation level is extremely out of the ordinary, but when he heard that Yang Kai had won 7 star seals alone, he couldn't help being surprised again and again. Everyone looked at him in surprise and looked up and down, as if they were about to look at him again. After all, Xiaosheng, the master of the temple, is only worth 4. And it is based on the powerful cultivation level of Principal Source 3 layer, but Yang Kai only has 1 layer. Where did you get it? 7? This kid's luck is also very good, right? This is what everyone thinks, secretly thinking that Yang Kai's trip should be luck that goes against heaven's will, otherwise it is impossible to get so many star seals anyway. Under the public gaze, Yang Kai is safe and sound. 7 star seals are indeed all his gains in Four Seasons Land. The first diamond-shaped star seal was obtained in Two Season Mountain. At that time, a monster beast was chased by Wu Chang and the others. He ran to Yang Kai in a panic, and was killed by him. Cheap. Later, Yang Kai never had the chance to get the star seal, until guarding the extremely wonderful treasure lotus and killing 2 martial artists. He won 2 again. At the last moment, he reached a deal with Wu Chang and got 4 from him. To get so much, luck is part of it, but strength is also a must. From a certain perspective, Star Seal is actually not easy to obtain because there are not many. If Yang Kai hadn't killed two martial artists, hadn't made a deal with Wu Chang, it wouldn't have been such a gain. Perhaps the exit of Four Seasons Land would be closed, and he would only get the first one. Some of the reasons, I will explain to you later, but he did get 7 star seals alone. Gao Xuting opened the mouth and said, the reason she said is naturally about extremely wonderful pill one thing. When Zishan was slightly nodded, and smiled openly, well, then, when the star fragment C opens, there will be 19 people in my temple that can enter, which is really pleasant. If the experience in Four Seasons Land is just a trivial matter, then Star Fragment C is the place to verify the respective martial Dao heavenly law. In that kind of place, anyone can enter exactly. First of all, you must have the certificate of Star Seal, and second, you must have the ability to pass the entrance of Star Fragment C. Both are indispensable. In other words, even with the Star Seal, people with no strength can still not enter it. As your Sun Temple these 19 places, I don't know how many will eventually get in. However, this number has indeed surpassed many sects and forces. When Zishan was naturally overjoyed. This is a sign of my temple's prosperity. Kuran muttered in a tone like a sacred stick, and while talking, he stretched out his hand to touch the white beard of On, feeling relieved. It should not be too late. Xiaoqian, take their extra star seal. When Zishan cast a look at Chen Qian as he spoke. Chen Qian knows. He got up and stretched out his hand, and an income burner-like secret treasure appeared in his little hand. Then secret treasure didn't know what to do. The grade looks at not low. Each and the every one talisman seal is faintly discernible on the surface of the incense burner, which is very wonderful. She wandered in front of the crowd and stood in front of the discipline named Shenmuji, said in a soft voice, relaxation is all. Yes. Shenmuji complied, took a deep breath, and the whole person's expression immediately calmed down. Seeing that he was ready, Chen Qian immediately dragged the incense burner with one hand, pinched seal arts with the other hand, and hit Shenmuji several times. Along with a groan, Shenmuji stepped backwards uninterruptedly, and the complexion was slightly pale, as if she was badly injured. But at the same time, a flowing light suddenly shot out from him within the body. Chen Qian's eyes are quick and his hands are quick, and he stretched out his hand to hit the flowing light, and immediately an invisible force bound the flowing light and dragged it into the incense burner. Yang Kai looked surprised again and again. At the time in Four Seasons Land, when he traded with Wu Chang used secret technique to force his extra star seal out, which was obtained by Yang Kai. But now it seems that except in addition to this method, it can also be forcibly stripped. Thinking about it this way, Yang Kai thinks that On will have to be more careful when walking star boundary in the future, otherwise he might meet someone who has no intentions, and he might hit him on the idea of star seal. When the time comes, cause trouble. Next, Chen Qian followed suit and stripped out the extra star seal one after another from Xia Sheng, Murong Xiao Xiao and Xiao Bei. Yang Kai looked at the clear. These people, regardless of their strength, once they were stripped of the star seal, they seemed to have some damage. Even Xia Sheng couldn't help but shake his body, complexion slightly white. Look at this. This method of forcibly stripping should have some drawbacks. Not much time, Chen Qian came to Yang Kai. This elder Chen is not tall, and he is very petite. Standing in front of Yang Kai, he is even shorter than his head. She raises the head and stares at Yang Kai, indifferently said, if you are ready, I will do it. Martial Peak Chapter 2243 Chapter 2243 Good Miyozi. Wait a moment. Yang Kai suddenly opened the mouth and said, what? Chen Qian hearing this, black eyebrows frowned, looked at Yang Kai suspiciously, not knowing what he wanted to do. Others are also looking at him. Yang Kai looked calm, turned his head and looked towards Wen Zishan's direction, holds the fist saying, you can turn in the kid's star seal. After all, it's something that I said before. Just leave me if that's it. But before that, The kid wants to ask Palace Master Wen about something. Oh, Wen Zishan hearing this smiled and nodded. You said, what needs this book? Palace Master answered. Yang Kai said, Elder Go said before that the extra star seal needs to be handed over to the temple. This kid's quota for entering Four Seasons Land is also provided by the temple, so it is understandable that these 6 extra star seals are handed over to the temple. Paused. He continued, Elder Go also said that after turning in the star seal, the temple will give corresponding rewards. It turned out to be this. Wen Zishan smiled and said, you can rest assured, although you are not my temple discipline, but I will not bully you. I will give you as many rewards as I should give you. Then can I own a request? Yang Kai asked. What are your requirements? Let's hear it. Wen Zishan looked at him with interest. Palace Master Wen should still remember the original intention of the kid entering Four Seasons Land. Yang Kai did not answer the question. Wen Zishan thought for a while and said, for tribulation fruit. By the way, I haven't asked you yet, is there something to be gained from this strip? Yang Kai shook the head. Number. But I found the fruit tree of tribulation fruit in the domain of winter. There was spirit fruit on it, but I don't know who picked it off, for the early bird catches the worm. This is indeed a pity. Wen Zishan also showed a pity. The kid's request is to ask the temple to help me find the spirit fruit. If Palace Master Wen can agree, 6 star seals will be offered. Yang Kai said solemnly. As soon as these words came out, the Emperor Senior Stage powerhouses in the hall frowned. It's not how difficult this request made by Yang Kai is. It's just that it's really difficult to handle. At that time, the sect family that entered Four Seasons Land, that many, almost all over the South Territory, who picked tribulation fruit in the Winter Territory, no one has seen it. If Azure Sun Temple is asked to come out and look for it, if it does, it will inevitably require a huge amount of manpower and energy to find out. But even if the news comes out, it may not be available. The other party will definitely put forward some conditions for exchange. In other words, Azure Sun Temple has to pay a certain price to hope to get tribulation fruit. If some small sects or small families of disciplines get tribulation fruit, that's all. Azure Sun Temple only needs to exert a little pressure. And are you afraid that the other party will not submit? I'm afraid, explained Palace, Heavenly Marshal Holy Land, and even Star Soul Palace. When the time comes, it's not a matter of spirit fruit, but 2 majors. If you don't handle the matter between sect, you owe a great favor. Among the various interpersonal relationships, sects' interests are involved. Yang Kai can't think of it, but the top of Azure Sun Temple can't think of it. So after Yang Kai made this request, everyone fell silent. Seeing them like this, Yang Kai did not urge, but waited quietly in place. For a long time, Wen Zishan opened the mouth and said, if I remember correctly, the tribulation fruit is not your own need, but also entrusted by others. Not bad. Yang Kai nodded. Since you didn't get it in Four Seasons Land, you have tried your best. Why bother to ask for it? You can put forward a favorable condition for the owner, such as. Wen Zishan suddenly revealed a strange danger. His tone was full of extremely deceptive, and his voice said solemnly, let this palace master take action, enlightenment for you, and raise a lot of cultivation level. Yang Kai frowns, saying, entrusted by others, loyal to others, why should Palace Master test me? He. Wen Zishan was exposed without embarrassment, just slightly smiled, and said heartily, okay, the Palace Master promised you that that tribulation fruit will be found by the temple for you. You must find it within 3 months. Yang Kai said solemnly, if the time is too long, I'm afraid there's no support over there. 3 months is enough. Wen Zishan slightly smiled and turned to look towards Kuran and said, Master Vice Palace Master, you are responsible for this matter. Bring tribulation fruit to this surnamed Yang kid in 3 months. Kuran got up and holds the fist, saying, subordinates follow the orders, and they will definitely live up to the trust of Palace Master. While speaking, he left the hall directly, and it seemed that he was about to send someone out to find it. See this. Yang Kai couldn't help but relax. If there are powerful sects like Azure Sun Temple to help find spirit fruit, then hope will increase greatly. If you can't find the Azure Sun Temple, Yang Kai really can't help it. When the time comes, you can only go back to Maplewood City and talk to Qin Kai Ouyang. Is that all right? Wen Zishan smiled at Yang Kai. Yang Kai nodded lightly, turning his eyes to Chen Qian and said, "You have Elder Chen." Chen Qian didn't say a word. Spiritual mind swept over Yang Kai, dragging with one hand hold the incense burner, pinch spirit heart with one hand, and hit Yang Kai several times. At the next moment, Yang Kai felt a surge of heat within the body, and a piece of hot on his arm, as if something rushed out. At the same time, a hard-to-describe uncomfortable feeling came from heart rises. He couldn't help groaned. His body swayed slightly. Wen Zishan couldn't help but look surprised when he saw this. Because everyone before Yang Kai, when they were forcibly stripped within the body star seal, their reactions were more or less uncomfortable. Murong Xiao Xiao, Xiao Bei and Shimuji even retreated. Although Xiao Sheng didn't retreat, her face turned pale. Although Yang Kai is like Xiao Sheng, he has been stripped of 6 star seals, and only with the cultivation level of Principal Source 1 layer, it is still straightly stored in place. This is amazing enough. Others obviously discovered this too, and couldn't help showing an expression of interest in him. Shwa shwa shwa. 6 rays of light soared into the sky, but were directly bound by Chen Qian and dragged into the incense burner. After everything was over, Chen Qian rushed to Yang Kai and said in a soft voice, "Leave a 5-shaped star seal for you. If you entered the star fragments sea, make good use of it." Many thanks, Elder Chen. Yang Kai took a deep breath to calm the blood tumbling in his chest. Among the 7 star seals he obtained, the highest grade was a 5-shaped star seal, which was traded from Wu Chang. For example, Lan Xun mentioned the 6-pointed star, 7-pointed star, 8-pointed star and so on. Yang Kai has never even seen it, and I don't know if there is a star seal of this kind in the world. In general, Yang Kai is still very satisfied with the final result. Chen Qian also considered it for him, not at all, leaving him with 1, but with the highest grade. Yang Kai doesn't know the difference between the grades of the star seal yet, but it's not the time to inquire. Anyway, he is going to stay in Azure Sun Temple for a while, only to find another opportunity to ask people. You guys have worked so hard, go down and rest. Wen Zishan waved at a few principal source stages, and said, "As for the rewards the temple gives you, let us discuss it another day. Tell you." "Yes." Xia Sheng and the others replied in unison before bowing and exiting the hall. After everyone left, Azure Sun Temple Elder Dirong whispered, "It's a good seedling." Although his words have no beginning and no end, how many people are here? But they all understood what he meant. The person he was referring to was naturally Yang Kai. "It seems that you all found out." Wen Zishan slightly smiled. "This kid from surnamed Yang is a bit different. I think Elder Gao and Elder Chen understand this best, but at that time on Feiyan Peak, when he was fighting Xu Yi, both elders could see the end from the beginning." Chen Qian nodded. "Yes, Xu Yi is not his opponent at all. He is more than a little different, simply is billion in 10,000 does not have 1. Gao Xuting said solemnly. "Oh, Elder Gao has such a high evaluation of him?" "Exaggeration." Dirong turned his head and looked at Gao Xuting, disapprovingly. "If you knew what he did in 4 Seasons Land, you wouldn't think so." Gao Xuting replied faintly. Wen Zishan smiled and said, "What you mean by that? Is he doing an earth-shaking major event in 4 Seasons Land? Refined a furnace of extremely wonderful pill. Does it count?" Gao Xuting turned his head and looked towards him. As soon as this statement came out, everyone's expressions changed. "Extremely wonderful pill." Dirong loudly shouts. "The legendary spirit pill, wonderful medicine that goes straight to the emperor after taking it?" "The rumor is true or false, I don't know, but he did refining the extremely wonderful pill." So, in this 4 Seasons Land, the extremely wonderful treasure lotus was born. Wen Zishan raised his brow. "Yes." Gao Xuting nodded. and now tells everything that the owner knows, and also explains why Yang Kai has that many star seal. After listening, several Emperor Senior stages simultaneously fell into silence. Although this kid only has the cultivation level of Principal Source 1 layer, he is not only amazing, but he is also a Principal Source grade alchemy expert. When D. Rong said this, his expression was brilliant. It's not a general Principal Source grade alchemy expert, Chen Qian said in a low voice. He has a spirit pill and 4-pill success. It can achieve this level. At least it is also Principal Source grade middle rank or even high rank alchemy expert. Alchemy expert, who is new to Principal Source grade, can't do such a thing at all. Elder Go said he is a billion in 10,000 does not have one. It's quite pertinent. When Zishan said solemnly, Principal Source stage's rising star can achieve his level. Looking at the entire star territory, I'm afraid no one can compare to him except the wonderful Pill Great Emperor's close or discipline. Right? On Martial Dao, there may be someone who is better than his aptitude, and on Pill Wei, there may be someone who is better than him in aptitude, but they have both at the same time, probably not. Palace Master, such a good seedling. You never thought about turning him into sect? This kid seems to be from an unorthodox background, right? D. Rong suggested with a look of be eager to have a try. Martial Peak Chapter 2244. Chapter 2244. The 4 seasons are missing one. When Zishan hearing this said with a smile, it would be great if a good seedling can join the temple, but it also depends on what others mean. But it may not be impossible to try. Here, he turned his head and looked towards Gao Xuting and said, Elder Gao, among me, you know him best, so this is the reason you are responsible. I don't know him either. Gao Xuting replied flatly, but since the palace master has orders, let me go and try it. When Zishan slightly nodded, the conversation turned, and he said, then, let's discuss what kind of rewards should be given to those disciplines. Azure Sun Temple on Feiyan Peak, Yang Kai is back here. The palace, which was damaged during the last battle with Xi, is already resting as new. Yang Kai opened the restriction barrier after entering it. After taking a short rest half a day later, he started to check the owner harvest of 4 Seasons land. This time I entered 4 Seasons land. Although I didn't get tribulation fruit, the overall gain was not small. Not to mention those monster beast cores of different grades and a large number of them. It is said that the spiritual flowers and exotic plants transplanted into mysterious small boundary medicine garden are already a big harvest. Most of these spiritual flowers and weeds belong to ice attribute. After all, when Yang Kai was in 4 Seasons land, he spent the longest time in the domain of winter, and there was small snowflake leading the way to explore. It can be said that the domain of winter, at least has 10% baby, fall into his hand. These magical flowers and exotic plants, Yang Kai was harvested at that time, and immediately transplanted into the medicine garden. The medicine garden of mysterious small boundary has a special environment and extremely good growth conditions, as well as eternal tree. This kind, the supreme treasure of heaven and earth, exudes shocking vitality. There is no fear that these flowers and grass will lose their vitality. Instead, their growth cycle in the medicine garden will be greatly shortened. When planted in medicine garden for 1 year, the medicine age of these flowers and grass will grow at least 100 years. In addition to these, there is also a passing of time fruit obtained from the passing of time temple. Although this thing is of little use to martial Dao practice, it has a miraculous effect in some respects. If it can be refined into a passing of time pill, it will surely attract countless martial artists. Taking 1 pill can bring your physical condition back to several decades, or even hundreds of thousands of years ago, which is simply very attractive to those martial artists who are coming to an end, especially females of all ages. Who doesn't want to be younger? Although the effect of passing of time pill is not as good as the legendary countenance halt pill, which can make you look youthful forever, but the two functions are different, and it is really difficult to compare which one is better. If an old woman with wrinkles on her face chooses she will definitely choose Passing of Time pill instead of Countenance Halt pill, because Countenance Halt pill has no effect on her face. Passing of Time pill can make her radiate vitality and youth again. And if you let a young and beautiful female choose, Countenance Halt pill is undoubtedly more attractive. Yang Kai secretly planned to wait for the Azure Sun Temple to find a chance to collect medicinal herbs and refine the Passing of Time pill. Maybe it will have some miraculous effects at the critical moment. In addition to these, there are some messy things. These things include the spoils gained after Yang Kai killed people, and the Shinnok heart gained from killing those puppets in Passing of Time Temple. They are of little use to him. Look for opportunities. Can be replaced by Source Crystal. After a short while, a jade bottle appeared on Yang Kai's hand. After opening the bottle cap, a spirit pill-like thing in the bottle was immediately impressed. Emperor Absolute pill. It is the Emperor Absolute pill the first got from Wu Chang. The inside of the Emperor Absolute pill seals the full strength attack of the Emperor Senior Stage powerhouse. The formidable power is powerful, unimaginable, and the difficulty of refining is immeasurable. It is, generally speaking, only Emperor Senior 2-layer. Only the powerhouse is qualified to refine these things, which are all consumables used to bestow the lives of their descendants. And every time an Emperor Absolute pill is condensed, the Emperor Senior Stage powerhouse will be weak for a period of time. So the Emperor Senior Stage is not willing to refine these things unless necessary, even if it is refined, but also occasionally, and the number is small. So even if you look at the entire star boundary, the Emperor Absolute pill is one of the few rare treasures. And this Emperor Absolute pill, but obtained from the Passing of Time Temple, is something left over from the Passing of Time Great Emperor, although I don't know exactly in which period of the Passing of Time Great Emperor refined by time, but its value and grade are absolutely far beyond the general Emperor Absolute pill. Maybe what it sealed inside was another blow from the Great Emperor level, or a blow from the Emperor Senior 3-layer level. All in all, this is indeed a life-saving trump card. At critical moments, even when surrounded by a magnificent army with thousands of men and horses, the powerhouse can turn danger into safety. Yang Kai carefully put it away and placed it in an easy-to-reach position in the space ring. Only then did Yang Kai look at the other 3 beads in front of him. These 3 beads are exactly the same no matter how big or small they are, but the difference is their color. One is fiery red, which is what Yang Kai obtained in Passing of Time Temple. At that time, there were many good things in the temple. Lan Xun basically recognized all the items, except that he couldn't understand the origin of the fiery red beads, and didn't even know what it was for. And Yang Kai remembers what the Holy Spirit Winged Tiger told Zhang Yuoxi to tell his owner: if you can enter the deepest part of the temple, you must take away the most useless thing. Among those treasures at the time, apart from the fire bead which seemed the most useless, the others were useful. Whether it was the Pseudo-Emperor Treasure, Supreme Divine Water, or Emperor Charm, Emperor Absolute Pill, are treasures rarely seen from the outside world. So Yang Kai went straight to the bead. No one competed with him for this thing. Let him easily succeed. The second bead shows the color of jade green and was obtained by Yang Kai in the ice lake in the domain of winter. And the third bead was exactly what he exchanged for the round-faced female from 8 Square Sect. If the round-faced female hadn't had such a bead at the time, Yang Kai would not exchange the extremely wonderful pill for anything. This third bead showed a pale yellow color, like the color of a dead leaf, giving people for no reason a feeling of withered flowers and autumn wind. 3 beads, 3 colors, but no matter which one Yang Kai poured into source strength or spiritual mind, there was no response. They have distinct colors, obvious at a glance. Combined with 4 seasons land, people can easily think of spring, summer, autumn, and winter. The full color of jade green undoubtedly represents the surging spring of vitality, while the dazzling red light clearly represents summer. As for the bleak yellowish color, it obviously represents autumn. One season is missing, and bead of winter alone is missing. Yang Kai secretly estimated that if he could find the last bead of winter, he might be able to unlock the mystery contained in these 4 beads, but now Four Seasons Land is closed. Even if he wants to go in and find, it is also impossible to get what you want. Waiting for a while, Yang Kai sighed and put away the 3 Four Seasons beads. Didn't know what the beads were called, so he decided to give them the name of the 4 Seasons beads in the heart. If there is destiny in this life, you may be able to find the last bead, but if it is not destined, you may never see it. The vast star boundary, how difficult is it to find a bead of winter? In general, Yang Kai's gain this time is indeed not much, but it is not a lot. Not to mention the benefits of the tempering of the power of time that he got in the time ladder, and the Emperor Treasure Phoenix Pink Cloud's dress that Zhang Ruoxi got. Yang Kai sorted it out a bit and threw all the messy things that the owner didn't use at all into the mysterious small boundary and stuffed them into embodiment. These things include all kinds of spirit pill, minerals, and even secret treasure found in Space Ring from others. Anyway, embodiment has practiced the Heavens Devourer battle law, supplemented by the natural talent divine ability of Stone Puppet Clan. All things in the world of spiritual energy, devour anything. Today's embodiment, Yang Kai estimated that even if it was given an Emperor treasure, it could be swallowed, absorbed within the body, and turned into a stronger capital. After a while, Yang Kai pinched Spirit Heart with his hand, and shook his figure before flashing directly into the mysterious small boundary. He swept past the spiritual mind, and everything in mysterious small boundary was imprinted in his mind. Embodiment is practicing without any suspense. Stone Puppet's body is totally tireless, so it also spares no effort in practice. And the 2 living people in mysterious small boundary, Zhang Ruoxi and Huaking Zai, also occupy a loft, sit cross-legged there. Perhaps because mysterious boundary bead swallowed a lot of spiritual energy from the sea last time, so after Yang Kai came in this time, I felt that the practice environment here was obviously better. In this way, if there is a chance, it is still necessary for mysterious boundary bead to absorb a little more of the world's spiritual energy from the outside world, at least to encounter the situation like the previous spiritual energy sea. His spiritual mind moved slightly to intentionally concentrate the spiritual energy in the mysterious small boundary in the direction of the attic. This way, Zhang Ruoxi and Huaking Sis practice can be more efficient. Zhang Ruoxi was promoted to Void Return 1 layer in the Four Seasons Land spiritual energy last time. The time is still short and he is still consolidating his own cultivation level. But Yang Kai dare not look down upon her because of her weak cultivation level. This time brought Zhang Ruoxi into Four Seasons Land, and Yang Kai saw a lot of incredible things. He clearly remembers that when Zhang Ruoxi was promoted to the Great Realm of Void Return stage, a huge illusory shadow of valiant and formidable looking suddenly appeared behind him. The illusory shadow was a female body, just like Zhang Ruoxi was enlarged. After countless times, she just took a single mouth and absorbed the energy vortex in the sky. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Ruoxi was promoted successfully without any obstacle. And then, in the passing of time temple, when Zhang Ruoxi was about to be unable to withstand the washing of the years, it was the Holy Spirit Winged Tiger who rescued her and took the initiative. A Phoenix Pink Cloud's dress. If Zhang Ruoxi has no secrets, Yang Kai would not believe it if he was killed. Winged Tiger is an ominous beast. Even in ancient era, it is also a prestigious existence, but the martial artist encountered by it basically has no hope of survival. But this kind of a holy spirit, I was willing to save Zhang Ruoxi. This kind of martial artist. Martial Peak Chapter 2245. Chapter 2245 is so poisonous. Winged Tiger obviously saw something in Zhang Ruoxi that Yang Kai didn't know. And the space spirit Jade, why did it only react to Zhang Ruoxi? What does the Jade by above, the lightning moving picture mean? It's just that Zhang Ruoxi doesn't know his own situation, So Yankai wants to ask a clear question. How can you underestimate such a person who is so secretive that even Winged Tiger is rescued? Yankai now only hopes that she can grow up quickly. Maybe when she becomes stronger, she can unconsciously understand her own mystery. Zhang Yuoxi was in practice. Yankai didn't bother her, but shook her figure and went directly to the attic where Hua Qingzai was. When he appeared, there was no movement, but Hua Qingzai seemed to feel something. Damai slightly frowned. After opening beautiful eyes, he couldn't help but sighed at Yankai and said, "When I came here, say it. It's scary. I didn't know you were so courageous." Yankai grinned. "Four Seasons Land. Is it closed?" Hua Qingzai asked, looking thoughtful. Yankai nodded. "How is the harvest?" "Just so-so." Hua Qingzai couldn't help curl one's lip, and said, "I can't say it sincerely at first sight. Is it something you have gained?" "Good thing?" Yankai said with a smile. "It's a little bit." While talking, he reached out and took out a white and flawless, round spirit pill, and used it pinching with 2 fingers. "This is..." Hua Qingzai's beautiful eyes stared slightly, staring at the spirit pill, showing a dazed look. Although she doesn't know what the spirit pill is and what its purpose is, she instinctively feels that this thing is something extraordinary. Most likely it is something rare in the world. "Either?" Yankai asked with a subtle arc at the corner of his mouth. "Based on the current relationship between you and me, as well as the prerequisites that you can die at any time, plus the color and fragrance of this spirit pill, this should not be a poison pill, or it is not good for me medicine pill, cause you don't need to do this. So, this spirit pill is of great use to me." Hua Qingzai didn't answer Yankai's question right away, but analyzed it by secret place. "I'm already principal source. 3-layer cultivation level, only 1 step away from the Emperor Senior stage. There are really not many spirit pills in this world that are useful to me, and I have never seen or even heard of this spirit pill." While speaking, Hua Qingzai's beautiful eyes gradually brightened. The only explanation is that spirit pill is something that only exists in those legends. She immediately shouted as an impatient, "I want it, I want it, give it to me." Yankai didn't give it to her right away. Instead, Yankai looked at her with a mocking expression, and said, "Is it okay for a woman to say this? Go and die." Hua Qingzai was molested, faces red, and stared at Yankai with gnashing teeth. "You will give it or not?" Yankai slightly smiled, and stopped teasing her, just threw the spirit pill over. Hua Qingzai took it happily. First, he carefully observed it in front of his eyes, but did not see anything famous. Then he leaned forward to sniff the smell, and stretched out his pink tongue and lightly licked. "Is it necessary?" Yankai looked at a black line. "Can I just eat it?" "What spirit pill is this?" Hua Qingzai raises the head asked. "Extremely wonderful pill." As soon as this statement came out, Hua Qingzai was stunned. Beautiful eyes trembled violently, staring at Yankai in disbelief. "You know?" Yankai looked at her slightly unexpectedly. After all, when in 4 Seasons Land, many martial artists did not know Extremely Wonderful Treasure Lotus and Extremely Wonderful Pill. Thanks to Lang Xun's explanation, everyone realized their preciousness. But Hua Qingzai's demeanor, at first glance, he knows the goods. "Why would I not know?" Hua Qingzai, as it should be by rights, replied, his voice trembling inexplicably. "This is famous. Extremely Wonderful Pill. Maybe thousands of years, an extremely wonderful pill that hasn't appeared in a year." She is not exaggerating. Although Extremely Wonderful Treasure Lotus may appear once every other time, Extremely Wonderful Pill is extremely difficult to find, because Extremely Wonderful Treasure Lotus is not consumed or refined within 3 hours after it matures. Pill success. Medicinal power will be exhausted. To be born, Extremely Wonderful Pill must have 2 conditions. Extremely Wonderful Treasure Lotus is born. At the same time that Extremely Wonderful Treasure Lotus was born, there was a skilled alchemy expert in the vicinity. The 2 conditions are met at the same time. It is almost a rare occurrence in countless years. Even if they are met, alchemy expert still needs to perform normally or extraordinary, otherwise, If the refining fails, nothing will be left. This kind of thing has not never happened in history. Alchemy expert was under too much pressure when refining the extremely wonderful pill. As a result, the refining failed and Dan was destroyed. It can be seen that the extremely wonderful pill is precious and rare. Sure enough, I know the goods. Yang Kai grinned. Where did you get it? There is this thing in the Passing of Time temple. Huaking's eye was still very shocked, unable to recover his mind for a long time. I own it, Yang Kai replied. Are you still alchemy expert? Huaking's expression suddenly became strange. No way. Yang Kai complied uncomfortably, and urged, what else are you holding? Eat it. You are now Principal Source 3 layer. After taking it, it may not take long. You can be promoted to Emperor. Is this really for me? Although Huaking's eye asked so, but that hand held the extremely wonderful pill tightly. Why don't I show it to you? Yang Kai was amused by her. After thinking about it, he explained, let's put it this way. Although you are reluctantly with the Divine Soul brand of own, you have concluded a relationship with me that you are not satisfied with, but since there is this bond, I am not afraid that you betray me or reveal my secrets. Moreover, the stronger your strength, the better you are, the greater the role of. I also hope that you can be promoted to the Emperor Senior stage sooner. When the time comes, take you around the world. See who is not pleasing to your eyes, let you out and bite him. Am I a dog? When Huaking's eye began to listen, an expression of touch and gratitude appeared on her pretty face, but the more she listened, the more things were wrong. Her face immediately became cold, and she could almost shave off the one layer frost. Less long-winded, take it quickly. Yang Kai cold snort. I understand. Huaking's eye squinted at him, sneered. You, a knife mouth, tofu heart, want to show others good, but you are sorry, afraid of overdoing it. Shake the dominance of own, but it is so vicious and ruthless on his lips. You are believing or not I took you naked and threw you out? Yang Kai threatened fiercely, some fly into the feeling of rage out of humiliation. Come to Kaya. Huaking's pretty face showed a blush, and challenged Yang Kai. If you dare to do this, I will be full of the world when the time comes and proclaim that the old lady is your woman. See if your head is green or not. So poisonous? Yang Kai turned pale with fright. Hum hum. Huaking's eye sneered. If you are afraid, call elder sister obediently. I may not let you be merciful. Count you ruthless? Yang Kai yelled angrily, gritted his teeth, shaking his figure and left mysterious small boundary. Continue to pester this crazy woman. He is afraid that the owner will be overwhelmed. Don't go. I haven't finished speaking yet. Huaking's eye called out quickly, but there was no answer. For a while, she squeezed her red lips, looked at the extremely wonderful pill in the hand of the owner, and said to herself, so it seems that if I hadn't seen a little of his secret at the time, it won't fall into this realm now. But if you don't fall here, you won't be able to get this extremely wonderful pill. It's a blessing and misfortune. That's all. For this spirit pill, he has been locked up for 100 years. What's wrong? While speaking, a smile appeared on her face. Although she has a cultivation level of Principal Source 3 layer, she has no confidence in being promoted to Emperor. Her cultivation level is all dependent on steady and time accumulation. Slowly rise up. How to break through this level and to spy on the mystery of the Emperor Senior stage, she has never been able to understand. When she was at Star Soul Palace, she also looked for opportunities to consult those powerhouses in the palace, but no one can give her a satisfactory answer, no one can guide her a bright path. She secretly felt that if there is no special chance in this life, it is impossible to touch the mystery of the Emperor Senior stage. And now, this extremely rare opportunity suddenly appeared in front of her. How can Huaking's eye not be excited in her heart? The reason why she knows the extremely wonderful pill is precisely because it is hopeless to be promoted to the Emperor. She deliberately checked the ancient book of the Star Soul Palace and wanted to know what spirit pill wonderful medicine in this world can assist the owner. And all ancient books recorded the words extremely wonderful pill. The ancient book says that this is a spirit pill that goes straight to the Emperor. As long as the aptitude is not too bad and the perception is not too low, After taking it, you can be promoted to the Emperor Senior stage in time. As for the martial artist from the practice to principal source 3 layer, which aptitude is not enough. All it takes is the length of time. A guy like Xia Sheng Wuchang can be promoted to Emperor within 5 years or even within 3 years after taking it. The aptitude is a bit short, 10 years, 20 years. But what about 100 years? As long as you can be promoted to the Emperor Senior stage, the long wait is worthwhile. This is already a great gift. Hua Qingzai asked himself that the relationship between On and Yang Kai's was just a master and servant forced by the Divine Soul brand, but he didn't expect that the other party was willing to give On such a spirit pill. This person's generosity and open-mindedness really surprised her. During meditation, Hua Qingzai didn't hesitate anymore, and directly stuffed that extremely wonderful pill into his entrance. Since she knows the extremely wonderful pill, it is clear that the sooner she takes it, the better. Spirit pill enters the abdomen, she immediately sits cross-legged, silently cultivates and resolves medicine efficacy. At the same time, in the palace wing of Fei Yinfeng, Yang Kai appeared embarrassed, foul-mouthed, and seemed quite depressed. The extremely wonderful pill that was refined is not just 4 pill success as he told others, but 5. When the pill tribulation came, Liu Yan wrapped the extremely wonderful pill and hid in mysterious small boundary, and took away all the spirit pills, and after the pill tribulation, all the people hadn't recovered. Yang Kai quietly put 4 of them back, and everything was unaware. Martial Peak Chapter 2246 Chapter 2246 Purple Sun Mysterious Light Cover. With Yang Kai's current cultivation level and alchemy expert level, 5 pill success can be made at one time when refining the extremely wonderful pill, and luck is the big part. He secretly estimated that On can only have 3 pill success. But he didn't expect that when the final result came out, a big surprise appeared before his eyes. The only pity that Yang Kai feels is that among the 5 spirit pills, even one with a pill mark did not appear. This is also excusable. Extremely wonderful pill is not easy to be born. If a pill mark is reproduced, it would be too bad. In the next few days, Yang Kai has been living on Feiyan Peak. Apart from practicing peace of mind, he patiently waits for news from Azure Sun Temple. Finding tribulation fruit is by no means a two-day effort. The reason why Yang Kai gave the 3-month deadline is entirely for Kinya's consideration. Her body and age can no longer wait. Azure Sun Temple is her, and Yang Kai's only hope. Feiyan Peak is remote and very quiet in the Azure Sun mountain range, so no one comes to disturb Yang Kai. What made Yang Kai didn't expect was that after a few days of work, there was an unexpected visitor. The visitor was actually Gao Xuting. This made him extremely surprised, and he would not neglect him, and would welcome Gao Xuting into the hall to accompany him. He thought that Gao Xuting came to look for the owner, but he didn't want it to be what the owner imagined. This cold temperament Emperor Senior Stage powerhouse spent most of the day here in Yang Kai, just like an elder asked juniors practice in the same situation, and asked Yang Kai some questions about martial Dao. Yang Kai thought carefully and answered one after another. Judging from Gao Xuting's complexion, she didn't know the answer that made her satisfied. It's rare to have such a close contact with the Emperor Senior Stage powerhouse. Yang Kai also took the opportunity to ask some things that the owner didn't understand. Gao Xuting didn't mean to hide himself, so try to use it. Explain to him in plain and understandable words. Yang Kai has gained a lot. It's coming. Gao Xuting proposed to try Yang Kai's spiritual mind. Although Yang Kai felt puzzled about this, he did not refuse, and slightly condensed divine consciousness and blasted towards Gao Xuting. The other party naturally accepted it safely, indifferent, but he gave Yang Kai a deep look, seeming to see that he was using no full force. Finally, Gao Xuting left something for Yang Kai and left. After sending Gao Xuting away, Yang Kai was confused, wondering what Elder Gao wanted to do when he came to find the owner. From the last contact with her to Four Seasons Land, Gao Xuting is not a good person to get along with. Her uncomfortable relationship is not because of her bad temper and bad personality, but because of her anger and coldness, her face will always resist beyond 1,000 li, and strangers should not enter. In fact, Yang Kai can feel that Gao Xuting is not bad. Looking at something on his hand, Yang Kai brows slightly wrinkle, and muttered to himself, without head and tail, "What is this?" The thing that Gao Xuting gave to him before he left is impressive. The thing looks like a small bell, about palm size, rings of light flowing. It looks very mysterious, and it also emits inside not weak energy fluctuations. Gao Xuting calls it Purple Sun Mysterious Light Cover. This is a principal source grade low rank secret treasure. Moreover, it is not a normal secret treasure, it is Divine Soul Secret Treasure. The so-called Divine Soul Secret Treasure is often made of extremely special materials. Only martial artists can use spiritual mind to utilize things. Source strength has no effect on this secret treasure. Divine Soul Secret Treasure, in terms of rarity and value, is several grades stronger than the general secret treasure. So don't look at this little clock as there is only principal source grade low rank, but the real value is by no means under the general principal source grade high rank secret treasure, or even worse. The form of this little bell will know when you see it, and it is also a defensive secret treasure. If it is refined into the body, it can protect the consciousness C and the divine soul without being hurt by foreign objects. Yang Kai really doesn't have divine soul secret treasure. When he was still very weak, he had an attack sword, but with the improvement of his strength, that thing has long been eliminated. Moreover, he also comprehended Life Lotus secret technique by himself. Its attack is powerful and secretive, and it is also in most divine soul secret treasure above. So until now, he did not consider collecting this type of secret treasure. The thing that Gao Xuting gave him is a shortcoming. With the support of this secret treasure, supplemented by Yang Kai's powerful divine with the power of soul, others want to hurt his consciousness see through a sneak attack, which is probably difficult to do. The so-called elder gift, I dare not give up. Although Yang Kai is not a temple discipline, Gao Xuting is also the Emperor Senior Stage powerhouse. So when she gave Yang Kai this secret treasure, Yang Kai didn't think much about it. Thanks for taking it. At this moment, it seems that it takes time to refining. Now there is nothing wrong with me, just waiting for news, and I will start refining secret treasure. Thinking of this, Yang Kai no longer hesitated. Under the sit cross-legged, spiritual mind came out through the body and shrouded in the purple sun mysterious light cover. It's been 10 days since Leo. In the past 10 days, Yang Kai has been sitting cross-legged in the wing room, working hard to refining purple sun mysterious light cover. Through these days of hard work, he is also worthy of refining the restriction of secret treasure to 1/3, which can be included in the consciousness C, barely able to urge it to emit a little power. But if you want to completely refining, you need more time accumulation. This purple sun mysterious light cover is worthy of the principal source grade low rank divine soul secret treasure. The function seems to be extremely powerful. Only now, it turns into a one-layer purple light barrier and is enveloped in yang. On the periphery of Ki's consciousness C, a strong one-layer protection is formed. If others want to hurt Yang Kai consciousness C, they must first break through this one-layer purple protection. Because the refining has not been completed yet, Yang Kai doesn't know if it has any side functions, but this alone is enough to make people look forward to. On this day, Yang Kai suddenly felt something and quickly opened his eyes and looked out. Just as he opened the curtain, a voice of a person rang outside the door and shouted, "Brother Yang, I'm coming to see you." When Yang Kai heard this voice, he knew that the speaker was Xie Sheng. Antone barely fell. Xie Sheng has already pushed the door and entered. The voice of another person sounded, "Senior brother, they haven't invited you in yet. If you do this, what if you interfere with his practice?" This person is impressive. It is Xiao Bei. Yes, maybe junior brother Yang is comprehending what secret technique. Senior brother, don't be so rash. Murong Xiao's voice also sounded, seemingly worried. Xie Sheng hearing this, an embarrassing expression could not help appearing on her face. In a dilemma, scratching her head, whispered, "What should I do?" I yelled, "It's okay, please come in." Yang Kai complied. The expression on Xia Sheng's face suddenly loosened, laughing heartily, and stepping in. "Nagging," Xiao Bei said, and walked in. Not much time. A few people appeared in front of Yang Kai. What surprised Yang Kai was that in addition to the three of Xia Sheng, Xiao Bei and Murong Xiao, the Shimuji was there. He and Yang Kai are not familiar with each other, they only met a few times, so at this moment they are just nodded to each other, which is regarded as greetings. It was Xia Sheng who introduced them to each other enthusiastically. This guest room is primitive, so Yang Kai did not invite them to sit down, but looked at Xia Sheng and said, "A few of you are coming together. Do you have anything to tell me?" Xia Sheng slightly nodded, mysterious smiled, and said, "Palace Master Summon, I wait." "Me too?" Yang Kai frowned. "These people in front of you are all Azure Sun Temple's elites. Being summoned is as it should be by rights." You can see the meaning of Xia Sheng's words. Even On is summoned. It makes Yang Kai a little confused. "Exactly." Xia Sheng nodded, and said, "Palace Master specially asked me to wait here and bring Brother Yang to see him." "You know what is it?" Yang Kai asked. "Good thing." Xia Sheng grinned. At the moment, Xiao Bei said next to him, "When we left last time, the Palace Master said that I think we probably got the reward this time." "Reward?" Yang Kai had a strange expression. "But, I have made a request with Palace Master Wen. What else would Palace Master Wen reward me?" Xia Sheng smiled, said, "How can that small request be worthy of your 6-star seals?" "Palace Master he has always rewarded and punished clearly. Brother Yang, you have made such a huge contribution for the temple, but not just a small request can offset it." Yes, Xiao Bei nodded. "You have also noticed that this time the Palace Master Summon is only a few of us, and a few of us have got the extra star seal. People, Xiao, Shen Junior brother, you can get a reward just by turning in 1-star seal, let alone turning in 6 of them." "Stop talking, let's go." "My impatient wants to know what Palace Master he will reward me." Xia Sheng looked impatient. "Then ... you have to lead the way," Yang Kai said politely. At the moment, a group of 5 people each performed their secret technique and flew towards Azure Sun Temple main peak. In a short time, a few people came to the place of Myriad Saints Peak and left for the main hall of Myriad Saints Peak. However, when he crossed the gate of the palace, Yang Kai suddenly changed its complexion. At this moment, he felt a mysterious power suddenly appear, blessing on the owner, and he didn't wait for him to make any response. A feeling of weightlessness passed over. After a few people passed through the gate of the temple, Yang Kai was nowhere to be seen. "Where is Brother Yang?" Xia Sheng complexion greatly changed. Horrified, Xiao Bei, Murong Xiao, Shimuji and the others are also complexion but dignified. "Don't worry, he was called alone by the Palace Master to talk." One person's voice suddenly came from the front, and everyone looked up and found that the speaker was Gao Xuting. At this moment, elder girl facing the crowd, standing quietly, like a blooming white lotus flower, clear and distant. Several people looked at each other. Although they don't know why Wen Zishan wanted to take Yang Kai away alone, they didn't worry anymore. They said in unison, "I have seen Elder Gao." Martial Peak Chapter 2247 Chapter 2247 Divine Movement Mirror. At the same time, Yang Kai secretive appeared in a wing room of Myriad Saints Peak Palace. Regaining control of himself, Yang Kai immediately assumed a defensive posture and looked all around. But see, not far ahead, Wen Zishan lay on a chair lazily, looking at him with a smile. "I have seen Palace Master Wen," Yang Kai said with a straight face, holds the fist saying. Wen Zishan nodded and said, "You are welcome." He stood up, wandered to the table, picked up a wine bottle from the table, and then mentioned it. "Fill the owner with a jar of wine." In an instant, fragrance filled the house. He took a sip, and put on a look of ecstasy, his face's endless aftertaste. Looking at him, Yang Kai's mouth twitched slightly, but he didn't bother him, just waited quietly. For a long time, Wen Zishan seemed to come back to his senses from that refreshing energy, with a satisfied expression on his face, opened the mouth and said, "You should know the purpose of calling you here, right?" Yang Kai groaned, opened the mouth and said, "I heard some speculations from elder brother Xia." Hee. Wen Zishan smiled, "The kid is very cautious. I'm calling you over. Indeed, I want to give you a reward. Although you made a request to this king a few days ago, that request is not enough to offset the contribution you made for the temple. It's just that you are not me. The temple discipline is an outsider. In terms of rewards, this king is embarrassed. Consider it for a long time. The kid is not demanding." Yang Kai slightly smiled. Wen Zishan said, "What kind of reward do you want for your own? Let's listen to it. If you can, this king can satisfy you." He threw the initiative away to Yang Kai. This approach seems generous and open-minded, but Yang Kai knows exactly what is going on, because he is nothing but Principal Source 1 layer martial artist, and Wen Zishan is Emperor Senior 3 layer, and even the leader of the school. So it is very precious and rare for Yang Kai. Maybe it will be commonplace in front of Wen Zishan. If Yang Kai proposes the reward content, Wen Zishan may not be able to easily achieve it. How can Yang Kai be so stupid? Such a rare opportunity, he will naturally not miss it easily. He just said, "What reward can Palace Master Wen give to the kid?" Hearing this, Wen Zishan showed approving eyes. When the eyes of the two people meet, everything is silent. For a moment of silence, Wen Zishan said, "Combined with the number of star seals you handed over, this king can be the master. Open the temple treasury gate, and let you enter and choose 3 things to bring out." Yang Kai's eyes suddenly brightened. Wen Zishan said, "But as Yuesun Temple is the sect's treasure house gate, not his own. As Yuesun Temple is one of the top sects in South Territory, the treasure house is naturally rare and countless. Yang if Kai can really get in and take away the 3 things, he might be able to increase his strength by leaps and bounds." Wen Zishan said in a provocative tone, "In the temple treasury, there are countless secret treasures, and there are 2 emperor treasures, but the emperor treasure, what it is and where you need to search for, I won't tell you. Apart from this, there are all kinds of spirit pill wonderful medicine that are hard to find outside, and the cultivation technique secret book that has never been spread. Your cultivation level, no matter what, is a great opportunity. Moreover, there are many practical experience and insights of the Emperor Senior Stage Powerhouse." Yang Kai's breathing is slowly rising. He really didn't expect that Wen Zishan was so generous to own. Own is also an outsider. No matter what, he is willing to open the door to his treasure house. This alone is enough to make Yang Kai grateful. But Wen Zishan said these are precious and rare, but they still can't make Yang Kai make up his mind right away, because Emperor Treasure is not rare, and Spirit Pill wonderful medicine can also be refined by himself, not for special needs. He can also ignore the cultivation technique secret book and so on, because even if he took it, he didn't have that many time to practice. On the contrary, it was the practice and sentimental experience of the Emperor Senior Stage Powerhouse that made Yang Kai slightly tempted. These things can save him a lot of time and avoid a lot of detours. Wen Zishan was a little surprised when his expression changed. "Why? None of these things can attract you?" Yang Kai took a deep breath and said, "Palace Master Wen, forgive me, I just don't know how to decide." Wen Zishan smiled and said, "This king understands. If you don't like these things, it's not like this king. How about passing your divine art secret technique in person?" Yang Kai raises the head and looked at him, said solemnly, "Palace Master Wen, I can ask elder brother Xia what they can get this time reward. It's also to enter the treasure house and choose 3 things to bring out." As soon as these words came out, Wen Zishan's smile immediately became meaningful, and he stretched out the hand points at Yang Kai saying, "The kid asked, the idea is up. It looks like elder brother Xia, the rewards they can get are a little different from mine." Yang Kai knows. Yes, they are indeed different. After all, they are a temple discipline, and you are not. Wen Zishan admitted bluntly. He didn't worry about Yang Kai's emotions. because the facts are here. After all, there are still differences between closeness and estrangement. But he turned around and said, you also have the opportunity to get the same reward as them. But I don't know if you want it. I'd like to hear the details. Yang Kai expression Yesu, although he does not know what kind of rewards Xie Sheng and the others can get. Since Wen Zishan admits that the rewards are different, it means that the rewards of Xie Sheng and the others are better. Since there is this opportunity, Yang Kai certainly has to fight for it. But he was very curious what kind of reward it was. It was better than choosing 3 of them in the treasure house. Wen Zishan did not answer him immediately this time, but instead opened the mouth and said, you know, why did this king create a Zhou Sun temple here? Yang Kai, I thought that it was a matter of hundreds of thousands of years. How do I know such things? Although he was muttering in his heart, but on the surface he put on an air of asking for advice. I don't know. Of course it is because there is something very special here. Wen Zishan said, while speaking, in his eyes flashed the memory of the expression, and then said, 800 years ago, this king accidentally passed by the Azure Sun mountain range and found something, and that thing was magical and had a secretive function. This king was already the Emperor Senior 3-layer at that time. I wanted to collect it, but unfortunately I didn't succeed. I could only stay here temporarily, and as time passed, this place gradually gained the scale of sect. This king simply created a Zhou Sun temple. Compared with other top sects in South Territory, this temple has a short inheritance time. But why can it have the ability to compete with other top sects? Yang Kai's heart moved, whispered, could it be that because of that thing? Wen Zishan suddenly showed a teachable expression, and said, yes, although this king is the Emperor Senior 3-layer, strength it is not weaker than other sect master palace masters. But the strength of a sect is not just a matter of one person. It requires a lot of mainstay support. As your Sun Temple can develop to its current scale, and the role of the thing is indispensable. I don't know ... what the hell is that thing? Yang Kai was also curious when he heard this. I really couldn't understand what could make a sect flourish to the level of this kind of now. When Zishan stared at Yang Kai with a solemn expression, spit out 3 words. Divine movement mirror, divine movement boundary. Yang Kai looked blank. It's not the divine movement boundary, you know, it's the divine movement mirror, the mirror of the mirror. When Zishan explained, this is a foreign body that exists at the beginning of the birth of heaven and earth, and the inside becomes a world by itself, and that world is very different from the one we are in now. As for the difference, this king won't explain to you. If you have a chance to enter it, you will know it naturally, and after entering it, martial artist can also get a huge improvement in strength. Back then, this king explored in it, but failed to crack the key to this thing. For hundreds of years, most of the temple elite disciple have entered it. Anyone who can survive can come out. It's much stronger. Star Soul Palace has 5 colors treasure tower. Plain Palace has stellar astral wind. Heavenly Martial Holy Land has martial intent temple. These all are the roots of their respective sects. This is the reason why sect has been standing forever. When Zishan expression proudly said, and my Azure Sun Temple, there is divine movement mirror. If the divine movement mirror is not broken, my temple can always be inherited for a long time. Can the kid go in? Yang Kai asked fiercely. When Zishan grinned and said, originally, you are an outsider. This king is impossible to let you enter it anyway. The secret of divine movement mirror, even in the temple, is only if you have entered. People know that they have never heard of other disciplines. As for other sects, naturally they don't know, but this time your contribution is not small. If this king doesn't let you in, it's a bit unreasonable, so you can go in, and it's not in compliance. Hearing this, Yang Kai suddenly opened the mouth and said, Palace Master Wen, still remember the last time I Yi time of Great War, you said however, if I win, you will promise my one not to be an excessive request. When Zishan hearing this startled, looked at Yang Kai and said, what? You want to use this request here? Question mark. Yes. Yang Kai nodded, plus I contributed 6 star seals to the temple. Shouldn't it be a problem? No, the problem is that it's okay. When Zishan groaned, "You're all here, but are you sure you want to do this? You don't even know what divine movement mirror can bring you." Yang Kai said with a smile, "Elder brother Xia, since they got this reward, it means that this is the best reward. Since it is the best, then what am I hesitating about?" "Okay." When Zishan sighed, "In that case, this king has promised you, but you also have to make an oath that the secret of the divine movement mirror shall not be revealed to anyone in this life. Otherwise, kid, understand?" Yang Kai nodded, immediately solemnly swears in front of Wen Zishan. Martial Peak Chapter 2248 Chapter 2248 Melting Cave. Half a day later, Yang Kai returns to Feiyan Peak from Wen Zishan. In this half-day time, Wen Zishan explained to Yang Kai the mystery of Divine Movement Mirror in detail. The more Yang Kai learns about Divine Movement Mirror, the more surprised it is that such a rare can be born in this world. Treasure, there is such a secretive space. Wen Zishan is right. As long as he can enter the Divine Movement Mirror and live out, the improvement of any martial artist will be tremendous. This improvement is not simply an improvement in strength. It is the foundation of the whole person. And the improvement of comprehensive ability is of great significance to any martial artist. At this point, he finally understands why Guo Xuting suddenly came to look for Ona a few days ago, and before he left, he gave Ona Purple Sun mysterious light cover. She was either about it. I had expected it to be a rainy day, so I specially gave the Ona a Divine Soul Defense secret treasure, in order to let Yang Kai have a one-layer security after entering the Divine Movement Mirror. Thinking of this, Yang Kai's heart chuckles. After thinking for a while, his face revealed a bitter smile and whispered, "Jiang is still hot." So I said this because Ona wanted to understand one thing. Ona entered the Divine Movement Mirror when Zishan and the others had already negotiated it probably 10 days ago. But today, the Palace Master Wen is so difficult, and many times in his words faintly point out that the rewards obtained by Xia Sheng and the others are different from Yang Kai's, in order to lure Yang Kai to use him the previous promise. In other words, even if Yang Kai does not use Wen Zishan to promise him a promise that is not too demanding, he should be able to enter the Divine Movement Mirror. The matter is over. Regret is useless. Yang Kai felt that the owner should thank Wen Zishan instead. He opened up the big secret of Azure Sun Temple to an outsider and gave the owner a chance to enter the Divine Movement Mirror. Why not use that promise? "I will enter the Divine Movement Mirror tomorrow." So after Yang Kai returns to Feiyan Peak, he is not in a hurry to go to the Purple Sun Mysterious Light Cover. Because of the half-day of trifling, no matter how much you do, not much effect anymore. He just sat cross-legged and adjusted his state to the best. The next day, early in the morning, Yang Kai eyes opened the curtain, and the divine light gleamed in his eyes. Apparently well rested, immediately, he set off to a certain direction deep in the Azure Sun mountain range. After about 1 hour, at the foot of a peak, Yang Kai fell into shape. In the open space above over there are already 4 silhouettes standing. Yang Kai glanced at it and found that the 4 were Xia Sheng, Xiao Bei and the others. Murong Xiao Xiao and Shenmuji were also there. It's column. Ha! I knew that brother Yang would definitely come. Xia Sheng looked over with a laugh when he saw Yang Kai. Xiao Bei had a shocked look, because he thought Divine Movement Mirror was related to sects' secrets. Even if the credit is great, Yang Kai, an outsider, would be impossible to enter, but he didn't want his palace master to be generous so much. Junior brother Yang, Murong Xiao Xiao smiled at Yang Kai, and nodded in greeting. Brother Yang, Shenmuji also cupped one fist in the other hand slightly. Although he and Yang Kai are not familiar with each other now, at least they have said a few words, and this everyone wants to enter the Divine Movement Mirror. They must support each other and help each other. There is no problem in establishing a relationship in advance. Yang Kai also cupped one fist in the other hand in response. One after another met everyone, and exchanged a few words with them, and then the conversation changed and said, This time only a few of us enter? There is no elder leading the team, Xie Sheng said with a smile. Naturally, there is. Divine Movement Mirror is said to be dangerous, and the temple is not assured that we are alone in the principal source stage. If you enter, you should send Elder of the Emperor Senior Stage to assist. I just don't know who it is, Shimuji said with a smile. Xie Sheng's face turned dark, whispered, don't be Elder Gao. The last time I went to Four Seasons Land, he was caught by Gao Xuting on the way back and forth. He left the boat downstairs, and was quite afraid of Gao Xuting. After speaking, Xie Sheng turned his head suspiciously again, looking at Murong Xiao, with a puzzled expression. Xiao, did you rest well last night? Why did your eyelids jump? It's not. Murong Xiao replied quietly, with an anxious expression on his face. HMPH. Xiao Bei cold snort, turning his gaze away. Shimuji and Yang Kai are raising their head to look at the sky, one looking down at the ground. Xie Sheng suddenly seemed to understand something, and he couldn't help but shivered. Behind that, a chill came, as if there was a peerless demon god standing behind him. The tall silhouette obscured the sky and the earth, making Xie Sheng's whole person like an ice cellar. Ha ha. He suddenly forced a smile. What did I say just now? Before he finished speaking, there was a pain in his head, seemed to be knocked fiercely by someone, and then the whole person fell on the ground, crawling there in a big font, motionless. Follow this palace master, Gao Xuting said lightly, then turned and flew upwards. Yes. Several people complied, following Gao Xuting behind. Before leaving, Murong Xiao glanced at Xie Sheng sympathetically, but didn't have the courage to pull him up, and could only pray silently for senior brother in the heart. Along the way, Gao Xuting didn't say a word, which made several disciplines feel great pressure. For some reason, being with Gao Xuting, all the disciplines are involuntarily reserved. It seems she was shocked by her cold aura. Not much time, everyone came to the summit. On the top of this peak, there is a cliff facing the abyss, flat and smooth. Gao Xuting just volleyed in front of the cliff. Yang Kai and the others stood about 30 feet away from Gao Xuting, and they all looked at this place curiously. Yang Kai's curiosity is excusable, because he is not an Azure Sun Temple disciple, and everything in this place is extremely strange. But Xiao Bei and the others are different. Although they are in Azure Sun Temple, I have lived here for a long time, have been seeking teachers and learning arts here, and have passed by here many times, but I have never paid much attention to this place. I just thought it was an ordinary mountain, but I didn't want it. This place actually hides a big sky secret. After entering the meeting, don't watch what you shouldn't look at, don't say what you shouldn't say. Gao Xuting suddenly exhorted, especially you. Speaking of the last sentence, her majestic gaze has turned to Xie Sheng, who is hiding behind Murong Xiao. I don't know when he caught up. Disciple is now dumb. When Xie Sheng heard it, he immediately reached out and swiped his own mouth, like it's like sewing the mouth with invisible needle and thread. Gao Xuting turned his head, facing the flat cliff, and exclaimed, Grandma, you can be here. Xuting is ordered by Sect Master to bring a few disciplines into the Divine Movement Mirror. Please Grandma to turn on the restriction! Her tone is extremely polite, even when facing Wen Zishan and Kuran. She has not been so polite. For Wen Zishan, that's all. Gao Xuting seems to be brought up by Wen Zishan. The two people have a close relationship, and Wen Zishan often makes words and deeds that make Gao Xuting angry. Naturally no respect from Gao Xuting, but Kuran, as the Azure Sun Temple Vice Palace Master, has a cultivation level of Emperor Senior 2 layer, and has never been treated so politely by Gao Xuting. Moreover, Yang Kai faintly felt that in addition to politeness, Gao Xuting's expression contained a hint of caution and tension. In addition to her self-proclaimed statement, it seems that the owner is a junior. Yang Kai immediately guessed that the Grandma Yu who guards the forbidden area should be an old antique level character, and his temper should be extremely not good. This speculation surprised Yang Kai. because he didn't expect that in this Azure Sun Temple, there are even this kind of characters. Gao Xuting has been waiting after shouting out the words. After 2.5 minutes, a splendid light suddenly flashed on the cliff in front of him. Then, a cave appeared in the originally empty cliff. Seeing this, Gao Xuting said in a low voice to everyone, "Follow up." This was just a flash, and rushed towards the cave. The others follow closely from behind. After entering the cave, a gloomy and cold atmosphere immediately enveloped everyone. Even though the lowest strength of the people present was the principal source stage, they were still involuntarily cold and got goosebumps. The cave is quiet and the light is faint. Gao Xuting leads the way in the front, and everyone follows behind with a deep foot and a shallow foot. No one spoke, and even the breathing sound was suppressed to the limit. Only the faint heartbeat sounded constantly, adding to this strange atmosphere. The road in the cave has 9 bends and 18 bends, turning around, and Gao Xuting seems to be walking in the middle of the mountain with everyone. After walking for a long time, a little rays of light suddenly appeared in front of me. After a short while, everyone came directly to a spacious and huge cave. Looking at it, the inside of this cave is neat and monotonous, not at all, and in the center, a twinkling splendid light, about the size of a tabletop, stands there like a mirror. Everyone's expression was shocked, and they immediately understood that it was the rumored divine movement mirror. Everyone looked over there and wanted to see a clear. But when everyone looked at it, they found that the divine movement mirror was actually extremely mysterious. The originally flat mirror suddenly turned into a huge vortex, revealing an unimaginable attraction, and then, everyone consciousness rolled, divine soul restless, as if even the soul was sucked away. Turned pale with fright, everyone quickly looked away. No one dared to pay attention to the weird existence anymore. Each and every one had a cold sweat. Young people always have to suffer a bit to know how small an own is. HMPH. Suddenly, a harsh voice sounded, echoing in this spacious cave. It makes people feel uncomfortable when they get up. If I really want to describe it, the sound is like the sound of 2 pieces of iron rubbing hard together. Yang Kai and the others felt numb on the scalp after listening. With the sound of the sound, a silhouette appeared in front of everyone so strangely. No one found out when she appeared. It seems that even Gao Xuting within the body source strength surging subconsciously at the moment when this person appeared. But very converge soon. Martial Peak Chapter 2249. Chapter 2249. Grandma, you please ask for a monthly pass during the double period. P.S. Watch the exclusive story behind Martial Peak, listen to your more suggestions on the novel, and follow the Starting Point Chinese official account. Add friends on WeChat. Add official account enter Dread. Let me know quietly. It's May Day. I wish you all a good time, and friends who are still at work have a good time. By the way, please ask for a monthly pass. I have seen Grandma. Gao Xuting looked at him, and his silhouette holds the fist saying. Yang Kai and the others also hurriedly looked at the people, and found that the silhouette of Grandma Yu was extremely small, about to reach Yang Kai's chest, with his waist hunched and a crutch in his hand. The whole person looked weak and trembling. And Grandma Yao's face is simply not ugly to describe her face. Her face is full of pits, traces of erosion over time, countless folds. There are even many old people on her face above. Madara seems to be alive soon. Only a pair of clear eyes, scorching. Everybody feels hairy when facing those eyes. This kind of honor and look in the eyes, the first word reminiscent of is Muerong Xiao, who is a little bit less courageous, has a pretty face that is slightly pale now. Even the men of Yang Kai are very uncomfortable. But when they arrived, they didn't dare to be polite, so they immediately cupped one fist in the other hand and shouted, "I have seen Senior." Grandma Yu slightly nodded, and did not say much, just swept the eyes. At the same time, a spiritual mind that was almost suffocating, swept everyone's bodies. Yang Kai turned pale with fright, staring at the old woman in front of her in shock, because he discovered that the other's spiritual mind was incredibly powerful. It was just as powerful as the Aunt Feng he had seen before. And Aunt Feng is the powerhouse of the Emperor Senior 3-layer, and he is a figure comparable to Wen Zishan. But the energy fluctuations emitted by this Grandma Yu body should not be less than Emperor Senior 3-layer. According to Yang Kai's experience, she should only have Emperor Senior 1-layer level. In other words, although this old woman only has the cultivation level of Emperor Senior 1-layer, spiritual mind is comparable to Emperor Senior 3-layer. I don't know if it is because of her natural talent. The reason for keeping Divine Movement Mirror all year round. Yang Kai secretly feels that the latter kind of probability is huge, because according to Wen Zishan, the greatest magical effect of Divine Movement Mirror is to enhance the spiritual mind of martial artist. She guards the Divine Movement Mirror here all year round, and she must have benefited greatly from this rare treasure. After Grandma Yu's spiritual mind swept over the crowd, it turned its gaze to Yang Kai all of a sudden, as if to find something. Gigi gave a strange smile. Little brat, interesting. Gao Xuting glanced at Yang Kai. Deus' eyebrows were slightly wrinkled, but he didn't say much. And Grandma Yu only made this remark, so he didn't comment on Yang Kai, but said in a harsh voice, others are still so-so. Gao Xuting, a cup one fist in the other hand, said, it's time for Grandma to send them to the Divine Movement Mirror. HMPH. Wen Zishan, that little bastard. Just no call me an old woman. After Grandma Yu hearing this, she suddenly cursed. Yang Kai and the others were shocked at that time, looking dumbstruck at the old woman in front of them. Unimaginable. Wen Zishan is also the Azure Sun Temple Palace Master anyway. Since this Grandma Yu was ordered to guard the forbidden area, he should obviously be a person from the temple. As a martial artist of the temple, he dared to speak so badly, with so many people scolding Palace Master as a little beast. How do you think about this? How do you feel wrong? And after Grandma Yu finished cursing, he turned his head and glared at a few people with sharp eyes like a falcon, fiercely. What? He trapped the old woman here? The old woman cursed. He can't say anything. What do you think? Everyone shook their heads into rattles. They just felt that this sentence was so informative. On the other side, Gao Xuting Dai frowned, opened the mouth and said, Grandma, you will be here, just because of the bet, that's all, with the Palace Master. Why do you? What do you know? Grandma Yu really had a bad temper. After cursing Wen Zishan, he rushed to Gao Xuting and said excitedly, you were just a little hairy girl. What do you know? Wen Zishan, this bastard, if not told the woman is not his opponent, she has already broken him into pieces. She seemed to recall something very bad, so she babbled endlessly, and while she cursed, she beat the crutch in her hand. The dong-dong sounded, and the whole cave made a huge sound. Yang Kai and the others stood in place, watching with trepidation, lest the old woman went crazy and attacked them. From the perspective of her powerful spiritual mind, which is comparable to the Emperor Senior 3-layer, Gao Xuting may not be able to protect them if she really does it suddenly. Fortunately, although Grandma Yu is very angry, but not to the point of losing her mind, so she just cursed for a while, then suddenly shut up, stove in place panting, seemingly tired. And Gao Xuting's complexion is also extremely ugly. He endured the impatience in his heart and didn't dare to interrupt her rashly. Only when she finished cursing, he said, Grandma, let's send them in first. The old man knows. The old woman replied impatiently and turned to look at Gao Xuting and said, do you want to go in this time? Gao Xuting replied, I want. Well, then you will find a stone chamber each. After Grandma Yu finished speaking, he suddenly pointed his crutches forward. Following the direction she directed, Yang Kai and the others noticed that in the mysterious Divine Movement Mirror all around, there is a stone chamber built by humans standing all around. Each there is a restriction token hanging on the door of the stone chamber. Roughly counting, there are 10 in total in this stone chamber, which is a semicircle surrounding the Divine Movement Mirror. Gao Xuting explained, how to enter the Divine Movement Mirror. I think you all already know it. That is only the Divine Soul Spirit body can enter. So after we enter the forbidden area, the flesh body cannot in action. These stone chambers were created by the Palace Master. During your divine consciousness tour of the divine movement mirror, as long as you turn on the restriction, you can protect yourself. Without the restriction token or the Palace Master, there will be no one. It can destroy the stone chamber and damage your flesh body. Everyone listened, nodded, said he understood. It's not to prevent old women. Grandma Yu cold snorted dissatisfiedly and said with a smile, since you are so worried about the old woman, wouldn't it be enough to just kill me? Supplemented by important tasks, let me watch the old woman guard this forbidden area. She was talking to herself, and no one paid any attention to her. But Yang Kai and the others know that she is telling the truth. When Zishan specially created these stone chambers to protect those divine soul spirit body from entering the divine movement mirror's discipline, it should be to guard against Grandma Yu. After all, Grandma Yu feels too dangerous. No one knows what she will do, in case they damage their flesh when they enter the divine movement mirror body. I am afraid that everyone will be trapped in the divine movement mirror for a lifetime and cannot come out. While she was talking, everyone had searched for a stone chamber, took the restriction token hung on the door, and walked in. Gao Xuting did not rush to enter, but was stove in place, explaining to everyone how to use the restriction token. Not much time. Everyone has already understood that the door of the stone chamber is about to be closed, the restriction token is activated, and the restriction of each stone chamber is opened. After they were all well, Gao Xuting chose an unmanned stone chamber and walked in. Before closing the door, she opened the mouth and said, "We will have Grandma now." "You don't need to talk nonsense," Grandma Yu replied. Gao Xuting stopped speaking and opened the restriction to wait quietly. After a short while, Grandma Yu leaned on the crutches and came to stand in front of the divine movement mirror. Suddenly, she threw the crutches away and opened her arms. At the same time, there was a spiritual surging like a sea. Mind surged out and poured into the divine movement mirror. The mutter incantations in her mouth seemed to be chanting some incantations, but when she listened carefully, she couldn't tell why. With these movements of her, the divine movement mirror that originally splendid light circulated immediately burst out with dazzling divine light. In this brief moment, sit cross-legged in the stone chamber, waiting. Yang Kai and the others are also shrouded in rays of light. In that rays of light, everyone is born a very uncomfortable feeling. This feeling is like one's divine soul is about to leave the body, making people panic. But everyone did not resist, because this phenomenon is extremely normal. Every martial artist who enters the divine movement mirror will have this kind of experience. The huge divine movement mirror suddenly revolved, and it turned faster and faster, gradually forming a frenzy of energy, sweeping all over the place. Flying sand, running stone in the molten cave. Those crushed stones hit the stone chamber and cave wall, making a crackling sound. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 6 flowing lights, each flying out of the 6 stone chambers, went directly into the rotating divine movement mirror, disappeared. At the same time, the surface of the divine movement mirror flashed through the silhouette of Yang Kai and the others in a flash. Grandma Yu, who was casting a spell, suddenly gleamed, as if he had discovered something, staring at the divine movement mirror, crying out in surprise, "Impossible! Impossible! That kid! Is there such a supreme treasure on her body?" Did the old man read it wrong? When the words fell, she put her hands together and slapped fiercely in the middle. The rotating divine movement mirror immediately stabilized and returned to its original state. However, Grandma Yu is pale, with cold sweat on one end, and her small figure has become even more rickety. It seems that opening this time has a huge consumption for her. Damn it, she roared up, "When Zishan, you will save my life." It's not because the divine movement mirror needs the spiritual mind driver of the Emperor Senior 3 layer. Don't think of an old woman. I don't know your sinister intentions. Sooner or later, you will have to pay the price. After speaking, she quickly sat cross-legged, tremblingly took out some spirit pills from own space ring, and ate sweets. Beans are usually stuffed in the mouth. Whether the old woman is wrong or not, it is necessary to go in and verify it. If it is really that thing, Wen Zishan, you are done. Ha 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 ha. She was crazy after talking madly for a while. He laughed madly. At the same moment, at Myriad Saint speak, Wen Zishan looks into the distance. Chen Qian is by the side. When the spiritual mind that belongs to the Emperor Senior 3-layer fluctuated, Chen Qian opened the mouth and said, "It looks like, Sister Gao, they have already entered." Wen Zishan nodded. Everything went well. Palace Master Chen Qian suddenly turned his head and looked towards Wen Zishan. In fact, there has been something unknown to his subordinates. A great event for pie dropping. A cool mobile phone is waiting for you. Follow it. Click on the official account of Chinese network WeChat. Add friend. Add official account. Enter Dread, and participate now. Everyone has a prize. Now follow Dread WeChat immediately. Official account. Marshall Peak Chapter 2250. Chapter 2250 in the Mirror World. P.S. Watch the exclusive story behind Marshall Peak, listen to your more suggestions on the novel, and follow the official account of the Starting Point Chinese website WeChat. Add friends. Add public number and Tick Dread. Please tell me quietly. Oh, there is something Xiao Qian doesn't understand. I thought you were a little devil, and everything is clear. Wen Zishan faint smiled. Chen Qian gave him a quick look and said, "Palace Master, Sister Gao is the one you brought up. It's okay for you to talk to her in this tone, but I'm not. If you are old-fashioned, be careful and you will really be a bachelor forever." Wen Zishan immediately took cold sweat and said uncomfortably, "Well, let's change the topic. What did you want to ask just now? Back then ... Why didn't you kill ... Grandma Yu?" Chen Qian expressed solemnly. Wen Zishan's expression also became serious all of a sudden. He pondered for a moment, and replied, "Not to kill, but not to." Chen Qian asked in confusion, "Subordinates, I don't understand." Wen Zishan said, "When I first came to Azure Sun Mountain Range, it was because I discovered Divine Movement Mirror that I settled here. At that time, the old thing was already there. The guardian is by the Divine Movement Mirror. She seems to have lived here 2,000 years ago. When I first saw that rare treasure, it was naturally seeing others do what one loves to do. One is inspired to try it again. I would like to ask for one view, but you don't know the temper of the old thing, and you don't agree with anything. Finally, this king fights with her. The result is that you win. Grandma Yu loses it?" "Yes." Wen Zishan nodded. "Although I and her divine consciousness are almost the same, she only has the Emperor Senior 1-layer cultivation level. In terms of overall strength, this king is better. At that time I discovered that old guy is not a good thing. Temperament is cruel and cruel. If I can get rid of her, I would not show mercy. But after all, she spent so long with Divine Movement Mirror, it seems to be controlling a trace of the mysterious Divine Movement Mirror. She can't use the Divine Movement Mirror to confront the enemy, but she can use a special technique to turn off the Divine Movement Mirror. If she is in a hurry, she turns the rare treasure off, and I'm successful. It's also useless." Hearing this, Chen Qian understood a lot, and the head nodded lightly. It turns out that Palace Master has some scruples. "Yes," Wen Zishan said, "so I agreed with her that this king will not take her life or touch the Divine Movement Mirror. But when I need to use Divine Movement Me when raw, she has to cooperate." Chen Qian showed a stunned look. "No wonder. When I went to Divine Movement Mirror to experience, Grandma Yu looked reluctant but had to open it. It turns out that there is still this layer. The reason, it's not just you." Wen Zishan chuckled. "Which time Divine Movement Mirror is turned on, isn't the old thing like that?" She has always regarded Divine Movement Mirror as the owner's private property. How can she let others get involved? At this point, Wen Zishan is cold snort again. In the past few years, although she is still cooperative, but I don't know how many hands and feet have been moved in it, and how many elites' lives have been killed in my temple! Hearing this, Chen Qian's pretty face changed, staring at Wen Zishan in horror and said, Palace Master means? Wen Zishan sneered and said, she thought that what the owner did was unconsciously, but in fact everything was under the control of this king. But she didn't do too much, and this king didn't bother to expose her. But those disciplines that died. Chen Qian showed a heartache. Wen Zishan sighed, that's a test, and it will naturally change after passing it. If you are stronger, if you can't pass it, you can only fall. Each artificial fate. Chen Qian looked scared, patted his chest and said, fortunately, I passed. Paused. She asked again, Palace Master, why are you willing to let an outsider enter the divine movement mirror this time? This is the biggest secret of the temple, even most of the disciplines of the temple do not know it. There is no reason, just want to try his abilities. Wen Zishan slightly smiled. Chen Qian said, because of the Hongjian Great Emperor? That kid came with the token of the Hongjian Great Emperor, and I heard that Palace Master, you are the one who brought you up by the Hongjian Great Emperor. No such thing. Wen Zishan suddenly got anxious eyes, staring at Chen Qian. This king grew up eating beijiafan, and has nothing to do with Hongjian's old guy. Oh, want to cover it. Chen Qian pursed his lips and smiled. Chen Qian is silly. A clumsy denial resulting in self-exposure. Wen Zishan suddenly softened his voice and shouted affectionately. Chen Qian pretty face changed abruptly, and said anxiously, Palace Master, the subordinates remembered that there was something else, so let's take a step. While speaking, she has flashed in shape and ran out of Wen Zishan's sight as if she were running away. Past experience told her that when Wen Zishan wanted when you turn off the subject and use this tone to talk to the owner, it's best to leave immediately, otherwise you must be tortured. Then life is better than death. HMPH, the chick is too tender, yet dare to fight old man. Really overestimate one's capabilities. Wow, ha ha ha. Wen Zishan proudly showed an invincible in the whole world, lonely at the top, lonely as snow, and let out a burst of laughter that made people have one's hair stand on end. In the weird space, 6 silhouettes appeared one after another. The appearance of these 6 silhouettes all turned from virtual to real and gradually solidified. The whole process is extremely strange, and after the 6 silhouettes solidified, each made a hard moan sound, and they all seemed to be extremely uncomfortable. But soon, everyone slowed down. Turn around, fall, look at each other. This is the world of divine movement mirror? Xia Sheng asked in surprise. Body, I feel a little different. Murong Xiao brows slightly wrinkle. It should be because of divine soul spirit body. Xiao Bei continued. I'm not used to it. Shimuji also complained. Yang Kai did not speak, but just clenched his fist slightly, feeling the difference between this body today and usual. What I saw before my eyes, other people followed. What you see outside is basically the same. Both the appearance and the dress are exactly the same as before. However, if you look closely, you can find that everyone here is intangible. In other words, everyone is at this moment condensed from pure energy. Although it is condensed into a substantive form, there is no substance without substance. As I told you before, Gao Xuting got used to it very quickly. It seems that it was because she had been here before, or perhaps because of her stronger strength. We who have entered the divine movement mirror at this moment are just the divine soul spirit body. The flesh body is still melting. The stone chamber of the whole. The world in the divine movement mirror is all composed of energy. So here we can increase the strength of our divine soul very quickly and efficiently. If a martial artist divine consciousness is strong, the speed of comprehension of cultivation technique and practice secret technique will also be greatly increased. In grace, other benefits are countless. Divine consciousness is the most important foundation of martial artist besides flesh body, so this trip is an extremely rare experience for you. And if you can use spiritual mind here, if you upgrade to a certain level, your promotion to the Emperor Senior stage will become easier in the future. Disciple got it. Xiao Bei and the others cup one fist in the other hand. The energy in divine movement mirror world is also very different from the outside world. we practice outside movement and absorb the world's spiritual energy will be transformed into our own source strength to enhance our strength. But here, if practiced, the absorbed energy will enhance divine consciousness. I think you should feel this now, Gao Xuting continued. Everyone was nodded slightly. Yang Kai did feel that the energy of this strange foreign world was completely different from the outside world. The energy wandering all around is sucked into the body by him, which can strengthen and enhance the strength of oneself divine soul spirit body, making divine soul more tenacious and powerful. If you want to make divine consciousness stronger, in addition to practice, it can also be done by killing the creatures next to it. Are there other creatures here? Xiao Bei complexion slightly changed. Gao Xuting glanced at him and said, "This is a strange world, why are there no creatures beside it?" Xiao Bei was speechless when asked. Gao Xuting continued, "According to Palace Master, Divine Movement Mirror was born when the world first opened. The rare treasure of existence is a world of its own. Although it is not as vast as Star Boundary, and not even as large as the South Territory, since it is a world, it has the anger of the owner. Here, there are people, there are monster beast. Star Boundary, yes, it's all here. It's just that they are all condensed by Divine Soul, and they don't seem to know this. They think the world is like this, and they have never experienced the feeling of having a flesh body. Here, I would like to remind you, try to avoid any contact with outsiders. There are many powerful existences in Divine Movement Mirror. Those existences are not something you can cause. However, if you can kill the creatures that are malicious to you, you can absorb their energy. The energy here is very pure and can be used to a large extent for our divine soul spirit body accepts and expands our divine soul. When you hear this, everyone's eyes are bright. If you explain this, you may not understand it, so just find one to try it out. You should understand. While speaking, Gao Xuting has closed beautiful eyes, and the powerful spiritual mind of the Emperor Simu One layer came out and radiated all around. After a while, she opened her eyes and said, "All follow me, come." While speaking, I have galloped away, everyone is stepping to keep up. This place is a plain, with long eagles, birds, speech, flowers, fragrances, but the sky, but there is no sun. The entire world has enough light, and I don't know where the light comes from. Everyone followed Gao Xuting around a dozen or more li, and suddenly there was something in front of him. It only exists like a monster beast. A few people looked around and found that the monster beast was a species that had never been seen before. It looked like a wild beast, but it was huge and unmatched. It's as high as a one-layer building, with two fangs rolled up and extremely ferocious. Several spiritual minds of principal source stage covered the past in an instant. After some investigation, it was found that this monster beast is almost to the look around 10-step peak, in other words, is equivalent to a monster beast equivalent to Void King stage peak. This monster beast is naturally not seen by everyone, but it is just brought. Experimenting is convenient for Gao Xuting's explanation. It seems that Gao Xuting's choice of goals is also targeted. A good activity of falling pie in the sky. Cool mobile phone waiting for you. Follow it. Some Chinese online official account WeChat. Add friend. Add official account. Enter Dread. Participate now. Everyone has a prize. Now follow Dread WeChat official account immediately.